Within Lu Tao's field of vision, everything was drenched in blood red. Before she could climb out of the driver's seat, a space rift spanning heaven and earth appeared at the station exit ahead, effortlessly squeezing and grinding the highway before devouring it whole. The sunlight burned hot as white clouds drifted across a sapphire sky, birds scattering in fright to reveal the straight road below. With a thunderous boom, a red, three-wheeled vehicle made a dazzling entrance. Lu Tao, covered in blood, clawed her way up from the cargo bed of the vehicle, her eyes still shadowed by the terror of her recent death. Instinctively, she clutched at her left eye, which had been pierced. Then she froze. The eye that had gone blind now saw clearly, and the arm that had been broken was whole, skin and flesh intact. What was happening? Had everything before been nothing but a dream? Dazed, she suddenly noticed something hard beneath her. Glancing down, she discovered she was sitting on a three-wheeled cart. The three-wheeler was parked at the starting point of a concrete road. On both sides, 1-meter-high steel railings lined the way, and beyond the railings lay nothing but thick, gray-white mist. When she lifted her head, her gaze met the left rearview mirror. In the glass, her left eye was smeared with spattered dried blood, and her white sportswear was stained all over. A shiver ran through her. So everything that had happened was real after all. Suddenly, a half-transparent virtual screen popped up, followed immediately by a cold AI voice sounding in her ears. Welcome to the highway survival game. The player has died in the original world. A new life has now begun. This reborn world is fraught with crises, and the road ahead is unknown. Only by driving a single vehicle forward can one reach the end. Clear this game, and the player will obtain true rebirth as well as a mysterious gift. This game is completely real, cannot be exited, paused, or rewound. Death means logging off. Does the player accept the game? Yes, no, otherwise you will immediately return to a state of death. A pop-up window suddenly appeared, a blazing red 10-second countdown at the bottom, racing downward. Lu Tao had no time to think further. The shadow of death pressed in on her, forcing her to jab frantically at yes. If one can live, who would choose to die? The choice bar vanished, and gray-white mist surged across the background of the transparent screen. A straight highway pierced through the fog, extending all the way to the right edge of the display. One newcomer notification after another popped up across the screen. Congratulations to the player for successfully activating the highway survival game. Name Lu Tao, game ID 497380. Server D, server zone 3, 100,000 players in the zone. Assign map, scorching summer highway. When total players drop below 30,000, a random server merging function will be activated. A newbie gift pack has been sent. Please click backpack to view. This game offers immense freedom. Please explore and experiment on your own. Please note you only have one life. The game cannot be replayed. Wish the player a pleasant game. Lu Tao forced her bloodshot eyes to blink and carefully finished reading the newcomer instructions, then cautiously tapped the X in the upper right corner. The flood of newcomer notes vanished, and the light screen reverted to its initial page. The screen was about 10 inches in size. In the upper right sat a blank avatar frame waiting to be filled in. Below it were her player ID and nickname, the nickname currently marked as pending input. The main interface displayed 6 functional sections: profile, trading hall, chat channel, backpack, vehicle. Tapping any one led directly into that section, and she could also drag any function block onto the homepage to open it. Following the order, Lu Tao first tapped profile. Beneath the avatar, and a row of her personal stats streamed onto the display. Name Lu Tao. Life 1010. Stamina 100,100. When stamina drops to 10, you will be unable to perform any labor. Spirit 116120. You are currently in a state of extreme terror. Spirit will decrease at a rate of 1 point per minute. When spirit falls to 30, you will encounter unspeakable horrors. Strength 3, the value of an ordinary adult human. Agility 5, when fleeing for your life, your legs move faster than half of all people. Luck 4. Attribute none. Profession none. When she saw the red warning after spirit, Lu Tao's expression changed. She hurriedly pressed a hand to the heart that had been pounding ever since she woke. She silently counted 8 seconds, drew a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. After 3 minutes, the red note shifted to caution. You are now in a state of fear. In this state, spirit will decrease at a rate of 0.5 points per minute. Useful. Her heart lightened. She repeated the breathing steps until the red status bar finally vanished, and her spirit settled solidly at 114. Congratulations to the player for comprehending the low-level spirit recovery skill book. When you use this skill, you will recover 20 spirit points per hour with a daily recovery cap of 100 points. Self-use, only non-tradable. Congratulations to the player for being the first in the entire server to comprehend an initial skill book. Reward 1 silver treasure chest, spirit cap 10, backpack 1 slot. Lu Tao was briefly stunned, then overjoyed. So the breathing techniques her therapist had taught her could be used like this after all. Lu Tao had a minor issue because she had grown up so poor she had nearly gnawed on air. She developed an anxiety toward wealth, and often lay awake at night, unable to sleep. She had gone to consult a psychologist, and after staring at the bank balance, she showed the therapist face full of dark lines taught her several methods to relieve her emotions. They had worked surprisingly well. Her sleepless nights grew fewer and fewer. Delighted, she had splurged on a new car and rewarded herself with a self-driving trip across the country. Who would have thought that right after picking up the car, she would be drawn into a game? Thinking of the savings she had hoarded over years and the brand new car she had yet to enjoy, Lu Tao winced for a second, then fixed her gaze on the screen and forced herself to calm down. There will be bread again, there will be another car. Looking at the rewards she had just obtained, her eyes gleamed, and she set about a new experiment. Congratulations to the player for comprehending a second spirit recovery skill book. Restores 15 spirit points per hour, daily cap 60 points, self-use, only non-tradable. Congratulations to the player for comprehending a third spirit recovery skill book. Restores 10 spirit points per hour, daily cap 30 points, non-tradable. Lu Tao tried again and again, but no further treasure chests appeared, and each new skill recovered fewer spirit points than the last. By the fourth attempt, there was no reaction at all. Clearly the game was no longer letting her exploit any loopholes. Lu Tao did not grow discouraged. Satisfied with her spirit cap, now raised to 130, she held back the urge to open the treasure chest immediately, and instead cheerfully opened the trading hall. The game had only just begun. The trading hall was empty with no items listed at all. Players could upload items and set prices themselves, but each person was granted only a single item upload slot. Below were auction and bidding functions. She tapped the chat channel. In an instant, a flood of messages poured. Game, old dog, damn it, whose lousy joke is this? Let me out right now, or I'll kill you. Child of destiny, ha ha ha, I knew I was the chosen one of this plane. Just wait to kneel and sing my praises. Eat hardship without complaining. What should I do? I don't know how to drive. Am I doomed? I really want to go home. Neo Gu, 10-year veteran driving instructor here. Only half your food, and I'll teach you personally. No refunds for failure. Must use sunscreen. The game has just started. Fish and dragons mingle, and all sorts of messages are flying around. Don't trust them easily. Eat hardship without complaining. There is a newbie tutorial and a hosting mode. Newbie supplies are crucial, though everyone remember to use them wisely. Nyoga, damn it, idiot, you ruined my deal. Lu Tao skimmed the messages line by line, and when she reached must use sunscreen's words, her gaze sharpened. She instinctively glanced down at the three-wheeler beneath her. Vehicle. Classic Model 1. 5X multifunctional electric cart, length over 1 meter, upgradable. Materials: wood 100, tree sap 100, stone 100, bark 100, explosive ant whiskers 20. Current defense value 100100. Modes: manual driving, hosting mode. Newbie tutorial, yes, no. Just as must use sunscreen had said. She switched back to the chat channel. As must use sunscreen had mentioned, the channel was utterly chaotic. Among the newly arrived players, some were venting, some wailing, some searching for relatives. Aside from must use sunscreen's posts, there was little truly worth remembering. Lu Tao had no choice but to give up on gleaning more from chat, and moved on to tap the next function block. Backpack. Current storage slots 11, each slot holds up to 99 of a single item. Only identical items may be stacked within the same slot. In other words, the basic backpack had 10 slots. Though it looked capable of holding 99, in reality, it could carry at most 10 different types of items. Even with her limited gaming experience, Lu Tao knew just how stingy this backpack was. Fortunately, she had earned an extra storage slot as a reward, and she still had the three-wheeler under her. Yes, that could carry things too. After studying the majority of functions, Lu Tao solemnly tapped the final set. Daily task: travel 50 kilometers. Failure to reach the distance will result in elimination. Newbie task: survive for 7 days on the foggy highway. During the 7-day newbie period, all resource drop rates 50, damage rates 50. Note: the foggy highway has no street lighting at night. Players are not advised to drive after dark. Lu Tao let out a breath. Fortunately, the game was not entirely malicious. At a three-wheeler's pace, 50 kilometers a day was easily achievable. And with the first 7 days granting 50 drop rate and 50 damage, this was clearly a window for players to reap benefits. As someone who specialized in exploiting such opportunities, Lu Tao would never miss a chance to shear wool from the game. She rubbed her hands together, struck while the iron was hot, and opened the backpack. Newbie gift pack: steamed buns 2, bottled purified water 1, 500 milliliters, broom 1. Broom: essential equipment for street sweeping. Lu Tao picked up the broom that was nearly as tall as she was, its wooden handle bound at the bottom with a messy bundle of dried twigs tied by strips of bark. It was indeed the type used for sweeping streets. But this was a highway survival game, not a street sweeping simulator. What use could a broom possibly have? Lu Tao stared at it for a long moment, then quietly stowed it back into the backpack. She silently took back her earlier confidence. Drawing a deep breath, she turned her gaze to the silver-white treasure chest waiting to be claimed, and opened it with nervous anticipation. Congratulations to the player for obtaining Green Sun Hat Blueprint 1 Stone 20 Iron or 10 Steel Shovel 1. Lu Tao's eyes lit up as she had hoped there was indeed something good inside. She first took out the blueprint. Green Sun Hat Blueprint. Wearing it will block direct sunlight, lowering perceived temperature by 3 degrees. Materials required: banana leaf 1, banana tree, fiber 1, tree sap 1. Crafting time 1 hat per hour. It was simply delightful. This highway was called Scorching Summer Highway. The temperature would certainly not be low. The hat would definitely come in handy. Lu Tao immediately clicked learn. The blueprint vanished, and she quickly acquired the crafting method for the Green Sun hat. Next, she picked up the shovel. Steel shovel. Description: a shovel forged of refined steel, allowing you to dig out the road with ease. She weighed it in her hand. Excellent. Very handy indeed. It could be used both to attack and to dig, far more versatile than the broom. In the chat channel, some players had already set off and were sharing selfies taken along their routes. Unwilling to lag behind, Lu Tao snapped a photo of the roadside railing and set it as her avatar. She entered her nickname, "Making money is my destiny," then sorted her supplies into 6 storage slots, jumped down from the cargo bed, and took her seat at the driver's position. Depart. In the next instant, she saw a message in the chat channel, suddenly drawing a flurry of replies. Night Runner Fear Thunderstruck. Everyone check your tire stats carefully. There's something wrong with this three-wheeler's speed. Lu Tao froze for a moment, then immediately parked and opened the stats panel of her 3-wheeled scooter. The vehicle was listed as a Classic 1. 5-meter multifunctional electric tricycle, upgradable, requiring 100 units of wood, 100 units of tree resin, 100 stone blocks, 100 pieces of bark, and 20 explosive ant whiskers. The current protection value was 100 out of 100. The modes available were self-driving and managed mode. A novice tutorial prompt hovered beside it. Following the instructions from the chat channel, she tapped on the Classic 1. 5-meter multifunctional electric tricycle entry. The detailed statistics of the tricycle popped up as soon as she tapped the Classic 1. 5-meter multifunctional electric tricycle. The panel showed current vehicle: Classic Tricycle, a structure, a hybrid of wood and iron, speed 10 kilometers per hour, battery 30% consumption per hour, and when fully drained the vehicle needed to stop and recharge at a rate of 50% per hour. Tires durability 100 out of 100. Lu Tao was dumbfounded. She sucked in a sharp breath, utterly incredulous, then even jumped off the vehicle and walked around it to inspect it herself. It was a very typical tricycle design, the same red model used in villages to haul goods by fruit sellers on the street or as stall carts in snack alleys. The cargo bed had railings and handholds on both sides with a tailgate panel at the back. Yet nothing could withstand closer scrutiny. On a careful look, the tree resin tires were wrapped around wooden structural cores, and the cargo bed was lined with wooden planks. No wonder she had felt it poking her earlier. A thin layer of iron sheeting wrapped the body, and when she tapped it lightly, a dull knocking sound of wood echoed beneath. Even the driver's seat was made of wood. It was not just the stats that were off, the entire tricycle was wrong. Lu Tao was completely stunned and turned her gaze back to the chat channel. One message read, "I don't really understand tricycles, but I've glanced at the ones by roadside watermelon stalls. At the very least, they definitely shouldn't be made of some Wood-Andarin hybrid, right?" Another chimed in, "I knew something was off. No wonder it felt so slow to drive. Turns out it wasn't my problem. It was the vehicle." More messages popped up, each more aggrieved than the last, as players realized the sluggish speed was the vehicle's fault, not theirs. Someone lamented that just running over a peanut-sized stone had dropped their tire durability to 99. Another warned that concrete roads would constantly refresh small stones, branches, and other debris, all of which would affect tire durability, with faster wheels more likely to suffer loss. They reminded everyone to watch the road and use the broom from the novice bundle to sweep the way clear, each sweep costing 1 point of stamina. Lu Tao stared at the suddenly boiling chat channel, the corner of her mouth twitching. When she lowered her head, she spotted a tiny stone just 1 centimeter in front of her front wheel, about to be crushed. She hurriedly picked it up. A notification appeared: Gravel Shard 1, category material, 10 gravel shards could be combined into 1 basic stone block. Lu Tao's eyes lit up. She immediately circled the tricycle again and gained another gravel shard and a tree branch. The tree branch notification followed: category material, 10 branches could be combined into 1 basic piece of wood or be used as fuel. She stuffed the supplies into her storage slots, but because stone blocks and gravel shards were different items, they could not be stacked together, and in the blink of an eye they occupied 2 more slots. With only 3 slots remaining, Lu Tao felt a bit troubled. Still, that was not her most pressing concern. After checking the chat channel again to confirm there were no crucial updates, she hopped back onto the driver's seat. "Set off," she declared. The map interface displayed current map: Scorching Summer Highway. Current time year 3598 of the hot season, July 7th, 8:00 in the morning with nightfall at 1900. Current temperature 30 degrees. Slightly hot, still bearable. Today's mileage 0. A final line appeared before departure: please give your beloved vehicle a resounding name. Following her heart, Lu Tao named it Get Rich instantly. She clenched her fist. Although she had lost a brand new car fresh off the line and the wealth she had saved over many years, she firmly believed she could become rich again. A prompt flashed: your beloved vehicle Get Rich instantly has been registered. Another line followed: in managed mode, the vehicle would run at the lowest safe speed and consume 5 stamina per hour. The fact that managed driving actually consumed stamina made her instantly discard that option. Back in high school, she had often driven her neighbor grandpa's second-hand 3-wheeled scooter on weekends to collect scrap along the streets. For her, this was hardly difficult. She quickly skimmed through the novice driving tutorial, then pressed down on the accelerator and set off. The tricycle's engine buzzed twice, and all 3 wheels began to turn at full speed. In truth, it was only just moving. The roads on both sides retreated at a sluggish pace, while the engine roared with a loud rumble. An hour later, she discovered another supply point. She jumped off, picked up 3 gravel shards and 2 branches, and stowed them contentedly in her backpack before checking her route. Today's mileage reads 6 kilometers in 1 hour. A weight sank in Lu Tao's heart. To protect her tires and keep an eye on the trash on the ground, she could not maintain the full 10 kilometers per hour. At her current speed of 6 kilometers per hour, it would take more than 9 hours to complete the day's task. This did not even account for battery consumption. With a 30% loss per hour after a little over 3 hours of driving, she would have to stop for 2 hours to restore power. That meant she would need to stop 6 hours each day just to wait for the battery to recover. Adding everything up, she would end up spending around 15 hours on the road. Yet night fell at 7 in the evening, and it was best not to drive after dark. Counting from when she had entered the game, daylight began at 7 in the morning, giving at most 12 usable hours in a day. The novice mission was simply impossible to complete under those conditions. Something had to be wrong. There was no way a beginner task would leave players with absolutely no way out. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Tao raised the tricycle's speed to 7 kilometers per hour and opened the chat channel again. Everyone was fretting that their mileage would not climb while their tire durability plummeted. Some had already lost 10 points. The very player whom the cautious advisor had previously singled out, known as Nyogu, had now become the center of attention in the channel. Lu Tao hurriedly scrolled upward and discovered that he had posted his speed and durability stats. His message read: an old coach never jokes. Grand opening promotion now on. 5 gravel shards or branches for a lesson guaranteed to teach you first come first served, helping you quickly clear the novice mission. The attached photo clearly showed his stats: speed 9 kilometers per hour, tire durability 99 out of 100. Another player thanked him, saying they had just traded with Nyogu and that their speed had indeed increased. Though still not as fast as Nyogu's, it was much better than their previous 5 kilometers per hour, and their screenshot showed a speed of 7 kilometers per hour with tire durability at 97. The chat channel exploded as most players struggling with the novice mission were tempted. Many had already messaged Nyogu privately, and even Lu Tao felt her resolve beginning to waver. For the sake of the novice mission, paying 5 gravel shards seemed entirely worth it. Decisive by nature, Lu Tao, once she had thought it through, immediately sent Nyogu a private message. She had barely sent her inquiry when a familiar username popped up again in the chat. The player, calling himself Child of Destiny, scoffed that a mere 9 kilometers per hour was nothing. He boasted that with a tailwind and sheer luck, he had casually found an iron block, proclaiming himself the world's favorite, and insisting it was better to worship him than learn from some trash coach. In the attached picture, a blonde youth with an arrogant expression held up a palm-sized piece of iron, while the light screen beside him showed speed at 10 kilometers per hour and durability at a full 100. The chat, already thick with anxiety and pleas for guidance, erupted again, this time with the sour tang of jealousy spreading over every line. One player muttered that this idiot's luck was unreal. Was he truly some kind of child of destiny? Child of Destiny urged everyone to kneel to the great Emperor of Destiny, calling them foolish ants. Another player remarked bitterly on his luck, swearing when they saw that his durability loss was 0. Child of Destiny laughed and crowed that his luck stat was 8. Lu Tao was taken aback, a pang of sourness rising in her chest. What kind of luck was that? Perhaps he really was a so-called Child of Destiny. At that moment, Nyogu replied almost instantly in their private chat, telling her to hand over the materials first so he could record her lesson right away, urging her to hurry because others were lining up. Yet just as she was about to confirm the trade, Lu Tao paused. Staring at Child of Destiny's boastful post, she suddenly thought of something. If luck played a role here, did that mean everyone had a different probability of encountering trash on the road? No. She ran the numbers in her head. She had already been on the road for more than an hour, and apart from the starting point, she had only encountered one batch of trash around the 6-kilometer mark. Approaching 10 kilometers now, she had not seen any more. Could it be that the appearance time or the kilometer markers for trash were fixed, and that each player's different driving speed made their encounter points vary? 6 kilometers was a value tied to her own speed. Her mind raced, and her eyes grew brighter as she stared at the light screen. To verify her hypothesis, Lu Tao first sent Nyogu a message postponing their trade. Nyogu snapped back asking if she was playing him and reminding her that countless people were seeking him out. He warned that anyone who failed to reach 50 kilometers in a day would be eliminated, claiming that a single piece of wood was nothing compared to one's life, and that his price was already a heaven-defying discount. He added that understanding how scarce supplies were at the start of the game, he could even give her a private discount 8 branches or 8 gravel shards in exchange for his lesson. Lu Tao, under the alias Earning Money Is My Calling, apologized that she had new matters to handle and would not be trading for the time being. Nyogu exploded in curses, accusing her of toying with him. Ignoring his shouting, Lu Tao stepped on the accelerator and pushed her speed up to 10 kilometers per hour. Before long, the time reached 9:55 in the morning. She quickly slowed down, and 3 minutes later, she spotted several branches and gravel shards lying on the road. Lu Tao was so excited she nearly jumped up. Her guess had been correct. Of course it had. She braked, instantly grabbed her broom, and rushed forward, sweeping all the trash into a pile at the cost of 1 point of stamina. She had tested it, picking up each gravel shard or branch by hand consumed 1 point of stamina per item, but with the broom, she could gather all the trash in a single second, spending only 1 point of stamina in total. It truly was an essential tool for sweeping trash, and the novice bundle's contents were evidently all useful. After gaining 3 gravel shards and 1 branch, Lu Tao happily returned to her vehicle. As she drove, she pondered where Child of Destiny's iron block had come from. On this highway, there were not even basic units of stone or wood lying around. Had he, like her, found it in a treasure chest? Suddenly, a gust of wind howled past from behind, accompanied by a sharp, piercing hiss. Lu Tao's sharp reflexes at 5 o'clock proved invaluable at this moment. Though frightened, her body reacted swiftly as she turned and hurriedly threw herself to the left, hitting the ground. With a loud crash, something behind her collided with her tricycle. Lu Tao instantly felt a pang of pain. How could I lose so much durability in an instant? Without time to ponder, the object behind her lunged at her again. Lu Tao rolled and crawled, not hesitating for a moment, and ran in the opposite direction of the tricycle. Her instant wealth tricycle was slow and poorly protected, unable to withstand that thing. Lu Tao swiftly stowed the broom in her backpack, grasped the shovel, and heard the sound of limbs scraping against the concrete floor behind her growing ever closer. Instinctively, she turned and swung the shovel at the approaching threat. With a loud bang, Lu Tao staggered back from the recoil, sitting down hard on the ground, incredulously looking at the absurdly large giant ant not far away. Indeed, the one attacking her was a giant ant. As big as a football, pitch black, its body distinctly divided into 3 sections: head, thorax, and abdomen. It had a pair of long antennae that, when flicked, made a sound as if slicing through the air. The thorax had 3 pairs of legs with sharp hooks, and its swollen cocoon-like abdomen dragged along the ground, resembling a legendary insect-like monster. Before Lu Tao could react, its antennae rubbed against each other, and all 6 legs were raised like paddles, charging towards her with their sharp hooks. Lu Tao scrambled to her feet and ran backward. After just 2 steps, she heard another crash, accompanied by the tricycle's durability dropping. Damn! Left with no choice, Lu Tao gritted her teeth, grabbed the shovel, and charged forward, not even knowing where to aim, raising her hand to fiercely slam down. A painful scraping sound erupted as the giant ant suddenly spun around, abandoning its vehicle and rushing towards her. Lu Tao didn't even have time to rejoice at her successful attack before she frantically ran away. Turning her head, she saw that the giant black ant had only just reached the spot where she had stopped. Wait a minute. An idea flashed through Lu Tao's mind as the giant black ant's 6 legs scraped against the ground forcefully, turning its body to charge again. Her body reacted faster than her thoughts, and she quickly escaped. Looking back, the black ant had just reached where she had been moments ago. Lu Tao's eyes brightened. It was speed. The giant black ant was powerful but slow, and her advantage lay in speed. Her strength was lacking. Despite her face being smeared with blood as the giant black ant hissed and charged at her again, she changed her tactic and lifted the shovel to attack. The black ant's shell was hard and shiny, its antennae snapping in the air, and its 3 pairs of sharp legs were raised, ready to pierce through her body. Lu Tao tightened her grip on the shovel, and at the moment the ant lifted its body to attack, she suddenly twisted and dashed to its side. As it reacted too late to turn, she swung the shovel down at the joint of its 3-segmented body. Hiss! A painfully sharp sound pierced her ears, and the giant black ant wildly thrashed its body, sending dust flying. As it swung its body, it raised its legs and charged back. But Lu Tao focused on the small indentation where its head connected to its thorax, breathing heavily, but with determination in her eyes. It's useful. She replicated her previous strategy, dodging, circling around, and attacking fiercely. After several attempts, a hole formed in the black ant's head, making it sway unsteadily as its antennae flipped. Lu Tao was also knocked down several times by the recoil, but gritting her teeth, she quickly got back up, and while the black ant was still disoriented, she slapped hard at the joint point, and then ran. After being injured multiple times, the giant black ant finally caught on to Lu Tao's attack pattern, raising its 3 pairs of legs in various directions to block her strikes. Even when she got close, it repeatedly slashed at her clothes with its legs, leaving lines of wounds on her skin. Lu Tao gasped in pain, and after failing a few times, she simply abandoned the idea of attacking its weak point and instead began to hack at its legs. "You want to use your legs to harm me?" The shovel collided head-on with its attacking legs, and with a loud crack, one leg fell off, green blood dripping onto the ground, even corroding the concrete surface. Lu Tao was stunned, instinctively looking at her steel shovel, then glancing at the severed leg of the black ant on the ground. This weak point of the ant was actually on its strongest attacking legs. Gasping for breath, Lu Tao observed the ant, which was flailing in pain. She changed her strategy and focused on attacking its legs deliberately, ignoring the remaining one and targeting the 2 unscathed pairs. After nearly half an hour of careful circling, dodging, and attacking, all 3 legs on the left side had fallen to the ground. The giant black ant's antennae thrashed wildly as it swung its large abdomen, attempting to charge at her, but its unbalanced legs caused it to topple over. In the next moment, it swung its abdomen and tried to run away. "Would I let you escape now?" Lu Tao rushed forward to reap the fruits of victory, striking its head several times. As its head spun dizzily, she hacked at the 3 remaining legs. Lu Tao swung the shovel like an expert butcher, and with each strike, the 3 pairs of legs fell to the ground. The giant black ant, now like a worm without its legs, struggled desperately on the ground, green blood pooling beneath it, corroding the surface into a small pit, while its antennae continued to thrash wildly. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tao wedged the shovel into the joint between its head and thorax, using all her strength to press down. With a piercing hiss following, the 2 antennae that had left bloody marks on her ankles became stiff and motionless, and its head rolled to her feet. The lingering fear and the tremor of victory left her speechless, and her stamina was rapidly depleting, causing Lu Tao to feel faint. "Congratulations, player. You have successfully killed a level 1 explosive black ant, earning 2 explosive ant antennae, 2 ant legs, and 1 explosive abdomen." "No, wait." Lu Tao jolted awake, her fading soul suddenly alert. Her instinct as a player prompted her to question, weren't there 3 pairs of ant legs for the explosive black ant? Why was she only credited with 2? Lu Tao was dissatisfied. Propping herself up, she saw the body of the explosive black ant illuminated by white light, chopped into several material pieces. 2 ant antennae, 2 intact ant legs, and a black swollen abdomen the size of a palm, resembling a grenade. In addition, there were 4 legs left, hacked to bits, lying like trash beside her. Lu Tao felt a pang. Had she known it would be like this, she wouldn't have broken the ant legs. But it was too late now. Lu Tao took the lesson to heart, collected the materials, and checked the item information. Explosive ant antennae. It is highly elastic and durable, essential for upgrading vehicles, and can also be used to craft weapons. Ant leg material with sharp barbs can be used to craft weapons. Explosive abdomen. Have you ever used a grenade? Just a gentle throw will cause it to explode, shredding the enemy like a watermelon. P.S. You actually did not trigger the explosive black ant's suicide attack skill. Seems like a bit of luck. Lu Tao picked up the explosive abdomen, her hand trembling, cold sweat breaking out. This thing can actually be used as a grenade. Now Lu Tao had no regrets about severing the ant legs. If she hadn't decisively rendered it incapable of attacking and then promptly executed the decapitation technique, there would have been an explosion. Thinking of that scene, Lu Tao hurriedly cradled the biological grenade and carefully stuffed it into her backpack. Now the grenade was hers, a life-saving weapon one. She also shoved in the explosive ant antennae and ant legs, and in the blink of an eye these items had already occupied 10 of her storage slots aside from the shovel she took out. Lu Tao thought for a moment, took out some pebbles and branches to throw into the truck bed, freeing up 3 slots. Lastly, she glanced at the ant legs she had chopped off, still unwilling, and picked them up to toss into the truck bed. She refused to believe that the materials dropped by monsters were useless if damaged. Once everything was done, Lu Tao eagerly sat in the driver's seat and quickly opened her data panel. Name Lu Tao. Health 510. Stamina 32,100. When stamina drops to 10, you will be unable to perform any tasks. Mental 112,130. Strength 3. Average adult human value. Agility 5. When fleeing, your legs will move faster than half the people. Luck 4. Attributes none. Occupation none. Her already struggling family was truly facing more hardships. With a 50-kilometer beginner task hanging ahead, Lu Tao didn't dare to delay. Despite the pain all over her body, she crawled up to start the vehicle. She had wasted almost an hour here with the explosive black ant and needed to set off quickly. The tricycle rumbled forward, the guardrails and thick fog on both sides slowly retreating, and the refreshing wind blowing against her face alleviated her fatigue. Taking a breath, Lu Tao opened the chat channel. Before she could search for monsters, she noticed messages in the explosive chat channel, one of which had numerous replies from players. Cock-a-bumping car help. I encountered a giant centipede on poison, someone save me. It was indeed not an isolated case. Had everyone encountered monsters? Lu Tao hurriedly clicked in, but found Cock-a-bumping car's avatar had gone completely dark. Her heart dropped, and she quickly checked the total number of players displayed at the top of the screen. Current players 9997 310 0000. Lu Tao's joy of victory suddenly sank. An hour ago, while collecting trash after getting out of the vehicle, she had seen the total number of players. At that time, it was still a solid 100,000. Now 27 people had died in just one battle. Mortaro, the game friend I just added, died just now. She asked me about the monster's weaknesses, and before I could finish replying, her avatar went dark. Whoa, I'm so scared right now. Leisure, earlier in the chat channel, many people were making light of it, saying that the beginner phase wouldn't let us die so easily. Now what do you think? Everyone be vigilant. This is a real survival game. In any case, I don't want to taste death in the game again. Chinani, there are several different types of monsters, and their attack methods vary. Everyone must be cautious of dangers while driving. Game Old Dog, if anyone encounters a monster, please share the types of monsters and their attack methods. As fellow humans from the same planet, let's help each other out. Nyogu, exactly, we're all in the same struggle. If we can help, we should. Daydream Nyogu, if I remember correctly, you were just collecting tuition fees. Now you want to freeload off others' battle experiences. Don't you have any shame? If you have the ability, return what you collected first. Nyogu, I'm a poor coach, not good at fighting, and can only survive on a little experience. Are you really going to argue with me over that? Is there any humanity left? Besides, how can driving experience and monster killing methods be the same? Driving slower can allow one to survive, but encountering monsters leads to death. Can you just watch your fellow humans die? Daydream, stop twisting concepts to your advantage. If you want to freeload off experiences, return what you collected first. You collected quite a lot earlier, didn't you? Chinani, hey, I can give it, but you can't have it. I've changed my mind. Ooh, I encountered a rainbow poison snake. Anyone wanting the kill experience can private message me, trading for 2 branches or pebbles. Lu Tao didn't hesitate for a second and immediately traded 2 pebbles in a private message, and the other party promptly sent her the information. Chun-Ani, freshly baked, guaranteed reliable. Lu Tao opened it immediately. The rainbow poison snake primarily uses constriction attacks and venom spraying, with attack methods involving tail whips and targeting the 7-inch spot. It was evident that Chun-Ani had put in considerable effort to kill the rainbow poison snake. Lu Tao's breath hitched. Was it the same way to open treasure chests as her, or was there another method? In an instant, her heart raced and her drive surged. Making money is my destiny. Thank you. May I ask again, do you have a weapon? I can tell that the wound from the face bug was caused by an extremely sharp weapon. Can I inquire about how you obtained it? I'm not freeloading you, I have weapons as well. Let's exchange information. If the sources of the weapons are the same, can we consider it even? Lu Tao picked up a shovel and took a photo to send. Chun-Ani, that isn't my weapon, but I can help you ask. Lu Tao didn't wait long, and Chun-Ani replied. Chun-Ani, you should add, I don't want to practice martial arts, it's exhausting. I talked to her, and she agreed to the trade. Lu Tao immediately exited the private chat and searched to add, I don't want to practice martial arts, it's exhausting. The other party quickly accepted and sent a message first. I don't want to practice martial arts, it's exhausting. How do you want to trade? Quite straightforward. I like it. Lu Tao decisively said, I asked for the trade first. Should I tell you, and then you send it to me? I don't want to practice martial arts, it's exhausting. No need, just time it right with the screen. When it hits 1130, we send together. Lu Tao quickly edited her information, waiting for the moment to hit 1130, then immediately sent it. At the same time, the other party's message was also sent. I don't want to practice martial arts, it's exhausting. My road guardrail has a gap. I climbed over and entered the fog. The fog consumes life points. I only went 3 meters and obtained a black iron treasure chest, and encountered a treasure chest monster, the face bug. Don't follow my example. The mist is very dangerous. After consuming 1/3 of my mental points, I began to lose life points. Lu Tao was shocked. Though she had thought about whether the mist could be entered, how could someone be so fast with such execution power and really just charge in while enduring life points, dropping rapidly, killing monsters, and opening treasure chests? I don't want to practice martial arts, it's exhausting, was equally surprised, and quickly sent a message. I don't want to practice martial arts, it's exhausting. You actually started with a silver treasure chest. Making money is my destiny. It was just a coincidence that was too scary at the time, and I instinctively used my previous calming method. I don't want to practice martial arts, it's exhausting. This information is very important to me. I gained extra from it. Our trade isn't fair. Let me give you another piece of information. Making money is my destiny. No need. Your information is very useful to me as well. The fog is definitely a crucial resource in the game. Whoever can rush in first will gain the advantage. Lu Tao effortlessly obtained this information even knowing the ratio of mental and life points lost. Simply too profitable. As for the other party, gaining how to obtain the treasure chest from her information, she had long guessed. Just like she could unlock treasure chests and increase her mental points with a diaphragmatic breath, others must have different methods to obtain treasure chests. Most likely while she was unaware someone had already obtained the treasure chest. There was no need to hide it like a treasure. But I don't want to practice martial arts, it's exhausting, quickly sent another message. I don't want to practice martial arts, it's exhausting. Although I was forced to exit after only 5 minutes in the fog, I vaguely saw many plants inside. Moreover, just 3 meters away in the dense fog, there was a cluster of sugarcane. However, my mental points were rapidly depleting, preventing me from staying longer, so I had to exit. Sugarcane. Sugarcane that can replenish moisture and sugars. Lu Tao's heart raced. Breathing heavily, she looked at the dense fog that obscured her vision on both sides, itching to charge in immediately. Calm down. Making money is important, but so is life. She certainly didn't have the ability to kill monsters and withstand the dense fog. Like, I don't want to practice martial arts, it's exhausting. Making money is my destiny. Thank you so much. This information is extremely important to me. Consider me in your debt, and I will surely compensate you later. I don't want to practice martial arts, it's exhausting. No need, your information is worth more to me. Being in debt to others will damage my Tao heart. Shall we trade happily? Lu Tao paused, but still sent the last message. Making money is my destiny. Happy trading. Since they mentioned damaging the Tao heart, it would be impolite for her to say more. However, Lu Tao had already noted this matter down and would repay the other party later. In fact, she felt she had profited greatly. Her information was likely not exclusive, but the other party's information was undoubtedly unique. Having noted this down, Lu Tao took advantage of the trash reappearing and got off to pick up 3 branches and 1 gravel. She hurriedly drove and immediately opened the trading hall. She hung up 4 half-damaged ant legs which the game considered useless and wrote a very enticing description in the product section. From the explosion of the black ant, the strongest attacking ant legs featuring 8 groups of barbs extremely sharp and bloody can be used as weapons for attack. Absolutely essential items for driving out at the start of the game. Entering 1 wood or 1 stone for trade, she finally exited the trading hall with satisfaction. As someone obsessed with making money, she wouldn't feel comfortable if she didn't extract useful value from items. At this moment, the chat channel was bustling with activity. Thanks to Chun Enya's sample messages about trading were in full swing, and Lu Tao with her information was itching to participate. However, her previous battle had already delayed her for an hour. Now she needed to speed up and travel, though she simply had no time to trade with others. The trading center could only list 1 product, and in the chat channel to trade with others one had to constantly pay attention to private messages and friend requests before trading items. Now to earn resources, it would be unwise to waste time traveling. After experiencing death before entering the game, Lu Tao still loved making money, but she knew the premise was to survive. But giving up this money-making opportunity was too regrettable. Lu Tao felt pained and unwilling, staring at the endless chat records. Sincere transaction, detailed information on the colorful poisonous snake for 2 branches or 2 gravel for trade. 666, detailed information on the giant cockroach monster for 2 branches or gravel. Add more taro, detailed information on the giant blood-sucking mosquito for 2 branches or gravel for trade. Nyogo, add more taro. Many people have encountered the giant blood-sucking mosquito. This information is already worthless. I'll take it for 1 branch. Add more taro. Are you annoying? I blocked you, and you still come to bother me. Who would want to buy from you? Lu Tao was staring at the chat when suddenly her heart stirred, and she opened a private chat box with add more taro. Making money is my destiny, sister. Do you want to do a business with me? Duo Jia Yuni's reply arrived swiftly. No discounts, no bargains. 2 twigs or pebbles per item. Price negotiations strictly prohibited. Lu Tao stared blankly. Lu Tao hurried to clarify. Not at all. I'd like to collaborate on something else. Afraid the stranger would block her instantly, she sent 1 final message just before the private chat limit of 3 messages expired. I also possess monster killing intel, but lack time to sell it myself. So I propose a partnership. I'll supply you with raw data. You compile 2 pieces into a single bundled listing for sale. In return for every 2 units sold, you keep 1 twig or pebble as commission. A full buyout option existed, but early in the game, most players lacked sufficient resources. Lu Tao tapped to add Duo Jia Yuni as a friend, and the request was accepted almost immediately. Wow, shocked cat emoji. You mean this is even possible? Fearing rejection, Lu Tao quickly escalated her offer. Right now, everyone in the chat channel sells monster intel individually. But if you connect with other trustworthy players, bundling multiple reports could give you a decisive edge and attract far more buyers. The more comprehensive your dossier, the greater your advantage during this critical window. You can even let customers choose specific entries and price each accordingly. Sister, what kind of mind do you have to devise such a scheme? I accept. But won't you worry, I'll secretly resell your intel. The game enforces bilateral transaction safeguards, and I trust you're not that short-sighted. If I cheat, we'll never transact again. How do you know this is my only intel? Image. Without hesitation, Lu Tao snapped a photo of her shovel, her tangible proof of capability. You wield a tool as a weapon. Ah, senior expert. Bowing deeply. Rest assured, I won't sell solo. But I may ask others about bulk distribution options. No problem. Though sister, watch your driving speed. Earning resources must never compromise completing the novice quest. Thanks for the concern, but my luck's decent. Not divinity-er, but solid. Low chance of wheel damage from debris, so speed remains respectable. Envy. Cat chewing lemon manual JDP emoji. Then it's settled. I'll transfer the intel. Your prosperity hinges on this partnership. Lu Tao sent the files. A game-embedded transaction interface appeared, both confirmed, and the data transferred securely. The in-game chat's transaction system was rudimentary, just typed terms generating a basic agreement, easily circumvented by those seeking loopholes. But Lu Tao didn't dwell on it. Her judgment of character had rarely failed. Even if betrayed, the cost was minimal. A single monster dossier revealed far more than its worth. After brief pleasantries, they parted ways, each returning to their own urgent tasks. Lu Tao exited the private chat, scanned the channel for noteworthy updates, then closed it to focus entirely on driving. The Tricycle's hybrid engine roared deafeningly, its metallic chassis vibrating violently, a relentless grating assault on the senses. By noon, temperatures neared 35 degrees Celsius. With no canopy, the open-bed Tricycle exposed her forehead directly to the sun's scorching glare. Her scalp felt parched, nearly leathery beneath an unbroken expanse of asphalt, offering zero shelter. The heat evaporated her water reserves alarmingly fast. Even with extreme rationing, only 300 milliliters remained. Yet her lips were already cracked and dry. Sun exposure accelerated fluid loss beyond replenishment capacity. The meager sips she took barely offset dehydration. The entire afternoon, the chat channel mirrored the weather, listless and stifled. Players drove in grim silence, abandoning the morning's fervent energy. At 1 p.m., with battery power dipping to 30%, Lu Tao pulled over to recharge. After 72 minutes, her battery surged back to 100%, and she resumed her journey under the merciless sun. Her odometer read 34 kilometers. She deliberately slowed before debris zones to collect twigs and pebbles, sacrificing speed for resource yield. 2 hours later, she finally reached the novice quest terminus. Congratulations, player Qian Zhuan Shi Ben Ming. You are the 99th player to successfully complete today's 50-kilometer drive. Reward 1 bronze chest. Just as she'd suspected, early completion bore rewards. Lu Tao finally lifted herself from the rigid driver's seat, collapsing gratefully into the Tricycle's narrow shadow beneath the blazing sun. Dizziness blurred her vision. Only the tantalizing possibility of speed-based rewards kept her from. The sun blazed white-hot. She reclined sideways in the shade, resting until strength seeped back, then rose immediately to open her chest. Congratulations. You received Mineral Water 1, Cool Patch 1, Steamed Bun 1. Lu Tao clutched the prize like sacred relics. Downing 50 milliliters of her remaining water in one thirsty gulp, eyes still locked hungrily on the bottle. But she stopped there. She stowed the water and bun carefully in her pack, pressed the half-full bottle against her forehead for fleeting relief, and picked up the cooling patch. Cool Patch. Description: beat the summer heat with this icy-cold adhesive patch. Guaranteed refreshment on sweltering days. Essential for survival. Each patch lowers body temperature by 3 degrees for 1 hour. Lu Tao's pulse quickened. She longed to press it onto her burning brow this very instant. Yet restraint held firm. Day 1's peak temperature 36 degrees. What awaited after the novice phase? Lu Tao examined her status panel. Name: Lu Tao. Life 510, recovers 1 point per hour while resting. Stamina 45,100, recovers 10 points per hour while resting. Spirit 110130, recovers 10 points per hour while resting. Strength 3, average adult human. Agility 5, you flee faster than half the population. Luck 4. Attributes none. Occupation none. Sun exposure 68100, you feel like wilted salted cabbage. Heatstroke risk begins at 30. She'd noticed the sun exposure meter appear beneath her stats during midday recharging. Though uncomfortable, the current level remained bearable. Precious resources demanded precision, not waste. She slapped her cheeks, briskly shook off fatigue, and began organizing cargo in the rear bed. That afternoon yielded 4 additional debris pickups. Adding to her morning haul, she now possessed 13 pebbles and 15 twigs. After crafting logs from twigs and stones from pebbles, her inventory stood at 11 logs, 11 stones, 3 pebbles, 5 twigs. Surveying upgrade requirements beside her modest haul, Just one log and one stone gathered all day plus scattered pebbles and twigs. Lu Tao sighed heavily. Scavenging alone promised slow prosperity. Resource generation demanded smarter strategies. Finally, she reluctantly checked her vehicle's protection rating. Vehicle. Classic Model 1. 51M multifunction electric tricycle upgradable, requires 100 logs, 20 tree resin, 100 stones, 100 bark, 20 explosive and antennae. Current protection 81100 repair, cost 10 logs. Lu Tao clutched her chest, painfully aware of the deficit. Yet vehicle integrity was non-negotiable. On highway game, total vehicle failure meant total elimination. She hesitated, then withdrew 5 logs from her pack and selected repair. A cascade of metallic clangs echoed, and her protection rating jumped to 91. Her eyes lit up. 5 logs restored, 10 points. Seeing protection exceed 90, urgency dissolved. This threshold offered robust safety. No need to squander precious reserves. She needed every resource for future upgrades. Recalling the tiny twigs and pebbles littering the roadside, she felt renewed interest in Xiangbu Lianwu Xian Hao Lei Gei's earlier message. By 5:30 p.m., the sun's ferocity waned. Lu Tao leaned against her tricycle's shadow, restoring life and stamina, while simultaneously using her basic spirit recovery skill to replenish spirit to maximum. Across the chat channel, players raced desperately toward the finish within the final 90 minutes. Conversation dwindled sharply, yielding no vital updates. As stamina recovered, Lu Tao repeatedly tested the mist beyond the roadside barrier, but found herself inexplicably blocked, as if an invisible wall sealed the railing intact. Defeated, she slumped back to her spot and resumed scrolling the channel. Approaching 7 p.m., daylight dimmed rapidly, and tension thickened palpably in the chat. Duo ta, how many haven't reached the finish yet? So nerve-wracking. Mei Kuing Chi still en route. Neo Ge's misinformation drained resources. His intel proved useless. I drove cautiously, until his false tip made me reckless. Will durability plummeted. I'm sprinting now. Nyoga, what nonsense. How did I deceive you? Your poor driving skills, not my guidance, caused the crash. Coaching you is pure misfortune. Luo Xiao, I've wanted to say this driving mastery has no shortcuts. Only accumulated experience delivers true proficiency. Cha-cha, surely everyone notices patterns after driving farther. Quan Dao 2, hindsight wisdom. Why not speak up this morning? Friction ignited instantly, until one calm voice intervened. Chen Chung, enough quarreling. It's almost 7 o'clock. The sky stretched 4 meters wide, matching the highway's breadth, as the sun sank, spilling yolk gold light across the horizon. Before countless screens, players who'd reached the terminus held their breath, watching the minute hand click to 1900. In that instant, darkness fell like a drawn curtain, absolute ink black. Daylight's mist bled into the void, and from the deepening blackness, unseen dangers stirred, rising, awakening, breaking through. Lu Tao was originally planning to check the number of players online, but suddenly felt a shiver run through her body. Grabbing the iron shovel beside her, she leaned against the truck bed, vigilantly observing her surroundings. However, it was too dark to see anything. As night fell, the darkness of the highway did not belong to the players. A reminder window suddenly appeared. Please return to your vehicle immediately. If you leave your vehicle, your mental value will drop at a rate of 1 mental point per minute. Lu Tao's eyelids twitched. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but she felt that as time passed, the previously vague sense of danger became increasingly pronounced. She leaped into the truck bed, her body seeming to pass through some invisible bubble. The moment she landed in the truck bed, the sense of crisis vanished, replaced by an indescribable sense of security. It was like a traveler returning home, a baby lying in its mother's embrace. Lu Tao suddenly realized that in the highway game, the vehicle was not just a means of transportation for the players, but also a home of sorts. Her tense back slowly relaxed, but just then a sudden rustling sound came from the darkness, growing clearer. Following that, the sound of the railing being struck reverberated in her ears. Lu Tao's body stiffened, gripping her weapon. She heard a metallic cracking sound, as if something had crossed the railing and entered the highway. At the same time, the thick fog on either side seemed to be creeping toward the road. But it was too dark around her, and without any lighting equipment, she couldn't confirm anything. Warning: monsters cross the road at night every 5 hours. Lu Tao gasped. There were monsters at night. Snap! The sound of a tail slapping the ground echoed heavily on the right side of the road. The road was only 4 meters wide, and the sound was very close to her, seemingly just 2 or 3 meters away. So it was right beside her. Lu Tao swallowed, nervously, gradually lowering her body to crawl in the truck. As her vision gradually adapted to the darkness, she could vaguely see a shadow crawling over from the right side of the road through the gaps in the truck bed's railing. It was getting closer, and Lu Tao could almost hear the monster's breathing. The sound of it scraping against the ground was torturous. Her heart raced like a drum, and her palms were already sweaty. one hand gripping the shovel, the other ready to pull out an explosive from her backpack at any moment. 1 meter, half a meter. Lu Tao bit her lip, her gaze fierce. At the moment the creature's head was about to touch her tricycle, she was ready to rush out and take it down. A single thought filled her mind: she absolutely could not let it destroy the tricycle. But just as her emotions were stretched to the limit, the crocodile monster brushed past her tricycle, as if it had never seen the tricycle or her sitting on it. Was this monster blind? In a flash, Lu Tao realized something and hurriedly opened the panel. Beginner Night Shield Experience version. The highway at night is always full of unknown dangers. When darkness falls, the Night Shield is your best travel companion. Prevents fog corrosion, reduces vehicle presence. Remaining uses of Experience version 67. Indeed, she recalled the invisible bubble barrier she had passed through when she jumped into the truck bed, and her tensed heart instantly calmed down. The facts were clear: the shield blocked the monster's gaze. No wonder at 7 o'clock they reminded players to get in the vehicle. It turned out there was such a useful thing. After the beginner phase, could it still be obtained through other means? Lu Tao secretly coveted lying in the truck bed, listening to the sounds on the road. The monster swung its thick tail across the road, followed by another series of clangs as it struck the railing. After a rustling sound, the monster vanished from the road. Lu Tao let out a heavy sigh of relief, and after a few minutes confirming that everything was calm, she slowly sat up. During the day, she had to drive and hurry along, and at night there were monsters crossing the road. This game was too thrilling. She hurriedly opened the chat channel, and sure enough, the messages were refreshing so fast that she had to scroll down. Game veteran: I don't recommend traveling at night when there's no light. Not to mention the monsters crossing the road. If I can find where to complain, I will definitely give this game producer a bad review. Misty Light Rain: who can understand the sadness of just completing today's beginner task and encountering a monster without a breath? Destined Child: you just arrived now. What a waste, I've been here for a long time, haha, I even took a nap in the car. Annoyingly stupid late stage: oh my god, there are monsters fighting near me. I'm so scared they'll find me. I'm about to wilt. Lu Tao glanced at the message from Annoyingly Stupid Late Stage. So there's more than one monster crossing the road. Almost simultaneously, someone had already asked this question. Would the monsters fight among themselves, and what would happen if they affected the vehicles? Isn't it dangerous at night? Wouldn't it be nerve-wracking all night, and how could she drive during the day? Must be careful of sun exposure. I have a guess: Annoyingly Stupid Late Stage. Can I ask what your luck is? Annoyingly Stupid Late Stage 1. Destined Child: ha ha ha, how can there be someone with such bad luck? So tragic, I'm definitely the Destined Child. Proud JDP. Annoyingly Stupid Late Stage: get lost. Just seeing your stupid face annoys me. So what if my luck is low? My combat power is high, be careful, I poke you to death with a finger. Destined Child: blah blah blah, you can't poke me. Hee, let me show you what you can't have. Image. In the photo, it was glaringly clear that the Destined Child had a luck value of 8. It was like poking a hornet's nest. Annoyingly Stupid Late Stage was so angry that he puffed out his cheeks, flaunting his super high stamina, just like a primary school kid fighting with the Destined Child in the chat channel. Looking at Annoyingly Stupid Late Stage's 120 stamina, Lu Tao suddenly realized that a player's stamina and mental value must be related to their own situation and were not fixed. For example, her mental value was as high as 130, which gave her a significant advantage at certain times. In the chat channel, the two were still immaturely bickering, talking about nonsensical things with no attacks. Lu Tao glanced at the current total number of players. Lu Tao was decisive by nature with exceptional initiative. Since she was ready for an adventure, she made thorough preparations. She immediately private messaged Duo Jia Yuni, asking, sister, are you there? As if in sync with her, Duo Jia Yuni quickly replied, yes. He'll send you something right away, remember to accept it. After saying this, she sent her a file. Lu Tao opened it and saw detailed information on 8 types of monsters. How did you know I needed this? You're simply a genius. How do I pay? Duo Jia Yuni replied, ha, no need for payment. It's a benefit that all partners receive. After chatting with you, I immediately went to find other suitable partners and filtered out these 8 trustworthy pieces of information. Ha, no need to be polite. By the way, this is today's profit share. The other party sent over the materials with 3, a stone 1, branch 7, gravel 7. Duo Jia Yuni added, there are more people encountering monsters this afternoon. Although there are many selling information, our business is still good. Happy collaboration. Lu Tao accepted the materials and stuffed them into her backpack. Happy collaboration. I'm super happy with the resource share, and the information is incredibly useful to me. Thank you. Duo Jia Yuni replied, I'm also very happy to collaborate with you. I was so angry at Brother Neo earlier, but now he's begging me to sell him information and at a higher price. Sister, are you planning to take action tonight? I just sold several bundles of information. Originally there were fewer buyers in the afternoon, but suddenly there are more now. Lu Tao replied, yes, I'm preparing to hunt the next wave of monsters. Duo Jia Yuni cheered, good luck. I'm waiting for you to give me new information. Lu Tao said, "Sure, I guarantee the information will be fresh out of the oven." After exiting the private chat, Lu Tao combined one branch and one gravel and placed them in her backpack. Then she carefully reviewed the information several times under the light screen, which was only visible to her, and practiced how to act with the shovel several times. When she looked at the time, it was already 8:30 p.m. She yawned, having been busy since morning. Although the data on the information was still normal, she felt drowsy. Lu Tao didn't force herself to stay awake. She curled up inside the car bucket and fell asleep for a while. The road was very quiet at night, and Lu Tao slept soundly until 11:30 p.m. when she struggled to sit up. Waking up in the middle of the night was quite uncomfortable. Lu Tao patted her cheeks to wake herself up. She stood up in the car bucket to stretch her body and took out the remaining half of the steamed bun from earlier to eat with some water. After barely filling her stomach, Lu Tao opened the light screen to review the information again. After confirming she was well acquainted with every type of monster, she held her weapon and closed her eyes to rest. The types of monsters encountered by players were not many, and the information she had covered most of them. Lu Tao calculated what she had and felt she was well prepared for what she could do. Time passed by slowly, and Lu Tao opened her eyes, gripping the shovel tightly, as she held her breath, waiting for midnight to come. As the minute hand struck 1, Lu Tao relaxed her breathing, suddenly noticing a slight movement in her ears. From the darkness on her right, the sound of wings flapping buzzed. Lu Tao quickly looked over, adapting to the dark. She could barely make out a blurry shadow. It was a basketball-sized insect flapping its wings above the road. Its abdomen was large with a stinger at its rear. Lu Tao immediately identified its type, a murder hornet. The murder hornet had two slightly bent antennae, semi-transparent wings, and a long, sharp, poisonous stinger at the back. It buzzed and flapped its wings, not flying very high, but crossing the road, preparing to head to the left. Lu Tao tightened her grip, watching as it flew close. Just as it was about to pass the tricycle, she leaped up, using her agility to strike down hard at it. Buzz! The murder hornet was caught off guard and fell to the ground with a thud. It instantly raised its stinger, wobbling as it flew up again, its single eye locking onto nearby enemies. Lu Tao would not give it a chance. After landing a hit, she jumped down and fiercely swung her shovel at it. Player Lu Tao has entered the fog corruption zone. Entering the fog corruption range causes mental deterioration at a rate of 1 per minute. Please leave quickly. Almost as soon as she jumped out of the car, Lu Tao felt a suffocating fog enveloping her, making her dizzy and nauseous. Listening to the game prompt, she gritted her teeth and stubbornly accelerated her attacks. The sound of wings tearing filled the air as the other wing of the murder hornet beat faster, its abdomen trembling as it quickly changed direction, preparing to sting her. Lu Tao raised her shovel and struck down again with a clang, causing the murder hornet to spiral and fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, she rushed forward, stabbing one of its wings, and quickly turned to jump back onto the car. The murder hornet lost track of its enemy, and with one wing missing, wobbled as it flew around in circles, searching for enemies, its speed significantly slower than before. Lu Tao stood up again, leaping into the air with her shovel raised, striking down fiercely. The murder hornet was knocked to the ground once more, and Lu Tao aimed for its other wing. The steel shovel was really incredibly useful. It could stun monsters with a slap, and also cut them with a crack. The right wing broke again. The murder hornet's wing base trembled, struggling to take off. Lu Tao seized the chance to strike its head hard. With a splatter, blood gushed out, and the murder hornet lay still on the ground, no longer moving. Lu Tao, with her shovel in hand, hurriedly grabbed the murder hornet and ran back to the car bucket. Once she re-entered the car bucket, the feeling of dizziness and fatigue finally vanished. She plopped down in the bucket, leaning against the railing, gasping for breath, her eyes shining at the murder hornet enveloped in white light on the ground, overjoyed. Hunting successful. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for successfully killing a level 1 murder hornet, receiving Hornet Shell 1, Murder Hornet Stinger 1, Honey Chamber 1. Extra reward: Fog Corruption Zone entry, card 1 hour, 1 card. What is this? Lu Tao jumped up with a start, hurriedly checking the dropped materials. She saw a shiny card next to the 3 pieces of Murder Hornet materials. Her breath quickened as she eagerly picked it up. Fog Corruption Zone entry card. Details: the journey on the road is lonely and barren. The dangerous and mysterious Fog Corruption Zone is rich in resources waiting for players to explore. Having this card will block fog corruption attacks and grant entry into the Fog Corruption Zone. Lu Tao exclaimed. Clutching the card, she was nearly ready to scream. What a fortune, what a fortune. It turned out that entering the Mist Erosion Zone required this card. She had been too greedy this time. Lu Tao excitedly kissed the Mist Erosion Zone entry card again and again before carefully placing it in her backpack. She then went on to check other supplies. Honey sac. Details: the honey storage organ of the killer bee, sweet and rich in nutrients. Consuming it can quickly restore stamina. Lu Tao was thrilled to the point of nearly screaming. She had actually obtained honey. Under the blazing sun, just relying on buns and water could not replenish the energy needed by the body, but honey just filled that gap perfectly. This is truly amazing. The honey sac of the killer bee looks far less ferocious than its exterior. A soft balloon-like, translucent sac was filled with thick honey. With a gentle sniff, a sweet aroma wafted up. She carefully dipped her finger into it and tasted it in her mouth. The sweetness was intoxicating, and Lu Tao felt as if her stamina had somewhat recovered. In a hurry, she took out the half bottle of mineral water she had left and carefully poured a bit of honey into it. After gently shaking it, she took a sip, and the fatigue from the night seemed to vanish. She carefully placed the honey sac into her backpack. Headshell details: the strongest part of the killer bee besides its stinger can be refined into weapons. Killer bee's stinger extremely sharp, carries venom. Please use with caution. It can also be refined into weapons. Lu Tao could not help but fondle her spoils, categorizing them and stuffing them into her backpack after a long while. At this point, her backpack was already full. Lu Tao rummaged around to take out the broom and placed the remaining bottle of mineral water in the truck bed. The shovel didn't take up space since she had been holding on to it, and after thinking for a moment, she stuffed the head shell into the truck bed. This was just barely enough to fit the other supplies, but even so, the truck bed was already in disarray. Branches and small stones occupied a quarter of the truck bed, with the shovel and broom on either side, and a killer bee head shell next to her head. Lu Tao sighed. She needed to find a way to expand her space, otherwise it was too messy, making it difficult to find things and wasting the usable area of the truck bed. But those were matters for later. The most important thing now was sleep. It was now close to 1 in the morning, and Lu Tao lay down against the truck bed. Although she was utterly exhausted, she still habitually browsed the chat channel and checked the trading hall. The explosive black ant limbs she had listed for sale still hadn't been purchased, but surprisingly many items had appeared in the trading hall. Most were materials dropped by monsters, along with branches, stones, and even the essential explosive black ant tentacles for upgrades valued at 5 wood. This price was quite steep. However, seeing her backpack, Lu Tao decisively took out money to buy 2 explosive ant tentacles for a total of 10 wood. In the blink of an eye, her wood supply dropped to 0. 2 branches, a night back to square one. Lu Tao felt a bit pained, but had no regrets. At the start of the game, everyone was drawn to the importance of wood and stones, because they were hard to obtain. Out on the road, you could only pick up a dozen or so after a day's scavenging, which would then be combined into a unit of wood and stone. Upgrading the vehicle required 100 wood and 100 stones. When would she ever collect them all? But after obtaining the Mist Erosion Zone entry card, Lu Tao's thoughts changed. If there are sugarcane, it means that plants exist, significantly increasing the chances of obtaining wood, while the explosive black ant tentacles would be harder to come by. She had spent the entire day browsing the forum and found that the probability of explosive black ants appearing was relatively low. By the time players realized it later on, prices would definitely rise. Securing them now would certainly be a big profit. Lu Tao was so tired that she could barely keep her eyes open, and she turned off the screen, slipping into sleep mode in an instant. At 5 in the morning, she was awakened by the sound of monsters crossing the road. However, this time she did not take action. Adventure is one thing, acting recklessly without understanding oneself is another. With only 2 hours until dawn, a new day's journey was about to begin. Now it was important not to go on adventures and kill monsters, but rather to take the opportunity to rest well and regain energy for doing more things. Confirming that the monsters had disappeared on the other side of the road, Lu Tao shifted her gaze and fell asleep, only to be awakened by the blinding sunlight. At 7 o'clock, it was as if a dark curtain had been pulled open, and the morning sun appeared in the sky, which only had a visibility of 4 meters. Lu Tao yawned and opened the task panel. Today's task: travel 50 kilometers. Insufficient kilometers will result in elimination. It was the same as yesterday. Lu Tao rubbed her face, jumped down from the truck bed, and did some stretching exercises to loosen her muscles. She took out the honey water she had mixed the night before along with the bun and enjoyed a satisfying breakfast. As departure time approached, the chat forum became lively again. Lu Tao opened her private chat, and just now Duo Jiayu and I sent her a message. Duo Jiayu and I, did everything go smoothly last night? Making money is my destiny. Yes, do you have an empty mineral water bottle? I have a little surprise for you. Duo Jiayu and I, puzzled, still sent over a mineral water bottle. Lu Tao carefully took out the honey sack, poured about 5 milliliters into it, and traded it back. Making money is my destiny. You're welcome. Thanks to your information last night, I was able to take it down smoothly. Duo Jiayu and I, oh honey. While I'm crying, I can still drink honey. I just saw someone in the trading hall listing it for a wood per milliliter. It's simply extortionate. Thank you, my dear sister. I'm super touched. I'll find more information for you. I promise to take care of logistics for you. Making money is my destiny. Cat happy hands on hips JPG, a pleasant cooperation. Closing the chat, Lu Tao felt completely rejuvenated. She looked at the time. It was nearly 7:30, and some players had already set off impatiently. Last night the news that the first 500 players to arrive would receive a bronze treasure chest had spread, and during this resource scarce period players were fighting tooth and nail for that bronze treasure chest. However, Lu Tao was not in a hurry. It wasn't that she wasn't greedy for the treasure chest, but she had more important things to do right now. That was to explore the mist erosion zone. She had been waiting all night for this moment. Lu Tao calculated that monsters were more active at night, and the mist erosion zone would likely be safer during the day. The key point was that there was a crack in the fence on the right. This gave her another idea, making her eager to experiment. But she had to prepare well before heading out. She needed to take the shovel broom, bee stinger, and explosive abdomen with her. Lu Tao picked up the killer bee head shell, made a few gestures, and tied it around her chin with a branch to create a simple helmet. She also took out the stones, and would temporarily stacking them in the truck bed. After thinking for a moment, she took out 2 ant legs and 4 explosive ant tentacles. Now Lu Tao's backpack contained the following supplies: Bun 1, a mist erosion zone entry card 1 hour 1, a broom 1, explosive abdomen 1, honey sack 1, cooling patch 1, a bee stinger with the shovel as her weapon. She freed up 4 slots. If necessary, she could even take the bun out and put it in her clothing pocket. However, it couldn't be too long, as she was afraid that leaving the bun outside for too long would cause it to spoil. With everything ready, Lu Tao tied her hair back, grabbed the shovel, and walked toward the broken railing on the right. A 1-meter-high railing was damaged last night, revealing a break. Upon closer inspection, one could see the mist quietly rolling. Lu Tao compared it to the intact railing beside it, where the mist inside remained still. Indeed, the places with breaches were different. Lu Tao ran back to the truck, selected a longer branch, and tentatively used it to poke into the mist-eroded area at the break. The branch slowly passed through the invisible air that had obstructed her yesterday, effortlessly slipping through the breach. Boldly she threw the branch and reached her hand forward. Success! Next came her leg. Lu Tao carefully stepped over the railing with one leg. Only after stabilizing did she swing over the other leg, almost landing both feet in the mist-eroded area, when the game popped up a reminder. Player Lu Tao has entered the mist-eroded area. Within the mist-eroded range, mental energy 11-minute continues to drop. Please leave as soon as possible. Last night's dazed feeling returned, but Lu Tao was so excited that she jumped twice in place before crossing back over the railing to the road. Clenching her fists, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as expected, when there was a crack in the railing, she could enter without using the mist-eroded area card, though it would consume the player's mental energy. But her greatest asset was her mental recovery skills. Lu Tao gazed eagerly at the crack as if she could see her long-desired paradise. Breathing heavily, she forced herself to slap her cheeks to cool down. Calm down. Now is not the time to take risks. Lu Tao took a deep breath as if she could see her long-desired happy home. However, now was not the time for risk. She placed the branch back in the truck and returned to the railing, taking out the 1-hour entry card for the mist-eroded area. Detected entry point to the mist-eroded area. Would you like to use the entry card? Lu Tao pressed the use button on the light screen, and the card in her hand vanished as a 1-hour countdown appeared on the screen. Seeing the time ticking away, Lu Tao hurriedly crossed the railing. The previously solidified mist parted to the sides as she moved, forming a human-shaped isolation zone. She took a breath of air, feeling no dizziness, and the breath was not uncomfortable. The entry card was indeed Lu Tao wasted no time and dashed into the mist-eroded area. As she stepped off the edge of the road, the hard ground beneath her feet transformed into the feel of muddy soil. The surroundings were still shrouded in gray mist, obscuring the specific map, but the good news was that the light screen showed the path she had walked, preventing her from getting lost in the mist-eroded area. Lu Tao took out a shovel to clear the way ahead. Occasionally, she stepped on rotten or dry branches, creating cracking sounds, seemingly not seeing any plants. Could it be that the mist-eroded area near the road produced differently from the area where she didn't want to practice martial arts? Was this place particularly barren? Just as Lu Tao was puzzled, the probing shovel thudded against something. She immediately became alert, carefully taking 2 steps forward to bring the object into her personal isolation zone. Reaching out to touch it. Stone mine. Details can extract stones. Lu Tao's eyes lit up, hurriedly retracting what she just said. The mist-eroded area by the road was not barren at all. It was extraordinarily rich. Lu Tao crouched down. The stone mine was partially exposed on the surface and did not appear large. However, this did not affect her excitement at that moment. She raised the shovel and dug into it. With 2 clangs, a standard unit of stone dropped. Lu Tao picked it up, excitedly kissed it, and hurriedly stuffed it into her backpack. She had said that relying solely on picking up garbage from the road to synthesize wooden blocks and stones would take ages to level up. Indeed, the real resource-gathering place was not the road but the mist-eroded area. Taking advantage of the fact that few people knew about this, Lu Tao rolled up her sleeves and started mining. She hoped to upgrade her vehicle soon, at least adding a roof to the 3-wheeled vehicle. Driving under the scorching sun every day was truly torturous. The sound of striking stones echoed in the gray-white mist. After 15 minutes, Lu Tao had completely excavated this small mine, yielding 20 stones, a significant windfall. She was drenched in sweat, but the smile on her face was exceptionally bright. Like a diligent little bee, she searched everywhere for supplies. The mist-eroded area was shrouded in thick fog. Except for some larger objects visible 10 meters away, nothing else could be seen, requiring her to feel her way as she walked, adding difficulty to her search for supplies. After walking for a while, Lu Tao bumped into a piece of dry wood. She hurriedly disassembled the materials, gaining 4 pieces of wood. After walking a bit further, she saw 3 more fallen dry branches and successfully collected 8 pieces of wood. One of the pieces of wood was hollowed out by the soil and could no longer be used as material. An hour of exploration time was incredibly precious. Lu Tao did not simply move forward, but expanded her search range along the road. A few minutes later, she saw a dried-up puddle. Lu Tao felt a bit disappointed. What she most wanted to find was water and food. Relying solely on the water and buns provided by the system would eventually lead to malnutrition, or a lack of trace elements would cause illness. But it was impossible to make her give up just like that. Lu Tao rolled up her sleeves and began to dig in the wet mud. The soil looked nutrient-rich and was undoubtedly the perfect substrate for planting plants. Although she had no plants or seeds now, who could say she wouldn't in the future? Plus, she could sell it to others, killing multiple birds with one stone. In any case, she was determined not to return empty-handed. Lu Tao stepped into the muddy pit, shoveling wet mud into her backpack. She worked so hard that she could barely catch her breath, and just as she touched the bottom of the mud pit, a clinking sound of colliding with a hard object rang out. What was that sound? Lu Tao quickly leaned over to look. In the deepest part of the mud pit lay a thumb-sized, transparent, shiny stone. She hurriedly picked it up. Waterstone small. Details in barren areas lacking water sources during long journeys. The waterstone can provide pure water, allowing one to feel the gift of rain. Placing it in a container will produce 100 milliliters of clean water per hour. Lu Tao was ecstatic. She hurriedly took the waterstone and carefully tucked it into her clothing pocket. Such a small piece is safest to keep on her person. The remaining backpack space could be reserved for larger materials. After all, as long as she had the waterstone, no one could take it away. After harvesting a waterstone, Lu Tao felt increasingly energized and vigorously excavated the small puddle, obtaining 35 pieces of mud, but she did not find a second waterstone. But that was fine. There were definitely more good things waiting for her. Lu Tao walked around the road and soon saw 2 fallen trees. After directly disassembling them, she gained 8 pieces of wood. What a bountiful harvest. By now half the time had passed, and there were 23 minutes left in the mist-eroded area. Lu Tao no longer advanced blindly, but instead expanded her search to the sides based on the map path. Passing through a small patch of wilting weeds, Lu Tao confirmed that these weeds were inedible and had no use, and her backpack was already full. There was only 1 slot left. The bun could be taken out, so it seemed wasteful to store useless weeds. So she discarded them and continued exploring on both sides. Suddenly, her probing shovel seemed to hit something, and a refreshing, invigorating plant scent wafted over. This scent. Lu Tao paused in her breath and hurriedly stepped forward. Amongst the useless weeds, a mint sprout with only 6 leaves was tenderly growing. Its leaves were unfurling with 2 small branches, one of which had 4 tiny leaves clustered in a symmetrical shape. The other branch was even smaller, seemingly just sprouted with 2 small leaves the size of green beans, making Lu Tao feel that plucking them for water infusion would be a crime. But who could bear to pluck such a good thing? Of course, it was better to dig them all out for sustainable development. Looking back at the mud she had dug earlier, wasn't it useful now? As expected of me. Lu Tao carefully dug the mint out of the ground. Fresh mint sprout. Details can be used to make food and drinks. When used alone, a single mint leaf steeped in water can lower temperature by 2 degrees, reducing the risk of heat stroke and fatigue while driving. What a magical little sprout this is. Looking at one of the leaves that had been scraped by the shovel, her heart ached. She quickly stroked the fuzzy little hairs on the sprout, took out a bun, and stuffed it into another pocket of her clothes, carefully placing the sprout into her backpack. At this moment, she had already spent 45 minutes in the fog erosion zone, with another 15 minutes left. Lu Tao stopped exploring further and began to retrace her steps, only walking about 10 meters back while looking for new resources. The fog erosion zone was shrouded in thick mist, making it difficult to search for things with the naked eye. Her method proved to be immensely useful as she acquired 3 stones and 4 pieces of wood from the ground. As time gradually reached 53 minutes, Lu Tao started heading towards the road. Entering the fog erosion zone for the first time, she believed in being cautious and saw no need to take unnecessary risks. With the shovel leading the way, Lu Tao walked while scanning her surroundings. To her surprise, she discovered sugarcane in the fog erosion zone, wondering if there was really nothing edible here. Something that could fill her stomach or replenish her energy. Suddenly Lu Tao focused her gaze amidst the thick mist. Not far away a lush plant was growing densely. It stood tall, nearly 4 meters high. Huge green leaves unfurled, while above the branches hung a large oval shape layered and dangling down, with a red flower cluster at the bottom that was so large it nearly snapped the stem. Lu Tao felt as if her breath had stopped, unable to believe her luck, and she dashed over. The dense mist parted in front of her, and up close she saw the true form of this plant. Looking up, she saw large green leaves almost 2 meters long, providing a small shade below. At the very bottom was a giant flower in shades of pink and purple. Looking up, 3 clusters of enticing yellow bananas emitted a sweet fragrance, though the lowest cluster was still somewhat green and not fully ripe. However, that was fine, as they would ripen if left alone. The important thing was that these were bananas. Bananas. They could replenish energy and fill her stomach, and their leaves and fibers could also be used to make green sun hats. Ah! She knew that her long search for edible food was definitely not due to desolation. All her luck had been saved for this moment. Without a word, Lu Tao raised her shovel and charged forward. With a few cracks, the banana tree was severed, crashing to the ground with a thud. Bananas were herbaceous plants, and cutting off the trunk above would not affect their growth. Rather, it would allow them to continue growing bananas in the next season. Lu Tao kicked down the half-severed banana tree, and with a crack it fell to the ground. She rushed over to sever the fruit stalk, and a large bunch of plump, ripe bananas fell into her hands. Banana fruit. Details: an excellent fruit. Banana fruit is soft, sweet, and filling, rich in moisture and trace elements, with an exceptionally high sugar content. It is simply an extraordinary fruit. The top bunch of bananas was already fully ripe. Without hesitation, Lu Tao plucked one, peeled it, and instantly her mouth was filled with thick, soft fruit flesh, and the sweet flavor enveloped her. The taste buds, nearly retired from being tormented by the dry bun, were suddenly revived. Lu Tao swallowed a few bites of banana and hurriedly took out the cool patches from her backpack, stuffing them into her pants pocket while shoving bananas into her backpack. This cluster of flower clusters was filled with bananas, and Lu Tao was reminded that bananas were entering her. Banana 1, Banana 3, oh Banana 10. Lu Tao wished she could directly lift this bunch of bananas and shove them in, but the game backpack was unwilling. She had to pick them one by one to throw them in, and even the lower cluster, which was still green, couldn't be placed with the ripened bananas because of the different maturity levels, as they wouldn't be recognized as the same item. In addition to the rotten ones and those pecked by birds, these couldn't be stored together in one slot. Lu Tao, feeling the pain, stuffed the mature bananas into her backpack, acquiring 51 bananas, then hurriedly went to collect banana leaves. 2 minutes remained before the fog erosion zone entry card would expire. Players are advised to manage their time wisely and return to the road promptly. Looking at the large green leaves that could cover a roof and the plentiful resources waiting for her to collect, she hurriedly increased her pace. Now no one could stop her from obtaining the food that was within reach. She never wanted to experience the feeling of hunger again. Splitting one bun into 2 meals was a miserable way to live, and she never wanted to go back to that. After the sound of chopping trees echoed, she successfully obtained 9 banana leaves. She quickly rummaged through her things, took out her honeycomb, tore off a damaged banana leaf carefully, and wrapped it up before stuffing it into her right pants pocket. At this moment, she had filled all 4 pockets of her clothes and pants with various resources. But that was still not enough. After barely fitting the banana leaves into one slot, she still needed to collect banana fibers and banana sap. These 2 items didn't require her to act upon touching the banana trunk. The game popped up a prompt. Detected banana trunk, would you like to collect banana fibers? Detected banana trunk, would you like to collect banana sap? Lu Tao hurriedly clicked yes, and a flash of white light appeared. Player Lu Tao obtained banana fibers 4, banana sap 5. The banana fibers were extracted into a small bundle of light green, while the banana sap was collected in small clumps. Banana fibers could be held in her hand, but banana sap had to be stored in her backpack. Lu Tao took out her bee needle, carefully wrapped it with a piece of torn banana leaf, and managed to stuff the banana sap into her backpack. Just then the game's reminder arrived on time. The 1-hour entry card for the fog erosion zone has expired. Player Lu Tao is about to be exposed to the fog erosion zone. Please return to the road quickly. Player Lu Tao has entered the fog erosion zone. Within the fog erosion zone, mental energy will continuously drop. Please leave quickly. The barriers separating her from the dense fog vanished, and thick mist enveloped her surroundings. The areas she could once see were now shrouded in fog, and Lu Tao felt as if she were trapped with only the fog erosion zone map in the upper right corner, telling her how to get out. Breathing heavily, Lu Tao quickly raised her shovel to chop through the banana tree bark, bundling up the fresh water-rich tree bark with dried bark, and peeled out the heart of the banana tree. This stuff was incredibly moist and absolutely could not be missed. The banana heart was divided into segments and wrapped in banana leaves. She took off her coat, stuffing the banana heart fibers, and wrapped bee needle inside, while using her other hand to carry a bundle of fresh bark on her back, also carrying a bunch of unripe bananas and shoved in the ones that had been pecked by insects but were still edible. Confirming that all valuable items were collected, she noticed she had lost 5 points of mental energy. Wiping her sweat, she hurried back, holding items in her hands, draping them over her arms, and carrying them on her back like a homeless person. Mental energy could resist the erosion of the fog erosion zone, but it couldn't fend off the dizziness caused by breathing in the air. Lu Tao felt heavy all over, panting heavily and struggling against the dizziness. She bit her cheek to stay strong. Just then the game popped up a reminder. Attention, your vehicle is being attacked by passing monsters. Current defense value is 87,100. Lu Tao's expression changed dramatically. Calm down. Lu Tao took a deep breath, trying her utmost to remain composed. She wiped the sweat from her brow and looked at the map path indicator of the fog erosion zone in the upper right corner. On the map, the route she had taken before was marked by a green line, the only hint for her to exit the fog erosion zone. If she returned the same way, it would take her 15 minutes on the road. And what about that unknown type of monster? What would it do to her tricycle? Lu Tao bit her lip and licked her dry, but now there was another option. That was to take the risk and head straight back to the road. Without hesitation, Lu Tao turned and plunged straight into the grass beside the gap in the road railing. The towering grass almost engulfed her, and sharp blades grazed her skin, causing beads of blood to form. Lu Tao picked up the shovel and began shoveling, bundling up a leaf more than a meter long that was close to her, and stuffing it into her banana-leaf-wrapped clothing. Continuing on, she heard 2 consecutive prompts from her vehicle. Attention, your vehicle is under attack by passing monsters. Current protection value 79,100. Your vehicle is being attacked by monsters. Current protection value 73,100. Lu Tao gritted her teeth and jumped over a 1-meter wide pit, tossing her things up, then used the shovel to dig a few small holes just big enough to fit her shoes, struggling to climb up. Wiping the gray-yellow mud from her face, she hefted her load and began to run. After passing through a tangled patch of grass, Lu Tao finally spotted the gap in the railing she had tried earlier that morning. Breathing heavily with the metallic taste of blood in her mouth, she quickly sorted her supplies, putting combat resources into her backpack and leaving the rest by the roadside. With everything ready, Lu Tao grabbed the shovel and climbed over the gap in the railing. Just then she heard another urgent danger prompt. Your vehicle is under attack by monsters. Current protection value 63,100. A drop of sweat fell from her eyelashes as Lu Tao looked at the monster crouched over her tricycle, its back to her. As if sensing her return, the monster twisted its 3 pairs of sharp-clawed ant legs around its cold gaze, landing on her. It's you again. Lu Tao clenched her jaw. The sight of her foe made her heart race as she looked at her tricycle. The outer red paint of the vehicle had chipped away with dozens of small dents and scratches from the collisions. The largest dent was big enough for a fist to fit inside. The cargo bed tilted backward, spilling branches and stones all over the ground. Lu Tao felt both heartbroken and angry, straining to calm her rapid breathing. As the explosive black ant kicked up a cloud of dust, she charged forward with the shovel in hand, determined to strike. If I can't kill you, I'll take your name. At the moment of collision with the explosive black ant, she suddenly turned and moved sideways, viciously slashing at its front ant leg. With a clang, half of the muscle of the ant leg trembled and dropped to the ground. The explosive black ant let out a screech of pain, its ant leg scraping against the ground with a scratching sound. Lu Tao dodged its attack again, turned her back to it, and went for another slash at its ant leg. Taking advantage of its moment of pain, she struck its head several times. The black ant's head sank into 2 asymmetrical dents as its antennae spun in confusion. Lu Tao seized the opportunity to go for another strike at its ant leg. 15 minutes later, Lu Tao used her last ounce of strength to sever the abdomen of the explosive black ant, interrupting its suicidal attack, and then raised the shovel to cleave its head. The ant's head rolled to her feet, and Lu Tao leaned on her knees, drenched in sweat, her clothes torn by the ant's leg. Through her sweat-blurred eyelashes, Lu Tao stared at the ant's head for a few seconds. After confirming that it was completely dead, she collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Exhausted. Congratulations, player. Lu Tao has successfully killed a level 1 explosive black ant, earning explosive ant antennae 2, ant legs 4, explosive abdomen 1. Lu Tao ignored it lying on the ground for a full 5 minutes before sitting up. First, she gathered the dropped materials from the explosive black ant, then went to lift her overturned vehicle back up. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she checked the state of the vehicle. Vehicle Classic Model 1. 5X multifunctional electric tricycle, upgradable, wood 100, tree gum 20, stones 100, tree bark 100, explosive ant antennae 20. Current protection value 6,1100. Due to the fight, the explosive black ant's ant leg hit the vehicle, reducing its protection value by 2. Lu Tao's vision darkened. Wood was hard to come by, as she had barely obtained some from the fog erosion zone, and now it was all used up for repairs. When would she ever gather enough materials for upgrades? Lu Tao walked around the tricycle several times, meticulously checking the damaged areas attacked by the explosive black ant. After confirming that although it was a bit broken and ugly, it wouldn't affect the vehicle's speed for now, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the materials on the ground to put them back. Now that supplies were urgently needed, there was no choice but to ignore it for now. After resting for another 2 minutes, Lu Tao felt her hands stop trembling and finally stood up to pass through the broken railing and retrieve the supplies she had left there. In the blink of an eye, her little rickety tricycle was surrounded by abundant supplies. Lu Tao's worried heart was finally filled with the materials. Indeed, adventure was the fastest way to gain rewards. After quickly stuffing all the materials into the tricycle and covering the fresh tree bark and core with her coat to ensure moisture retention, Lu Tao checked the time. 8:27 a.m. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, players who had set off earlier were angrily complaining about how the game was so unfair, lamenting their hunger and thirst and how they hadn't slept well the previous night. Lu Tao dared not delay any longer. She found the water stone and placed it in an empty mineral water bottle, wiped her sweat, and climbed into the driver's seat to set off. Current map: scorching summer highway. Current time: hot season 3598, July 8th, 8:30 a.m. Night falls at 7:00 p.m. Current temperature 31, slightly hot, still bearable. Today's mileage 00, total mileage 50 kilometers. Do you wish to depart? Lu Tao clicked yes, flooring the accelerator, and the tricycle roared as it belched exhaust, racing forward with a load of supplies. The thick fog on both sides obscured the sky, and when she looked up, she could only see a 4-meter-wide expanse of sky, yet the narrow expanse was directly bombarded with scorching sunlight. As the sun grew larger, Lu Tao felt as if her head was about to smoke from the heat. Picking up trash every hour along the way, she tirelessly chased after the players who had set off earlier. Until she had driven nonstop for 3 hours, her exposed skin was sunburned red and the battery of the vehicle was completely drained. Lu Tao finally stopped to rest. The time was 11:35 a.m. The sun was at its peak and sweat was uncontrollably streaming down. She found a piece of banana tree bark to sit on, leaned against the shady side of the cargo bed, and took a sip of water. Even enduring the thirst, she finished a third of the remaining bottle. And it was only the second day at noon. Lu Tao's heart sank, sensing that things were not looking good. Prolonged exposure would lead to loss of water and salt, and an adult needs to drink at least 2,000 milliliters a day. Prolonged exposure would increase the need for water and could lead to electrolyte imbalance. And there was also a lack of salt. Lu Tao licked her dry lips, knowing that insufficient salt could cause hyponatremia, leading to dizziness, muscle spasms, and even heart failure. She felt anxious and looked down at the wounds on her calves. Before entering the game, she had been wearing a pair of long-fitted sports pants and a jacket, which had now turned into ragged capri pants. Her calves and arms bore several wounds inflicted by the sharp hooks of the explosive black ants. These wounds looked small, but were quite deep, and the sun made them sting fiercely. Taking a few breaths, she didn't dare to conserve water. Her clothes were drenched in blood, mud, and sweat, so she simply took off her undergarment to remove the sponge pads inside, dampening them with water to give her wounds a rudimentary wipe. But this wasn't a long-term solution, as she needed to find medicine quickly. Otherwise, there was a risk of infection. Lu Tao felt a growing anxiety. Lacking water, salt, and medicine, she had nothing. After barely wiping herself down, she opened her status panel. Name: Lu Tao, health 710, stamina 38100. When your stamina drops by 30, you will trigger a weakness buff. Mentality 110130. Strength 3, ordinary adult. Human value: agility 5. When you are escaping, your legs move faster than half of the people. Luck 4. Attributes: none. Occupation none. Sun exposure value 79100. You are currently as hot as a piece of rotten salted vegetable, and when the sun exposure value reaches 30, you will be at risk of heatstroke. Skill: blood path return. Congratulations. Player Lu Tao has comprehended the skill blood path return without a teacher. When far from the vehicle, you can use blood path return, consuming 10 stamina per minute for a 3-fold speed increase. This prompt was triggered when she was rushing towards the road in the fog erosion zone, and Lu Tao was quite suspicious that the game was mocking her intentionally. But it's fine, as she had thick skin and could brush off the mockery. As long as it was useful, she wished for more of such. If she hadn't used blood path return on the way back, she didn't know how the explosive black ant would have wrecked her vehicle, but using the skill had nearly drained her stamina. But everything turned out to be fortunate. Thankfully, she returned in time, and fortunately what she encountered was the explosive black ant she was familiar with. However, it was also because she had to use blood path return that Lu Tao realized she had consumed quite a bit of stamina while hoarding supplies in the fog erosion zone. It seems that gathering consumes stamina, just like picking up trash. Lu Tao was still shaken, but had no regret. Every adventure was worth it. She had obtained water and food. Although it wasn't enough and not abundant, it would allow her to survive today. In a game filled with unknown dangers, surviving each day was enough to make one happy. The ground was scorching and Lu Tao sat on a leaf to avoid burning. She secretly rejoiced in her luck, glad that she had brought back the banana leaves. Having eaten a banana for lunch, she got up to check the charging, which still had a good while left. Lu Tao energetically approached the back of the cargo bed, ready for the most exciting moment. Counting the supplies. However, before organizing, there is still an important matter to attend to. She rummaged out a banana leaf, a strand of banana tree fiber, and a drop of tree sap, rubbing her eager little hands and poking at the green sun hat. Green sun hat, wearing it can block direct sunlight, reducing the perceived temperature by 3. Do you want to consume 5 stamina points to craft the green sun hat? Yes. Lu Tao poked at it heavily, filled with anticipation as she watched the materials she had taken out being enveloped in white light. Countdown 5959. In just an hour, she would no longer have to drive under the scorching sun and face the glaring sunlight, and Lu Tao was filled with excitement. Reluctantly glancing at the crafting panel, she took out the materials and neatly organized them piece by piece. She obtained 48 ripe bananas, having eaten 18 unripe banana fruits, and 17 edible bananas that birds had pecked. Ripe bananas cannot be stored for long, as she could sell some to exchange for a bit of supplies. The unripe ones can be placed in the truck bed to ripen under the heat, while the pecked bananas should be sold first. If no one wants them, she would string them together with the long grass leaves she picked up halfway, waiting for the heat to dry them into banana chips. Absolutely a sugar supplement, and it fills you up. Thinking of the taste of banana chips, Lu Tao swallowed and restrained herself from munching on another banana. These supplies are so precious, she must not indulge, having already eaten 3 today. Soil X 35 portions. This will be kept in her backpack for now. She would see if she could trade for a flower pot tonight to plant the cool mint seedlings. On a hot day, a cup of refreshing mint leaves soaked in water. Could there be anything more delightful? She gently touched the 6 little leaves of the mint seedlings, hoping they would grow well. Waiting for your leaves to mature. Lu Tao carefully placed it into her backpack. Banana tree sap X4, banana tree fiber X3, a banana tree leaves X8. This includes the portion used to craft the green sun hat just now. Calculating, she could still make 3 more, and the remaining sap and leaves have other uses. Waterstone X1. No need to explain this. This is definitely the most surprising find since she entered the fog-ruined area. Although it's only 100 milliliters of clean water for an hour in this water-scarce highway under the hot weather, even a little water is enough to save a life. Lu Tao solemnly placed it inside the truck bed near her seat, carefully blocking it with branches and gravel stones. She also tied a long grass leaf around the threaded part of the bottle cap, securing the other end to the truck bed railing to ensure the waterstone wouldn't fall during transit. Fresh banana tree bark X8, banana tree hard X8. This goes without saying, they are definitely hydration tools. However, both need to be stored in the backpack, or else they might dry out under the sun. Gravel stones X9, branches X7, trash collected from the road this morning. She would keep these in the truck bed for now, until she accumulated 10 to craft something. A total of 24 pieces of wood and 23 stones. Lu Tao's eyes sparkled. Finally, there was some progress in upgrading her supplies. There were also materials dropped by the exploded black ants: exploded ant antennae X2, ant legs X4, exploded abdomen X1, oi, and damaged ant legs X2. Lu Tao opened her backpack and began to organize the items by category. The current contents of her backpack are as follows: ripe bananas 48.99, cool mint seedlings 199, with 24.99 stones 35.99, exploded abdomen 299, banana tree sap 499, exploded ant antennae 699, complete exploded ant legs 699, fresh banana tree leaves 899, banana tree heart 899, fresh banana tree bark 899. The remaining materials in the truck bed include gravel stones X9, branches X9, cooling patches X1, AB needles X1, killer bee shell X1, steel shovel X1, broom X1, a banana tree fiber X3, honeycomb X1, steamed buns X1, 350 milliliters of mineral water, unripe bananas X18, small water stone X1A, and damaged exploded ant legs X6. Having organized everything, Lu Tao felt much better. Just as the hour of crafting time passed, the green sun hat was ready to be retrieved. Lu Tao eagerly took it out, holding it in her hands. Instantly, a refreshing plant-like sensation washed over her, making Lu Tao sigh in comfort. This is a straw hat woven from banana tree leaves with a round brim that is 10 centimeters wide. It feels cool and smooth to the touch, and the leaves are both resilient and not dry. It was noon, 12:30, the hottest time of the day, with the temperature reaching 36. Although it lowered the perceived temperature by 3 degrees, it was still around 30 degrees. However, it was noon, 12:30, the hottest time of the day, with the temperature reaching 36. Although it lowered the perceived temperature by 3 degrees, it was still around 30 degrees. However, Lu Tao was already comfortably squinting her eyes. What a wonderful item. On the scorching summer highway, this is definitely a must-have resource that everyone needs. Lu Tao pondered quietly. After resting for an hour, her stamina had recovered by 10 ISO. She clicked to craft another green sun hat. The previously messy truck bed after her organization was finally bearable to look at. Lu Tao exhaled and leaned against the shady side of the tricycle, sitting down on the ground. She opened the trading hall, preparing to take down the half-damaged ant legs first, and then list the green sun hat pre-sale. However, when she opened it, she found that all 4 ant legs were gone. Who has such good eyesight that they managed to sell out in such a short time? Lu Tao hurriedly opened the transaction details and saw that early in the morning around 7, while she was exploring the fog-ruined area, someone had purchased the half-damaged ant legs she had listed. There really are people who want them. Quickly stuffing the 4 pieces of wood into her backpack, Lu Tao curiously opened the buyer's details. At this moment, who would spend a lot of money on this? Did they have an urgent need for it? Lu Tao didn't want to admit that she wanted to sell the remaining 2 damaged ant legs quickly to clear space in the truck bed. Clicking on the profile, a blue tricycle avatar appeared in front of her with the nickname below reading by Mu. Lu Tao pulled out the 2 damaged ant legs from the truck bed, took a photo, and sent it to the other party. Making money is the destiny. Hello, I am the player who listed the damaged ant legs. I just noticed that you purchased them. I happen to have 2 more damaged ant legs. Do you still need them? Lu Tao just sent a message, not really expecting the other party to respond immediately. Everyone was on the road. The real trading time would be at the destination tonight. However, just as she was about to exit, a message popped up from the other party. By Mu, yes. Lu Tao jolted and immediately sat up straight. Making money is the destiny. Strangers are limited to 3 chat messages. Shall we add each other as friends? She added a transaction request, and the other party accepted. This item was of no use to her and took up space, so it was better to exchange it for some resources. She attached 2 incomplete ant legs and sent the transaction agreement. Soon the incomplete ant legs disappeared before her eyes, replaced by 2 pieces of wood. In the blink of an eye, her stock of wood had reached 30. Originally in urgent need of wood, Lu Tao felt a bit relieved, and after a moment's thought, she sent another message. Does the complete ant leg count? The young man resting in the shadow of the truck was surprised. The explosive black ant almost never had complete legs appear on the trading platform, so how could this making money is my fate have some? Without hesitation, he sent a message. I need them. I can offer 4 pieces of wood or stone for each complete ant leg. His blueprints required complete ant legs. The incomplete ones were a modified half version he had created. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of complete ones. Directly offering 4 pieces of wood or stone. Lu Tao's eyes sparkled. She felt like she had encountered a big client. Although this price was quite good, who sells something without bargaining? Since entering the game, it was the first time Lu Tao used her talent to engage in the trading process. The explosive black ant self-destructs and appears infrequently. The difficulty of obtaining complete ant legs is much greater than that of incomplete ones. Incomplete ant legs come with barbs, which can be used as weapons without crafting. Isn't 4 basic resources a bit low? How about 6? Bai Mu fell silent for a moment before responding. For pieces of wood or stone. This price is a bit low. The difficulty of defeating explosive black ants is not trivial, and one of the most valuable materials on them is their legs. How about 5? 5. Bai Mu furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and sent another message. 5 pieces of wood or stone. Wow, this quality client is really wealthy. Lu Tao's eyes sparkled. She was eager to negotiate one last time over the decimal point when the other party sent a message. I'll also take a step back. Let's settle on 5 basic resources. If I manage to gather more, I'll trade with you again. Lu Tao kept 2 for herself, just in case they turned out to be useful. After trading 4 explosive ant legs, she successfully obtained 11 pieces of wood and 9 pieces of stone. Both parties reached an agreement. Do you have colorful snake bones? If so, I can trade for those as well. Lu Tao blinked. The other party seemed to have a high demand for monster materials. Upon thinking about her blueprints, she pondered if the other party had similar ones. She carefully considered and sent a message. I haven't encountered a colorful poisonous snake. May I ask what you were planning to craft with the collected materials? Lu Tao casually inquired, ready to drop the question if the other party was unwilling to answer. After all, it didn't cost anything to ask. To her surprise, the other party was brief, but direct, promptly sending a photo. Simple tire accelerator. Details: can accelerate tires by 1 km/h. Lu Tao's heart raced. In her eyes, 2 words appeared: want. This was something she absolutely couldn't miss. Are you selling it? I'm producing it slowly and don't have any on hand at the moment. Lu Tao felt no disappointment. The word temporarily indicated it wasn't forever. Can I reserve the next one? Once it's completed, we can trade. There are others in line ahead of you. Your order will need to wait until tonight. Are you sure? Lu Tao felt a bit distressed as she thought she could get it in the afternoon to boost her chances of claiming today's top 500 reward chest. However, if she didn't get in line now, she probably wouldn't get a chance later. Without further ado, Lu Tao agreed. No problem. How many resources will it take? Once it's produced, we'll trade. 15 pieces of wood or stone. That's quite expensive. Her wallet, which had just become a bit plump, instantly felt depleted by half. She had originally wanted to upgrade her defense value. Now with the balance of power shifting, Lu Tao felt sorry as she bargained. That's too expensive. Can you lower the price a bit? If I remember correctly, you just earned wood and stone from me. Lu Tao's heart was steady as she continued to haggle. Now everyone is trying to gather wood and stone to upgrade. Resources are tight. Can I swap 2 complete ant legs plus 2 bananas with you? Lu Tao sent over the information about the bananas. While waiting for a reply, she glanced at her wide-brimmed green sun hat, then remembered Bai Mu mentioned there were others in line. An idea struck her as she immediately took off her hat, snapped a photo, and sent it along with a description. How about we switch things up? I can trade my crafted green sun hat for your accelerator. It's like cutting in line. I can finish the next hat in an hour. It can reduce the heat by 3 degrees. It's only the second day, and the temperature has already reached 36, and it certainly won't be lower later. Having it can reduce the risk of heat-related illnesses. Like your accelerator, the green sun hat is also a necessity on the road. We would both benefit from the exchange. In the scorching summer on the road, high-temperature illnesses caused by heat stroke and heat illness are not uncommon. Any materials that can cool down will definitely be in high demand later. Not to mention the hat can shield her head from direct sunlight, reducing the impact on her eyes. The other party fell silent for 2 seconds before quickly agreeing to the trade. All right, we'll trade in an hour. Deal. Both parties reached an agreement, and Lu Tao traded the remaining 2 complete ant legs, obtaining 5 pieces of wood and 5 pieces of stone. Now she just needed to wait an hour. Lu Tao would receive a simple tire accelerator that would speed up her arrival in the afternoon, while the other party would obtain a green sun hat to reduce heatstroke risk. Lu Tao happily exited the private chat. Initially, she thought it would be hard to obtain the bronze chest from today's novice task, but unexpectedly a twist of fate brought her this surprise. Indeed, there were many prominent players among the users, and one could never know who might have good items. Lu Tao returned to the chat channel in high spirits. She originally intended to list the green sun hat on the trading platform, but now she changed her mind. Such an item could easily be exchanged for something more beneficial, enhancing her competitiveness in the early game. Thus, she switched to banana tree bark. She obtained a total of 8 fresh banana tree barks, each weighing significantly, and carrying them back exhausted. She divided the bark into pieces weighing 500 grams, totaling 48 pieces, and took a photo to post 10 portions of fresh bark. Description: fresh banana tree bark with high moisture content weighing 500 grams per piece. Moisture content over 90, highly effective in cooling and quenching thirst, also contains potassium. 1 piece for 1 wood or stone. Each piece is not expensive, but the trunk of the banana tree is inherently thick, and such a large piece can definitely provide considerable moisture, making it an excellent hydration resource for players. As for the taste of the banana tree bark, in a game where players are on the brink of starvation and thirst, having a clean water source is already a blessing. Any other demands can be considered once they survive. In any case, Lu Tao knows that this certainly won't kill anyone. After hanging up the bark, Lu Tao stepped back with a hint of regret. She still had many items she wanted to sell, but the trading platform limited her to listing only 1 item at a time. At this moment, there were already quite a few items on the trading platform. 100 milliliters of edible water, 5 basic materials gravel or branches, 1 milliliter of venom from the vibrant poison snake, 2 basic materials wood or stone, and even someone was selling tree bark, 2 basic materials. There were also those who had dug up cassava. What luck to find such good fortune. Cassava is a staple food. Even Africans rely on it to fill their stomachs, making it a very good ingredient. However, it is quite unfortunate that cassava is toxic and must be cooked before consumption. At this moment, everyone was lacking water and fire sources, so there were hardly any buyers for cassava. Lu Tao took a look and saw that the other party had listed 8 portions, all still intact in the display case. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Tao noticed that the price of cassava, originally set at 2 wood, had changed to 1 wood or stone. Clearly, the seller was starting to panic. Lu Tao thought for a moment and decided to take advantage of the low price to purchase 3 pieces, spending 2 wood and 1 stone. The game had just started. Who could guarantee that there would be no fire source in a few days? Anyway, 3 pieces were not expensive, and it would be perfect to stock up for staple food. After checking again and confirming there was nothing that caught her eye, Lu Tao exited the trading platform and posted a selling message in the chat channel. Profiting is my destiny. Selling bananas sweet and soft can replenish sugar and provide a strong sense of fullness, rich in vitamins. 1 for 1. 5 wood or stone. Other materials are also acceptable trade according to the situation. Busy on the road, check private messages when free. After finishing, Lu Tao quickly exited the chat channel without delay. With just over 20 minutes left until her hat was successfully made, she took the opportunity to rest against the truck bed for a while. Once the 1-hour charging was over, she shook her weary and drowsy head and took out the freshly made green sun hat. Opening the private chat with Bai Mu, she sent over the green sun hat, trading it for a simple tire accelerator. The other party was quick, almost simultaneously placing the simple tire accelerator up. In the blink of an eye, a palm-sized pitch-black iron box appeared before Lu Tao. Simple tire accelerator. Details attached to the front wheel to accelerate the tire by 1 km/h. Lu Tao squatted down and stuck the tire accelerator on the inner side of the front wheel of the tricycle, and upon opening the vehicle, she saw that the suggested accelerator was mounted, increasing the speed by 1 km/h. Perfect. She put on the hat, checked that the battery was full, hopped on the tricycle, and set off. The first 5 treasure chests were hers. Lu Tao directly cranked up the speed to 11, and the breeze brushing against her cheeks brought a stifling heat that made her feel quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, she had the green sun hat. Lu Tao felt satisfied with her luck, giving herself a thumbs up. The first treasure chest she opened contained the green sun hat. Wasn't that a stroke of luck? Feeling that her luck was good, Lu Tao pressed the accelerator under the scorching sun. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted, and a warning screen quickly popped up. Encountering a bumpy road for 1 kilometer, the possibility of tire damage increases. Players should drive carefully to avoid accidents. The durability of the tires on the current road section will be calculated separately based on their conditions. Current tire total durability, 97,100. Lu Tao's expression changed, and she instinctively pressed the brake. However, just as she pressed down, the wheel jolted, and without warning she was thrown from her seat and landed heavily back on the wooden seat. Lu Tao winced in pain, and before she could lament for her sore backside, the rear wheel tilted to the right, causing the supplies in the truck bed to shift and increase their weight on that side, causing the entire vehicle to lean to the right with the left rear while already lifting off the ground. Oh no, it's going to flip. In a flurry, Lu Tao quickly reduced her speed, twisting the handlebars to force the vehicle back to the left, narrowly pulling the tricycle back from the brink of flipping. Before Lu Tao's racing heart could settle, another sound of the wheel striking echoed, and at the same time the game's error sounds rang in her ears. Front wheel durability, 95,100. Rear right wheel durability, 98,100. Rear left wheel durability, 97,100. The originally flat road had somehow turned into a 45 slope descent, and as she swayed left and right on the tricycle, it felt like she was on a tumultuous pirate ship, her body swaying dangerously, close to falling off. Lu Tao sat at the front, her view looking down the slope. The wind blew past her from both sides, yet it brought no. In the blink of an eye, the wheels had rushed onto the dangerous, steep downhill section, clattering down in a tumultuous descent. The sounds of wheel damage continued. Lu Tao slammed on the brakes, but seeing that the speed wouldn't decrease at all, she decisively jumped down, with one foot forcing the wheels to stop. The sharp sound of the wheels grinding against the ground echoed sharply as Lu Tao slid down, with one foot pulling the wheels for a good 4 to 5 meters. Just when she thought she would tumble down with the vehicle, the persistent error sounds finally ceased. Rear left wheel durability, 78,100. Lu Tao was gasping heavily, dragging the tricycle's handlebars against the edge of the slope, narrowly avoiding the vehicle's front end crashing into the railing. She hurriedly found a few stones to block the wheels in front to prevent sliding. Lu Tao then went to check the wheels. The outer casing of the front wheel had become pockmarked like the surface of the moon, while the rear left wheel was fine, but the inner wood of the right wheel had developed cracks. That wasn't the most frightening part, yet Lu Tao checked the road surface with a grim expression. The endlessly sloped road suddenly revealed numerous potholes and piles of excavated gravel and mud. Large and small, they covered the road ahead, leaving no flat surface visible to the naked eye. Lu Tao bit her lip and checked the durability of the wheels. Front wheel durability, 81,100. Rear right wheel durability, 84,100. Rear left wheel durability, 78,100. When tire durability drops to 50, a speed will be reduced by 50 and durability will decrease at double speed. 1 would restores 5 durability points. Lu Tao's heart sank heavily as she looked at the note stating that 1 wood restores 5 durability points. She took a deep breath and quickly opened the trading platform. Wood. She must stock up on wood. Lu Tao quickly typed wood into the search bar, and soon all the materials below transformed into categories related to wood. She spotted a few items that could be traded directly and exchanged 5 bananas for 7 woods, while the other players were still reacting. The price of bananas was slightly lower than what she had set before, but she didn't want to haggle and confirmed the trade through private chat. Next, she looked for players who needed to trade through private messages. These players were looking to exchange specific materials such as water and food. Lu Tao pinpointed these players' needs and poked them with a private message. Making money is my destiny. I have ripe bananas. How about 3 bananas for 5 woods? Lu Tao initially planned to cast her net wide, sending one message after another, but to her surprise, the other party replied immediately. Catball, wow, you actually have bananas, you're a big shot. You just came out of the fog-infested area, right? Catball, but the bananas are a bit small, not enough for a meal. Making money is my destiny. Bananas can supplement vitamins and potassium, are high in sugar and easy to digest, providing a strong sense of fullness. If we trade, I can give you half a banana that has been pecked by insects. I've checked, and it's edible. Catball, let me take a look at the bananas. Making money is my destiny. Banana photo. When Lu Tao picked them, the bananas were already perfectly yellow with thin skins and plump flesh. Even the ones pecked by birds were quite intact. Catball's eyes lit up. Catball, wow, your bananas look so plump, I really want to eat them. Forget it, without eating fruits, I can't even do my business. Let's trade. Lu Tao immediately traded 3 ripe bananas and half a pecked banana to the other party and secured the woods before moving on to the next private chat. Making money is my destiny. I'm trading wood for bananas and banana peels with clean water sources. Want to exchange? After some back and forth, Lu Tao traded 2 bananas and 1/3 of a banana peel for 3 woods. Just as she was about to find a third player, the other party directly repurchased 5 whole banana peels in exchange for 5 woods. Profit. Lu Tao pressed on, but within just a few minutes most of the woods on the trading platform had already been taken down, and the few still listed were being shouted at exorbitant prices of 1 wood for a bottle of mineral water. It seemed other players had also caught on. Having missed the best purchasing time, Lu Tao didn't feel regret and opened the unread messages from before. Chin, a big shot, I want to buy bananas. Sell me 2 while my blood sugar is low. If I don't eat something sweet, I might faint. Making money is my destiny. Let's trade, but I only exchange for wood now. Chin, sorry big shot, wood is in short supply. Now let me think about it a bit more. Until wood is in short supply and still considering, that person must definitely have a stock. Lu Tao pressed on. Making money is my destiny. They'll give you 1/3 of a fresh banana peel with edible water source. The banana water peel hydrates, and the banana provides sugar and energy. They'll take a photo for you. Lu Tao cut the previous banana peel into 3 equal parts and sent them to the other party. The sun was blazing and Chin was desperately trying to squeeze a drop of water from an empty mineral water bottle, but nothing would come out. She was both tired and hungry, and her low blood sugar made her dizzy. She saw the vibrant, plump yellow bananas on the screen along with thick and fresh banana peels that were juicy when cut. Her eyes brightened. Chin, I'll take about half of that piece. I'll trade with you. Making money is my destiny. Deal. The road was dangerous, but food and water were equally scarce. Moreover, with her weak body, how could she endure the perilous bumpy road? If it weren't for the urgent situation, Lu Tao wouldn't have been willing to part with the banana peel. Lu Tao replied to each unread message, secretly relieved. Thankfully, she had hoarded some earlier, otherwise how would she have had resources to trade for wood now? Lu Tao clicked on the next message and saw a familiar nickname pop up. Nyoga 1. 5 woods a stone for 1 banana. Too expensive, who can afford that price? Nyoga, how about this? You lower the price a bit, give me a friendship price, and besides you traded with me yesterday, you should compensate me a bit, right? How about 3 branches for 1 banana? I'll take 10 directly. I'll consider it taking care of your business. Even in an urgent situation, Lu Tao couldn't help but laugh in anger. She was prepared to buy wood at a cut rate, but she wouldn't let anyone take advantage of her. Lu Tao ignored him and sent a few more inquiry messages, but the other party didn't respond. She took the opportunity to check her recent trading haul. 12 bananas, half a pecked banana, a large piece of 500 grams of banana peel, and 5 pieces of 500 grams of banana peel, totaling to 23 woods. Lu Tao looked at the chat channel again. Still no one had replied to her. Knowing these players wouldn't be selling for a while, having these resources gradually eased her tense mood, just as she saw Nyoga send another message. Nyoga's sister, is this better? Just now you wouldn't sell, and now you want to sell at the original price, but no one is. The bumpy road is no joke, but since I can drive well, I can save some wood. How about I grit my teeth and offer you 1 wood for 10 bananas? Lu Tao remained expressionless and typed 2 cold words. Making money is my destiny, no trade. She swiftly closed the chat channel, no longer looking at Nyoga's annoying messages. Lu Tao counted her wood stock and solemnly looked at the steep and bumpy road ahead. The highway sloped down at a 45-degree angle. The road surface was pockmarked with pits of all sizes and piles of mud and sand. Seemed like a group of gophers had played a digging game here. She walked a little further, yet couldn't find a slightly better path along the 100-meter stretch. But there was no time to waste. Lu Tao glanced at the time. Current time 1:50 p.m. Today's mileage 29.4. This means she still had to drive forward for 26 kilometers. She couldn't afford to delay. She had to arrive before 7 in the evening, otherwise her hard-won second life would end the moment darkness fell. Lu Tao turned back, having determined that she wanted to reach her destination before 7. The only way was to endure it with durability. But did she have enough wood? Lu Tao sat in the driver's seat in deep thought, glancing at the survivor count displayed in the chat channel. 9973-610-0000. Before she set off in the morning, the number was still less than dozens compared to last night, but now it had dropped so much. Duo Tower. While look at that player who said they had excellent driving skills just a few minutes ago, their avatar has turned black. He seeking, would any big shot willing to sell me a few pieces? Iwang Wuqian trading, would 2 woods for blueprints. Players were in chaos in the channel, but the count in the upper right corner seemed to stabilize, dropping one at a time. Lu Tao took a deep breath and began making the final preparations before departure. All fragile supplies were packed into her backpack, while the heavy wood and stones were stuffed into the truck bed to increase its weight and stability. Once done, she used a metal shovel to scoop up sand and mud from the bumpy road ahead into the truck bed, hoping to not only add weight, but also to prevent the contents from spilling out and causing a rollover. She also cleared the previous road section to make the upcoming departure smoother. She then used a small bundle of tough long weeds she had cut earlier as ropes, tying them from left to right along the truck bed railings to increase resistance. Having completed everything, Lu Tao cautiously sat back in the driver's seat. She rubbed some sand and mud on her palms to increase friction and secured the straps of her green sun hat to prevent it from falling off later. Finally, she took one last look at the chat channel and was about to exit when she saw a message from Duo Jia Uni. Duo Jia Uni, sister, do you have enough wood? I sent you some, quickly accept it. Gift wood 11. Lu Tao was astonished. She never expected that adding more taro paste would be a timely assistance. But she truly didn't know if her wood was sufficient, so she hurriedly replied. Making money is my destiny. Are you ready for the bumpy road? Adding more taro paste? Absolutely. I will definitely prepare enough for myself before sharing any surplus with you. This morning I took advantage of everyone's interest in the fog erosion area and earned quite a bit of supplies. Now that wood is scarce, I will exchange everything for wood. Don't worry, hurry and collect it. I will set off soon. Lu Tao took a deep breath and exhaled the hot air. Now is not the time to be sentimental. Lu Tao clicked to accept the gift and quickly sent 2 bananas and a piece of banana tree heart back. Making money is my destiny. Thank you, sister, for the gift. I found some supplies today, as well quickly refilling some sugar and stamina to set off. Sister, how did you know I needed food and water right now? Aw, thank you so much. The cat rolls around excitedly. Now I have more strength to sprint through the bumpy road. Making money is my destiny. Rich lady with her hands on her hips. I have bananas and tree hearts packed. We will chat at the finish line. As if they had made an important agreement, the two exited the chat channel at the same time. Lu Tao placed the 11 pieces of wood she received into the cart and buried them with mud and sand before seriously checking the tire's durability. She had a total of 68 pieces of wood. She cautiously used 10 pieces of wood to restore front wheel 96,100, right rear wheel 99,100, left rear wheel 98100. Then she jumped out of the car and checked the tricycle several times, confirming that the wheels and the cart were temporarily resistant before removing the hindrance that prevented the wheels from sliding forward, tossing it into the cart to add a bit of weight. With everything ready, Lu Tao carefully adjusted the speed to 1 km/h. The wheels buzzed as they turned and the engine roared to life. Lu Tao carefully turned the front of the cart, which was heading straight for the railing, to face forward and slowly took the first step out of the area she had previously shoveled mud and sand. The front wheel steadily avoided the first pit. Lu Tao barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly the left rear wheel jolted downwards, tilting to the left. Left rear wheel durability 97,100. Don't panic. It's just a small pit. Lu Tao steadied herself and slowly maneuvered the left rear wheel out of the pit, the front of the cart slightly tilting to the right, selecting a small pit ahead with a complete road surface on both sides. With another clatter, her rear end jolted back down onto the hard seat. Front wheel durability 95,100. 10 minutes later, she reached her first target segment 50 meters ahead. Lu Tao let out a big sigh of relief, seizing the chance to restore some durability, and climbed back into the driver's seat to continue. The clattering sounds from the 3 wheels and the game's durability loss notifications echoed continuously as Lu Tao struggled to maintain her composure under heavy pressure. The dense fog on both sides slowly receded. Suddenly, the originally 45 inclined slope abruptly dropped down. The front of Lu Tao's cart, barely holding on at the 45 incline, shook, and like a roller coaster it plunged downwards without warning. Front wheel durability 78,100, right rear wheel durability 81,100, left rear wheel durability 67100. The scorching wind whipped across her face, and the wind and sand along the road surged into her eyes. The jolting was like a drumbeat pounding violently in her chest, making Lu Tao's mouth dry and her scalp tingle. But the most dangerous part was the endless drop ahead. Stop! I must stop. Lu Tao frantically pressed the brake and a sharp screech filled her ears. She longed for something different, anything. Internally she roared, but her face remained expressionless as she leaned back in the shadow of the rear. The railing was getting closer and closer. Lu Tao gritted her teeth and jumped out of the cart. One foot caught on the railing, and one leg clung to the driver's seat for dear life, while her hands desperately clawed at the cart, using all her strength to pull it back. The tricycle was forced to change direction upon impact, but suddenly tipped over down the slope. Lu Tao lunged at the cart, gripping the handlebars, desperately trying to brake. With her knees bent, she pulled hard backwards, but the weight of the tricycle increased several degrees as it descended, dragging Lu Tao forward. She went from barely standing to almost being dragged along. Front wheel durability 81,100, right rear wheel durability 61,100, left rear wheel durability 72100. The durability reminder popped up like a death knell, and Lu Tao numbly added more, her gaze fixed on the increasingly approaching railing, silently counting the seconds. Until she was within half a meter, Lu Tao seized the opportunity and suddenly leaned towards the side railing. The cart was abruptly stopped by the railing beside it with a loud bang, and the danger alert rang in her ears. Front wheel durability 57100. Lu Tao plopped down onto the ground, watching the tire metal nearly cracked open from the impact, yet she was thrilled and clenched her fist. I did it. The first time crashing into the railing was without warning and would definitely incur heavy losses. But this time she took the initiative to approach the railing, and under some control the durability lost compared to total destruction was truly a bargain. Leaning against the wheels to rest for a while, Lu Tao took a big gulp of water, checked the time, and got up to push the cart forward. She would drive a bit when the slope was less steep and stop when it became too steep. She didn't know how long it had been, but she finally heard the heavenly sound. Congratulations, player, for successfully navigating through 1 kilometer of the bumpy road. Your perseverance, effort, and tenacity have been recorded by the road game. Your journey has been arduous, but the path forward always has its storms. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for being the 175th to pass through the bumpy road. Reward: a black iron treasure chest. A shining black treasure chest appeared on the extraction page. Lu Tao's sluggish mind finally resumed operation. She blinked a couple of times and hurriedly checked the treasure chest once more. Then she jumped up in excitement. She made it out. The once tortuous, sloping, bumpy road with its small pits and piles of gravel had disappeared, returning to the original concrete surface. Lu Tao instinctively looked back. The bumpy road behind was shrouded in a hazy glow like rising heat, obscuring the specific situation behind her. Lu Tao's heart stirred as she suddenly realized something she had subconsciously overlooked. All players were rushing forward. Did anyone look back at the changes of the road they had just traversed? Was it just this stretch of road that was blurred by the glow, or was every place they had passed through like this? Lu Tao suddenly recalled the line from when she entered the game: the new world is fraught with dangers, and the path ahead is unknown. Only by moving forward can one reach the destination. Congratulations, player, for triggering an important clue in the road world. Reward: profession accumulation 2, strength 1, mysterious map fragment 1. The treasure chest was first placed in the extraction list, and then the map fragments were put into the backpack. Zhuanqian, have you passed the bumpy stretch? Is there enough wood? I still have some left here. Zhuanqian, just a little more, there's enough wood. After thinking for a moment, she jumped off the vehicle to retrieve the simple tire accelerator and hung it on the Zhuanqian. After leaving the bumpy stretch, if you're running out of time, use it to speed up. Just return it to me once you reach the destination. She was sure she could reach the destination before 7, but didn't know how long Zhuanqian would be delayed. Zhu Tao was not generous by nature, but Zhuanqian could have sold the items for resources, but chose to trade everything for wood when she needed it. She also couldn't ignore Zhuanqian when he was in danger. That's how friends interact. Thank you, I will definitely survive and return it to you. Here, take this, don't refuse it. After all, we just met, and if I die you won't lose anything. Quick, don't say anything about dying, we still need to grab today's arrival reward treasure chest. I can't talk anymore, I encountered a big pit. Car air freshener. Details: a refreshing air freshener that reduces the risk of player fatigue while driving. After use, it grants players a refreshed buff, 1 time 2 hours. Zhu Tao was pleasantly surprised. Such good things exist. In the sweltering summer, the road only gets hotter, the heat leaves them tired and hungry, and Zhu Tao worried about an accident on the bumpy road. If only she had a car air freshener wouldn't that prevent such accidents. Zhu Tao played with it affectionately and solemnly hung the air freshener on the front of the vehicle. When she reached the destination, she definitely wanted to find a chance to trade with Zhuanqian. Unfortunately, the banana tree silk and banana tree sap were insufficient, otherwise if she made a few more the market would surely be vast. Zhu Tao felt secretly regretful and made up her mind to grind more monsters tonight. Entering the fog erosion zone was a must. After resting with forced strength, Zhu Tao rode the tricycle at full speed. Amid the rumbling sounds of the vehicle, the day's mileage finally reached 5,050. Like heavenly music, the reward sound rang out. Congratulations to player Zhuanqian for completing today's driving task, becoming the 158th player to arrive and receiving a bronze treasure chest. Yes. Zhu Tao clenched her fist, completely exhausted, leaning against the vehicle bed. Looking up at the narrow sky under the scorching sun, she lay for a full 10 minutes before getting up and untying the grass leaves tied to both sides of the vehicle bed. This weed is really useful, long and tough, and on such a bumpy road, only two broke. Zhu Tao decided that when she entered the fog erosion zone, she must collect a big handful, and then dump the sand and mud from the vehicle bed, putting the wood and stones back into her backpack. Speaking of wood, Zhu Tao felt a pang of anxiety. Relying on durability, she only had 10 pieces of wood left. Truly rich quickly, but spending is also fast. Everything settled, Zhu Tao unscrewed the water bottle and took a big gulp. Speaking of water sources, the 2 bottles of mineral water provided by the game were long exhausted. Now she was drinking the water generated by the water stone. Unfortunately, she only had 2 mineral water bottles and could not save more. So she wasn't thinking about conserving it now, just not wasting would be fine. She added water storage tools to her list of items to purchase and then took out a sponge to wipe her wounds. Zhu Tao frowned, adding medicine to her purchase list. After everything was tidied up, Zhu Tao finally used the remaining water from wiping her wounds to wash her hands. She took a deep breath and solemnly opened the light screen. Open the treasure chest. In the extraction list, a black and a green treasure chest flashed with enticing light. Zhu Tao took a deep breath, silently prayed, and finally cautiously poked the green bronze treasure chest. A burst of light flashed. Congratulations to the player for receiving 1 mineral water, 5 pieces of wood, and 2 tree resins. Wood and tree resin. Zhu Tao's eyes lit up, quite satisfied with this drop rate. Rubbing her hands together, she went to poke the higher-level black iron treasure chest. Let me see what you have. Lu Tao's heart sank heavily as she watched the rapidly refreshing messages. Duo Tower, it's so tragic. Even if a big shot comes out to sign an agreement and lend wood, over 2,000 people still won't make it. Clover, at 7 o'clock, I watched helplessly as several friends' icons turned black. Night Runner, I was terrified when I arrived at the finish line just in the last minute, and now my legs feel weak. Li Sure, just getting there is great, and we must thank the few big shots who stepped in at the last moment to lend supplies, or else those who profited from the disaster would have really caused a lot of people to go bankrupt and not survive to the next day. At such a critical moment, they even allowed other players to bid. Ew, I wonder how those few will sleep tonight. A phone, what do you mean by profiting from disaster? If it weren't for Brother Nyo's intervention, many people wouldn't have reached the finish line. You're just jealous that Brother Nyo has more supplies, right? Brother Nyo, a phone, thank you for speaking up for me, but that's not true. I'm just one. Li Sure, yo, the lackey is flattering so much that it's embarrassing. Lu Tao glanced at Duo Jia Yunyi's status. The other party was still online, but was probably busy resting. Lu Tao didn't want to disturb her and continued to watch the chat channel's fierce debate. It was only then that she realized that several players led by Brother Nyo had set up a bidding mode at the last moment to profit handsomely. If it weren't for the players who had sufficient resources standing up to suppress the prices, some players might have ended up bankrupt and not survive until the next day. Lu Tao couldn't bring herself to abandon her work to help others, but she admired those who could. A rustling sound of crawling came from not far away. She lowered her body and peered into the truck bed, seeing a snake the size of a thigh slithering onto the road. Lu Tao's heart raced, but upon seeing her stamina, she felt frustrated and lay back down. She sighed. Name Lu Tao. Health 510. Stamina 40100. When your stamina drops by 30, you will trigger the weakness debuff. Mental 107,130. Strength 4. Wow, you can now challenge a kangaroo to a duel. Agility 5. When you escape, your legs will move faster than half of the people. Luck 4. Attributes none. Profession current accumulated value 210. Sun exposure 72100. When sun exposure reaches 30, you will be at risk of heatstroke. Skill blood trail return. If her stamina were at 60, she would go all out for a big score. With 40 stamina, she was afraid that she would trigger the debuff after just a few strikes on the snake's body. Letting you go. Gnawing on a dry bun, Lu Tao begrudgingly gave up. But the two monsters would definitely not escape. Watching the colorful snake leisurely disappear at the other end of the road, Duo Jia Yuni finally sent a message. Duo Jia Yuni, I encountered a monster this afternoon. If it weren't for the simple tire accelerator you gave me, I would have been in real danger. Thank you, sister, for your timely help. The accelerator is really useful. I'll return this to you, and by the way, do you have any extra simple tire accelerators for sale? Starry Eyes JPG. Lu Tao was taken aback. She didn't expect that Duo Jia Yuni would encounter a monster at the last moment. Making money is my life, just reaching the end is good. I bought the simple tire accelerator from Baimu. Go add him quickly, he has a long queue. But I also have good items. I want to trade for your car air freshener. You can check the specific info first, and don't force it, or we can trade later. The car air freshener is yours directly. Cat anxiously rubbing paws. Making money is my life, but I need to wait for my green sun hat. My stamina isn't enough. Ooh, can I give it to you before we set off tomorrow morning? Duo Jia Uni, it must be fine. If your stamina isn't enough, go rest. Looking at your state, you won't let the passing monsters go tonight, right? Quickly recover your energy. I also need to hurry to find a big shot selling simple tire accelerators. After finishing the conversation with her, Lu Tao put away the simple tire accelerator. She thought to herself that by Mu's business would probably be even better now. Hopefully Duo Jia Uni can trade for it soon. After yawning, Lu Tao suppressed her sleepiness and finished eating the bun, just about to go to sleep, when a private chat popped up. Daydream, do you still have the fresh banana tree bark you listed on the trading platform? I want to trade. Sleepiness surged. Lu Tao was about to reply that she could directly buy from the trading platform. Lu Tao suddenly realized something. She opened the trading platform and sat up only to see that the 10 pieces of bark she had listed were sold out, earning her 10 stone blocks. What's going on? Since it's bark, even if her product description was elaborate, everyone would prioritize sources of drinking water. All afternoon no one had inquired about the bark she listed. How could it sell out now? Sensing something was off, she hurriedly typed water into the search bar and saw a row of water resource products. Refreshing. She saw that 100 milliliters of clean water was priced at 1 stone block, and she quickly opened the chat channel. Only then did she realize that today's bronze treasure chests had produced less bottled water, and among the players those who could consistently obtain water sources were even fewer, causing the price of drinking water to soar rapidly. While she was searching for water source messages, several messages from strangers came through the trading platform, all wanting to buy several pieces of fresh banana bark. Lu Tao. This afternoon she had excitedly thought she had successfully profited from the rising wood prices, and now it was her turn to be profited from by others. Indeed, she was the big sucker. But that's just how business is. Lu. Big sucker. Tao perked up and copied her message to reply. Making money is my life, I'll sell it, but the price has gone up, gets 4 stone blocks per piece, or you can trade it for equivalent materials. Players who came with the intention of profiting quickly retreated, while those genuinely interested began to haggle. Daydream, you didn't just discover that the trading platform is sold out, did you? I saw you selling banana bark this morning. Ooh, can I trade banana bark and fresh banana tree bark for your tree bark? Bark. Lu Tao hurriedly replied to her. Making money is my life. Is it the bark material for upgrading the 3-wheeled vehicle? Daydream, yes. Image. The image showed brown bark products which were essential items for upgrading 3-wheeled. Lu Tao was excited and replied extremely quickly. Making money is my life, let's trade. What's the exchange ratio? Heaven knows that she had searched for bark a lot these 2 days, but none were for sale. Unexpectedly it came easily. A player had already unlocked the bark. Daydream, I'll trade 3 bananas and 2 fresh banana tree barks, using 6 pieces of bark to trade with you. Lu Tao immediately rejected. Making money is my life. Banana has a strong satiety effect, and now that water prices have risen, a piece of bark contains at least 450 milliliters of clean water. I don't need to mention the trace elements in banana water. It's inherently better than ordinary water sources. Although there's currently no bark on the platform, just wait. There will definitely be other players unlocking it. Daydream, but 1 step faster means 1 step faster in upgrading. Owning the bark first will help you level up quicker than others. Making money is my life. Cad is helplessly shrugging, but your bark isn't enough. If you give me 100 pieces, I would definitely be willing to exchange at a high price, but with so few, it's simply insufficient. The back and forth bargaining ended with a deal for 8 pieces of bark. Lu Tao seized the opportunity and quickly sought the next trade. Making money is my life. If you have extra bark, remember to contact me. I can trade for bananas or water sources, and by the way, I can also trade for banana tree cores and soil. Lu Tao rolled up her sleeves and engaged in a fierce negotiation with the Daydream, ultimately exchanging 1 banana tree core for 4 pieces of bark. By the time she finished, it was already past 8. Knowing she had to get up by noon, Lu Tao decided to stop, hugged her shovel, and fell asleep. She crawled back up at 11:30, waiting for a chance to catch something, successfully killing a corroding spider. This spider was more difficult to deal with than the exploding black ants. Its corrosive liquid could easily eat through the road. Unfortunately, her beloved shovel got sprayed, and Lu Tao, heartbroken, decided to break it into 5 pieces. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for obtaining 1 spider silk, 4 spider hairs, 2 poisonous pincers, and a 1-hour entry card for the mist corrosion zone. After everything was done, it was almost 1 o'clock. Lu Tao happily kissed the 1-hour entry card for the mist corrosion zone and quickly climbed back onto the truck to rest. There was still another wave at 5 o'clock. At 4:30 in the morning, Lu Tao struggled to crawl out of the truck bed. Compared to the energy she had 5 hours ago, she suddenly felt a bit fatigued and tired this time. She opened her stats. Name Lu Tao. Life 1010. Stamina 99100. You have not rested for 7 hours and are under a fatigue buff, losing 1 spirit point every 10 minutes. Mental 130,130. Strength 4. Wow, you can PK with a kangaroo. Aggressiveness 5. When you're escaping, your legs are faster than half of the people. Luck 4. Attributes none. Profession current. Accumulated value 2. Sun exposure 72100. When the sun exposure reaches 30, you will be at risk of heat stroke. Skill blood path return. Behind the stamina, there was suddenly a row of red buffs that were in effect. Lu Tao. She didn't even mention that not sleeping well would cause a loss of stamina. Fist to the head. Hey, did you all notice the fatigue buff on your bodies? Catball. Not only did I see it, but I also felt it. I'm so sleepy. Fist to the head. That's good. I thought it was just my bad luck. Now that everyone has it, I'm relieved. No suffering, but eating. Why don't we lose the missed corrosion zone entry card when fighting monsters during the day? At night, we still have the fatigue buff. It's killing me. Grass child, just an ad. I have stamina potion recipes. It can restore stamina, but the materials are lacking. If anyone can obtain the following materials, we can exchange materials for potions. I need gray snowgrass thorn swallow root and sour fruit leaf. Lu Tao's eyes suddenly brightened, and she hurriedly noted down the herbs that grass child needed. If I encounter them, I must get them. Just as she remembered, she saw a popular figure in the channel appear again, following fist to the head. The chosen one. Fist to the head. Look at my haul photo. Lu Tao curiously opened it, and her face twitched violently. The photo showed a screenshot of the loot dropped from a monster. The obtained 1-hour entry card for the missed corrosion zone was actually 2. Turns out luck can yield 2 cards. Feeling the wonderful increase in stamina, Lu Tao suddenly had thoughts about luck. Fist to the head. Little weak chicken, get lost. When I encounter you, you'll be sorry. The chosen one. Blah blah blah. You can't hit me. Who told this chosen one to be lucky? I got 2 cards from killing 1 monster. I can still sleep well at night without losing stamina. Lu Tao. Clearly she wasn't the one being attacked, but her hands suddenly felt so itchy. Just as she was itching to move, a familiar rustling sound came from the darkness. Lu Tao instinctively grabbed her shovel and saw a familiar large ant dragging its swollen abdomen, its ant feet crawling menacingly across the road. Lu Tao couldn't help but rub her eyes. Looking again, it was still the exploding black ant. What a twisted fate. While other players rarely see one on the road, she saw them every day. During the day doesn't count, but at night they come out to play. Could it be that her road has some special allure for the exploding black ants, prompting them to stroll around every day? Wait. Lu Tao forcibly interrupted her wild thoughts, as if her brain had just undergone a moment of enlightenment, suddenly recalling something very important. Ants are social creatures. Oh, what about the exploding black ants? Is it possible that the road isn't attracting them, but rather the ant nest is located in the missed corrosion zone of this road, hence they venture out daily to hunt? Lu Tao suddenly had a bold idea. Rather than waiting for a chance encounter, wouldn't it be better to find their nest and kill several at once? This way she could get ample sleep and explore the missed corrosion zone for more time. Moreover, the antennae of the exploding black ants are essential for upgrades, and she still needs ant feet from Baimu. Thinking this way, the exploding black ants were practically walking gold coins, far more worthwhile than defeating other monsters. Lu Tao's heart raced, her thoughts exciting her to the point of dryness. Her almond-shaped eyes greedily transformed, as if they became gold coins, staring unblinkingly at the exploding black ant crossing the road, moving to the other side. Should she go? Lu Tao was in a dilemma. Her social speculation could be wrong. The missed corrosion zone at night might be even more dangerous. But seeing the exploding black ant already halfway through the railing, Lu Tao's body had already reacted. She exchanged the supplies in her backpack with the combat materials in the truck bed, then leapt down and ran after it. Done. If she doesn't take risks, how will she surpass 100 players and earn higher rewards in the game? Seeing the exploding black ant already charging off the road, Lu Tao took out her 1-hour entry card for the missed corrosion zone. Player Lu Tao has entered the missed corrosion zone. Entering the missed area, mental energy will drop 1 per minute. Please exit as soon as possible. Detected an entrance to the missed corrosion zone. Do you want to use the entry card? 2 prompts popped up consecutively, and Lu Tao directly tapped to use. During the 1-hour countdown that popped up, she stepped over the railing and entered the pitch black missed corrosion zone. As soon as she entered, the mental energy drop reminders vanished. Lu Tao felt invigorated, as if she had opened a new world, boldly stepping forward into the darkness. Ahead, the sound of the exploding black ant crawling through the grass reached her. She quickened her pace to follow, glancing at the navigation map that appeared in the top right corner, setting herself a 2-hour adventure time. 1 hour using the missed corrosion zone entry card, and for the 2nd hour relying on mental energy. If by dawn she had not made any gains, she would immediately return. Where the exploding black ants passed, their swollen abdomens dragged along, leaving a trace. Lu Tao relied on this to avoid losing track. The exploding black ant ahead was oblivious as it crawled over a gravel patch, and she was fortunate to discover a small mine that could be harvested. She quickly marked it on the map, but soon her foot hit a fallen dry wood, and with a thud it immediately attracted the attention of the exploding black ant. She quickly held her breath, watching as the exploding black ant's antennae probed around before it turned to move forward. Lu Tao stood still for a few minutes, marked the dry wood, then squatted down to feel the crawling traces on the ground, continuing to follow. The large ant ahead moved erratically like a tangled ball of yarn, twisting and turning without a clear. After following for nearly 20 minutes, Lu Tao began to doubt if she was mistaken. It suddenly stopped beneath a rocky slope and vanished. After waiting a while, Lu Tao mustered her courage to climb down the slope and immediately saw a hole being dug down, surrounded by many crawling traces left by the exploding black ants. Lu Tao gripped her shovel, silently excited. She had bet right. The exploding black ants are social creatures. She quietly returned to the hill and lay down to look down. Before long, familiar sounds of crawling came. She saw a slightly smaller explosive black ant crawling out of the cave, its 3 pairs of fierce legs moving alternately as it gradually distanced itself from the ant nest. Lu Tao took a deep breath and quietly picked up a shovel to follow. When she was more than 200 meters away from the ant nest, she raised the shovel and charged forward, striking it on the head without a word. With a loud clang, she dealt a blow that dug a fist-sized pit into the explosive black ant. It writhed in pain, quickly turning its head, its antennae snapping through the air, while its head swayed dizzily as it raised its legs to attack. Lu Tao rushed up, and just a second before the hard collision, made a sharp turn to the side, aiming for the joint where its raised leg connected. She slashed down. Half of the ant leg fell to the ground with a snap, and the sharp shriek of the explosive black ant pierced Lu Tao's ears painfully. Oh no! She couldn't let it continue to scream. Her eyelids twitched, and she hurriedly ran over, slapping its head repeatedly until it became dizzy. Then she went for its legs. After several attempts, 4 of the explosive black ant's legs fell off. It finally sensed the danger, its abdomen raised high as it prepared for a self-destructive attack. Lu Tao had long been on guard against this move. With a swift slash, she severed the connection between its chest and abdomen, forcibly interrupting the explosive abdomen in standby mode, and then rushed over to remove its head. Congratulations, player. You have successfully killed a level 1 explosive black ant, earning explosive ant whiskers 2, ant legs 2, explosive abdomen 1, mist erosion zone 1 hour entry card 1. Lu Tao panted as she held the freshly acquired mist erosion zone entry card, her eyes shining brightly in the darkness. The mist erosion zone entry card is in hand. She stowed the supplies in her backpack and checked the time, 5:33. She could continue hunting. She hurried back up the hill and soon saw another explosive black ant crawling out, dragging its abdomen. Lu Tao followed the original plan, waiting until she was at a safe distance from the ant nest before rushing in to strike with her club, then seizing the opportunity to slash at its legs while it turned around. A series of moves flowed seamlessly, causing the explosive black ant's legs to scatter. Another loud clang echoed as the explosive black ant's head rolled away. Congratulations, player. You have successfully killed a level 1 explosive black ant, earning explosive ant whiskers 2, ant legs 3, explosive abdomen 1, mist erosion zone 1 hour entry card 1. That's the second one. Lu Tao returned to the ant nest to wait for new opportunities, but this time, she unexpectedly bumped into an explosive black ant heathen. She was startled, fearing it would alert its companions. She quickly activated her brain and took off, running toward the ant nest. Sure enough, she heard the rapid sound of legs moving behind her. Once she was far enough away, she turned and ambushed it. Congratulations, player. You have successfully killed a level 1 explosive black ant, earning explosive ant whiskers 2, ant legs 3, explosive abdomen 1, mist erosion zone 1 hour entry card 1. That's the third one. Lu Tao counted the cards in her backpack, feeling invigorated as if she had eaten spinach. It was now 5:50 a.m. She could still kill another one, and then she would return to gather the marked supplies. Lu Tao dragged her shovel back again, but this time her luck seemed to have run out. 8 minutes later, a warning popped. Your mist erosion zone entry card has only 2 minutes left. Please leave quickly. Although she had earned 3 cards, she also consumed 1 mist erosion zone entry card and missed the opportunity to gather other resources. Considering just the marked stone mine, and would this deal clearly wasn't a great profit. For the greedy Lu Tao, not earning enough was equivalent to a loss. So she stared at the flashing warning window for a while, remaining still. 2 minutes later, the window appeared again. The mist erosion zone 1 hour entry card has been used up. Player Lu Tao will soon be exposed to the mist erosion zone. Please return to the road quickly. Player Lu Tao has entered the mist erosion area, and mental energy will drop 11 minutes continuously. Please leave quickly. The familiar feeling of dizziness began to attack her breathing, and Lu Tao bit her dry lips, taking a sip of water from her backpack. Just wait another 20 minutes. After killing one more, she would return. Her gaze was intense, when suddenly her ears twitched. Familiar crawling sounds came from below. She grabbed her shovel, ready to follow, but suddenly her brow furrowed as she focused on the 2 explosive black ants crawling out of the ant nest one after the other. Their legs were sharp and hooked, and their antennae snapped through the air, their black bodies resembling steel. Lu Tao furrowed her brow, tightly watching them leave together. Give up. Wait for the next wave. Lu Tao quickly calculated the gains and losses. There were still 52 minutes until dawn. She wasn't sure when the next wave of explosive black ants would emerge. Returning to the road and retrieving the marked stone mine and would take at least 20 minutes. So could she wait for the next wave of explosive black ants within half an hour? What if the next wave also had to? Lu Tao checked her stats. Stamina 69, she had been faster at killing explosive black ants, so her stamina was still holding up well. Without needing to think much, she made up her mind. Follow them. Kill them. Obtain 2 mist erosion zone entry cards and materials. The 2 explosive black ants walked one after the other onto a patch of rotten grass. Their 3 pairs of hooked legs occasionally snagged on a bunch of decayed grass leaves, further slowing their already unhurried pace. Lu Tao did not act recklessly. She followed for a full 10 minutes. Seeing the rear explosive black ant stop again, due to snagging on decayed grass leaves, the front one had already moved 10 meters away. She seized the opportunity and struck decisively. Her agility of 5 provided her with quick reflexes. She abandoned the strategy of striking with the club first and directly slashed the raised legs of the rear explosive black ant that was rubbing against the ground. A sharp screech echoed across the rotten grass, and the front explosive black ant's antennae stiffened. Its swollen abdomen swung, and it dashed back with its legs. Lu Tao landed a solid strike on the rear explosive black ant's head with her club. Taking advantage of its dizziness, she slashed off one of its legs, and then struck down towards its swollen abdomen. She saw the approaching front explosive black ant, and lowered her head, running towards the decayed grass. When the front explosive black ant and the rear explosive black ant were again 10 meters apart, she turned and struck, not knowing where she hit. The front explosive black ant emitted a painful grinding hiss. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Tao ran to the side and chopped off another leg. Just as it lunged at her trying to bite her, she reversed the shovel and thrust it forcefully into its mouth, making a squelching sound as she pushed it in. The sound of legs scuttling came from behind, and Lu Tao glanced over her shoulder, grabbing the front explosive black ant which was stuck on the shovel, and tossed it behind her. With a loud crash, the 2 explosive black ants collided dizzily. Lu Tao rushed over, delivering a flurry of strikes to their legs. By the time they recovered, she knocked one on the head with a club and continued to run. 10 minutes later, while leading the 2 explosive black ants, Lu Tao saw 2 notifications. Congratulations, player. You have successfully killed a level 1 explosive black ant, earning explosive ant whiskers 2, ant legs 1, explosive abdomen 1, mist erosion zone 1 hour entry card 1. Congratulations, player. You have successfully killed a level 1 explosive black ant, earning explosive ant whiskers 2, ant legs 3, explosive abdomen 1, mist erosion zone 1 hour entry card 1. Lu Tao panted, filled with joy. Seizing the moment before the ant army was drawn by the noise, she quickly gathered the scattered materials and ran back. Following the map to the marked location, she successfully collected 4 pieces of wood, and after searching nearby, obtained another 4. Next, she hurried to the marked stone mine, picked up her shovel, and began to dig, obtaining 15 pieces of stone. It was now 6:45 with 15 minutes until dawn. Initially, she planned to return the same way, but after checking the time, she decisively chose a new route. The return route yielded no rewards, while the new path might bring unexpected surprises. With her supplies secured, Lu Tao chose the shortest straight route, wielding her shovel to clear the way energetically. The shovel swept left and right ahead of her, and whenever it struck something, she quickly crouched down to investigate. Unfortunately, after walking quite a distance, she found nothing useful, but she did see several clusters of the resilient weeds she had cut down yesterday. Thinking that these weeds could be used to bind things, and could even restrain the cart if necessary, she stopped to cut down 30 pieces and named them resilient rope grass. The leaves of the resilient rope grass were over a meter long and as thick as her finger, with sharp edges capable of easily cutting into a person's hand. With a face covered in dirt, Lu Tao cut a bundle and was about to leave when she caught a glimpse of several short round leaves in the grass that were different from the resilient weeds. Her heart stirred, and she reached out to touch them. Before a prompt could appear, she was pricked by sharp thorns. Thorn swallow root. Details: the roots are one of the main materials for making stamina potions and can also restore stamina when consumed directly. Lu Tao exclaimed. She suppressed her excitement, disregarding the prickles, and began to dig vigorously with her shovel. With each scoop of soil, she quickly felt the roots beneath, which were as thick as her fingers with a bunch of 7. What a profit! She cut the stems and forcefully pulled the roots from the ground. Wanting to stuff them into her backpack, she realized it was full. She had to set them aside and crouch down to see if there were any missed ones in the hole. Confirming that she had harvested everything, she picked up the roots and ran back. She needed to quickly make a double-layer storage rack for the cart, or else there wouldn't be enough space for her supplies. She sprinted all the way, making a mad dash towards the road in the last few minutes. Unknowingly, her stamina dropped to 35, and Lu Tao grabbed a thorn swallow root and stuffed it into her mouth. After swallowing, her stamina immediately returned to 55. One root could restore 20 stamina. If made into a potion, wouldn't it be even more effective? With the thorn swallow roots in hand, Lu Tao swung her shovel vigorously in front of her, racing towards the road. When the time hit 7:00, the dark curtain of the sky transformed into daylight, and Lu Tao saw the tricycle parked in the morning mist. A bit worn, but it made her feel incredibly at ease, and her spirit was at 68. She collapsed onto the cart, too exhausted to move a single finger. But the others had already driven off, and she couldn't fall behind. Struggling to rise, Lu Tao stuffed a bun and a banana into her mouth, spending 5 stamina to select the managed mode, and another 5 stamina to make a hat. She left a message for Duo Jia Yu and I, and fell asleep in an instant. 1 hour of managed mode costs 5 stamina, making a hat costs 3 stamina. Resting for an hour restores 10 stamina, and can also eliminate negative buffs. This trade was worthwhile. An hour later, Lu Tao woke up under the sunlight, her negative status completely gone, and her stamina back to 55. She was truly clever. After drinking some water, she took out the freshly made green sun hat, and traded it to Duo Jia Yu and I, then opened the vehicle itinerary. Current map: Scorching Summer Road. Current time: year 3598, July 9th, 8:00 a.m. Nightfall at 7:00 p.m. Current temperature 32, a bit hot, sunny. Today's mileage 650. Total mileage 106. Has it already reached 32 by 8 a.m.? She had been wearing the hat, and her perceived temperature automatically dropped by 3 degrees, and not realizing the weather had gotten this hot. Lowering the brim of her hat, Lu Tao glanced at the sky. The glaring sunlight felt like it would blind her eyes. She quickly looked down, closed her eyes to adapt to the light. Continuing like this wasn't a solution, or it would be best to have a pair of sunglasses, or her eyes would suffer from prolonged exposure. She adjusted her hat, sat on the hard driving seat, and increased her speed to 11, chasing after the players ahead. She only stopped when her battery ran out at noon, and her mileage had already reached 39. With a speed just 1 higher than other players, she overtook many of them. She jumped out of the car to flip over the sun-baked banana leaves, then leaned against the cart to drink water, making space for the water stone to produce more water. In her friend list, Duo Jia Yu and I had sent a message 2 hours ago. "Thank you, sister, for saving my dog's life. I was about to be baked dry, but as soon as I put on the hat, it felt instantly cooler, and the brim could block the light. Comfortable. Making money is my destiny." Laughing with hands on hips JPG, if satisfied, please give me a 5-star review, ha. After replying, she immediately went to privately chat with Baimu. Making money is my destiny. Do you still need the complete and incomplete black ant feet? We have plenty of stock, feel free to choose. Baimu, did you just come back from the fog-infested area? Oh, so sharp. Making money is my destiny. What can I do if I'm poor and lack supplies? I can only stay up late and go into the fog-infested area to earn some living expenses. So do you want it? Baimu, yes, I will take as many as you have, but the price of wood is rising abnormally right now. Can we trade with stones or other supplies instead? That sounds great. Lu Tao liked trading with straightforward people. Making money is my destiny. 12 complete ant feet, 18 incomplete ant feet. Let's trade with materials. I'm particularly in need of banana leaves, banana tree sap, banana tree fibers, etc. If you have any, you can give them to me. Baimu, I have 2 banana leaves and 2 banana tree fibers. Making money is my destiny. I want them, but this amount isn't enough. Add something else. The banana tree fibers are what I need most. I didn't expect Baimu to have them. After figuring out she could make 2 more green sun hats, she thought about what good items she could exchange. Just then Baimu sent a photo. Baimu, photo, do you want this? Vehicle mounted battery accessory, small. Details: increases battery capacity by 10. Charging time remains unchanged. Lu Tao exclaimed. She was dry, and her throat was parched, feeling a rush of excitement. How did Baimu have so many good things? Making money is my destiny. I want this. It must be mine. I must have it. Adults never make choices. Lu Tao wants it all. The most easily accessible supplies were useless. Lu Tao quickly rummaged through her backpack and truck bed, painfully pulling out an explosive abdominal cavity. She had saved the explosive abdominal cavity for emergencies to use as a bomb. The more she had, the better, and it pained her to exchange even one. But she was even more reluctant to part with the mint seedlings. The double-layer storage rack for the vehicle hadn't been made yet, and she wanted to keep the bee needle to see if she could craft a weapon. As she sorted through the rest, she suddenly realized how poor she was. Baimu, I'll give you 5 stones, is that okay? Lu Tao thought she would have to negotiate the value of the explosive abdominal cavity with him, but since he proactively raised the price, she didn't need to say much. After trading a bunch of explosive black ant supplies, the truck bed and backpack had instantly cleared up quite a bit of space. Lu Tao took a palm-sized battery accessory and climbed under the vehicle to securely attach it. Soon the battery capacity increased by 10. The earlier heartache was immediately replaced by a sense of good fortune. By Moo, if you get more ant feet you can trade them to me. Lu Tao, sure, you're definitely my VIP customer for ant feet. Bai Mu had quite a few good things in hand, and he could take the materials she had gathered, clearly her number one VIP customer. In order to build a good relationship with VIP customer number one, Lu Tao went on to develop new clients. Lu Tao, dear, I dug up a thorn swallow root, will you take it? Chow Caozi. Chow Caozi. Yes, I'll take it, the more the better. Chow Caozi, how do you want to cooperate? In exchange for supplies, or prepare stamina potions to share some with you? First, regarding the potion division, I can only produce one at a time. Each potion consumes thorn swallow roots and other materials along with my stamina. Since the thorn swallow root is the main ingredient, I can exchange you 1/3 of the materials for potions. This is the potion details, take a look, first photo. If it's a material trade, we can discuss it further. Stamina recovery potion, small details, a crude potion made by a herbalist. Drinking it can restore 100 stamina points, can be consumed multiple times, maximum stacking of 10 times. She had 6 thorn swallow roots in total, and could exchange for 2 stamina potions restoring 100 stamina twice. If left for consumption, each could restore 20 stamina, and it could be consumed 6 times. Lu Tao made her choice without hesitation. Lu Tao exchanged for potions. Chow Caozi, correct choice. Mo Duo sisters, quickly give me the materials, let's sign a trade agreement. Once I finish I'll send it to you. Haha, I can't control my urge to brew potions anymore. Chow Caozi, after waiting for 3 days I can finally make this damn potion. Lu Tao suddenly realized. No wonder the other party was so eager. On the 3rd day of the game, a small number of players had already gained considerable benefits through blueprints. The other party was only now starting to craft, lagging far behind earlier players. It was no wonder she felt rushed. So she sped up too. The two signed the trade agreement and exchanged material. Once Chow Caozi received the materials, she got busy. After completing 2 important trades, Lu Tao took a banana tree bark and prepared to lie down and rest for a while. But as soon as she lay down she jumped up because it was too hot. Why is it so scorching? Lu Tao touched the cement road that had been exposed to the sun and gasped. She couldn't lie down anymore. She decisively took out a stone and propped it up against the truck bed to make a small mound, barely managing to sit down and rest against the truck bed with banana leaves. The blazing sun made her unable to resist drinking a few more sips of water. So hot. She opened. Li Songrong. I'm so hot, does anyone have water? Sell me some, I'm really going to die of thirst. Barbara, buying water, high price. Meow Tao. I haven't had a drop of water since last night, it's so uncomfortable. Lu Tao's eyelids twitched. So serious. Her expression darkened as she scrolled down and saw messages urging everyone to protect against sun exposure. Must protect against sun exposure, the water I can sell is all gone, don't look for me anymore. Must protect against sun exposure. In the mist erosion zone you can obtain water stones that can produce water sources. You can go look for them at noon. Some tree sap can also be consumed, and digging beneath wet mud will yield water sources, don't give up. Yet players still begged for water one after another. Lu Tao dug out her own water from the truck bed. She had 3 bottles, one of which was unopened from yesterday's reward. Therefore the water stone that could originally produce 2,400 milliliters of water had spent most of the day on forced inactivity. It was better to take the opportunity to trade for some items and free up space to produce water. Lu Tao checked the water source prices, took a mid-range value, and posted a link on the trading platform. 100 milliliters of clean water, 7 branches, or 2 stones comes with a mineral water bottle. I'm only providing water. Lu Tao posted 10 offers, and as soon as she did they were sold out in an instant. Not only that, but many unread messages popped up from unfamiliar people asking if she had extra water for sale. Lu Tao copied and pasted the banana tree bark message, pricing it at 6 stones or 2 pieces of wood. By noon her business boomed. Continuously selling water and trading banana tree bark, she quickly cleared out all her banana tree bark, selling 4 banana tree cores and 20 ripe bananas. She obtained 194 stones, 23 pieces of wood, 5 branches, 10 pieces of tree bark, 5 fresh banana leaves, and 2 banana tree sap. A wave of sudden wealth. Among those, the banana leaves, banana tree sap, and banana tree silk all came from the same player. The other party, like her, discovered the banana tree, but unfortunately the bananas were either rotten or pecked by birds, so they only harvested banana leaves, banana tree sap, and banana tree silk. It wasn't until they saw her selling banana tree cores and bark vigorously that they realized these 2 items were actually rich in water content. They instantly pounded their chest and stomped their feet, wishing they could turn into a diamond, and rushed back to the banana trees they had chopped down, hugging the whole tree back. Thus, filled with obsession, they contacted her and bought 10 bananas, insisting on tasting their flavor. She still had some unripe bananas that could be ripened. Seeing there was business, she traded a portion of the ripe ones just in time to obtain materials for a green sunshade hat. At this point her vehicle upgrade materials were more plentiful than ever. Stones 263, wood 47, tree bark 22, tree gum 7, Explosive Ant Hair 16. Since entering the game, it was the first time Lu Tao had such smooth transactions. It felt as refreshing as drinking a bottle of soda on a hot summer day, not only clearing out part of her backpack, but also acquiring urgently needed materials. Taking a deep breath of the air filled with materials from the truck bed, she was contentedly sorting through her supplies. Congratulations to player making money is destiny for successfully completing 100 trades career value 2. Lu Tao. Can trading really increase career value? After her surprise, Lu Tao energetically hopped into the driver's seat and sped towards the destination. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Tao reached the destination for the first time so quickly. Congratulations to player making money is destiny for completing today's driving task and becoming the 36th player to arrive rewarded with a black iron treasure chest. It turns out that different rankings yield different treasure chests. Lu Tao was enlightened. She began to ponder. Excitement surged within her. What treasures would the rewards be for the top 30, top 10, and top 3? Lu Tao's face showed longing, her left eye lit with wildness and her right eye with ambition. She clenched her fists. I must obtain those front row treasure chests. She even had a bold guess, since the rewards for players reaching the front rows daily differ. What about the top 10 players who upgrade their vehicles first? Lu Tao could no longer contain her excitement. Upgrade the vehicle, receive the rewards. She pulled her thoughts back and opened the treasure chest directly. Congratulations to the player money is my destiny for obtaining a tree sap refining machine X1, tree sap X5, sweet banana seed X1. Lu Tao. This was her first time directly obtaining machines and seeds. Lu Tao eagerly checked the details. Tree sap refining machine details an essential machine for producing tree sap. Tree sap a necessary material for upgrading vehicle. Sweet banana seed 81 vitality. Details a unique fruit tree of summer yielding 100 bananas every 30 days. Planting requirements: suitable planting bed, fertile soil, sufficient water, and sunlight. Lu Tao was so excited she almost screamed. No wonder she had always struggled to find clues about tree sap, but turns out it cannot be learned through blueprints, but must be obtained from treasure chests. She clicked to extract, and with a loud bang something happened. The back of the vehicle was enveloped in mist, and then dispersed, revealing a small machine about 1 meter tall appearing behind. Lu Tao hurriedly jumped onto the vehicle to take a look. The tree sap refining machine had a wood-metal hybrid structure. At the top was the material input port. When she gently touched it, a reminder popped up. Please input 2 pine tree resins, 5 pine tree flowers, and 1 rosin stone to produce 10 tree sap, consuming 1 stamina per hour. Up to 100 materials can be inputted. Processing will continue until the storage is full. Wow. This function is great. Just stuff a bunch of materials in and extract them on a timer. Lu Tao fiddled with the hand crank accelerator on the side. Details: shake the accelerator for 10 minutes to speed up the harvest by 10 minutes. Lu Tao felt a bit of a headache. That was a bit too fast for a slap in the face. She automatically ignored this useless acceleration function. No matter. Ignoring that it was still her precious tree sap refining machine. The output port was equipped with a grid that could store 100 tree sap. A temporary storage grid is also good. Lu Tao was delighted. Thinking of the scarcity of tree sap and the market, it felt like she saw a path to wealth. She placed the 5 tree sap rewards into the vehicle storage and took out her final reward, a super tiny sweet banana seed. It was the size of her pinky finger, and surprisingly, it looked like a small banana, a shiny golden piece that appeared particularly cute, resembling the Lu Chu she had eaten at the night market before. Moreover, the sweet banana seed could yield 100 bananas in just 30 days. What an extraordinary variety. Lu Tao's farming spirit bubbled up uncontrollably, only to be doused by the planting requirements. She sorrowfully touched the adorable little banana. It's okay, once I find a planting bed, I will definitely send you to your new home right away. And the mint seedling too. She wasn't biased. Reluctantly placing the precious seeds away, she opened the chat channel and sent out a flurry of acquisition messages. Acquiring pine tree resins, pine tree flowers, rosin stones, private chat for transaction details. Just as she finished sending and was about to retreat, someone tagged her. Punching the head. Are you saying this thing is useful? Lu Tao was invigorated. Money is my destiny. Do you have any? Ill buy. Punching the head. No, how should I put it? Private chat. After speaking hesitantly, a private message came in. Punching the head. I encountered a small forest in the mist erosion zone last night. My backpack was already full, thinking this thing can't be eaten. It seems not very useful and takes up space, so I didn't pick any. This thing is useful. Money is my destiny. Punching the head. What do you mean? Old cow. Silent JPG. Money is my destiny. This is a raw material for making tree sap. Cat wanting to speak, but stops. JPG cat. Facepalming JPG. Punching the head. Punching the head. Don't expose this in the chat channel. Don't tell that idiot. Lu Tao's lips twitched as she instantly understood who he was referring to. But this guy with overflowing stamina. How could he be so short-sighted to miss a treasure? I believe it. Oh, I really believe in your luck now. And she wasn't so bored to gossip you other players probably wouldn't either. A stranger's friend request popped up. Child of Destiny, give me a would tell me what you chatted about Lu Tao. Money is my destiny private transaction details no comment. Child of Destiny, you actually refuse me, but do you know who I am? I am the child of the game you rejecting me has no. Lu Tao directly clicked, I searched for these materials on the trading platform, and upon finding 0 returns returned to the chat channel to post a few more advertisements. The chat channel has this drawback. Messages get pushed up quickly, but if you don't keep an eye on it you'll miss them. But you can't just keep staring at it. Lu Tao frowned, is there no more convenient trading method? She flipped between the trading platform and chat channel during which Child of Destiny popped up a friend request the strangers, 3 messages were used up. Lu Tao speechlessly clicked to refuse her finger accidentally, poking the group add button on the right friend list. A thought suddenly struck her. In the real world there are popular purchasing groups, group buying groups, and exchange groups. Oh, why can't she create a trading group? Lu Tao decided to take action. Each player is limited to establishing 2 group chats. Current group chat low level limited to 10 members. Each player is limited to adding 2 group chats. Will it consume 80 spirit points to establish a low level chat group for 10 people? It actually required 80 spirit points. She looked at the stats. Spirit 75 resting for an hour in the morning recovers 10 spirit. Lu Tao wasn't in a hurry. She opened the friends list. Money is my destiny sister. I want to set up a private trading group. Can you help me gather people? Add more Taro, you must include my name. And this is a private group. Add more Taro, are you not paying attention to the chat channel? On the first day someone discussed that this group creation feature is very important, but the spirit requirement is too high, discouraging many players, so how could I miss such a rare trading group? I must thank my sister for giving me a spot. Money is my destiny, hee wait for me to take a nap, and then he'll pull you in. Add more Taro, instantly understood. Add more Taro, go rest, sleep well, and wake up to fight. Lu Tao was enlightened. Unless necessary, she indeed didn't pay much attention to the group chat, and had actually missed this information. Then she contacted her big client. Money is my destiny, I want to set up a private trading group. Are you interested in joining? Buy Moo now? Money is my destiny, around 10 o'clock tonight. Buy Moo, are you short on spirit now? Buy Moo will join, but I also want to reach a cooperation with you. Lu Tao raised her eyebrows. By Moo, there are many first-time rewards in the game, and players are currently crowdfunding to obtain the first group creation reward. It should succeed today without a doubt. I don't want to cooperate with the other party, but I want to see if there are rewards for group management. Am not freeloading, ill exchange opportunities with spirit recovery fruit. Money is my destiny, can I know who it is? By Moo Brother Nyo's group. Lu Tao directly expressed her needs. Making money is the priority, I need at least 50 points of mental energy. By Moo accepted. With this statement, 2 round mangosteens fell into her palm. Delicious mangosteen details, one of the unique summer fruits along the scorching summer roads, rich in nutrients. Consuming it can restore 25 mental energy, up to 10 can be consumed in a day. It turned out to be a rare fruit that replenishes mental energy. Lu Tao once again gained a new understanding of Bai Mu's strength. She cracked open a mangosteen, and the flesh melted in her mouth like garlic cloves, sweet enough to make her eyes sparkle. After finishing one, she looked at the data. Mental energy 100 useful. Lu Tao ate the second one, and her mental energy quickly jumped to 125. Making money is the priority, that's enough, wait for me a few minutes. Lu Tao clicked to create a group. Did player Lu Tao consume 80 mental energy to establish a low-level group of 10 people? Yes. Please give your group a catchy name. Lu Tao decisively typed Resource Abundant Group. Player Lu Tao consumed 80 mental energy to establish Resource Abundant Group 110 people. Almost at the moment the group was successfully created, a pop-up appeared. The journey of an individual is not one of isolation, it equally requires the embrace and assistance of friends. Collaboration and mutual benefit are among the essences of road games. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for establishing the first group chat, receiving a silver treasure, chest 1 mental energy, 5, mysterious map fragment 1. Another mysterious map fragment. Lu Tao was not in a hurry to open the treasure chest. She found the invite section for group friends and pulled Bai Mu in. She also gave him one of the 2 group management roles besides herself. Making money is the priority, is there a reward? A young man on a modified tricycle looked at the treasure chest rewards popping up in front of him, smiling slightly. Bai Mu, yes. That's great. Without further ado, Lu Tao pulled Duo Jia Yuanai in and gave her the other group management role. Duo Jia Yuanai, didn't you say you needed to restore mental energy? Wait, why did I get a management role? Making money is the priority, don't ask did you receive the reward. On the other side, Duo Jia Yuanai, with a single ponytail, looked confused as she stared at the reward notification popping up in front of her. After a moment, she jumped up screaming. Duo Jia Yuanai, I got it. Ah, sister, I love you. Thank you for bringing me along. Boo-hoo, once I open the reward, I'll share half with you. Making money is the priority, no need, ha, anyway if you don't take it it will go to some people I dislike. But if you get a blueprint, remember to trade it with me first. Duo Jiayu Ni, I'll send it straight to you. Baimu, yes, I'll send it too. Duo Jiayu Ni, is there anyone else? Isn't this the big shot selling me a simple tire accelerator, and it's my sister who's bringing in such scarce big shots? Making money is the priority, proud JPG, that's right. To celebrate the establishment of the group chat, the three of them decided to share the tools they were planning to craft next. Only this once. After that, they would trade resources individually, and it was agreed that adding new group members would require the consent of 2 people, and then everyone would disperse to open the treasure chests. Lu Tao closed the light screen excitedly, rubbing her small hands. Not only did she take down the group of Nyogu, but she also received a silver treasure chest. She was happy. Taking out an ice-cold cola, Lu Tao wiped her hands with the condensation on the surface and seriously opened the treasure chest. Congratulations to player, making money is the priority for obtaining a lucky bronze cauldron 1. Lu Tao, just 1. That's it. Lu Tao, disbelieving, poked the reward bar. No other resources appeared, instead the details of the lucky bronze cauldron popped up. Lucky bronze cauldron details, a byproduct from the youth of a top-level blacksmith. Input random materials, and if your luck is good enough you will obtain a desired small tool. PS, experience the joy from a gambler. Refining time 48 hours. Each time it is used it waits 30 days. Lu Tao gasped. Inputting materials can directly refine tools. Isn't this just a treasure chest? Ah. She wanted to take back what she just said. The lucky bronze cauldron was simply too wonderful, too amazing. Even if there were many other resources, she only wanted this one. She wouldn't trade it for anything. Lu Tao took out the lucky bronze cauldron. The lucky bronze cauldron was only the size of a palm, and the raised edge surprisingly depicted a painting. A long-haired, 3-colored cat lay there playing with a ball, its paw hitting the ball right on the base of the lucky bronze cauldron. So cute. I want to touch it. Lu Tao patted the cat's head, and the next second she exclaimed. Did the cat's eye seem to move? Lu Tao rubbed her eyes and looked closely. The cat pattern was still the same as before. Did she see it wrong? Lu Tao hugged the lucky bronze cauldron and climbed into the car's cargo area to select refining materials. First she had to get a stinger from a killer bee. Without hesitation she tossed it in, and since it was random, she would just give it a try since she wasn't sure what would come out. She also added 2 venomous pincers and thought of adding another. Both were poisonous and sharp. Should she add some other materials to mix it up? But the materials weren't abundant enough. Lu Tao browsed the trading platform, exchanged 5 stone blocks for a piece of crocodile cartilage, and tossed in 5 strands of sturdy rope grass. Lu Tao pressed the forging option. With a loud boom, the lucky bronze cauldron enlarged in the cargo area, enveloped in white mist, and a countdown of 48 hours appeared above. Lu Tao's face showed anticipation. What would come out in 48 hours? Hopefully, it would be a weapon. Right now the weapon she wanted most was a reliable one. Once everything was done, the time reached 4 in the afternoon. Lu Tao yawned, adjusted her hat's brim, and leaned against the cargo area for a nap. She was preparing for a big night ahead. A phone, Yogo, I got it. It's just that person who stubbornly refused to lower the price. I spent 20 pieces of wood to get one. Nyoga, don't worry, once we form the group and receive the rewards, it'll give you double the wood. A phone, hee, I knew following you would lead to success. You're amazing. You recognize that unlocking new things comes with rewards. You're definitely the best player in our district. Nyogo proudly smirked, his squinting eyes sparkling with excitement. Compared to most people who were anxious about entering the game, he had unlocked the shackles imposed by laws and morals. If it weren't for the solo road, he would have been gathering resources long ago. He took out the 5 mangostines he bought for over 100 pieces of wood, a price that made him wince too. But everything was, once he received the rewards, wouldn't he have as much as he wanted? He bit into 3 mangostines in one go and confidently pointed at creating the group. Congratulations to player Nyogo for establishing the second group chat, receiving a black iron treasure chest 1. Nyoge's smile froze on his face. Why is it the second one? Who snatched his first place reward? Lu Tao woke up at 6:45 a.m. Groggily getting up, she did a set of morning exercises to wake herself up before leisurely pulling out the last steamed bun to nibble on. The weather was too hot. The steamed bun took up space in her backpack and spoiled quickly in the truck bed, so she had to eat them all before they went bad. Relying on sheer willpower, she swallowed the last dry and scratchy bite of the bun. Lu Tao sighed in relief, casually posted a few updates in the chat channel, and then noticed Duo Jia Yu and I bubbling in a group of 3 around 5 o'clock. She excitedly shared the details of the blueprints she had obtained, squealing with joy and boldly declaring that she would make one for them as soon as she got the materials. Sleep-inducing incense. Details: do you also suffer from insomnia? Light a stick of incense and sleep soundly until dawn. PS maximum coverage area is 20 square meters. A first-level monster will remain asleep for 1 hour. Lu Tao blinked, then blinked again. Why does this thing not resemble sleep-inducing incense, but rather like sleeping pills? She hurriedly Come on sisters, hurry up. My monster hunting career depends on you. As she was excitedly showering compliments, Bai Mu silently shared a picture. Bai Mu photo. Reinforced tire clip. Details: place it on the tire to increase durability to 110. Use one on each tire. Lu Tao. Bai Mu photo. Reinforced tire clip. Details: come on, big shot, my tricycle is craving attention. Bai Mu will get you set up tomorrow morning. I have an extremely useful tool this time, no blueprints, but I have this car-mounted double-layer storage rack. Hee hee, you'll get you one when I return. Lu Tao opened the 2 stamina potions sent by Cao Cao Z. Cao Cao Z made 2 and sent them to you. The feeling of brewing potions is just so exhilarating. Next time there's herbs, be sure to contact me. Lu Tao, no problem. If you make anti-inflammatory and heat relief potions, you'll buy them. In her unread messages, there were also requests for water. From noon until now, she had gathered another 500 milliliters of water, selling 300 milliliters for 3 pieces of tree bark. Unknowingly, it was already 6:58 p.m. Lu Tao turned off the screen, waiting for the night and busy moments to arrive. Monster hunting, acquiring a fog-infused area entry card, leveling up. I just don't know when I'll unlock the fire source. Entering the fog-infused area at night, her already limited visibility would be even more constrained. Besides hitting with a shovel and using her hands, she would miss out on resources further away. At 7 o'clock, the sky darkened on schedule. After waiting a bit, Lu Tao heard heavy footsteps approaching the road. She adjusted to the darkness and saw a rock-throwing monster thudding along the road, tossing stones. This type of monster is entirely composed of stone. Defeating it would only yield stones and a fog-infused area entry card, making it very unprofitable. Unsure if the rock-throwing monster was solitary or social, and since the stone was less valuable than other materials, Lu Tao decided against following it. She swiftly dealt with the rock-throwing monster, earning 10 stones and 1 fog-infused area entry card. At this moment, her backpack was already full with stones, filling 2 slots, and she tossed the remaining stones into the truck bed. Lu Tao threw them in while pondering. Why are there monsters that drop stones, but none that drop wood? This doesn't make sense. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Tao was about to return to the truck bed when she caught a glimpse of the fog-infused area outside the railings. It's still early. Why not take a stroll around the road to see if there are any resources to collect? Saying and doing, Lu Tao picked up the fog-infused area entry card dropped by the rock-throwing monster and stepped into the thick fog. The map popped up in the upper right corner, and just as Lu Tao was about to close it, a prompt appeared. Do you want to spend 1 spirit to retain yesterday's marked points? Omega. Lu Tao was astonished. There's this feature. She spent 1 spirit to click retain, and to her surprise, marked points for yesterday's stone mine wood and ant nest appeared prominently on the map. What surprised her even more was that even though she had driven 50 kilometers forward, the distance between the ant nest and the road was only a few hundred meters farther than yesterday. Why is that? Could it be that the fog-infused area and the road are different segments? Lu Tao's mind suddenly lit up with a light bulb. The fog-infused area and the road are separated by railings. Entering the fog-infused area requires a special entry card, so it's possible that the road and fog-infused area are 2 separate segments, causing the distances to differ. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? With her shovel, Lu Tao headed straight for the ant nest. Killing monsters for explosive black ants has great potential. After spending 20 minutes, she reached the familiar hillside. Without catching her breath, she saw 2 explosive black ants hunting below. She bent down to follow and optimize yesterday's plan, taking them out one by one. 3 pop-up windows appeared in succession. Congratulations to player making money is my destiny for successfully killing a first-level explosive black ant, obtaining 2 explosive ant whiskers, 2 ant legs, 1 explosive abdomen, and 1 hour fog-infused area entry card. Congratulations to player making money is my destiny for successfully killing another first-level explosive black ant, obtaining 2 explosive ant whiskers, 1 ant leg, 1 explosive abdomen, and 1 hour fog-infused area entry card. Starting off rich, Lu Tao collected the materials and rushed towards the ant nest just as she saw an explosive black ant stepping out of the nest within 50 meters. Locking eyes with it before the whip-like antennae could strike the air, she raised her shovel and swung it down, dispatching it at lightning speed, picking up the materials before climbing back up the hillside. It seemed she had struck lucky during the explosive black ant's hunting time, but soon 2 more emerged. Successfully taking them out, she surprisingly discovered a trio of explosive black ants. She held back, fidgeting, and despite her greed, couldn't resist charging in and wearing down the 3, but it led to 1 explosive black ant's abdomen exploding, the thunderous sound attracting the attention of the explosive black ants from the nest. Lu Tao's stamina dropped to a critical level of 15. Her body felt heavy, and each step made her gasp. Hearing the rustling behind her, she quickly downed a stamina potion and sprinted towards the ant nest, narrowly escaping disaster. But having consumed a whole tube of stamina potion, it felt too much of a loss to just stop now. Retaining some rationality, Lu Tao avoided a patrol of over a dozen explosive black ants, stealthily acquiring 8 pieces of wood and digging 5 pieces of dirt from a wet mud pit, but unfortunately, she couldn't find any water stones. Until she began to consume the second fog-infused area entry card, the alert explosive black ant squad resumed their normal hunting activities. She sighed in relief and quietly returned to continue her work. This time she dared not be greedy anymore. Lu Tao chose to take on the solitary monsters quietly. Congratulations to player making money is my destiny for successfully killing 1 first-level explosive black ant, obtaining 2 explosive ant whiskers, 2 ant legs, 1 explosive abdomen, and 1 hour fog-infused area entry card. Congratulations to player making money is my destiny for successfully killing 2 first-level explosive black ants and obtaining 2 1-hour fog-infused area entry cards. Congratulations to player making money is my destiny for successfully killing 1 first-level intermediate explosive black and obtaining 2 explosive ant whiskers, 3 ant legs, 1 explosive abdomen, and 1 hour fog-infused area entry card. Something strange has mixed in. Lu Tao, in a flurry as she gathered materials, looked thoughtful. No wonder that explosive black ant was harder to kill than the others. The impact rattled her wrist when she hit its head. So it turns out it was a squad leader after all. The loot from the squad leader couldn't fit into the storage slots for the materials dropped by other small monsters. Lu Tao bundled it up with her durable vine and slung it over her shoulder. She returned to continue fighting monsters. Time passed second by second, and the muffled thuds of clubs echoed intermittently in the pitch-black mist-eroded zone. Lu Tao picked up an entry card for the mist-eroded zone, wiped the sweat from her brow, and crouched in a pile of decaying grass, keeping her distance from the patrolling squad. Perhaps too many small monsters had vanished. The patrol squad was out again. She checked the time. Unknowingly, she had consumed 4 entry cards for the mist-eroded zone, and her replenished stamina was once again making her backpack a bit overcrowded. Still too poor. Lu Tao sighed, hugging the materials dropped by the squad leader, taking a reluctant glance at her joyful home, and started back with her load. On the way, she chopped down 4 obstructive logs and 7 branches. Lu Tao crossed over the railing and spotted her beloved little wheel. With a swift leap into the cart, passing through the transparent bubble, Lu Tao's tense back finally relaxed. She took a big gulp of water and began to count the materials she had harvested tonight. Stones 10, soil 5, branches 7, logs 12. These were just decimals, and Lu Tao continued to tidy up. Explosive tentacles 30, complete, ant legs 24, broken ant legs 36, explosive abdominal cavity 14. Including the entry card for the mist-eroded zone and the one dropped by the stone monster, she had a total of 16. After deducting the 4 she had consumed, her survival in the mist-eroded zone had reached an unprecedented double-digit count, a full 17 cards. Tomorrow, I must break through the 2. Looking at her overflowing harvest, she firmly felt a connection with the ant nest, otherwise how could it have appeared near her road? Tomorrow I must go to my joyful home again. Unless I leave the map where the ant nest is located, no one can stop me. It's just that I have too much material. Both the cart and the backpack are overflowing. Lu Tao sighed. She spent 5 stones on the trading platform to buy 10 vine grasses, consuming 5 stamina, and crafted herself a double-layer storage rack for the cart. Then she decisively messaged a major client, otherwise how could she sleep with so many things piled up here? Making money is my fate, boss. Are you there? By Moo. Do you have explosive black ant materials? Making money is my fate. Cat shocked image. Boss, you are truly insightful. So do you want it? I have plenty of materials. Everything you want is here. Under Lu Tao's eager gaze, the other side fell silent for 2 seconds before sending an inquiry. By Moo, how many do you have? Lu Tao directly sent the number of explosive black ant materials in her backpack. Making money is my fate. So many, boss. Will you buy? Cat anticipating. Making money is my fate. By the way, one of the explosive black ants is a mid-level one. The materials should be different. You can try to see if it enhances your equipment. Even Bai Mu, who already had expectations, couldn't help but stiffen at the sight of the dense numbers. Bai Mu, did you raid the explosive black ant's home? Making money is my fate. No. Before Bai Mu could relax, he saw Lu Tao's next message. Making money is my fate. That ant nest is quite large. Ew, I only raided a wave at the outskirts. It's still far from being cleared, so you don't have to worry about running out of stock. Bai Mu paused his reply. Was that what he was worried about? He initially thought he had found a game friend with good morals, but unexpectedly the other party was as aggressive in monster hunting as if they were restocking. His expression was complicated, typing out "be careful" before deleting it. Bai Mu, will buy, and if you gather enough explosive ant tentacles, I'll buy those as well. What do you need? Here's my list of available goods: fruit dryer 1, mist-eroded zone 1 hour entry card 3, delicious mountain fruit 5, explosive stinky jerky 2, anti-inflammatory medicine 2. Lu Tao's eyes widened. Anti-inflammatory medicine. The other party had this item. Without hesitation, she decided she had to get one. Her injuries had not healed well, and she was in dire need of medicine. Indeed, she had not chosen the wrong major client. There was also a fruit dryer. The weather was indeed suitable for drying fruits, but nothing was as fast as the dryer for stable results. Delicious mountain fruit was also very useful. It could restore 25 stamina at once, which could save her life in critical moments, not to mention the stinky jerky. Lu Tao pondered for a while and reluctantly made her choice. Making money is my fate. I'll trade the fruit dryer and one anti-inflammatory medicine. Ew, I want all the ant legs. How about that? Although they were friends in the same group, the two were very fair when it came to business. Bai Mu thought for a moment. Bai Mu, one anti-inflammatory medicine, 3 delicious mountain fruits, plus the dryer for all the ant legs. Right now I need complete ant legs. More broken ant legs take the same amount of time, but yield items with halved effectiveness, and the selling price will also decrease. Lu Tao felt frustrated. She also wanted to pick up more complete ones. Just by looking at the monster drops, she knew that the broken ant legs weren't counted in. This showed the price difference on both sides. She would have to be more careful during the next fight. Making money is my fate. Then let's add the explosive ant tentacles. How many do you need? Lu Tao had sold almost all the explosive black ants to Bai Mu, so he could easily calculate how much stock the other party had. It was tempting, but at this moment the poverty fell upon him. Bai Mu, first let's trade 6 tentacles, and he'll exchange them for wood. Lu Tao looked at this and immediately laughed with her hands on her hips. Haha, so she wasn't the only one who was both poor and rich. Stones had severely depreciated, and now what had become the new baseline for exchanges. Making money is my fate. I'll give you 8 ant tentacles, and you give me 30 woods plus 1 anti-inflammatory medicine. Right now ant tentacles are also quite expensive. The players have noticed the scarcity of explosive black ant drops over the past few days. The previous 5 stones or woods for a bargain have become history at the current wood prices. It takes 8 woods for 1 tentacle. Bai Mu, 10 tentacles. The two engaged in back and forth negotiations until they finally settled on exchanging 10 ant tentacles for 36 woods, 1 anti-inflammatory medicine, and 1 package of stinky jerky. After signing the transaction agreement, Lu Tao sent all the ant legs over, and the cart instantly felt much lighter. She quickly drank some water and took an anti-inflammatory medicine, finally easing the tension she had been holding. Only then did she check the materials she had harvested this time. Using 24 complete ant legs, 30 broken ant legs, and 10 explosive ant tentacles, she exchanged them for 1 spicy, stinky jerky, 1 fruit dryer, 3 delicious mountain fruits, and 2 anti-inflammatory medicines. Lu Tao. She was bewildered, wondering what goods to collect. In the next moment, she suddenly jolted up. Making money is my destiny. Did you manage to get the materials for tree gum? Punching to the head was exhausted from laying down like a pancake, but his words were fierce. Punching to the head, I can get that little bit of stuff in no time. Lu Tao glanced at the chat timestamps of the two in front of her, then looked at the current time. She was quite skeptical about this certainty, but the supplies were urgent. Making money is my destiny. How much do you have? Punching to the head, pine tree sap, 157, pine flowers, 283, rosin stone, 58. Lu Tao. She could not help but voice a similar doubt as Bai Mu. Making money is my destiny. Did you dig up the pine? Could it be that, like her, punching to the head had access to many pine groves in the fog-infested area of the road, allowing him to encounter them again today, after missing out yesterday? This luck was just too good. Before Lu Tao could express her astonishment, she saw the message from punching to the head. Punching to the head, it was the grove I discovered yesterday. How did you think not being able to return to the road would make me give up? I went into the fog-infested area, fought monsters while gathering fog-infested entry cards, and spent several hours getting this pile. If it weren't for my lack of fog-infested entry cards, I could have gathered more. Lu Tao blinked in confusion. Making money is my destiny. May I ask how you found your way back? Punching to the head, I'm a wilderness survival blogger. Finding my way. It's not difficult for me. Her guess was confirmed, and Lu Tao was shocked. She fell silent for a moment, unable to resist, asking a soul-searching question. Making money is my destiny. You must have a path map for entering the fog-infested area. Punching to the head, who doesn't know that? Making money is my destiny. Do you know that the map has marking and yesterday's marking preservation functions? Zhou Quan was taken aback, and Ran Man suddenly climbed up from the truck bed, returning from the fog-infested area with a dark expression a few seconds later. Punching to the head. Of course I know, but I just wanted to check around for supplies. Ha ha, how could I not know? Lu Tao admired him. This was like a massive iron beak crafted from the essence of 1,000 dead ducks. Truly, one needed both luck and strength as well as stamina. Punching to the head, why are we talking about this? The focus is on the trade. Lu Tao cooperated to shift the topic. Making money is my destiny. Yes, the trade is most important. How shall we exchange? Punching to the head, exchange tree gum. It'll give materials in exchange for 2/3 of the output of tree gum. Sure enough. Lu Tao guessed it would be this way. If the other party wasn't in a hurry to upgrade their vehicle like her, why would they risk several hours in the fog-infested area overnight? This wasn't a lion's big mouth. After all, she only needed to expend stamina and machines to get a third of the tree gum, which was a very profitable trade. But the problem was that she also wanted to upgrade quickly. Such cooperation would mean expending energy working for someone else, greatly dragging down her upgrade time, but the other side wouldn't likely take a step back. But if she delayed producing tree gum, she would fall behind others. Lu Tao thought for a moment and chose to change the trading method. Making money is my destiny. Do you need explosion ant whiskers? Zhou Quan frowned. He knew what the other party was considering, but he also wasn't prepared to take a step back. Just as he was about to negotiate further, he saw this. Did he need them? Not a single explosion black ant had appeared on his road. He was in dire need. Pushed to his soft spot, punching to the head had no choice but to take a step back. Punching to the head, yes. Lu Tao sighed in relief. Making money is my destiny. Let's change our cooperation method. I can give you 10 whiskers, but we will split the tree gum output evenly. The premise is that I guess you will definitely go to that pine grove again. We can continue to cooperate in producing tree gum until both sides gather enough upgrade materials. Zhou Quan relaxed his frown. If it were other exchange conditions, he would have decisively refused. But this. Punching to the head, 16 whiskers. Making money is my destiny. That's too many. I also need to ensure I have enough explosion whiskers, and am only giving you half of the tree gum while also covering production. Likewise, I'm giving you half of the explosion ant whiskers without requiring any other cost from you. It's a very fair trade. Punching to the head, 12 whiskers. The tree gum materials I gather later will be split with you, and if you have extra explosion whiskers later, you can also give them to me. How about that? Lu Tao agreed. After all, she had decided to keep exhausting herself with the ant nest. Gathering the explosion whiskers the other party needed was a convenient task. Punching to the head, then let's sign a contract. Just in time, I'll take advantage of the darkness to make another trip. Zhou Quan silently swallowed the words marking that pine grove. Lu Tao also guessed what punching to the head intended to do, but she barely maintained her partner's dignity and began discussing the contract. Currently, the private trading agreements are very simplistic, only imposing certain constraints on the goods traded. If someone really wanted to breach the contract, there were ways. As long as one could bear the risk of having their life value halved. The two of them were engaged in a large transaction, so for the first exchange of materials, Lu Tao first took out 6 explosion ant whiskers to exchange for the first batch of materials to express her sincerity, with the remaining 6 to be given to the other party on the day the cooperation was completed. Both sides were very satisfied with this. Exiting the chat, Lu Tao picked up the materials and rushed to the tree gum melting machine. She threw all the materials in, expending 6 stamina to refine tree gum. Initially, she wanted to take out the fruit drying machine to process the bananas, but after looking at the space in the truck bed that only allowed her to curl up and lie down, Lu Tao decided to store it in her backpack. Her last thought before sleeping was that she must use the car-mounted double-layer storage rack tomorrow. Day 4 of the road game. Lu Tao woke up for the first time to the morning sun. She felt unprecedentedly refreshed, and even the redness of the wounds on her arms and legs had improved and scabbed over. Lu Tao finally sighed in relief and took out half of the 56 portions of tree gum she made last night to send to punching to the head. Punching to the head awesome quickly received the goods. Lu Tao clicked to accept and received pine tree sap, 183, pine flowers, 227, rosinstone, 55. Lu Tao calculated the material refining ratio. Making money is my destiny. If only I could gather more pine flowers. I'm quite short. Punching to the head, okay. Quickly cutting off the conversation, Lu Tao sent the 2 car-mounted double-layer storage racks she made during the night to Duo Jiayu and I, and Bai Mu. She immediately received offerings from 2 friends. Sleep-inducing incense details. Do you also have trouble sleeping? Light a stick of incense, and you will sleep until dawn. PS maximum effective area is 20 square meters. First-level monsters will remain in a deep sleep for 1 hour. Tire reinforcement clip details. Place it on the tire to increase durability to 110. Use 1 on each tire. Lu Tao stuck the tire reinforcement clip on the inside of the tire and picked up a long incense stick. Unlike the car-mounted incense that could be passively activated by hanging on the front of the car, the sleep-inducing incense was a full 10 centimeters long, but needed to be lit. Duo Jiayu Ni Wowu, no fire source. I'm out of luck. Making money is my destiny. No worries, someone will definitely produce a fire source in the next few days. Wouldn't that be a perfect match? Duo Jiayu Ni, thanks for the comfort, sister. I'm fully revived and ready to produce goods. By the way, have you noticed? It's so hot today. Isn't it hot every day? Lu Tao looked at the current temperature, her brows furrowing. Current map, scorching summer highway. Current time, hot season year, 3598, July 10th, 7:05 a.m. night, falls at 7:00 p.m. Current temperature 35, I feel like a melting ice cream. Today's mileage 00. Total mileage 150. Yesterday it was only 32, and today it has skyrocketed to 35. Lu Tao gasped, removing her green sun hat. The sweltering heat hit her face, her head feeling like a natural light absorber, continuously gathering heat. She hurriedly put her hat back on, and the temperature dropped to 3, providing some comfort. However, this little comfort would soon prove insufficient. Lu Tao pressed her lips together, feeling overwhelmed. Indeed, it was a survival game where not advancing meant death, offering no chance for players to catch their breath. She immediately began to strategize her cooling tools. Too few. She needed to stock up. After rummaging through the exchangeable supplies, Lu Tao felt troubled, yet reassured herself. Looking on the bright side, her green sun hat business would surely thrive. Exchanging supplies was not a loss. Once calculations were complete, Lu Tao sent a dried cat emoji to her friend, who had contributed extra sweet potato puree. She hopped into the driver's seat, ready to hit the road at 50 kilometers. No matter how hot the weather, she was determined to secure the rewards for the first 30 arrivals today. The tricycle pushed forward against the sunlight, with Lu Tao gripping the handle, with one hand multitasking. First, she spent 5 stamina points to craft a green sun hat. She decided this would be her primary task on the road today. Next, she opened the trading platform to search for cooling items. These supplies were in high demand. The few items available were priced exorbitantly, yet even at that price they sold out instantly. Using 2 ant whiskers, Lu Tao managed to snag a cooling spray, but when she tried to grab a second one, it was already sold out. Refreshing cooling spray. Detail: spray on your body for a 2-hour experience of 1 coolness. Durability, 5050. A good item she planned to exchange for more later. Taking note of the seller's nickname, Lu Tao placed the refreshing cooling spray in her storage rack, saving it for use after the temperature hits 40 degrees. Speaking of the storage rack, it was definitely the most valuable item she had crafted. It had built-in vehicle stability, preventing it from bouncing around, allowing her to keep the supplies in the cargo area organized, and even increasing her sleeping space at night. It also allowed her to free up 2 vacant backpack slots. Currently, her backpack contained ripe banana fruit X10, cool mint seedling X1, stone X99, stone X99, explosive abdomen X20, banana tree sap X30, fresh banana leaves X12, banana tree heart X2, fruit dryer X1. The storage rack lacked a time freezing function, making the banana fruits and cool mint seedlings unsuitable for removal. The banana tree sap had no container, and the stones were too many. Unless she crafted another storage rack, they wouldn't fit. So she only took the excess stones, while the explosive abdomen remained in her backpack, ready to give enemies a loving explosion at any moment. When she went out, the stones in her backpack could be placed in the cargo area, providing her with 2 usable slots. The double-layer storage rack solved her major problem, had it not been for the cargo area being too small. After fitting in the storage rack resin, smelting machine, and herself for sleeping, there would be no room for more. She couldn't help but want to craft 2 more for use. As for selling, considering the scarcity of wood, she decided to hold off for now and stock up for upgrades instead. As noon approached, the temperature rose higher. Even with the green sun hat on, she was sweating profusely. Worried about the high temperatures causing other problems, she kept moving, picking up trash and charging as necessary without a moment's pause. However, unforeseen events always lurked. At 1230 p.m., the hottest moment of the day arrived. Current temperature 38. The scorching weather posed more risks. Your tire's outer casing risks melting, and durability is decreasing at double speed. Durability will be calculated separately for different tire impacts on the current road section. P.S. Current durability requires iron ore for restoration. Lu Tao's eyelids twitched as she quickly stepped on the brakes to check the tires. She noticed that the originally clanking thin iron tire showed signs of melting where it contacted the ground. Can iron tires melt? Is this normal? She felt a sinking feeling in her heart and checked the tire durability. Front tire durability 106,110. Rear right tire durability 107,110. Rear left tire durability 107,110. PS iron or X1 can restore 20 durability. On the 3rd day of survival, the game showed no signs of letting her off easy. Lu Tao finished checking the vehicle, her brow furrowed. The good news was that she had just received a small gift from a group friend this morning, boosting her durability by 10. The bad news was that no matter how high it was, it couldn't fend off the heat. The worst news was that she had no iron ore. The good news was that as long as she was willing to stop, she could wait out the hottest hours. With her simple wheel accelerator, she was sure to reach the destination before 7 p.m. The bad news was that not only was the top 30 reward out of her reach, but even the top 100 seemed unattainable. Without hesitation, Lu Tao opened the trading platform. However, within minutes of the warning appearing, the price of iron ore skyrocketed from being ignored. She didn't have time to worry about that, and exchanged 1 explosive tentacle and 3 bananas for 6 pieces of iron ore. By the time she wanted to buy more, the iron ore on the trading platform had been cleared out by the frontrunners aiming for the treasure chests. Lu Tao returned to the chat channel and sent a few ads in quick succession. Compared to the previous wood crisis this time, she was more precisely targeting the top players on the leaderboard. Sensing that players who felt they couldn't get the treasure chests seized the opportunity to sell iron blocks, Lu Tao exchanged a bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water for 3 pieces. But it still wasn't enough. Just as Lu Tao was brainstorming for solutions, she received a sudden private message. Nyogo, I have iron, or do you want some? Making money is my destiny, at what price? Nyogo, 5 entrance cards to the fog-affected zone. How about I give you 10 pieces of iron, or... This was considering their added friendship. Others wouldn't agree to that price. You know how hot the iron ore market is right now. Lu Tao was astonished. She knew the other party was trying to take advantage, and she was prepared to be scammed, but she didn't expect them to be so bold. Making money is my destiny. If that's the price, then let's not chat. I can't afford it. Go find someone who can buy it. Nyogo, how can you not afford it? I've seen you selling water in the chat channel these past 2 days, and using explosive tentacles to gather supplies. How could you possibly lack this little thing? How about this? You give me 10 tentacles, and I'll give you 10 pieces of iron ore. Iron ore is very expensive now. Waiting another minute will make it even more expensive. This is already a friendly price. Nyogo, iron ore is definitely not abundant on the market now. If you want to buy it, hurry up. These iron ores were provided by my little brothers who mined for me, and I can't let them suffer losses, right? I'm just making a commission here. Lu Tao felt like grinding her teeth in frustration. No wonder Nyogo had such abundant supplies. It turned out many players had given him their resources. Lu Tao, who usually kept good things for herself, was astonished at how those people thought. Did the players who handed resources to Nyogo, the one who started scamming on the first day, not fear going bankrupt? But that was none of her concern, as she needed the iron ore badly. Making money is my destiny. 2 tentacles for 10 iron ores. Nyogo, we are all compatriots. You can't chop me down like this. My little brothers are still waiting for food. How about 8 tentacles, and you give me 20 bananas to make up the difference? Nyogo, what good is food and drink? Arrive at the destination early. The treasure chest is where the real profit lies. Lu Tao thought to herself as expected. She intentionally quoted a low price to test the waters while Nyogo's offers became more and more outrageous. It was clear he was planning to fleece her. Even though Lu Tao desperately needed iron, or she didn't want to fulfill his greed. Just as she was grinding her teeth, Bai Mu suddenly messaged her. Bai Mu, I saw you collecting iron ore in the chat channel. Need some? Lu Tao was overjoyed and quickly replied. Thank you, great benefactor, for saving me. He'll treat you to a banana. Looking at it, Brother Nyo was rapidly sending messages. Brother Nyo, look, there's someone who wants to buy iron ore at a high price. If I weren't already negotiating with you, I could earn even more by selling to him. Just think about it, which is more important, the treasure chest reward or a few explosive tentacles? Brother Nyo, the other party, is urging me for the goods. He'll give you 1 last minute. If you don't buy it, he'll sell it to him. Don't blame me if you can't get the treasure chest. Rewards wait for no one. I shouldn't have added him as a friend on the first day. Oh, it's bad luck. As long as one wants the treasure chest reward, one cannot avoid buying iron ore from him. Brother Nyo, if you give me 9 tentacles and 20 bananas, ill. A pop-up appeared. The other party has removed you. He specifically had his subordinates monitor the trading players in the chat channel, hoping to cut a wave of unwitting fools. After the previous 2 times he intended to take revenge, yet they dared to remove him. With old grudges added to new ones, he took screenshots and posted them in the chat channel. Brother Nyo screenshot, it's heartbreaking. You consider someone a friend, thinking of helping them in a crisis, yet they treat you as a fool. A phone, this kind of person is clearly a freeloader, overindulged, and won't get far. Not enough, he immediately posted a green sun had he just made for trade, specifying 15 iron ore. If it weren't for the sudden iron ore crisis, the value of the green sun hat would have been even higher. She didn't plan to waste time here any longer and prepared to try the 16-kilometer journey, considering how long the 44 pieces of iron ore would last with the tire reinforcement and simple vehicle accelerator. The tricycle started up, and the tires, usually clattering, now emitted a hissing sound as they melted. Front tire durability 104,110. Rear right tire durability 105,110. Rear left tire durability 105,110. Lu Tao continued driving until the metal became increasingly soft, and her speed slowed down, prompting her to decisively stop. At this point, she had already driven for 15 minutes, and all 3 tires' durability had dropped to 30, covering 2.5 kilometers. At the same speed, she could reach the finish line in 96 minutes. Each 15 minutes, she needed to replenish durability, consuming 9 pieces each time. She needed 6 pieces of iron ore, and now she was still short of 13. 6 pieces. Not enough. Lu Tao first consumed 9 pieces of iron ore to replenish durability, then continued driving while frantically purchasing iron ore. A player needed water, and Lu Tao exchanged 200 milliliters for 1 piece. Then she exchanged 3 bananas for 1 piece and encountered a player offering 5 iron ore for explosive abdomen trade. Lu Tao calmly exchanged for another piece. These materials could be obtained again, but the treasure chest was. She exchanged iron ore one by one, consuming 9 pieces at a time, and midway used 5 tree sap and 300 milliliters of mineral water to trade for 6 iron ore. But she could no longer obtain any more. In the chat channel, players in similar situations had exhausted their iron ore, and she was still 300 meters away from the finish line. 300 meters. Lu Tao looked at the tires that had dropped to 30 again, rolled up her sleeves, and jumped out of the car. If it couldn't be driven, then push. However, after pushing for 25 meters, she was exhausted, dripping with sweat, and her stamina dropped by. Why is it consuming so fast? Lu Tao looked uneasily at her stats. Stamina 58,100. In a situation where the tires are failing a warrior who dares to carry the whole vehicle forward, you are truly a resilient body. What does it mean to carry the whole vehicle forward? So all the materials in the truck, plus the entire vehicle, rely solely on her strength to push. The tires are completely failing. Lu Tao took a deep breath and opened the chat channel again. She saw Brother Neo raising prices and shouting vigorously at the players in the final sprint. Lu Tao took a deep breath and decisively closed it. She wouldn't add him back as a friend to push the cart. She stuffed the 2 heaviest items, stones and wood, into her backpack and advanced again. This time the vehicle felt noticeably lighter, but only a bit. In the scorching summer, Lu Tao's stamina rapidly declined, and the heat made her even more fatigued. She exerted all her strength, and after 20 minutes the wheels firmly reached the 50-kilometer finish line. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for being the 29th to reach the finish line. Reward: Black Iron Treasure, Chest 1, Bronze Treasure, Chest 1. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for comprehending the skill Stubbornness at 11. When your stamina drops to 11, you can enjoy a 5-minute superhuman experience with 2 strength and no stamina loss for 2 minutes. Lu Tao was sprawled in the truck, unable to move a finger when she heard the second pop-up. She opened her stats in confusion and saw her stamina precariously stuck at 11. Just a bit more, and she would have to consume stamina potions. Such a wonderful thing. Lu Tao was overjoyed, turning it over in her hands. It was a short stout candle with a short green wick. Lu Tao couldn't help but imagine herself with a mist erosion card in her left hand and a mist candle in her right, searching for supplies in the beautiful scene of the mist erosion zone at night. But in the next moment, she fell dejectedly into the cart. No. Fire. Lu Tao longed for a fire source like never before. When will she obtain a fire source? Feeling frustrated, Lu Tao stuffed the mist candle into the storage rack and sighed. No love left. She might as well go hunt for explosive black ants. Explosive black ants only required her to wait for an opportunity without the hassle of complicated supplies. But hunting monsters required stamina. Thinking of the effect of the stamina potion from last night, Lu Tao messaged Kaokyozi. Is the stamina potion available? Kaokyozi replied, yes, 1 stamina potion for 8 pieces of wood or 4 pieces of tree gum. I want 2 trading with tree gum. Kaokyozi, done. Here is your supply. Kaokyozi, did you offend someone? Lu Tao. Kaokyozi, that Nyogo has contacted many people spreading rumors about you in the chat channel, saying you are heartless and bargaining, disregarding fellow countrymen. If you go to the chat channel now, you can still see it. Lu Tao. She looked confused and was even more annoyed. She saw Nyogo portraying himself as a victim, posting a screenshot in the already bustling chat. The screenshot only showed a fragment of the chat history. Making money is my destiny, 2 tentacles for 10 iron ore. Nyogo, we are all compatriots, you can't bargain me like this. My little brother is still waiting for meals. Lu Tao sent the chat record to Kaokyozi. Kaokyozi, damn. So shameless, saying you are heartless when he is the one who is causing disaster. Kaokyozi, do you want to explain? I have been tricked by him before, so I don't believe his lies. But he has plenty of resources, and a group of people turning black and white upside down. Don't let him succeed. Making money is my destiny, I'm going. She was not a ninja turtle, not retaliating would not be her style. She returned to the chat channel and directly, Nyogo. Making money is my destiny, Nyogo, I heard you are spreading rumors about me. Come on, let's settle this face to face. If you have the guts to spread rumors, why not have the guts to post all the chat records? No worries, I'll help you with that. Oops, sorry, I accidentally posted clients who wanted to buy your iron ore at a high price. Hey, why does this client look so familiar? Kaokyozi, isn't that his little brother? The guy next door is posting clients while flattering his leader to the sky. Duo Jiayu Ni, our district's #1 heartless seller, also dares to spread rumors about others. Haha, could it be that there are still people who don't know that Nyogo started selling fake information to cheat for supplies on the first day? Daydreaming, I know. Nyogo, you are caught in your own act of selling goods. TSK Tisk, all the big shots who bought today come out and settle the score with him. Duo Jiayu Ni, everyone remember the nicknames of his acquaintances and see how many people are in his gang. Duo Jiayu Ni, tag Lu Tao in the group. Duo Jiayu Ni, I just saw that you were being targeted by Nyogo, I'm late. Duo Jiayu Ni, I just don't understand, how can he still have people following him after cheating on the first day? Duo Jiayu Ni, he deleted the post out of guilt. If you have the guts, don't delete it. I'm preparing to screenshot all his little brothers and post them to warn against fraudsters. By Mu, driven by interests on the first day, he accumulated starting capital enough to attract some lower-level duo Jia Yuni. After gathering supplies, he would raise prices as the main player, and other players seeing profit of course would follow his lead. Duo Jia Yuni, so he is just exploiting others, waiting for others to supply him. Making money is my destiny, trust me, this trick will eventually backfire on him. Lu Tao was very familiar with this kind of business. It was just the beginning of the game, and other players enjoyed the benefits of grouping together. But this was a solo highway. Did grouping really work? Lu Tao thought it was best to wait and see. The three of them chatted briefly. Duo Jia Yuni had narrowly obtained a reward among the top 500 today, and just lay down to catch her breath. Bai Mu was making props, and Lu Tao briefly discussed the plan for tonight. Then everyone dispersed to attend to their own matters. As for Niu Gu, remembering such trash for even a second was an insult to her intellect. Today she synthesized the branches and stones collected on the road and placed them in the storage rack. The half-dried banana was flipped over and half of the tree gum was given to Quan Quan. She put 992 stones from her backpack into the cart, took out the last banana from her backpack, and after adding the stamina potion, she had 4 available slots. With everything ready, she lay down again to recover her stamina until only 10 minutes were left before dark. Then she saw a message from Quan Quan. Quan Quan received. Quan Quan, let's go. Ambitious JPG. This was preparation for a big night. She liked teammates like this who were full of ambition. Holding on to her hopes for tree gum, Lu Tao sent a message of encouragement. After eating the last ripe banana for dinner, she looked up to see the sky had turned pitch black. Staring at the swollen abdomens of the 5 explosive black ants, Lu Tao licked her lips. No matter if it was through a trade with Qian Dao 2 or exchanging resources with other players, she had to obtain the explosive tentacles. Moreover, she had consumed a card to enter the fog erosion zone. She absolutely could not incur a loss. She quickly devised a plan, grabbing her weapon and following along. Once they were far from the ant nest, she picked up a piece of rubble and threw it to the left. The stone grazed through the grass, making a rustling sound as it rolled. The 5 explosive black ants turned towards that direction, and after some communication with their tentacles swinging in the air, soon the last one crawled over. The other 4 explosive black ants resumed their hunt, and after a few dozen meters, Lu Tao threw another stone to the right. The second explosive black ant quickly followed, disappearing into the grass. Lu Tao dashed out, swinging her shovel to strike the last explosive black ant, and as it fell into a daze, she swiftly brought the iron shovel down upon it. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing a level 1 explosive black ant 1, gaining explosive ant tentacles 2, ant legs 6, explosive abdomen 1, fog erosion zone 1 hour entry card 1. The 2 explosive black ants in front sensed the movement and were already rushing over. Lu Tao lifted her shovel, striking the first one that charged at her, while stepping on the tentacle of the second one, applying force downward with her shovel. A kill reward popped up in front of her as she turned to attack the third explosive black ant that lunged at her. Just then the 2 explosive black ants that had separated earlier returned. Lu Tao raised her shovel to strike, hit, and chop, and soon 2 kill notifications popped up again. Excited, she picked up the resources and passionately kissed the fog erosion zone entry card, quickly running away before the other explosive black ants arrived. Monsters changed their hunting patterns, and Lu Tao also adjusted her plans from the previous 2 days, starting to search for monsters along several ant paths. Sensing an opportunity, she would kill the monsters at the fastest speed, and if there was no chance, she would hide first. She had long discovered that the paths the explosive black ants took when hunting were fixed directions, making it easy for her to lock onto the monsters. Half an hour later, Lu Tao took down another team of explosive black ants, and after another half hour she received the loot from her busy night the previous day. Woo-woo. She would never curse the hometown ants for changing their formations again. This was not to defend against her, but clearly to facilitate her in obtaining rewards. Lu Tao, blood boiling with excitement, was left with only thoughts of killing monsters, and killing more monsters. A friend message popped up, and Lu Tao did not even lift her head as she gathered resources. She would reply to the message later. Collecting resources was more important. But soon several friend message notifications popped up consecutively. She did not have many friends added. Who could there be in urgent matter? Lu Tao opened the light screen and saw a flood of messages. Qian Dao 2 incoming. Pine Tree Flower 331. Qian Dao 2, where are you? Hurry up and claim it. Qian, hurry and claim it. My backpack is full, and the corrupted treeman is chasing me. I can't run while carrying it. Lu Tao's eyelid twitched, and she instinctively clicked to accept. But then she suddenly realized that her backpack was also not enough. The last empty slot was filled with Pine Tree Flower 99, and a large pile of loot fell to the ground. Player Qian Dao 2, my backpack is also insufficient. You. She was picking up items while sending messages when suddenly a sharp attack hit her from behind. Lu Tao's heart tightened, and she rolled to the side to evade, raising her shovel to block in front of her. With a clang, she felt the tremor in her arm again, just like when she first encountered the explosive black ant. Looking up, she saw an explosive black ant that was significantly larger. Its tentacles were long with 3 pairs of spindly legs tipped with sharp hooks, and at the front were a pair of jaw-like pincers wide as her palm, with visibly lethal force. Lu Tao's heart sank as she glanced at the scattered pine tree flowers, and without hesitation, she ran away from the monster. While running, she consumed a stamina potion. The large explosive black ant behind her relentlessly pursued. The sound of its pincers snapping in the night was particularly chilling. It reminded her of a chainsaw killer. But behind her was the giant pincered beast. Lu Tao ran while calmly thinking. Running away was not a solution. The pine tree flowers were still there, right? She had to take it down. Lu Tao turned around, her shovel crashing against the giant explosive black ant's pincers, both her and the monster stumbling backward at the same time. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tao ran to the side to attack its legs, but with a clang, one leg broke halfway and got stuck on her, further enraging the monster. Lu Tao quickly dodged and seized the chance to attack the damaged leg again. The leg finally fell off and the monster swayed its body. Lu Tao took the opportunity to rush up, stepping on its tentacle, raising her shovel to pound its head and pincers. The monster hissed and struggled violently. Lu Tao felt as if she returned to a bumpy road, gritting her teeth to keep her foot down, until with a clang a large pincer was smashed to the ground, and then she turned to run. With one giant pincer down, the loss of legs caused it to crawl unsteadily, slowing its speed. Lu Tao took this chance to start circling around and attacking its legs until 2 legs dropped with a thud. Taking advantage of its body tilting in that moment, she reversed the shovel and thrust the round end into its mouth. With all her strength, she thrust through its head. The monster's struggling movements froze, and a kill notification appeared. Congratulations to the player Qian Dao 2 for successfully killing a level 1 advanced explosive black ant 1, gaining explosive upper jaws 2, explosive ant tentacles 2, ant legs 3, explosive abdomen 1, fog erosion, zone 1 hour entry card 2. Advanced. Lu Tao was astonished. No wonder it was so large and difficult to kill. She hurriedly picked up the resources, but the higher level loot wouldn't fit in her backpack. Lu Tao clutched it to her chest, hurriedly running back to where the pine tree flowers had dropped, urgently messaging Qian Dao 2. She took off her jacket to bundle the pine tree flowers, carrying them in her left hand, while holding the loot from the level 1 advanced monster in her right hand, desperately trying to find a way. Qian Dao 2, the corrupted tree men are so hard to kill. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I'll give you another pile. Take it. I got a big haul. Wait for me to steal another wave. Pine tree secretion 122. Don't give it to me. Before she could shout it out, the familiar sound of large pincers came from behind again. Lu Tao gasped, picking up the pine tree flowers and running forward as 2 large explosive black ants chased after her. Qian Dao 2, you don't have backpack space either. I just noticed. What to do? My backpack is full again, and I wanted to give you some more. Qian Dao 2, kill monsters. No being chased by monsters. You quickly take back the pine tree secretion photo. Lu Tao took a picture of the giant explosive black ants chasing her from behind to kill them. She didn't know if it was due to the commotion, but other patrolling ordinary explosive black ants also crawled over with dozens following her. Even Lu Tao, greedy for loot, was stunned by this wave. Qian Dao 2, hurry and collect. There are still pine tree flowers. I'll send them to you first, and later we can think of a way. Qian Dao 2, photo, damn, after killing the small ones the big ones came. I can't collect them either. In the photo, 7 or 8 decayed tall tree men were chasing after Qian Dao 2 like ghosts. Their branch-like hands were long, easily reaching 1.5 meters, giving Qian Dao 2 a gentle pat of love in front. Lu Tao, how are they so close? They are being chased and killed by monsters. Lu Tao's eyelids twitched twice, taking a deep breath and exhaling. Calm down. Lu Tao's heart raced quickly, coming up with a plan. Making money is essential. Do you have trustworthy friends? Send the supplies over first. I just don't trust myself. You come. Making money is essential. I have 2 trustworthy friends. They'll send the supplies to them first, and then we can share some tree resin as a storage fee. I got hit by a branch. It hurts. Making money is essential. Wait for me for a minute. Making money is essential by Mood Duo Jiayuni. Are you free to help collect the items? I need urgent assistance. Duo Jiayuni gasped. How are there so many monsters? You send it to me quickly. Create an opportunity to run. Good idea. Making money is essential. I'll add you to the group, and the supplies will be handed to the other 2 group members. Without hesitation, he threw the supplies into the group. Pine flower X 331, explosion ant feet X 45, damaged ant feet X 15, level 1 high tier explosion ant feet X 3. Duo Jiayuni was stunned. Did you 2 trigger a monster swarm night raid? Mu collected hurry up and leave. Making money is essential. Thank you. When I return, I'll distribute the items. Zhou Quan's hands were free and he turned around. Running is pointless. Not killing monsters is foolish. On the other hand, Lu Tao finally had her hands free and her backpack had a little space. Out of the corner of her eye she spotted more than 20 explosion black ants behind her. Both gluttonous snakes and calm deer surfaced in her mind. So many explosion black ants, not taking advantage of this would not be her style. But there are too many monsters, it could be fatal. It's better to run. Two voices exchanged back and forth, and in the end Lu Tao made up her mind. Things escalated today. The explosion black ants would definitely not give her another chance to kill monsters. Even if she had to run, she had to harvest something. Lu Tao took out 3 explosive belly bombs and threw them backward with booms echoing as dust. Lu Tao covered her nose and dashed forward, and a kill reward popped up before her. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for successfully killing level 1 explosion black ant X5, earning explosive tentacles X2. The biological explosives are indeed powerful. But she didn't dare go back to collect the supplies. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the explosions, she turned and ran into the grass. Soon the sound of monsters rustling through the grass came from behind. As the sounds grew denser, she threw 3 more explosive belly bombs. Congratulations to player. Making money is essential for successfully killing level 1 explosion black ant. Congratulations to the player for killing level 1 intermediate explosion black ant. Lu Tao didn't dare look back. She swatted away a few small monsters that blocked her from all sides, running with the swarm of ants that gathered due to the explosions, continuing to throw biological bombs. Amidst the booming explosions, the chasing explosion black ants did not decrease, and she had no opportunity to collect supplies. This won't do. Discerning the direction in the dark, she ran towards the ant nest, occasionally throwing a belly bomb to attract scattered monsters. Seeing the number of explosion black ants behind her increasing and the hill ahead getting closer, the explosion black ants patrolling the hill had long been attracted by the noise. Lu Tao successfully climbed up with a string of monsters, grabbing a dozen explosive belly bombs to throw behind her. Amidst the booming explosions, she was hit by the shockwave, causing a significant drop in her stamina. She hurriedly bit down on a stamina potion and used a shovel to help herself slide down the sloping hill. Stamina 10. Stamina 10. Stamina 12. Lu Tao held her head as she landed, watching her stamina drop to 68, her heart nearly shattering. Lu Tao suddenly became excited. And eggs. Yes, how could she have forgotten about this? This is a great source of high-protein, nutrient-rich food. Lu Tao immediately tossed aside the food storage and began to search in the darkness for ant eggs. Due to her explosion, many ant eggs were broken, and there were a few dead, ordinary explosive ants nearby. After a thorough search, Lu Tao managed to find 14 eggs. But that's enough. After eating fruits for several days, it's time to replenish with something high in protein. The outer shell of the ant eggs is soft and translucent, and since the explosive black ants are large, the ant eggs are about the size of goose eggs. Lu Tao stuffed them into her backpack and continued to crawl forward along the ant hole, also discovering the dropped items from the explosive black ants and the entrance to the fog-eroded zone. However, the dropped monster levels varied and her backpack was insufficient. Lu Tao pressed down in the cave to send a message. Making money is my destiny. Please help me collect some items. She sent over the heart of the banana tree, fresh star anise leaves, and drops from advanced, intermediate, and ordinary explosive black ants. She also handed an ant egg to 2 support staff. Making money is my destiny. Midnight snacks can be eaten directly, super nutritious. Players were so hungry they could eat dirt, let alone the edible and nutritious ant eggs. Even if dirt could fill their stomachs, they would eat it. The 2 in the group were not surprised about whether ant eggs were edible, but rather shocked by Duo Jiayu and Iu entered the nest of explosive black ants. Mu, how many explosive black ants did you kill? Making money is my destiny. The ones I blew up. Please help me collect the goods, and we will talk later. On the other side, Quan Dao Tu, also digging at the corrosive tree man's lair in the pine forest, hurriedly sent 2 pine cones to the hard-working support staff. Quan Dao Tu, I also have some. Please help me collect a few items. Hee. I don't have enough space in my backpack. Duo Jiayu and I, and Mu fell silent. In a chat group of only 4 people, 2 were aggressive combatants. Suddenly, they felt that their group name, Resource Rich Group, was a bit strange at this moment, but it had indeed materialized. Lu Tao continued to crawl down, and after passing through a passage, finally found the place where the explosive black ants stored their food. However, most of it had collapsed. After searching around, she found a bunch of bananas with slightly blackened skins, but still edible in a corner. Lu Tao happily collected them, and also found crocodile meat 5. This is meat. After eating steamed buns and bananas for several days, just thinking about the taste of meat made her mouth water. She hurriedly collected more, and continued searching, finding crocodile meat 4 and cassava 3 nearby, while other food was buried by the collapse. Lu Tao felt no regret and directly crawled down. If it weren't for the explosion collapsing the ant hole, she wouldn't have been able to find these supplies. Suddenly, she heard a faint rustling sound. She held her breath and crept toward the sound, discovering more and more drops from the explosive black ants, and the probability of high-level soldier ants appearing also increased. Lu Tao had a suspicion and took out her weapon, cautiously crawling forward. After passing through a narrow passage, she suddenly entered a spacious cave that could be described as luxurious, immediately spotting the giant-bellied ant queen ahead. Its head was the same size as an ordinary explosive black ant, but its abdomen was half a meter long and trapped under a large block of collapsed mud, unable to move. Lu Tao's tense emotions relaxed slightly as a notification suddenly popped up. On the scorching summer road, explosive black ants are a notoriously dangerous monster group. They breed, crazily hunt, and create large ant holes, causing damage to the local food chain and tormenting the residents. Task: kill the ant queen and destroy the ant hole, and you will receive generous rewards from the scorching summer road. Lu Tao's breath caught. There's also this reward. She suppressed her excitement and cautiously approached the ant queen. The ant queen's abdomen was writhing frantically, but was trapped under the collapsed ant nest, helplessly watching Lu Tao draw closer. She raised her shovel and plunged it into the ant queen's head. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for successfully killing the level 2 explosive black ant queen, obtaining Ant Queen's Antennae 2, Reproductive Cavity 1, Fog Eroded Zone, 24-hour entrance card 1. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the ant queen, destroying the explosive black ant nest. Reward: Silver Treasure, Chest 1, A Adventure Card 1. Player Lu Tao has obtained the title Ant Slayer. When encountering ant-type monsters, their combat power will automatically decrease by 50, and they will feel fear towards you. Player Lu Tao killed a level 2 monster. Reward: Server-wide achievement announcement. The current ant nest has been destroyed and will automatically disappear in 30 minutes. Please leave quickly. A series of notifications popped up, leaving Lu Tao stunned by the cascade of rewards. What kind of reward is this? The commoner is experiencing the taste of sudden wealth for the first time. However, there are only 30 minutes to collect supplies. Lu Tao calmed her excitement, gathered all the resources, and continued to collect drops from other monsters in the ant nest. Fog Eroded Zone 1 hour entrance card 123, Explosive Antennae also increased, and the ant feet needed by the big client also increased. Meanwhile, a server-wide announcement popped up in front of all players. Player Lu Tao successfully killed a level 2 monster, achieving the first server-wide achievement. The announcement repeated 3 times. Some were shocked, others admired her, some were eager to challenge, while others shrank back in anger. For example, Brother Nyo stared dumbfounded at the server announcement repeating 3 times, frustratedly kicking the tire and reluctantly giving up his revenge plan. Resource-rich group. Duo Jia Uni is my sister this strong. Ah, too amazing. Duo Jia Uni so excited, sister, I'll rely on you from now on. Bai Mu impressive, stay safe, take the supplies and retreat. Quan Dao 2, what the heck, I was wondering who would be the first to achieve the kill, and it turns out to be a group friend. Congratulations, I envy you, the next server announcement will definitely be mine. Making money is my destiny, not necessarily, let's see next time. Lu Tao closed the screen and hurriedly collected supplies. But there were too many ant feet to fit, so she directly poked the only big client. Making money is my destiny, boss, the goods are here. Bai Mu. Lu Tao quickly sent the ant feet 22 and damaged ant feet 31 to the other party, generously stating, making money is my destiny, just keep a record and return the payment to me later. She collected items all the way while climbing up, and after climbing out of the ant nest, she sent another batch to Bai Mu, not bothering to rest, and hurriedly climbed up the slope to collect more resources. As she came down from the slope with her arms full of rewards, a loud rumble sounded from below, and the slope collapsed into a hollow. Lu Tao felt a lingering fear and dared not linger nearby, hurriedly collecting the various remnants of the earlier explosion and returning to the road, quickly sending a message in the group to report her safety. Making money is my destiny, I'm back. After sending the message, she collapsed in the cart, but Bai Mu and Duo Jiayu and I had already returned the supplies to her as soon as she came back. In an instant, the cart was packed full, almost overflowing onto the ground. Even she couldn't fit anymore. Lu Tao struggled in sweet trouble, rewarding herself with a cup of honey water and starting the most enjoyable task, organizing the harvest. Today's harvest was bountiful. Lu Tao first sorted out all the materials from the explosive black ants, Queen Ants Antennae 2, Reproductive Abdomen 1. High-grade level 1 ant legs 13, damaged high-grade level 1 ant legs 23, high-grade level 1 antennae 12, high-grade level 1 explosive abdomen 1. Mid-grade level 1 ant legs 21, damaged mid-grade level 1 ant legs 27, mid-grade level 1 antennae 16, mid-grade level 1 explosive abdomen 4. Common ant legs 84, damaged common ant legs 103, common antennae 123, explosive abdomen 21. After sorting and categorizing the materials, Lu Tao was astonished. She had collected so many materials. Calculating the potential profit from the explosive antennae, she couldn't. Wiping away sweat, she continued to organize the edible harvest: bananas 12, crocodile, meat 9, cassava 3, oyan eggs 12. The remaining items included mist erosion zone 1-hour entry cards 53, a 24-hour entry card 1, a serendipity card 1, and a silver treasure chest 1. It was indeed a night of abundant gains. However, there seemed to be an excessive number of ant legs. Checking the chat log, Lu Tao realized that Bai Mu had returned the portion he had privately given to her. Puzzled, she tapped out a message. Money is my destiny. Didn't you say I could settle the bill later? Bai Mu organize first, well, exchange later. Money is my destiny, okay. Though she didn't understand, she respected his decision. Standing in the truck bed, gazing at her vast collection of spoils, Lu Tao felt an overwhelming urge to yelp with joy. Now this was a real haul. This was it. She generously rewarded herself with a banana. Clutching an iced cola, she examined the details of her acquired items. Queen Ant's antennae details, more energy-rich than common antennae, an excellent material for weapon forging. Crafting weapons with it grants an additional 10 resilience. High-grade level 1 antennae details provides more resilience when upgrading vehicles compared to common antennae and offers enhanced bonuses when used for weapon forging. Mid-grade level 1 antennae details superior to common antennae for vehicle upgrades can also be used as weapon forging material. She picked up the pair of Queen Ant's antennae. Such treasures must be kept aside for crafting her own weapon. She then separately sorted the high-grade and mid-grade explosive antennae, planning to equip her vehicle with a luxurious set of explosive antennae during upgrades. Eagerly, she reached for more materials. High-grade level 1 ant legs details, high-quality weapon forging material. Mid-grade level 1 ant legs details superior to common ant legs for crafting tools. Mid-grade explosive abdomen, twice the power of a common one. High-grade explosive abdomen, 3 times the power of a common one. Be careful not to blow yourself up when using it. Reproductive abdomen details, the abdomen that birthed countless explosive black ants. Can be used to craft mystical items. Lu Tao's heart raced with excitement. All of it was top-notch. After categorizing the materials, she looked at the superior explosive ant legs and had a sudden realization. She now understood why Bai Mu had returned them. Her fondness for this group member and major client instantly increased. Taking a sip of honey water, Lu Tao picked up the Mist Erosion Zone 24-hour entry card, which piqued her interest. Mist Erosion Zone 24-hour entry card details, when certain special areas only allow the use of one Mist Erosion Zone entry card, the duration becomes a decisive advantage. Lu Tao was surprised. So in some zones, entry cards couldn't be stacked. That meant longer duration cards were far more precious. She carefully stored the 24-hour entry card, planning to use it only when necessary. She tucked the 1-hour entry cards into her backpack and turned to the final 2 items, a serendipity card 1 and a silver treasure chest 1. These were likely her biggest gains tonight, probably a reward from the scorching summer highway for destroying the ant nest. Serendipity card details, upon use you will encounter the most needed surprise within 24 hours. The most needed surprise. Lu Tao pondered this, then used the card without hesitation. Such treasures only realize their full value when put to use. She hoped tomorrow would bring a grand adventure. With that expectation, Lu Tao wiped her hands and opened the long-awaited silver treasure chest. Congratulations. You've obtained Sun Protection Jacket 1, Waist Pouch 1, Bark 5. Sun Protection Jacket details, wearing it automatically adjusts external temperature by 3°C. Its special protective coating reduces skin damage from sun exposure. Waist Pouch, a handcrafted item from an old artisan in the Leather City. Can carry 500 units of random supplies. Cannot store food or water. Lu Tao froze, her breath quickening. She lacked many things, but what she needed most right now were sun protection items and extra inventory slots. And she had just opened them. Could this be the surprise promised by the serendipity card? Lost in speculation, Lu Tao slipped on the sun protection jacket. It was thin but instantly cooled the temperature by 3°C. Paired with her hat, it felt almost chilly in the gradually cooling night. Dressed in her new gear, she eagerly picked up the waist pouch. The pouch was half the size of a palm, with a clip on the back for attaching to clothing. Its silver-engraved lock felt exquisite, and the interior was lined with soft, short velvet. Reaching inside, she found the 500-unit space, thoughtfully divided into 3 sections, allowing for organized storage and easy retrieval. Her chaotic supplies finally had a chance to be sorted. Items not needed for immediate use were stored on the shelf. All the stones occupying backpack slots were placed in the waist pouch. The backpack now held perishables, explosive abdomens, and essentials like the shovel. As for the unripe bananas needing high temperatures to ripen, Lu Tao placed them on the small platform atop the double-layered shelf in the truck bed, where they could continue to be heat-ripened. Beside them was the hard-working resin smelter, and on the top layer she laid out banana slices to dry. The bananas retrieved from the ant storage chamber had already overripened, so she dried them into banana chips. Now the truck bed held 27 banana chips in the process of drying. Everything organized, Lu Tao surveyed her fully loaded truck bed. She suddenly realized that in just 4 days since entering the game, she had amassed a considerable fortune. What a happy little rich woman. Taking a deep breath of satisfaction from her hoard, Lu Tao immediately sent a late-night surprise to her group members. Honey 5 milliliters 3, explosive antennae 6, explosive abdomen 3. Money is my destiny. Thank you all for your strong support tonight. The ant nest destruction mission was a success. A small token of appreciation for Fist to Face by Muad Taro. Huge thanks for your logistical help. Penguin bowing and spinning JPG Fist to Face. Haha, I got one too. Thanks, Money Boss. I also took down a wave of corrosive tree men and got some good stuff. Sharing with everyone. Pinecone 6, pine resin 3, pine pollen 3. Fist to Face. Money is my destiny from my share. Give 20 resin each to 2 friends. Money is my destiny. Okay, thanks for the generosity, boss. Got it. Add Taro. Thanks to both bosses for the late night treats. So happy. Bamu, thanks. After socializing, Lu Tao immediately sent a list of materials to her major client. Money is my destiny. High grade level 1, ant legs 13, damaged. High grade level 1, ant legs 23, mid-grade level 1, ant legs 21, damaged. Mid-grade level 1, ant legs 27, common, ant legs 84, damaged. Common, ant legs 103. Money is my destiny, boss. Check out the full stock. Cat pulling a truck, JPG super rich. Baimu looked at the extensive list of materials on the screen, then at the simple tire accelerator he was hurriedly crafting, as well as the shelves filled with ant legs. After a moment of silence, a profound pressure suddenly emerged. What if the supplier was too eager? What if I really can't keep up with the demand? He took a deep breath. Making money is my destiny, right? I want to use high-level ant legs to upgrade the simple tire accelerator and the tire reinforcement buckle. Is it possible to deduct the production cost directly from the materials? Baimu calmed his emotions before responding. Baimu, the upgraded tire accelerator and fixed buckle can be ready for you by tomorrow morning, but there's one problem. I can't consume your goods anymore. Making money is my destiny. No worries, we can sign an agreement. You can pay in installments. Lu Tao thought it was a beautiful idea. The customer base for ant legs is not large, and very few people need this many. With reliable and generous big clients, of course, she would still sell to him. Baimu cat sighing, JPG, I can't keep up with my production speed anymore. Oh. Lu Tao opened her mouth wide, silently calculating the materials she had traded to Baimu over the past few days. She touched her nose. That's normal, isn't it? If I am not mistaken, the other party's production speed is also 1 hour, and he is struggling to keep up. Lu Tao cleared her throat. Making money is my destiny. It's all good. Oh, just take as much as you need. I can't scare off the big boss. Oh, otherwise who would be so generous to buy her materials in the future? Baimu, however, I am very interested in trading high-level and mid-level ant legs to research new item crafting. But my supplies are not very abundant. If you haven't upgraded your vehicle yet, perhaps we can exchange in another way. Lu Tao narrowed her eyes deep in thought. Making money is my destiny. How do we trade? Baimu, I have unlocked a profession related to vehicles, allowing me to add personal design energy modules to the fixed upgrade template of the vehicle, increasing the chance for self-modification. Lu Tao suddenly stood up. Adding modification opportunities to second-level vehicles. Baimu, but I must clarify that I will gather the upgrade materials the day after tomorrow, so I will sell design energy modules for tomorrow or the 7th day. Lu Tao, just tomorrow. Lu Tao could no longer see the latter half of the conversation. Her mind was filled with the professions and personal modules involved. Her eyes became fervent. Increasing the modification options on the basis of equal values of all players' vehicles. Doesn't that bring greater enhancements? She must possess it. Baimu let out a sigh of relief, and his response speed also quickened. Baimu, I will exchange 1 design energy module for 30 regular complete ant legs, 14 mid-level ant legs, 6 high-level ant legs, and the remaining 6 mid-level explosive tentacles you have. Baimu, I need 20 regular ant legs, 30 damaged ant legs, and I will help you upgrade the accelerator and tire buckle for free, along with trading wood and bark separately with you. If you don't need wood and bark, we can also exchange for other materials. How does that sound? Lu Tao realized that with this exchange, she not only wouldn't lose, but would actually profit. The design energy module is unique to all players, and using these materials for a chance to design a vehicle is incredibly cost-effective. Moreover, wood and bark are necessities. If she doesn't trade them with Baimu, she will have to collect them on the platform. But there is only 1 module. Lu Tao couldn't help but feel greedy. Making money is my destiny. Can I add a batch of supplies to exchange for 1 more design energy module? Baimu, a vehicle can carry a maximum of 1 module. Having more won't be useful. Lu Tao felt a wave of disappointment. She patted the truck bed beneath her, comforting it. To get rich quick vehicle, it's not that I don't want you to become even better. It's just that there's a limit to what can be done. Next time on Next Upgrade, I will definitely get you a luxurious upgrade package. Making money is my destiny, then let's discuss the quantities of bark and wood. After some back and forth, they confirmed that Bai Mu would use 30 bark, 30 wood, and 2 banana tree sap to exchange for her ant legs. After signing the agreement, the two quickly traded the first batch of materials. Her wood count reached 102, and bark at 60. Tomorrow morning Bai Mu would deliver the tire reinforcement buckle, simple tire accelerator, and design energy module to her. Having concluded discussions with her group friends, Lu Tao took a sip of water and privately messaged Quan Quan to receive the glue-making materials, throwing in 100 portions of materials at once. It was already midnight, as she should have been asleep, but Lu Tao couldn't sleep at all. She immediately contacted Bai Rimeng. Making money is my destiny, I need 50 bark, do you have any? The other side was probably busy and responded immediately. Bai Rimeng, yes, how do we exchange? Making money is my destiny, 8 explosive tentacles in exchange for 50 bark. Bai Rimeng, let me check. I am still short of some. I can make them by tomorrow morning and deliver them to you. Is that okay? Making money is my destiny, okay. After all transactions were complete, Lu Tao looked at the glue she was hastily crafting, filled with anticipation. If all goes well, she will be able to upgrade her vehicle tomorrow. But she also has a design module that increase the material demand. Moreover, she also wants to craft a double-layer storage rack for the vehicle, and the wood itself is already in short supply. So she went to the chat channel, successfully receiving 56 pieces of wood by trading 1 explosive tentacle for 8 pieces of wood. After consuming stamina to craft the vehicle's double-layer storage rack and the green sun hat, Lu Tao was already too tired to keep her eyes open. Holding on to the hope of upgrading tomorrow, she fell asleep. In the hot season of the year 3598, July 11th, at 7:01 a.m., Lu Tao woke up with a fatigue buffer. Looking at her profile. Name Lu Tao. Health, 1010. Stamina, 99100. You have not rested for 7 hours. Currently under fatigue buff, losing 1 mental point every 10 minutes. Mental 133135. Strength, 4. Wow, you can PK with a kangaroo. Agility 5. When escaping, your legs move faster than half the people. Luck, 4. Attributes, none. Profession, current accumulated value 4. Sun, exposure, 93100. When sun exposure reaches 30, you will be at risk of heat stroke. Skill, blood path, return 11's tenacity. She drank some water and immediately got up to collect her goods. Bai Mu had sent the vehicle accelerator and tire reinforcement buckle, as well as the design energy module. Vehicle accelerator level 1 details can accelerate vehicle speed by 20. Tire reinforcement buckle level 1 details can increase tire durability to 120. Using 1 per tire. Vehicle design module details contains 1 square meter of energy, can freely modify the vehicle until the energy is exhausted. Lu Tao held the design energy module filled with swirling blue liquid, quickly replacing it with the new accelerator and tire reinforcement buckle. She turned around to receive the 50 bark sent by Bai Rimeng and took out 70 pieces of glue from the glue. Last night, she had talked with Quan Quan and confirmed that she would first use this batch of glue to upgrade this morning, then craft all the glue needed for his upgrade. At this point, she was fully prepared. Lu Tao opened her backpack. Wood 154, stone 264, bark 110, glue 112, explosion tentacles, high level 12, mid-level 8. On the 5th day of the game, she finally gathered the materials to upgrade her vehicle. Lu Tao opened the vehicle panel. 5x multifunctional electric vehicles upgradable, wood 100 tree sap, 100 stones, 100 bark, 100 explosion ant whiskers, 20. The upgrade button finally turned clickable. She suppressed her excitement and poked at it. In an instant, a cloud of white mist enveloped the vehicle. The sound of clanging could be heard around her, and a countdown timer of 5957 appeared. So the vehicle upgrade takes an hour. Not wanting to wait idly during this hour, Lu Tao took the opportunity to go to the trading platform and used 6 explosion whiskers to acquire 20 pieces of wood and 25 pieces of bark. An hour later, when she took out the 10 tree sap she had obtained from the sap smelting machine, during that hour the white mist surrounding the vehicle dissipated. She sat in the driver's seat of a brand new vehicle, her back resting against the wooden seat wrapped in bark, stepping on footmats made of the same bark with a steering wheel adorned with beautiful natural wood grain. The driver's seat was spacious with wooden windows on both sides that could be drawn shut. The wooden windshield in front was also adjustable, and the rear compartment was twice the size of a tricycle. She looked at the newly popped up data. Vehicle level 2 classic 4-wheel multifunctional vehicle upgradable, wood 1000, tree, sap, 1000, stones 1000, bark 1000, iron or 1000. Glass 500, current defense value 500, structure wood, iron and stone mix, speed 30 km 1 hour, current battery, total 200, consumption 1 hour 20 power consumption, every hour 50 power, tire durability 500500. Detected that the player has design module 1. Would you like to load the design energy module? Yes, no. Lu Tao clicked yes without hesitation. A vehicle of the same level appeared on the screen, which could be enlarged, rotated, and detailed within. Lu Tao carefully operated the screen. After looking through the details of the vehicle, she began to think about how to modify it. With only one energy module, every modification was crucial. First, she decided that she did not need a passenger seat. On a solitary road, having anyone else would make her. She deleted the passenger seat from the screen and thought for a moment, placing the second car-mounted double-layer storage rack she made last night in the passenger seat area. The wooden windshield in front extended out, aligning with the top surface of the storage rack, and she carved out a small 5-centimeter box inside to hold some easily accessible items. In this way, the windshield and the top layer of the storage rack maximized the usable space. Next, she tentatively tried to raise the body of the vehicle for better space utilization. Just as she pulled up 10 centimeters, a prompt popped up. The current vehicle roof can rise up to 10 centimeters. Lu Tao raised her hand to touch it. It was 1.5 meters high. The level 2 vehicle now became 1.65 meters high. That was sufficient. So she pondered for a while, stood up, and opened the rear compartment, walking back and forth. She then elongated the vehicle compartment, also expanding it by 10 centimeters when a new reminder popped up. Would you like to spend all remaining wood to increase compartment length? Lu Tao immediately stopped the operation, letting the originally 2.7-meter-long vehicle body become 2.8 meters. She began to study the layout of the rear compartment, which was entirely enclosed on both sides with only a rear door at the back that could be opened. On the left side, there was a square observation window, while the right side had 2 wooden windows that could be drawn shut, which should be where light enters the compartment. Lu Tao examined the wooden windows and ultimately decided to merge the 2 windows on the right side into one large window. This way, she would have an oversized window measuring 0.5 meters by 1.2 meters. She then designed the window to push outward with 2 triangular support frames beneath the wooden window. Thus, when the window was pushed out, it would create an extended countertop. After all, while driving for safety, she would definitely close the window. The window would only be open when she stopped to rest, so this design posed no problem. Inside, she also designed a 1-meter-wide wall-mounted long table and a wooden bar stool with a backrest. The wooden long table against the wall could also be folded down, preventing items on it from being disturbed during bumpy rides. After finishing everything, Lu Tao touched the original wood bar stool, feeling satisfied. This would be her bar where she could relax, bask in the sun, and enjoy leisure time. She placed her small mint on the table to have lunch here. Lu Tao could hardly imagine her cheerful appearance at that time. She touched her beloved little bar and jumped out of the vehicle to walk around it. The rear door had a ladder leading to the roof, so she thought for a moment and decided to extend a 1-meter-wide luggage rack on the roof. This way, she could also place items up there, which was simply perfect. Returning to the vehicle, Lu Tao was itching to make adjustments to the driver's seat. She initially wanted to leave about 70 centimeters behind the driver's seat for herself to sleep, but after designing a third, the prompt notified her that the wood supply was exhausted. She wanted to convert the driver's seat into a folding mode to use it as a reclining chair, but there wasn't enough wood. Eventually, she simply changed the seat to a rotating mode so that Lu Tao could turn around and access the rear compartment from the driver's seat. When necessary, this could save time. After everything was completed, the blue energy liquid in the energy module was down to a thin layer. Lu Tao pondered for a moment and opened a small observation window in the rear door, also designing several hooks behind the driver's seat. With that, the energy was completely depleted. Would you like to save the current design? Lu Tao clicked save. A flash of white light appeared, and a survival vehicle, standing 1.6 meters tall, appeared before her. Its paint was new and bright, the tires exuded a scent of tree sap, and the luggage rack on the roof was spacious and convenient. Above her head was a roof that sheltered from wind and rain, and the windows let in bright sunlight. The rear compartment was covered with original wooden boards. Her specially designed little bar exuded a rustic charm. Several machines were placed against the wall near the rear door and the left side, forming an inverted L shape with a dual-layer storage rack beside it for holding materials, making it very convenient for her to add materials. With beautiful original wood patterns and emerald green tree sap tires, the technology fused with the otherworldly, creating a survival vehicle filled with the unique style of a survivor. Looking at the interior layout she had personally designed, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, she was amazing. Not only did she expand the usable area, but she also increased her living space. She had never forgotten that this was a survival game, and every design was aimed at living longer in the game. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for being the 10th in the entire region to upgrade a vehicle, receiving a game reward silver treasure chest 1. Lu Tao's eyes lit up. 10th in the entire region. She had finally caught up with the players at the front. But her ambitions did not stop there. She not only aimed to secure a position among the top 10 vehicles, but also sought the rewards for reaching today's top 10. Lu Tao grasped the steering wheel, ready to start the car, when she suddenly gasped in surprise. Protective backrest details. After adding advanced materials, the backrest durability is upgraded, increasing seat durability by 20 when encountering collision risks. Level 2 upgraded pedal details. By adding higher grade materials, the pedal sensitivity will increase by 20. Lu Tao was delighted. So the function of the advanced tentacles is utilized here. It's so worth it. Thanks to the selfless contributions of the explosive ant legs, I will make good use of this function. Lu Tao happily spun around in her seat. Looking back at the trunk, she suddenly realized in regret that she had forgotten something in her excitement. She quickly stood up, took out the fruit dryer, set it up, and placed the banana chips inside to dry. Fruit dryer details consumes 1 stamina, can produce 10 dried fruits in 1 hour. She also replenished the materials for the resin melting machine and touched her lucky bronze tripod, which was still on a countdown. With 7.5 hours left, she would soon produce her lucky item. Returning to the driver's seat, she casually made a green sun hat and looked ahead. After lowering the wooden windscreen, the view ahead was exceptionally open. The warm morning sun shone in as Lu Tao stepped on the accelerator, driving headlong into the summer breeze without hesitation. The eroded fog zones on both sides of the road quickly receded behind her. Lu Tao, dressed in sun protection gear and wearing a green sun hat, enjoyed a unique temperature of 6, happily driving forward. With the boost from the vehicle's accelerator, she covered 35 kilometers in just an hour. At this speed, she would reach her destination before noon. Then she could free up time to explore the fog-eroded zones during the day. A new adventure has been detected. Suddenly a prompt popped up forcefully. Lu Tao immediately hit the brakes and looked at the road on both sides through the car windows. On the right side of the originally flat, 4-meter-wide road, a fork appeared at some point with a wooden sign depicting an arrow pointing ahead and the words Mango Village written above. A village ahead. Lu Tao's eyes lit up as she grabbed the shovel and eagerly ran over. The fork in the road, shaped like a Y, was 2 meters wide, a dirt path smoothed out by human feet. There were traces of wooden wheels on the road and footprints nearby. Footprints. Mango Village. Lu Tao suddenly recalled the pop-up message from last night's game after defeating the queen ant. On the scorching summer highway, explosive black ants are a notorious monster group. They breed wildly, hunt, and create large ant nests, disrupting the local food chain and tormenting the residents. Task: kill the queen ant and eradicate the ant nest to receive generous rewards from the Scorching Summer Highway residents. So there are locals on the Scorching Summer Highway, indigenous people. The surprise of the adventure card is to encounter. Her merchant instincts immediately sensed the importance of this adventure, and she steered her vehicle towards the fork in the road. Indigenous people, Mango Village. She was coming. Lu Tao slowed down, observing the sides of the road as she drove. How would Mango Village present? The railing was just outside the fog-eroded zone. Oh, where would Mango Village be? Her mind was filled with thoughts of Mango Village, not noticing that the bumpy dirt road had cost her several durability points. That didn't matter. Lu Tao drove forward with anticipation. Suddenly the railings vanished, and the fog-covered area transformed into rows of trees adorned with hanging mangoes. As the wind blew, the sweet fragrance of mangoes wafted over, causing Lu Tao to swallow hard. Lu Tao glanced around and spotted 5 or 6 trees laden with mangoes. Peering into the lush tropical forest, she caught a glimpse of thatched roof houses with pointed tops. The nearby mango tree leaves rustled, and Lu Tao looked over to see a rosy-cheeked little girl peeking out from behind a tree, curiously watching her. Their gazes met, and the girl immediately dashed towards the village. Mama Traveler has come to our village, and she's driving a vehicle that looks a lot like a merchant's. A merchant? Has this year's traveling merchant arrived early? My weapon broke the day before yesterday, and I need to exchange for materials. It's been too hot this year. I wonder if the merchant brought cooling items. Amidst a flurry of excited discussions, a dozen villagers rushed out. At the front was a woman in her 30s. She approached the car window and said, "Hello, strange traveler. I am Mumna, the village chief of Mango Village. Are you the new highway merchant?" Merchant? Lu Tao unapologetically claimed this title. "Yes, I am the new highway merchant. I saw your village's sign, so I came to see what you need. Similarly, I'd like to exchange for some items to help me through my long journey." "That's great." Mumna's eyes brightened. "We've recently encountered troubles and urgently need a batch of weapon repair materials. Do you have any on your vehicle?" Yes. Let's start with the weapon repair materials. Ever since that damned killer bee group appeared in the nearby fog-eroded zone, our weapons have been significantly damaged. I wonder what kind of repair materials this new merchant has. I hope to fix my hammer. Come on, we need whatever materials you have. If we don't repair, we can't go hunting. This month's meeting income will drop significantly, and this summer will be harder to endure. Lu Tao's heart raced with excitement. Just from this brief conversation, her gains were already substantial. The indigenous people have meetings and will hunt in the surrounding fog-eroded zones, and this summer is extremely hot. Lu Tao took a deep breath and revealed an even warmer, brighter smile. She frantically calculated her supplies and jumped out of the car. My name is Lu Tao, and I just started my merchant journey. Recently, I obtained a batch of explosive black ant legs. Do you need them? The villagers' discussions came to an abrupt halt, and Mumna exclaimed excitedly, You managed to kill explosive black ants. We'll take them. The legs of explosive black ants are excellent materials for weapon crafting. Chief, by more next time at the meeting, I will use the explosive ant legs to craft my new weapon. Do you have many materials? We can buy them all at market price. A dozen pairs of eager and expectant eyes were fixed on her. Nearby, a woman picked mangoes from a tree and enthusiastically handed one over, saying, Merchant Lu Tao, you must try this. Farm Mango Village mangoes are the sweetest. Mumna quickly nodded. Try one of our Mango Village mangoes are a very famous specialty. Thank you. Lu Tao accepted the oversized mango, which was larger than her face. Big Face Mango details specialty of Mango Village. Consuming it can increase stamina by 10. Lu Tao, I want it. She thought for a moment and hurriedly jumped back into the car to retrieve the dried banana chips, offering them to the enthusiastic woman. Lu Tao had just noticed that the dried bananas also provided 5 stamina. She purposely grabbed a few extra, ensuring the villagers wouldn't think she was stingy. A merchant who is stingy with customers has no future. These are the banana chips I obtained in the fog-eroded zone a few days ago. They are also for you. Banana chips. Aunt Muta exclaimed excitedly. Ever since Banana Village disappeared, we haven't tasted banana flavor again. Is there a village nearby that specializes in growing bananas? Village Chief Mumna nodded nostalgically, but ever since Banana Village was attacked by a group of monsters a few years ago, the village was destroyed, and we haven't been able to buy bananas from Banana Village at the meetings anymore. The village was destroyed, but the original site still remains. Perhaps a planting bed for banana seeds can be. However, Chief Mumina blinked and said, let us first trade the exploding ant legs. Not only that, to ensure a perfect first trade with Mango Village, she also took out high and mid-level ant legs, and after some thought painfully retrieved an exploding abdomen. When dealing with the killer bee ant nest, what could be quicker than tossing a bomb into the hive? Having dealt with ant nests before, Lu Tao felt quite experienced. As the materials were revealed, Chief Mummina's expression grew solemn. You must be a formidable traveler to have dealt with the first-tier high-level exploding black ants guarding the nest. Shall we discuss this in the village, Miss Lu Tao? The village is very safe, and there will be no monsters on these roads. So she was tested by the chief. Lu Tao beamed. All right, thank you for the invitation. The village resembled a small tribe with stone houses topped with thatched roofs surrounding a central square. Entering the building in the center of the square, Lu Tao happily pulled out 64 ordinary ant legs and 73 damaged ant legs from her backpack, along with 5 mid-level ant legs, 20 damaged mid-level ant legs, 2 high-level ant legs, and 10 damaged high-level ant legs, and then took out 3 exploding abdomens. Once all the materials were laid out, the surrounding villagers were stunned. Did you destroy an exploding black ant nest? You single-handedly destroyed a nest of over 100 exploding black ants. Incredible. Chief Mumina's expression became serious as she said warmly, thank you for your contribution to the nearby roads. Once the exploding black ants establish a nest, that area becomes their territory, causing significant harm to the villagers. Because of the existence of the exploding abdomen, the effort to destroy the exploding black ant nests is double that of hunting other monster groups. Only merchants who are kind to the local roads would take the extra time to do this. If Lu Tao's game had a favorability system at that moment, she would see Chief Mumina's favorability increase by 99. Our village can buy this batch of goods from you. According to last month's market price, ordinary exploding black ant legs are worth 10 gold cards each. Damaged ant legs are half at 5 gold cards each. Mid-level ant legs are 20 gold cards each. Damaged ant legs 12 gold cards each. High-level ant legs 35 gold cards each. Damaged high-level ant legs 25 gold cards each, and the exploding abdomen is also 35 gold cards each. Alright. Lu Tao nodded without hesitation, thinking that since she didn't know the market price, it was best to go by the market rate. The gold cards mentioned must be the currency of this world. What does it look like? If she would be interacting with the natives more in the future, that currency would be very useful. The villagers brought over a small wooden box the size of a palm. Chief Mumina entered a password and presented several handfuls of gold coins along with a dozen gold cards. The gold coins clattered onto the table, forming a small mountain of gold. But even more enticing than the gold coins was that little wooden box. This must be the natives' first-tier items. On it, Chief Mumina pushed a small pile of gold coins over and handed over 17 gold cards. These materials total 1770 gold cards along with 100 gold card saving cards. You can exchange them at any town bank, which amounts to 70 gold cards. Please count the quantity. Lu Tao nodded, curiously picking up the saving card. The gold cards, after some processing, felt slightly elastic and were durable. The lower right corner was engraved with the number 100, and they had anti-counterfeit coatings. You viewed from another angle, one could see the purple gold pattern of the number 100 in the center of the card. The gold card felt very substantial in her hand, with a golden little beast spilling out gold coins on the front, while the back featured vine-like patterns, inscribed with Year of Disaster 3110. Lu Tao focused on the inscription of the Year of Disaster, pretending to be very familiar with it, while in reality the game had already popped up to inform her of how many gold cards it was. That's right, the price is correct. Lu Tao put away both the gold cards and the gold coins into her small waist pouch, smiling brightly. I also have green sun hats for sale. Would you need any? I used up the remaining 3 tree fibers these past 2 days to make 3 green sun hats. However, since I want to keep 2 for trading essentials with players, I only brought 1 out. Chief Mamaina's eyes lit up. Yes. If you have more, we would also buy them. Lu Tao regretfully shook her head. The green sun hat is relatively complicated to make. I don't have any more on me. Chief Mamaina lamented. Indeed, hats with cooling effects are extremely rare. After spending 100 gold cards to buy it, the villagers nearby all began to gather around. I want to buy some dried bananas, exchanging 4 mangoes for it. Merchant, do you still have the remaining pieces for sale? Lu Tao decisively replied yes. Exchanging 10 stamina points worth of mangoes for 5 stamina points worth of bananas is pure profit. Perhaps it had been a long time since he had eaten bananas, so the young man generously spent 4 mangoes. Do you have any tree glue? I want to buy some to repair my house, or else it won't protect against the heat in summer. Lu Tao initially wanted to refuse, but the mangoes prompted her. With stamina-enhancing mangoes and possessing a fruit dryer, Lu Tao felt tempted and pulled out 10 tree glue that were just produced, exchanging them for 12 large mangoes. Lu Tao put away the large mangoes, silently vowing that the next batch of tree glue would first be enough to give to Qian Qian along with a few mangoes as compensation. Taking advantage of the crowd, Lu Tao also sold the heart of the banana tree, swapping it for 4 mangoes. She regretted while selling that she was still too poor, otherwise she would have sold even more. She guessed that since the game allowed her to trigger this encounter, trading here would definitely yield some rewards. Thus, trading a batch of supplies she didn't need was not only not a loss, but a huge profit. At this moment, she had inadvertently gathered quite a bit of information from the villagers. The hot season would last at least 2 months, but this year's summer had come unusually early, making everyone worry if it would get even hotter. The gatherings of nearby villages are held once a month, with the next one in 15 days. Unfortunately, when Lu Tao inquired, she learned that only familiar travelers from nearby villages with identification from a large trading company could enter. Lu Tao could only remember this matter, hoping to see if there was any possibility of obtaining it through other channels. Just as she was eavesdropping happily, someone suddenly squeezed in anxiously. Merchant, do you have medicine? Muta's leg got injured and infected. Lu Tao focused and saw that in the person's arms was a small child with a long wound, swollen and red with pus faintly visible. Chief Mamaina's expression changed. How could it be this serious? The villager was both angry and worried. He ran into the fog erosion zone alone and got injured. He was afraid I'd scold him and didn't dare to say anything. By the time I found out, the herbal remedy was already ineffective. Merchant, do you have medicine for inflammation and swelling? I can exchange mangoes for it. Lu Tao hesitated for a moment. She just happened to have an anti-inflammatory medicine that was very suitable, but that was her only stock. Should she trade it? Lu Tao's eyes flickered, and she finally took out the anti-inflammatory medicine. I have 1 medicine. Do you think it can be used? The villager's eyes brightened, and Chief Mamaina quickly checked the medicine, exclaiming with joy, a very effective, strong medicine. It's just right. The villager was excited. Let's trade. They'll go get some mangoes right now. However, Lu Tao felt a thought stir. Can I trade for the herbal medicine you mentioned? I want to exchange some for use on the road. Of course. The villager quickly brought over 6 portions of herbal medicine. Fish pattern grass details has anti-inflammatory and analgesic effects. Crushed and applied to wounds to slow down decay, can be used to make anti-inflammatory potions. Anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving herbs. Lu Tao said without hesitation, this is the one I want. If you have more herbs, I will take them as well. The villagers, however, hesitated and looked towards the village chief. Mumina thought for a moment before nodding all right. Only then did the villagers cheer and run home to gather the accumulated herbs. Lu Tao took this opportunity to probe village chief. Mumina, may I purchase a batch of your specialty mangoes? You also saw I have a fruit dryer on my vehicle, and I want to make a batch of dried mangoes. She keenly realized that the small-scale transaction of mangoes from the mango village could be exchanged privately, while larger quantities seemed to require the village chief's consent. But with such a large fruit dryer, would she be content to stop working after drying only a few bananas? If the fruit dryer agreed, she as its owner would not agree. After all, this mango provides 10 stamina. How could she miss out on such a super specialty upon arriving at Mango Village? This time Village Chief Mumina thought for a long while before nodding. Our village has signed a contract with the Bata Chamber of Commerce for 10,000 jin, and we cannot sell to other merchants. Only the large-faced mangoes left for the village to sell at the fair. If you need them, I can sell you 300 at the fair price of 5 gold cards, each with no bulk purchase discount. This is the rule. I want them. Lu Tao decisively agreed to the purchase, fearing that if she delayed, even a second village chief Mumina would regret it. 300 large mangoes. It was truly the right decision to come to Mango Village. Village Chief Mumina said, I will have someone pick the mangoes right away. Some villagers took bamboo baskets to pick the large-faced mangoes while others rushed over with fish-patterned grass. Lu Tao exchanged 2 cards for 97 fish-patterned grass and spent 1,500 gold cards to buy the freshly picked 300 large-faced mangoes. Her wallet, which had not yet warmed up, instantly emptied of all gold cards, leaving only 76 behind. She truly earned quickly but spent just as fast, Lu Tao sighed. However, this batch of mangoes would definitely earn her more resources among players. As she gathered the large-faced mangoes and fish-patterned grass, Village Chief Mumina escorted her to the roadside and handed her a rolled-up piece of bark. Merchant Lu Tao, I am very happy to have reached this transaction with you. You will surely become a remarkable... This is the site of Banana Village. If you want to explore, you must be very careful. It has been abandoned and may harbor dangerous monsters. Lu Tao's eyes lit up as she had been wondering how to bring it up, but the village chief just gifted it to her. Village Chief Mumina smiled. Thank you for your help, Tamudu. Thank you for your reminder. I will pay attention to my safety. I also wish Mango Village can quickly resolve the killer bee nest, sell mangoes at the fair, successfully survive this year's hot season, and I wish Mudu a speedy recovery. I wish you a smooth passage through the hot season as well, and I hope we have the chance to meet again. Lu Tao hopped onto her vehicle, waved goodbye to Village Chief Mumina, and turned back. As she drove out of the fork in the road, the path leading to Mango Village disappeared from sight, reverting to fenced-off and fog-affected zones. It truly was a marvelous adventure. She was about to start her vehicle when a light screen suddenly popped up. Player Lu Tao has completed her first transaction, with the indigenous people exceeding 3,000 gold cards, gaining the title of Transaction Pioneer. Wearing this title will automatically grant you 5 favorability with indigenous traders. Player Lu Tao gains 3.6 in professional value. Professional value exceeding 7 has automatically opened a trial period. Each transaction will yield random goods as a rebate. Player Lu Tao has completed the first 100 gold card transaction, with the indigenous people receiving a random rebate of Mango 1. Player Lu Tao has achieved the first 1,000 transaction achievement, receiving a random rebate of fish-patterned grass 8. Player Lu Tao has reached a transaction amount of 3,000 gold cards, receiving a random rebate of Mango 25. Mango Village favorability 25. When favorability reaches 100, you will have the chance to obtain another transaction opportunity with Mango Village. Your goodwill has earned Village Chief Mumina's extra gift, the Banana Village Ruins map. Player Lu Tao has achieved the first contact with indigenous people, gaining Silver Treasure Chest 1. Lu Tao held her breath. It turned out that the surprise brought by the adventure card was like this. Automatically gaining 5 favorability with indigenous traders, and with professional value exceeding 7, the trial period was opened. 3 consecutive good news had already made her extremely happy. Not to mention that transactions could also yield rebates. She calculated and discovered that the game's calculated transaction amount included not only the gold cards received, but also the ones given out. Back and forth, the transaction amount reached an astonishing 3,616, allowing her to successfully achieve 3 consecutive transaction achievements and rebates. Moreover, the professional value increased exactly by 3.6 was also quite remarkable, making her wonder if it had something to do with the transaction amount. Would that mean that the more transactions, the more rebates, and the faster the professional value increases? Would there be rebates for trading with players? Lu Tao couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. A wave of adventure had brought her abundant rewards, along with another opportunity to trade with Mango Village. Lu Tao suppressed her excitement, put away the silver treasure chest, and took out her last reward. Banana Village Ruins map details the ruins of Banana Village destroyed by monster tides can be explored. Village Chief Mumina said that Banana Village was nearby, so once she reached her destination, she would have an afternoon to explore. Thinking of this, she eagerly set off in her vehicle. The wooden window blew in hot winds, but it couldn't dampen her joyful mood at all. Half an hour later, Lu Tao arrived at her destination. Congratulations to Lu Tao for reaching the endpoint in 7th place, a reward black iron treasure chest 2. 7th place, huh? Lu Tao rested her chin on her hand, feeling a sense of progress. Tomorrow her goal is to be in the top. She combined the fragments of stones, and which she collected on the road today, with her previous stock, to make 1 wood and 1 stone, while the remaining 2 stone fragments and 5 branches were once again stuffed into her storage rack. Lu Tao picked up the large bun rewarded yesterday, and started to munch on it. After finishing, she also nibbled on half of a fresh large mango. The mango flesh was thick and sweet, and taking a bite brought a double sense of satisfaction. Having eaten half, she was already full, and could only reluctantly set the remaining half aside for later, planning to have it again when she came back tonight. Indeed, fresh large mangoes are delicious, but they are only suitable as fruits. If she wants something to replenish her stamina at any time, it is better to dry them into dried mangoes. Putting away the remaining half of the mango for later, Lu Tao opened her friend list and prepared for the adventure. First, she exchanged a green sun hat with Kyozi for 10 stamina potions. Received a random rebate of 2 stamina potions. Lu Tao's eyes lit up. Indeed, trading with players also had its benefits. Next, she contacted Quan and exchanged a green sun hat for one of his crafted specialties. Stone axe details can be used to chop down trees or enemies, a super practical tool. Get this time, no rebate popped up. Lu Tao was not greedy. After all, the rebates she had already received were fantastic. She weighed the stone axe, feeling its heaviness. The axe head was very sharp. Then she checked the details. It really matched Quan's style. Finally, she arrived at the trading center, found a player selling disposable adventure detection stones, and traded 1 mango for 3 of them. Disposable adventure detection stone details: throw it forward, and it will alert monsters within 10 meters. Negative impact monsters will enter a super irritable state, so please use with caution. After saving the disposable adventure detection stones, Lu Tao checked her backpack once again. Only then did she unfold the map. Detected Banana Village Ruins map. Do you want to use it? Yes, no. Lu Tao decisively selected yes. In an instant, the railing at the side of the fog-affected area parted, revealing an entrance for vehicles to pass through. 2 red dots appeared on the map, one linked to the vehicle, and the other located deep in the fog-affected area at the Banana Village Ruins. As she turned the map, the red dot on the vehicle began to change direction in real time. Lu Tao suddenly realized. So this was the correct way to explore in the road game. She finally understood why parking during the day would result in monster attacks, while going into the fog-affected area at night avoided attacks, but she could see nothing. In a road game, one must drive the vehicle while moving. Since that is the case, she would not be polite. Lu Tao pressed the gas pedal, charging forward into the fog-affected area. Upon detecting the entrance to the fog erosion zone, Lu Tao produced her entry card. Soon the dense fog enveloping the vehicle dissipated as she pressed the gas pedal and drove into the mist. The sound of grass leaves brushing against the vehicle's front could be heard, accompanied by the crisp crunch of the wheels rolling over withered grass. It was then that Lu Tao noticed the fog erosion zone map in the upper right corner had refreshed to a new area. She immediately felt relieved for having acted decisively yesterday, though otherwise she would have missed her joyful homeland. The vehicle slowly moved forward with tall reeds brushing against the windows through the thick fog. The previous map resembled summer with banana trees hanging from the branches, but now it had suddenly transformed into an autumn scene. Surrounding dry grass formed a small meadow, and the vehicle seemed to drive onto a soft carpet, bouncing unsteadily. Occasionally, a durability warning would sound, likely from hitting stones or other obstacles. Lu Tao made a note in her little notebook emphasizing the need to reinforce the vehicle's front impact resistance, though otherwise if she continued to crash like this, the front would surely get crushed. But that was a matter for later. Lu Tao focused intently on driving, aware that the prairie obscured visibility and could easily lead her astray. She kept her eyes fixed on the map's destination, occasionally adjusting her direction. After more than an hour, the vehicle finally exited the small meadow that had obscured all vision. Lu Tao breathed a sigh of relief and adjusted her direction. It seemed she was now in a small mountain range with undulating small hills, all barren. Between the nearest 2 hills, the vehicle could barely squeeze through. It felt like a maze of slopes. Without the map to constantly guide her, Lu Tao doubted she would find her way. Did this thought just cross her mind? Lu Tao pondered, could it be that getting lost was a feature of this map? However, wandering through the maze had its benefits. Lu Tao discovered several small stone mines and a few fallen logs marking each discovery. After about 10 more minutes, she finally escaped the nerve-wracking rocky hills. As she drove forward a bit more, the surrounding fog suddenly thinned. Upon completely exiting the fog erosion zone, Lu Tao saw the ruins of the banana village nestled between 2 small hills. The village entrance was enclosed with a wooden fence, and a damaged wooden gate was painted with lush banana trees. Traces of plants remained on either side of the railing. However, the fence was now broken, the wooden door was in tatters, and the plants inside had long since rotted, leaving only dark remnants of bark. On the map, the red dot representing the vehicle perfectly coincided with the destination. Lu Tao grabbed the map, declaring, "I've arrived at Banana Village." She parked the vehicle, donned her killer bee helmet, and eagerly walked towards the entrance. She reached out to touch the wooden fence. Wooden fence recyclable, wood 1 jackpot. Having exhausted her supply of wood, Lu Tao immediately changed course, scouring the fence and collecting wood 34. Approaching the door, she directly converted the fallen wooden door into wood 6 before contentedly stepping inside. A cobblestone path lay within the village, and Ludoto crouched down to investigate. Unfortunately, the cobblestones yielded no prompts. But would that stump her? Ludoto rolled up her sleeves and began prying, filling an entire slot in her backpack before happily clapping her hands. Just as she stood up to move forward, she suddenly exclaimed. In the pit where she had pried the cobblestones, a glimmer of bright red stone, unlike the cobblestones, was revealed. Could she let this slip away? Ludoto picked up her shovel and continued to pry, and with a clang a thumb-sized red stone was unearthed. She hastily picked it up only to hiss in pain from the heat, quickly putting it down. Firestone small details, a firestone left on the ground unearthed by a player who misses nothing, even the ground itself. When combined with wood, it brings forth the flames of life, an essential item for the journey. Remaining uses 17100, it's a source of fire. Ludoto excitedly examined it again. As for the pop-up's complaints, she missed them. If it weren't for her habit of wasting nothing, would she have found the firestone? Ludoto stuffed the firestone into her backpack, rolled up her sleeves, and continued digging. After a series of clattering sounds, she successfully obtained cobblestones 369 and firestones 3. The total number of uses added up to 27. She ran back to the village entrance to unload the cobblestones in the trunk, freeing up space in her backpack before returning to the village. Many banana trees were planted on both sides of the cobblestone path, but now all the trees had rotted. She stirred the earth with her shovel, encountering only a few small bugs that quickly burrowed into the dirt, finding nothing else. Moreover, she had run too fast to even swat one to check for any dropped item prompts. It was now a bit past 3 in the afternoon, with temperatures soaring to 39 degrees. Wearing the Killer Bee helmet, she could only rely on the 3 buff from her sun protection gear to survive. However, even in 36-degree heat, she was sweating profusely and feeling parched. After taking a sip of water, Ludoto quickened her pace into the village, where she saw several collapsed thatched roof houses. Only a few houses retained their shape, but either the roofs were leaky or they were missing walls. Ludoto quickly rushed into those few thatched houses, pushing the door with her shovel, and the dusty wooden door fell to the ground. Holding her nose, Ludoto felt around the door, successfully obtaining wood 7. Upon entering, she immediately spotted a well-preserved cabinet. She hurried over and found several packages wrapped in banana leaves inside the cabinet. She opened them one by table salt 1 details, ordinary edible table salt, nothing much to say. After 5 days without any salt intake, Ludoto tasted a little and immediately felt a rush of emotion, almost moved to tears. She hurriedly stored it in her backpack and discovered 2 packages of well-preserved dried vegetables. Got it. The second shelf of the cabinet contained flour which had long gone moldy. The third shelf surprisingly held a small toolbox. Inside were a set of brand new tools, a hammer, screwdriver, wrench, and a pack of screws. Ludoto became increasingly excited, thoroughly dismantling the cabinet and uncovering a transparent plastic sheet measuring at least 1.5 square meters, which was pressed beneath the cabinet. Finally, she converted the cabinet into wood 4, feeling satisfied as she moved on to the sofa, which was crushed under the collapsed wall. She turned the sofa into wood and discovered that beneath it was a grass mat, though most of it was buried under the wall. With plenty of strength and methods at her disposal, she wiped her sweat and began to clear the area. She collected wood 8 buried in the dirt mound and eagerly picked up the dusty grass mat at the very bottom. Rattan mat details, a specialty of rattan grass village. Sleeping on it provides a cooling experience. The fresh scent of rattan grass aids in sleep, offering a 10 stamina per hour as a bonus effect. This is wonderful. She finally had a mat to sleep on. Ludoto shook off the dust, delightedly stuffed it into her bag, and continued her digging efforts. She acquired a clay cup with self-cleaning function. Clay cup details, although I may look ugly on the outside, I possess an eternally clean interior. By me. Acquired. A pair of pants. Acquired. In the bedside cabinet, she found 2 pieces of gold cards. Acquired. A torn bedsheet. Acquired. Ludoto scavenged thoroughly, turning any wooden items she touched into wood. After exiting the thatched house, Ludoto wiped her sweat and continued her digging activities. She aimed to search the entire village before nightfall. Ludoto quickened her pace, harvesting a rusty iron bow, a piece of salt, and 10 neatly cut dry banana leaves from the second house. Just enough to wrap her mango-dried fruits. She converted all the visible wood in the entire house into planks and walked towards the largest and best-preserved thatched house ahead. As per routine, she transformed the door into wood. Upon entering, Ludoto immediately saw a collapsed bookshelf. Luto's eyes lit up as she lifted the bookshelf. In the swirling dust, she pulled out a thin book from the gap between the bookshelf and the wall. A culinary compendium. Details, a book that helps those who can cook to improve further, while those who can't cook remain culinary disasters. Lu Tao closed the tattered book, which had only a dozen pages, but dared to call itself a culinary compendium. What a coincidence. She was indeed a culinary disaster. The only distinction in her cooking was whether it was edible or not. But at least it was a book, perhaps it could help her understand the game world. Lu Tao comforted herself, putting the book away, and tore off a small, sticky piece of newspaper from the bottom of the overturned bookshelf. Three Tower City has been eroded by the fog erosion zone. On September 31st, the millennium-old Three Tower City was eroded by the fog erosion zone overnight, resulting in the loss of hundreds of thousands of lives, and the roads centered around Three Tower City became unusable. This is the second major city eroded by the fog erosion zone this year, and the defense tower of Three Tower City received no disaster warning. Bata Trading Company has discovered a new trade route claiming to turn it into a new life road. Emergency broadcast notice: disaster has occurred. Residents are advised to avoid the following areas. What areas? Lu Tao stared intently at the newspaper, moving to a slightly brighter spot, carefully unfolding a bit of the crumpled paper, when a sudden sound of flapping wings came. She quickly tucked away the newspaper, raised her weapon, and looked towards the tightly closed wooden door beside the bookshelf. The door was covered in dust and spider webs, but the wall to the right had several holes, each with scratch marks. Lu Tao narrowed her eyes, took out a disposable adventure detection stone, and threw it into one of the holes, quickly retreating. Creak! Suddenly a series of sharp cries erupted, and Lu Tao felt dizzy. Warning: your mind is under attack. 5. Damn, there's also a mental attack. Lu Tao retreated a few more steps only to hear a loud rumbling sound as the earthen wall in front of her completely collapsed, and amidst the swirling dust a fast-moving creature flew towards her. Lu Tao picked up her stone axe and struck down hard. With a clang, this weapon, which was highly sought after among players, actually broke a chunk off. What is this? So hard. She hurriedly switched to a shovel, took a few steps back, and struck fiercely at the monster. After a few hits, the monster fell to the ground. Kill level 1 Bone Spike Bat. Obtain Sharp Bone Spike 2. Bone Spike Bat. Lu Tao was stunned. Before she could see the dropped items, clearly a swarm of dark bats launched a group attack that made her lose sanity points. The bats were dark and furry, but their wings were made of bones with 2 sharp bone spikes resembling arrows. Lu Tao, shocked, quickly retreated and aimed at the Bone Spike Bats in midair. Kill level 1 Bone Spike Bat. Obtain Sharp Bone Spike 2. Good news, the steel shovel can deal with Bone Spike. Bone Spike Bats don't seem hard to kill, but there are so many of them. Lu Tao was stimulated by the bat's sharp spikes and teeth, instinctively reached for her explosive stomach, but pulled back. Having just arrived, she hadn't even searched the house yet. Faced with a swarm of rapidly attacking bats, Lu Tao was forced to retreat step by step towards the door. The swarm of bats surged out from inside. But Lu Tao no longer retreated. She blocked the door like a tennis player, fiercely swatting the bats down. The dark bats fell to the ground like dumplings, only to fly up again after a moment. The overwhelming numbers caused her attacks to scatter. This way she couldn't kill any, and her mental and physical strength were rapidly declining. Lu Tao drank a stamina potion, grabbed a bat that was gnawing on her ear, and slammed it down hard on the ground, crushing it underfoot. Desperately searching through her backpack and small satchel, after a while her eyes lit up as she took out the torn bedsheet she had just collected, withstanding the bats' attacks and wrapping it around them in a whirlwind. The bats struggled and squeaked within the torn bedsheet, using their teeth and wings to poke out hole after hole. Just as it was about to be torn apart, Lu Tao managed to wrap enough bats and forcefully slammed it down. The sharp cries of the bats' mental attacks faltered, and Lu Tao seized the opportunity to grab her shovel and strike fiercely, until the continuous drop prompts popped up. She stood on the bundle, continuing to stomp down, attacking the bats around her. The sound of drops and drop prompts came, and as the struggling movement in the bundle beneath her diminished, Lu Tao quickly grabbed the bundle, shook it, and rushed to the door, blocking it with the bedsheet. The torn cloth bulged out where it was hit, with sharp bone spikes jabbing out from the holes. Lu Tao glanced at the quantity, seized the opportunity to gather the corners, and slammed it down again, raising her shovel to strike. The chaotic screams of the bat's mental attacks gradually decreased until her steadily declining mental points began to slow down, as she finally breathed a sigh of relief, standing on the bundle to kill the remaining dozen or so monsters. Taking advantage of the moment, she quickly consumed a stamina potion and ate a delicious mountain peach fruit. Just barely recovering her stamina, her mental points rose to 89,135. With a thud, the last Bone Spike Bat fell to the ground, turning into 2 sharp bone spikes. Kill level 1 Bone Spike Bat. Obtain Sharp Bone Spike 2. Exhausted, Lu Tao sat down and took out an ant egg, biting through the skin and sucking it down. The sweet egg liquid slid down her tongue, replenishing her depleted stamina and mental points. Name: Lu Tao. Life 1010. Stamina 99100. You have not rested for 7 hours and are under a fatigue buff, losing 1 mental point every 10 minutes. Mental 109,135. Strength 4, hey, you can PK with kangaroos. Agility 5, when you escape your legs move faster than half the people. Luck 4. Attributes none. Profession current accumulated value 7. 6. Sun exposure value 71,100. When the sun exposure value reaches 30, you will be at risk of heat stroke. Skills blood path return 11 stubbornness. Title trading pioneer. She gulped down half a bottle of water in one go, braving the blazing sun to pick up the drops. Sharp bone spike. Details bone spikes comparable to steel hardness suitable for crafting sharp weapons. Her weary eyes suddenly brightened. It wasn't in vain that she consumed her stamina potions and ant eggs and mangosteens. After a round of harvesting, Lu Tao obtained 184 sharp bone spikes. After nearly an hour spent killing bone spike bats, Lu Tao looked at the sky and dashed into the thatched house again. Transformed the searched bookshelf into wood 6, rushed to the left side of the bookshelf against the wall, rummaging through the desk, successfully obtaining a piece of letter paper wedged in the drawer gap. Wandering letter paper. Details a popular item from decades ago. Write something and send it out. Perhaps you will encounter a friend thousands of miles away. Lu Tao collected it directly and spotted a palm-sized potted clay pot in the footrest. Great. Her mint finally has a place to be planted. After thoroughly checking from top to bottom and confirming no items were overlooked, she turned the desk into wood and hurried towards the room where the bats nested. As she approached, a foul smell of excrement wafted through the air. Lu Tao covered her nose completely, cleared the collapsed half of the earthen wall, and entered. This is a rectangular kitchen with a stove on the right side and a pile of wood for fire nearby. Lu Tao rushed over, collected the wood, and upon closer inspection, she found a stone pot sitting on the dusty stove. Good stuff collected. She poked around the stove's ashes with a piece of wood and discovered a fire stone with 25 remaining uses. That's more uses than the 2 fire stones she found previously combined. Indeed, this is a wealthy family with a desk and bookshelf. Lu Tao also collected 7 portions of the remaining ashes from the stove, which are said to mix well with soil. Collected. After rummaging through everything, Lu Tao turned to the left storage rack, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Behind the storage rack stood a complete clay jar securely positioned in the corner. Despite the kitchen being filthy, this half-percent high clay jar was spotless. It was filled with clear water, reflecting her calico cat face distinctly. Lu Tao calmly ignored it and checked the details of the clay jar. Water storage clay jar. Details a jar with an automatic cleaning function. The water inside will always remain drinkable. But being eternally clean doesn't mean the water will always be full. Lu Tao's heart stirred as she poured all the water into a storage compartment, revealing a water stone resting at the bottom of the jar, surrounded by a small ring of freshly spilled water. Water stone small. Details when placed in a container, it will produce 100 milliliters of clean water per hour. Lu Tao eagerly picked it up, her smile widening. Not that she would dare. Turning the storage rack into wood, Lu Tao finished searching the room, and when she collected the wooden door, she discovered a small gray cloth bag covered in dust behind the door. She found a sealed bottle of mixed spices, 1 in a can of similarly edible sealed salt. Being sealed is very important to her. This place could be used as a monster's nest. Who would dare to eat a mixture tainted with bird droppings? Not that she would dare. Turning the storage rack into wood, Lu Tao finished searching the room, and when she collected the wooden door, she discovered a small gray cloth bag covered in dust behind the door. Inside the heavy little bag were 11 gold cards carved with images of small beasts throwing coins. What a gain! Lu Tao repeated the wood transformation process throughout the house and rushed out, circling around the village, which seemed to have collapsed from a storm, collecting wood 176 in one breath. Then she hurried into the banana forest behind the village, only to find a dilapidated banana grove with a few remaining banana trees. Without care from villagers, they had not grown tall and bore no fruit. But there were materials. Lu Tao grabbed her stone axe and began chopping. She harvested banana leaves 151, banana tree sap 85, and banana tree fibers 81. She hurriedly chopped out bark and cores, but unfortunately the bananas here seemed to lack water sources. The banana peels were too dry to extract moisture, and the banana cores had black hearts, making them inedible. Lu Tao collected 171 pieces of fresh banana peel that could still yield juice, wiped her sweat, and approached the last short banana tree. This banana tree was in the worst condition, barely taller than her chin, with drooping leaves, dry bark, and the flower that should have been full of bananas was wilted and tightly closed. Too small. As Lu Tao was about to chop it down, the moment the stone axe touched the trunk, a prompt appeared. Banana sprite companion tree about to wither. Urgent task, save the banana sprite. Details, a sprite born in the devastated banana village, lacking care and nourishment, is about to disappear along with its companion tree. Task, help the banana sprite find a new home companion tree. Reward, you will have a companion to accompany you through long and arduous journeys, as well as a game reward of a map fragment 1. Lu Tao's hand suddenly froze, the stone axe hanging in midair. She carefully inspected the malnourished banana tree all over, but found no trace of the banana sprite. So there were only two possibilities. Lu Tao looked at the banana tree trunk and the wilted banana flower. She crouched down, carefully unfolding the layers of dry petals without any moisture, and saw a tiny sprite. It was sleeping in the yellow flower center with a mini banana round ball on its head, wearing a skirt made of flowers matching the banana flower's color, and its pale green translucent wings resembling banana leaves pitifully wrapped around it. Lu Tao held her breath and approached, gently touching the flower center. Banana sprite about to disappear, must find a new companion tree immediately. But she had no companion tree. Suddenly Lu Tao's eyes lit up as she took out that sweet banana seed, which had been continuously releasing vitality since she took it out, whether placed in a storage compartment or a small bag. The moment the yellow plump banana seed approached the flower center, a pop-up appeared. Detected plantable companion tree banana seed. Indeed it can. Lu Tao carefully placed the seed beside the sprite. Its tightly closed eyes seemed to stir, instinctively hugging the banana seed. Banana sprite. Status health 21. And the seed that continuously released vitality, also, it really works. Lu Tao took out her green sun hat, carefully cleaned the inside, and placed the sprite inside. The moment of transfer, the wilted banana tree in front of her instantly withered. Lu Tao exhaled, turning the sun hat upside down in her hands. Seeing that the rescue task for the banana sprite had not been marked as successful, it seems the seed must sprout first. She must hurry to find a planting bed. Lu Tao continued searching in the banana grove, still not finding a single planting bed, but she did collect 3 ordinary banana seeds scattered on the ground. Unlike the sweet banana seeds' mini banana appearance, these were 3 round black seeds. She collected them, and after checking the village one last time for any overlooked spots, she carried the banana sprite back outside the village. She stepped onto the vehicle, placing the green sun hat, where the sprite rested, on the storage rack beside the driver's seat, using a few pebbles to block it in place to prevent it from falling. Then she drove the vehicle back along the same route. On the way, she dug up the marked stone mines one by one, obtaining stone blocks 25, 11, 21A, and then collected several marked pieces of wood, accelerating towards the dense reed grassland. Just then 7 o'clock arrived. The surroundings plunged into darkness as Lu Tao slowed down, arriving at the end of the highway after an hour and a half. The railings behind her quietly closed as she exhaled and jumped out of the car. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she took out all the harvests of the day. Wood 437, stones 57, salt 3, dried vegetables 2, mixed spices 1, vine mat 1, ceramic cup 1, pants 1, a half section of newspaper the size of a palm kept for later reading. Additionally 13 gold cards, a small toolbox, sharp bone spikes 184, a rusty iron bow, and 10 cut dry banana leaves. Stationery 1, firestones 342, uses wood, ash 7, stone pot 1, a water storage, ceramic jar, potted clay pot, water stone small. Banana leaves 151, banana tree sap 85, banana tree fibers 81, fresh banana peels 171 can be juiced. Lu Tao exhaled in exhaustion, sorted the materials, grabbed a steamed bun, and suddenly remembered today's harvest, deciding to treat herself to a grand meal. She took out 3 pieces of wood and a firestone and jumped out of the car. Your spirit value will drop at 1 spirit 1 minute. Lu Tao stuffed a mangosteen into her mouth, crouched beside the car, and arranged the wood in a circle, placing a firestone on top. A spark leaped from the firestone, igniting the 3 pieces of wood into orange flames. Firelight details: when the source of light shines, it signifies that the fire of human life takes root here, automatically gaining the protection of the earth, and flame's spirit value will no longer decrease. It turns out the fire source has this effect. Feeling the stabilization of her spirit, Lu Tao decisively pulled out 100 pieces of wood, layering them around the fire source like stacking circles. Opening the trading platform, she quickly posted a link: homemade torch, trading 1 for 10, would. Almost instantly after posting, the stock of 100 began to decline, continuously running out in just over 10 seconds. Her private messages flooded with new notifications, reaching hundreds in the blink of an eye, while the chat channel instantly showed new messages. The first fire source in the entire region has appeared. Making money is my destiny. Lu Tao ignored the messages, pulled out the first 3 burning pieces of wood, placed the stone pot on top, added clean water, and dropped in 3 pieces of alligator meat, cutting a cassava, to throw in to boil together. The brightness brought by the flames was unparalleled. Lu Tao exhaled first, sending the 3 burning pieces of wood to her private chat group. This was her important friend group, which needed to be well managed. Making money is my destiny, burning with 3, 1 for each person, just give me 2, would. Duo Jia Yu and I was excited. Duo Jia Yu and I will with sisters love you. Just a little bit more. I didn't manage to grab the torch you posted. But no need to discount, I'm super rich, quick send the wood. At almost the same time the wood traded by the 3 popped up, but Duo Jia Yu and I sent 53 pieces. Duo Jia Yu and I private messaged her. Duo Jia Yu and I sister, this is our profit sharing from a few days ago, calculated as wood for you. Lu Tao suddenly realized she had been too busy these days to remember this matter. Making money is my destiny. Thank you for the gift, sister. I'm so happy I could spin around. But this business is easy to do in the first few days. After that it's just hard-earned money, so don't give me a share later. Duo Jiayuani. Okay, I'm also thinking of doing something new. Lu Tao looked at the numerous unread message dots and felt a stir in her heart. Making money is my destiny. How about selling torches? But this business is easy to do in the first few days. After that it's just hard-earned money, so don't give me a share later. Duo Jiayuani. Okay, I'm also thinking of doing something new. Lu Tao looked at the numerous unread message dots and felt a stir in her heart. The money. Duo Jiayuani. Sister, what kind of deity are you? You thought of this method in the blink of an eye. Excited cat kiss JPG. Super excited. Thank you, sister, for bringing me to make money again. Making money is my destiny. Time is tight. I'll go post a message in the group first. Lu Tao opened the group chat. Making money is my destiny. All members, it's time to sell torches. Torches are a one-time business. As soon as I sell one, a bunch of people will follow suit. Since that's the case, it's better for our people to earn first. Everyone hurry up and make torches. Qian Dao too. I was just about to say this. I just posted a torch in the chat channel, and someone private messaged asking if I sell. As long as you buy one torch, you can make it yourself and sell it. Making money is my destiny. Yes, I'm still holding back and haven't started selling it outside. Wait until you all make the first batch of wood to sell together. By Mu, sure, this collaboration was proposed by you, and you also provided the fire source and torches. We will share the wood we obtain half with you. Duo Jia and I agreed. Qian Dao too. Good idea. Lu Tao blinked. Her ability to read people was indeed intact in the game world, and the friends she found all had a good sense of propriety. Transactions are transactions, and relationships are relationships. Lu Tao completely agreed with this. Making money is my destiny. Just give me 4 pieces. I have another idea. In addition to selling on the trading platform, let's add private selling to whoever offers the highest price. This way we'll make more, but we have to be quick. Once sold, the price of wood will start to plummet. The group friends all agreed, immediately buying wood and speeding up to make all the wood they had into torches. Lu Tao did the same. Taking out the burning, which she stacked them into several piles of bonfire. She posted the remaining stock of 407 wood, which was quickly sold out. At the same time, everyone in the group also bought enough wood to put up for sale and advertised in the chat channel. Making money is my destiny. Is everyone ready? At 2010 we will trade wood together. Duo Jia and I ready. So excited and thrilling. Qian Dao too. No problem. I'll keep an eye on the time. By Mu ready. Photo in by Mu's photo. Several piles of burning bonfires were particularly eye-catching. Lu Tao smiled. Making money is my destiny. I wish everyone makes a lot of money tonight. Her trading soul burning fiercely was like several bonfires surging with energy. This is her stage. Lu Tao stared at the screen, and when the minute hand reached 2010, she traded all 504 torches. In an instant, 5,040 pieces of wood were stacked like small mountains. Received random 188 wood rebate. She picked up a pile of wood, placed 3 firestones, and while waiting posted another 1,000 torches still priced. This time the trading speed slowed down, but it was still sold out quickly. The trading platform and chat channel saw secondary players selling torches also priced at 10 wood, and some even raised the price. Lu Tao didn't care. As soon as the wood ignited, she immediately sold it, continuously posting more wood. In the back and forth, the pile of wood next to her stacked higher and higher, indicating a rebate. Received random 98 wood reward. Received random 375 wood reward. Lu Tao could hardly keep track, continually repeating the process of crafting torches. Her unread messages in private chats had already piled up, and she could only randomly click to trade a portion, with the bulk still on the trading platform. As more torches were traded, the price on the platform gradually dropped from 10 to 9, and soon after to 8. With an increasing number of torch owners, the price continued to fall, and 2 hours later it settled at 2 wood per torch. Lu Tao finally stopped her twitching hands and set the price at 2 wood for random torch trades, tiredly leaning against a pile of wood. Good news, continuously her in the group. Duo Jia Uni sisters, quickly collect your shares. I'm so wealthy, I can upgrade my vehicle tonight. Qian Dao too. I'm almost there too. So tired, but so refreshing. So this is what it feels like to make money. Bai Mu, thank you big shot for the wealth. The boss is up to collect the money. Zhua Qian, sure. Ben Ming coming. Lu Tao consumed a stamina potion and got up to collect a large amount of wood. Player Duo Jia Uni traded 3981 wood with you. Obtained 191 wood rebate. Player Qian Dao 2 traded 2997 wood with you. Obtained 111 wood rebate. Player Bai Mu traded 6330 wood with you. Obtained 413 wood rebate. Wow. Lu Tao was stunned. By boss was impressive. But it was normal. He had been selling simple tire accelerators from the start, gaining initial capital. Selling a lot of wood at first naturally brought him substantial gains. However, tonight, she was the wealthiest. She touched the pile of wood behind her, obtaining concrete data. Wood 73,753. Lu Tao had never felt this satisfied. Even her fingertips were enjoying the thrill of trading. Looking at everyone in the group excitedly discussing, she happily typed a few words. Zhua Qian Shi Ben Ming, the goal for tonight has been successfully completed. Next time let's continue to get rich. Duo Jia Yu Nimo Duo. I'm looking forward to the starry eyes. I'm just clinging to the big shot. Qian Dao 2 big shots are indeed big shots. After this wave our entire group can upgrade vehicles tonight, right? Bai Mu agreed. Lu Tao was so hungry she could eat a whole cow, busy checking the stone pot. Good news, although the water has dried up, there's still food to eat. She took out 4 dry banana leaves she found today, sprinkled some salt and mixed spices on them, cut equal portions of crocodile meat and cassava, and sent it to the group. Zhua Qian Shi Ben Ming, the boss, thoughtful midnight snack. Don't be polite. Qian Dao 2, it's cooked. Meat and cassava. After so many days in the game eating steamed buns and fruits, every day my muscles are about to disappear. I want to cry from eating so little. Duo Jia Yu Ni Wu, thank you sister for sharing. I'll add some snacks too. Duo Jia Yu Ni gifts you tree grapes 1. Bai Mu gifts you cherry tomatoes 1. Qian Dao 2 gifts you chili sauce 1. Lu Tao looked at the abundant seasonings and fruits, suddenly making a sound of surprise. It seems that gifts do not count as rebates. But none of this mattered. Lu Tao sat cross-legged. She began to enjoy her first warm dinner. Holding a piece of crocodile meat, Lu Tao took a bite, chewing the dry meat in silence, squeezing out some chili sauce, and sprinkling a bit of salt and mixed spices. Then she tore a few small corners off the dry banana leaves, sprinkled them with the salt and spice mixture, and sent it to the group. Zhua Qian Shi Ben Ming gifts mixed salt and spices 3. The 3 players who received the spices and salt couldn't help but chuckle. Qian Dao 2, I was wondering why this meat had no flavor. Oh, just as I was dipping it in chili sauce your seasoning arrived. Ha. Bai Mu, big shots excel at making money. It's normal for there to be slight shortcomings in other areas. Duo Jia Yu Ni exactly. But for your stomach sake, do you need me to introduce you to a chef? She used to run a private kitchen, and now that she has fire, she's ready to sell food. Zhua Qian Shi Ben Ming username coming. Super needed. Qian Dao 2, I want one too. I can't even make as much money. Bai Mu, also send it to me. I'm too busy to cook. Duo Jia Yu Ni, her name is Chef Xiao Cheng. I told her everyone can add her as a friend now. Lu Tao calmly chewed on the crocodile meat. Look, there are many who can't cook, but she can earn money to buy delicious food. After finishing a satisfying dinner and a rich fruit platter, Lu Tao got up to continue working. First, she divided the wood into batches and stored them in her backpack and small waist pouch before heading to the rear compartment to transport the goods. By the time the rear compartment was filled to capacity, Lu Tao began moving to the roof using tough hemp ropes to bundle the wood to the luggage rack. After more than an hour, the roof was tightly packed with wood, and the remaining space in the backpack was also filled before she finished collecting all the wood. The entire compartment was left with only a narrow path to pass through, reserved for when the machine needed to add materials. The ceramic jar was crammed behind the driver's seat, which caused her carefully designed rotating driver's seat to lose its function. To get to the rear compartment, she could only crawl over. But none of this mattered. The minor issues brought on by sudden wealth were completely acceptable and solvable. She took out 17 dried bananas from the fruit dryer, then added 10 large-faced mangoes to test the drying effect. She sent the resin from the resin melting machine to Qian Dao 2 and casually gifted 2 mangoes before placing in the next batch of materials. Having completed everything, she couldn't help but yawn. The negative effects from the debuff were still affecting her. She needed to hurry up as she wanted to get a good night's sleep tonight. While the fire was still burning, she took out a clay pot to plant small mint seedlings. After mixing in some soil and wood ash, Lu Tao solemnly planted the seedlings, then covered them with a few colorful pebbles and watered them to set the roots. Perfect. Lu Tao stepped back to admire it when a status bar appeared. Cool mint seedling growing. Growth rate 1, can enter the harvest period in 30 days. PS, poor quality soil only provides the bare minimum nutrients for the plant, while wood ash barely contributes to growth. Lu Tao felt insulted. Are you saying the 40 portions of soil I painstakingly dug up are all of poor quality? She coldly deleted this notification. Having finished all this, it was almost 11:30 as she hurriedly extinguished the flames and packed away the stone pot. The car windows and windshield were closed, leaving only a narrow observation slit. She placed the mint pot on the storage shelf while the little banana spirit in the hat beside her remained curled up, its vitality still at 21. It seemed that to completely revive it, she still needed to find a planting bed to help the seeds germinate quickly. She also needed to find quality soil. It seemed there was something else she forgot to do. The lucky bronze cauldron seemed ready to open, and there were treasure chests. She needed to quickly turn the wood into a vehicle-mounted double-layer storage rack to sell. Lu Tao was so sleepy that she could barely keep her eyes open, putting off these 2 important tasks until tomorrow morning. Grabbing the last bit of clarity, she went to the trading platform to spend 1 wood to buy 12 vine grasses, making herself a green sun hat and a vehicle-mounted double-layer storage rack. While considering tomorrow's tasks, Lu Tao curled up in the driver's seat and fell deeply asleep. On the 6th day of the game, Lu Tao, free of debuffs, opened her eyes and looked at the 2 new friends on the ship. The growth speed of the mint seedlings reached 3, while the little sprite in the green sun hat still slept soundly, maintaining a life value of 21. Lu Tao sighed in relief. It seemed the little sprite was fine for now. She just needed to find a planting bed. First, she watered the mint-potted plant, then energetically got up to collect the green sun hat and the double-layered car storage rack she made last night. She put the former on her head and hung the latter on the trading platform, then continued to expend stamina to craft. Once everything was done, she gnawed on the half mango left from yesterday and consumed 5 stamina to activate the entrusted management mode. There were many tasks left over from last night that needed to be completed this morning. After upgrading to a level 2 vehicle, her speed in entrusted management mode increased from 5 kilometers to 17 kilometers per hour. After a few bites of the slightly blackened mango, Lu Tao burped and squeezed herself into the small gap in the back compartment, laboriously making her way to the rubber refining machine. She handed over the rubber produced last night to Quan Quan Dao Tu, Duo Jiu Ni, and by Mu sent by Quan Quan Dao Tu. After putting in the next batch of rubber materials, she struggled to open the fruit dryer inside. The 10 large mangoes she placed last night had turned into huge, thick mango slices, the flesh golden and the concentrated flavor fragrant. However, the skin had cracked due to drying, affecting its appearance. It seemed she would have to peel them before drying next time. But this did not affect its effectiveness. Large mango slice details using it grants 15 stamina. Lu Tao was pleasantly surprised and recalled that the unenhanced banana placed in the dryer also granted 5 stamina. Could it be that the dryer had an additional enhancement effect on fruits? To prove her hypothesis, she put in 10 peeled mangoes. She waited for an hour. Soon after, she saw the lucky bronze cauldron enveloped in white light. The countdown on it disappeared, indicating it could be opened. Lu Tao restrained her impulse to open it immediately, first putting it into her backpack and squeezing back into the driver's seat. She used a ceramic cup to scoop water, washing her hands outside the window, and solemnly opened the light screen. On the extraction page for treasure chests were shining brightly, her greatest harvest since entering the game. She tapped on the black iron chest. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 cool patches, 2 buns, and 1 sunscreen. Sunscreen details: applying it can prevent 20 UV damage, lasts for 3 hours, durability 15. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 cool patch, 3 rubber, and 1 mineral water. The last 2 treasure chests had only the sunscreen as useful. The rest seemed to be a waste. Could yesterday's adventure have consumed her luck? Unwilling to accept this, Lu Tao silently prayed again, touched the mint-potted plant and the little sprite, then clicked on the silver chest once more. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 feather pen and 2 advanced plant nutrients. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint for the stick and fan and the blueprint for the daily life utility crafting machine. Plant nutrients advanced details can increase plant growth rate by 50. Stick and fan details: stick it anywhere on the vehicle to obtain a flow of cool wind, reducing temperature by 1 within a 1 square meter range. Daily life utility crafting machine details: feeling the scarcity of handmade items. The daily life utility crafting machine is your timely ring. It can record 1 type of daily life utility blueprint, and inputting materials grants a non-ordinary crafting experience for 1 stamina. The crafting time remains unchanged, can only record up to 10 types of daily life utilities. Lu Tao's eyes brightened. The 3rd treasure chest had originally left her feeling despondent, but the 4th revived her spirits. 2 consecutive blueprints: the stick and fan would undoubtedly sell well, while the daily life utility crafting machine was the key. Handcrafting the green sun hat and the double-layered car storage rack every hour wasted both time and stamina. Lu Tao had long been troubled by this. The daily life utility crafting machine completely resolved her urgent need. Lu Tao couldn't wait to learn the 2 blueprints. Stick and fan would 1 rubber, 1 banana leaf, 1 details, consumes 5 stamina. Daily life utility crafting machine would 100 iron or 30 rubber, 25 machine hub 1, consumes 10 stamina. She had all the materials for the stick and fan and could make it immediately, but the materials for the daily life utility crafting machine posed a challenge. Iron ore could be purchased at a markup on the platform, but where to obtain the machine hub? Regardless of how to acquire it, she needed it in her hands as soon as possible. While Lu Tao was deep in thought, she took out the last big surprise of the day, the lucky bronze cauldron. However, the car was too cramped. Lu Tao could only put it away and return to the back compartment to place it. Taking a deep breath, she tapped on the extraction page. In an instant, the white mist dissipated, and a baseball-like item slowly emerged from the lucky bronze cauldron. Domineering wolf tooth club details: do you see every spike? They're all poisonous. One strike will definitely create a honeycomb effect, a fierce weapon that excels in monster fighting. It does have a small flaw, sometimes it throws little temper tantrums. P.S. Although it has a bad temper, it's a good child. What kind of description is this? Lu Tao picked up the domineering wolf-tooth club, and in an instant her hand trembled, as if electrified. The club seemed to have a mind of its own, swinging in all directions. At the same time, a childish yet rough voice transmitted through her arm. Charge, kill, come fight, I won't let you die, I'll poison you. Lu Tao. She gripped the club tightly with both hands, using all her strength to shove it into her backpack. She barely managed to suppress her astonishment. What kind of weapon was this? Why did it exude such a violent and juvenile vibe? Yet its combat power was indeed astonishing, solving the issue of the shovel being unsuitable for close combat, while providing an attack power unmatched by a stone axe. Lu Tao thought for a moment, and decided to place it as her primary weapon. She stored the lucky bronze cauldron, which had been idle for a month, in the double-layered car storage rack, leaving the freed-up space for the Yetobi-crafted daily life utility crafting machine. Lu Tao climbed back into the driver's seat with great difficulty and began handling online matters. The double-layered car storage rack had been sold, netting her 30 iron ore. She opened the chat channel again, posting an ad to purchase iron ore and machine hubs. Just as she was about to privately message Chow Caozi, someone in the chat channel, her Duo Tower, the Big Shot selling torches has appeared. Big Shot, have you noticed that today's weather is scorching hot? Chen Xiao 2, it was 36 this morning. This is a rhythm to heat people to death. Trash game will eventually shut down. Is the game preparing to clear out a batch of people before the beginner period ends? How can it be so absurdly hot? Is the starting temperature 36 today? Lu Tao, dressed in some protection gear, felt the heat, but it was still within tolerable limits. After hearing a player, she turned her gaze to the light screen's temperature panel. Current map, scorching summer road. Current time, year 3598, July 12th, 7:43 a.m. nightfall at 7:00 p.m. Current temperature 36. I've melted from ice cream into water. The temperature has risen again. Lu Tao's expression grew serious as she placed the life gadget production machine at the top of her to-do list. She still needed to gather enough cooling medicine. The chat channel had once again fallen into a panic over the high temperature, and no one paid her any mind. She hurriedly messaged Kyozi. Making money is fate, collecting herbs. Photo. Kyozi was working hard at her alchemy furnace, and upon seeing the fish-patterned grass in the photo, her eyes lit up like two light bulbs. Kyozi, yes. This is a lifesaver. It's the main ingredient for my anti-inflammatory potion. You're my lucky charm. You provided me with the main ingredient twice, and I finally have gathered the second potion recipe. Kyozi, how many do you have? I'll take them all, or do you want to trade for stamina potions? I can give you a 3-1 ratio, but the anti-inflammatory potion is more valuable. I'll give you 6 stamina potions extra. Making money is fate. No, I want a batch of anti-inflammatory potions, a 2-1 trade for stamina potions. This time I want to increase my share. The fish-patterned grass cost me a lot, and a third isn't enough to cover my expenses. Kyozi scratched her head and counted again. Kyozi, I can give you 4 extra anti-inflammatory potions, but I can't do more. Making money is fate. Deal. The two signed an agreement, and Lu Tao received 10 stamina potions. Rebate stamina potion 3. Lu Tao's eyes brightened. The rebates from her professional trial period were indeed quite useful. The remaining 15 stamina potions and 22 anti-inflammatory potions would be prepared together for her. Lu Tao asked about the cooling medicine again, and Kyozi sent a headache emoji. Kyozi, you're already the umpteenth person to ask me today. I can only say that I haven't obtained the potion recipe yet. I can only see the anti-inflammatory potion finished, and whether the next sheet can be obtained. Making money is fate. If the recipe comes out, make sure to send me the herbs to take a look. I might just find it then, and we'll still cooperate on the profit sharing. Kyozi, okay, no problem. You're my lucky goddess. You found both main ingredients first. Oh, I'll definitely message you first when the time comes. Maintaining a good relationship with the only pharmacist, Lu Tao hurried to contact the Dream of Day to reserve the Tier 3 vehicle's tree bark. As the 7-day beginner period was coming to an end, the tree bark orders from Dream of Day had already exploded. Though tempted by Lu Tao's large order of 1,000, but she retreated. After some discussion, she decided to trade the first batch of 100 tree barks for 120 woods. The woods in the area were always in short supply, and the value had increased with delivery scheduled for tomorrow night. After signing the agreement, exactly 1 hour of the entrusted service was completed. Lu Tao let out a sigh of relief and stepped on the gas, heading straight for the finish line. There would be more players upgrading their vehicles today. To seize the rewards, she had to speed up. The car roof was filled with bundles of wood, swaying like a child wearing oversized shoes as it rushed toward the finish line. In order to grab the rewards, Lu Tao didn't even pick up the trash on the ground. Amidst the shameful pain of waste, she pushed the speed to the maximum. Finally, she arrived at the finish line before 915. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for arriving at the finish line in third place, a reward silver treasure, chest 1. As expected, the rewards for the top 3 would be upgraded again. Lu Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief, picking up a bottle of mineral water and downing half of it before without missing a beat, she placed the car-mounted double-layer storage rack she had just made on the market, while the green sun hat was first traded to Kun Kun for a pair of tree bark gloves with defense. Tree bark gloves, right hand. Details: wearing it prevents you from hurting your hands while trying to punch. Hand defense 20. The items produced by everyone really have their own personal style. Tree bark gloves, right hand. Details: wearing it prevents you from hurting your hands while trying to punch. Hand defense 20. The items produced by everyone really have their own. Lu Tao put on the brown tree bark gloves. The thin bark adhered to her skin, neither sticky nor heavy, and the exposed fingertips were quite nimble. Satisfied, she gave Kun Kun a good review, to which the other party responded with an awesome thumbs up. Seizing the moment, she clicked to make the next green sun hat and double-layer car-mounted storage rack. Handcrafting was still too slow. The Life Gadget production machine needed to be arranged immediately. With everything ready, she checked the time. It was just past 9, and the temperature had already reached 37. Lu Tao rolled up all the car windows, leaving only a crack in the passenger side to let the mint-potted plant and the banana Sprite bask in the sun. She jumped out of the car with her weapon ready to take advantage of the still bearable heat to venture into the fog erosion zone to see if there were any gains. As for the car shed, leave it here to charge. After all, she was only searching near the road and could return in time if any danger arose. Taking out the 1-hour entry card for the fog erosion zone, Lu Tao stepped into the soft thatch field. At a glance, the tall and dense thatch looked like a patch of withered yellow clouds occupying all her vision. The dense space brought a higher temperature than the open areas. Lu Tao wiped her sweat and used her stone axe to cut through the thatch to create a path. She had seen these thatches last night. They were worthless. After much deliberation, she still didn't put them into her already small waist pouch. The stone axe snapped the obstructing thatch with a crack as Lu Tao trudged along the narrow path. Just as she was considering whether to change direction and leave the thatch field to seek stone mines in the previous mountain, a prompt suddenly popped up ahead where her axe had struck. Level 1 thatch. Details: a premium material from the thatch field possessing excellent waterproof and flexible properties, making it ideal for weaving. Lu Tao's eyes lit up. She picked up the slightly thinner thatch, which was smoother and softer than the others, and collected it all. She knew that no matter how barren a place was, with effort one could squeeze out some oil. Wasn't the harvest coming? Just right when her windbreak was lowered, it would be directly exposed to the sun. Finding more thatch to weave a sunshade curtain to press on the roof would just come in handy. She perked up, cutting and searching along the way, and after half an hour she had collected 10. Glancing at the map in the upper right corner, she had delved deep enough into the thatch field, and she prepared to change direction toward the road. Just then a rustling sound came from not far away through the thatch. Lu Tao froze, switching her stone axe for the domineering wolf-tooth club. As soon as the pitch-black club with every spike coated in deep purple venom was pulled out, she felt excitement surge. Haha, I'm finally out battle. I want to fight. Lu Tao gripped it tightly, walking forward a dozen meters, and spotted a brown rodent-like monster. The thatch obstructed her view. As she was about to observe for a moment, a shadow suddenly lunged at her from the side, like lightning. Lu Tao grabbed the wolf-tooth club, ready to attack, but faster than her was the club itself, sweeping horizontally with her hand. Kill the mole, obtain mole fangs too. Not only that, but it excitedly charged toward the already starved. Stop! Who allowed you to move recklessly? A whoop, battle, kill. The wolf-tooth club filled with hot blood slammed down onto the charging mole. Kill the mole, obtain mole fangs too. A woo, I'm indeed awesome, but it's not enough. Let's continue killing. What a nonsense. Lu Tao's face darkened as she slammed the wolf-tooth club down onto the ground, stepping on it. Who allowed you to disobey orders? What command? I do my own bidding. Ow, who hit me? My master cannot trample on my dignity. I am angry. You hit my bottom. I'm really mad. Like super mad. You hit my bottom. I'm really mad. Like super mad. May not know who is the boss. With a shovel I splashed dirt onto the fierce club. Dig a pit. Bury you in the pit. You actually want to bury me? I don't believe it. I am so powerful, you would never dare to bury me. Don't think I'll bend my unyielding waist. Without a word, I gradually buried the club with dirt, and its voice became strained. Why aren't you speaking? Let me tell you, one can be killed, but not insulted. I will not submit to oppression. Ooh, I am a free bird. A shovel of dirt fell on it. I, holding the shovel, looked down from above the pit. If you want freedom, that's fine, then we part ways here. You are an irresponsible scoundrel. You created me and want to abandon me. I don't like you anymore. You are an irresponsible scoundrel. You created me and want to abandon me. I don't like you anymore. But after waiting, I did not receive a response from my master. Instead, the dirt above me kept piling up, and I suddenly realized that my master couldn't hear me. You really want to abandon me. You are irresponsible. You scoundrel. You actually abandoned me. I am so great helping you fight monsters, yet you bully me. What did I do to deserve such a weapon? I poked the handle coldly. Weapons must obey their users. If you disobey, why should I keep you? The premise is that I am the main subject, not you recklessly swinging me around. Have you thought that there could be monsters attacking from another direction? What if there are two monsters, one on the left and one on the right? What if there is a group of monsters? Have you considered the consequences? The sobbing turned timid. I haven't learned, you didn't teach me, and you kicked me and tossed me around. I threw you without a word, you didn't listen to my commands and attacked recklessly. Isn't that equally The fierce club's cries abruptly ceased. I cleared the dirt. Do you know why you were hit? If you understand, then let's establish some rules. First, no calling yourself I. Second, during battles, do not act without my permission. I gave it a big stick and a sweet date. Of course I won't throw you away in the future. If circumstances allow, I'll let you act freely. If you agree, give a sound. The fierce club shyly agreed. Then you need to pick me up and clean me. I complied, picking it up and thoroughly cleaning it with a bottle of water. The fierce club returned to its peak appearance, each sharp point sparkling. My beauty is restored. Master, quickly go collect the monsters I've defeated. Got him going right now. As long as this overzealous club listens, I am still very willing to cooperate on small matters. I picked up 4 fallen teeth. Sharp teeth can be used to make a car-mounted outer shell spike, increasing vehicle attack power by 20. My eyes lit up. I must gather more of such good items. I knew the monsters I killed were super useful. Quickly, let's go kill more. I hinted to grip the handle. I will listen to your commands, and will not act recklessly. I was satisfied. Raise the club. Let's go kill monsters. I consciously searched for the ground mice, but did not find any. Instead, I saw a large turkey searching for food. The turkey stood as high as a person, its wings sharp as steel blades, and it charged at me, squawking loudly, using its beak to peck at me. Fortunately, the fierce club was powerful, smashing its head open, and the poison entered its body, slowing its attack speed. I seized the opportunity to finish it off. Defeated the large turkey, obtained 2 chicken legs, 2 chicken breasts, and 2 steel blade feathers. Lu Tao glanced at the upper right corner. Current players 8724-510-0000. She had been too busy these past few days to notice the total district player count. In just a few days, nearly 13,000 players had been lost. She opened the hot chat. Chin, haven't you seen the screen full of people begging for heatstroke medicine? Tons of people are getting heatstroke today. I feel like if I keep baking in this sun, I'll get it too. Trash game will shut down soon. Remember that guy who said he couldn't drive on the first day? The day before yesterday, he was complaining about the heat in the chat channel, and this morning his avatar went dark. Chun and the player count has dropped by 2,000 since morning. It's going to stay at a scorching 40 this afternoon. I wonder how many players won't make it. Cha-cha, damn game, I was living just fine, why drag me into this? A wave of panic spread through the chat channel. Lu Tao watched in silence for a moment, then closed it. Negative emotions were contagious, but right now she needed to focus on surviving the game. She continued crafting. A green sun had a double-layer car storage rack, and a mini clip-in fan, which instantly consumed 15 stamina points. Her stamina wasn't unlimited after all. Seeing that advertising wasn't working, Lu Tao sent a mass message to all her friends. Money is my destiny. Does any big shot have a machine hub? DM me. He'll trade for cooling items. Green sun, hat, mini clip-in fan. Other supplies are negotiable. After days of silence, don't want to train my heart, is so tired, suddenly sent a message. Don't want to train my heart, is so tired, you need a machine hub. Money is my destiny, yes. You have one. Don't want to train my heart, is so tired, photo, wait for me. The photo showed an abandoned factory, overgrown with plant vines. Above the wall, writhing vines formed a dense net-like attack. On the rusty iron gate beside it were 3 words, machine factory. Lu Tao was stunned. What kind of big shot was this? While she was still hunting down individual monsters one by one, this person had already found a factory swarming with plant monsters, and it was a machine factory. Lu Tao's heart raced with excitement and anticipation. Money is my destiny, I want it. You go fight the monsters first, I won't disturb you. Just as she sent it, a thought struck her, and she sent another message. Money is my destiny. Does the big shot need logistics support? I have goods. Explosive abdominal cavity X3, big face, dried mango X3. Don't want to train my heart, is so tired, it'll take 3 of each. Don't want to train my heart, is so tired, initiated a trade. Explosive abdominal cavity X3, big face, dried mango X3 for ice crystal fruit X12. Ice crystal fruit details 1 piece, grants an unusually cool buff for 1 hour, reducing body temperature by 4. The big shot really had good stuff. Lu Tao pulled out the supplies and completed the trade. She silently prayed that the big shot would quickly finish off the monster vines, freeing her from her fate of handcrafting small items. Lu Tao checked the time. It was already the hottest part of the day. The sun beat down relentlessly on the asphalt road, and the vehicle with no shade absorbed the heat, turning into a sweltering oven. The mint leaves so lively in the morning were now drooping. The banana elf sleeping in the green sun hat was slightly better off, but it too seemed a bit listless. Lu Tao waited anxiously until the mini clip-in fan was finished, then eagerly tried it out for herself. It was a small green leaf-shaped fan with a handheld handle and a tree resin suction cup on the bottom that could be attached anywhere inside the car. She stuck one to the dashboard in the driver's seat, and instantly a stream of cool air blew into the stifling space, enveloping the area around the driver's seat within a square meter. She quickly moved the mint pot and the banana elf nearby, then immediately started crafting a second one. These little gadgets were so useful, she had to make more stock up and sell them. So big shot, when will your factory be cleared? Filled with anticipation, Lu Tao didn't brave the high temperatures to head to the mist erosion zone. She first checked the 10 large mangoes she had dried in the morning, which were perfectly dehydrated into large sheets of dried mango. Satisfied with the result, she stuffed another 50 into the dryer. The weather was too hot and mangoes didn't keep well. Turning them into dried mango was more economical, whether for eating or for replenishing stamina. Next, she replenished the tree resin materials and spent the hottest 2 hours continuously crafting green sun hats X3, a double-layer car storage racks X3, and mini clip-in fans X3. She equipped herself with 3 mini clip-in fans, first placed 1 storage rack for the mint pot and the banana elf, and attached 1 fan to each side of the rear compartment's machinery. The weather was scorching and the machines running non-stop had their shells burning hot. She listed the double-layer storage racks on the trading platform, earning another 90 iron ore. She sold 1 green sun hat to the big shot, fearing they might get heat stroke and give up on the factory. The big shot immediately sent her another 16 ice crystal fruits. She sold the remaining 2 in the chat channel, trading them for some very useful items. Balancing ornament details place on the dashboard. Increases stability by 15 on bumpy roads. Peace charm details a small trinket to hang in the driver's seat. May bring you a bit of safety when danger strikes. Passive use. Durability 11-1 was industrial style, the other mystical. Both were incredibly useful. Many more players contacted her wanting to trade, and their offers were tempting, but her crafting speed was too slow to meet the market demand. Lu Tao once again prayed for the big shot to successfully defeat the plant monsters. Seeing the temperature finally start to drop, she chugged a stamina potion and raced towards the thatched grass plain. She fought monsters herself first, then gave the irritable Wolf Fawn Club a little reward for obedience, letting it enjoy the thrill of smashing monsters for a while. In the afternoon, she successfully harvested level 1 thatched grass X10, a chicken legs X4, chicken breast X4, steel blade feathers X4, mole fangs X8, and swift bird eyeballs X2. Lu Tao completely retracted her earlier words. This thatched grass plain was no barren wasteland, it was a treasure trove full of diverse and effective monsters. She used another stamina potion, and when her stamina was completely depleted, night fell. Drenched in sweat, she hurried back to the road, eager to cook those 4 eyeballs and a large meaty chicken leg. In the bubbling water, 4 pale white eyeballs floated next to a plain boiled chicken leg with its skin split open from cooking. Behind her, the level 2 vehicle struggled to carry the massive pile of wood on its roof, a burden far beyond what a vehicle of its age should bear. Lu Tao waited eagerly by the pot. As soon as the eyeballs were cooked, she used a wooden splinter as a tool to scoop them out, blew on them to cool them down, and popped them into her mouth. They burst like juice in her mouth before she swallowed, and she quickly opened her stats. Name: Lu Tao, HP 1010, Stamina 81100, Spirit 1301, 35, Strength 4. Wow, you could spar with a kangaroo. Agility 5, when you flee your legs move faster than half the population. Luck 4, Element none, Class current, accumulated value 7. 6, Vision, Night Vision 2, Heatstroke value 72100, when heatstroke value reaches 30, you risk getting heatstroke. Skill Blood Path, Return 11's, Stubbornness title, Trading Pioneer, it worked. So each eyeball increased night vision by 1. She looked towards the dark roadside. The railing, which she could only find by memory before, was now faintly visible in the darkness. The effect was tangible. She happily picked up the chicken leg, dipped it in a mix of spices and salt, and took a bite. She silently hoped this grassland map would last a while longer so she could max out her night vision. After finishing the protein-packed chicken leg, Lu Tao peeled half a mango for dessert. She passed through the transparent barrier and comfortably returned to her vehicle. Tonight she did not plan to enter the fog erosion zone, as tomorrow marked the last day of the beginner period. She needed to conserve her energy and wait for the arrival of the 7th day. In the chat channel, players who had struggled throughout the day were discussing this topic. Sure, I've only been in the game for 6 days, but it feels like years. It's so tough. Oh, I wonder what the game will refresh tomorrow. Trash game will close soon. They won't let us off easily. Have a good rest tonight. Based on my gaming experience, something big is definitely coming on the 7th day. Brother Neo, don't worry. Everyone, Brother Neo will be your support. If you need anything, just ask me. Oh, I guarantee a quick reply. Daydreamer, whatever comes, we'll tackle it. There were emotions of worry and eagerness. Lu Tao felt the same way. The beginner period grew harder each day. Oh, what would tomorrow bring? No matter what, she would give her all. After finishing half the mango, she washed her hands and checked the water tank. With the joint efforts of 2 water stones, it had stored a total of 4 liters of water. But it was still not enough. The weather was too hot. This amount was just a drop in the bucket. Wiping her hands clean, Lu Tao seriously patted the sleeping banana sprite beside her Health 21. She hoped it could hold on a little longer, and she would soon find a planting bed. She gently touched the small mint plant's vibrant green leaves, which consisted of 6 small leaves, one of which had been damaged. This made her hesitant to pick it for mint tea. She inhaled the refreshing scent of mint and poured a high-quality nutrient solution on it before checking the details. Cool mint seedling growing growth rate 51, can enter harvest period in 30 days. PS high-quality nutrient solution is the best. In my opinion, poor soil doesn't deserve to be with high-quality nutrient solution. This is a mismatch. Lu Tao clicked. How I just want a mismatch. Let's see what you can do. With a dark expression, Lu Tao's competitive spirit was fully ignited by this broken PS. Not only that, but she also wanted to turn the hard-dug soil into a high-quality nutrient soil that you can't afford. Immediately, she posted in the chat channel to buy Monster Organic Fertilizer, and Lu Tao reopened the light screen to view the extraction page. Today's silver treasure chest was still shining brightly. She reached out her specially washed hand, which had touched the small mint and the banana sprite, and gently poked it. Congratulations, you have obtained a car-mounted solar panel. 1 mounting clip. 1 solar panel details can generate 1 kilowatt of electricity per day, usable for vehicle power. Mounting clip details can carry a load of 500 kilograms at the rear of the vehicle. Lu Tao was excitedly rubbing her hands. Ah, the blessing of the divine right hand is so useful. A solar panel and a mounting clip. What a super device. Could she soon use electricity in the vehicle and then find an air conditioner? Wouldn't that mean she could escape the risk of heat? The mounting clip was even better. If she asked by Moo to customize a small cart, wouldn't she have a place to store the wood that could crush the secondary vehicle? Unable to wait, she tucked away the items and checked her backpack. Since she had been in the game for 6 days, her backpack and vehicle were already stuffed with items. Food items: ice cold cola, a mineral water 604 liters of water in the ceramic jar, crocodile meat 2, cassava 5, dried banana 17, steamed buns 3, a honey syrup with enough for 2 more sips, pine cone 1, a pine resin 1, pine pollen 1. Large-faced mango 274, large-faced mango dried 117, some are in the process of drying. And eggs 11, salt 2. 3 partially consumed dried vegetables 2, mixed spices 0. 7 partially consumed delicious mountain fruit 1, a fresh banana peel 171, a chicken breast 8, chicken drumstick 7, ice crystal fruit 27. 1 was eaten in the fog erosion zone this afternoon. Materials: gravel 2, branches 5, spider silk 1, spider hair 4, stones 128. With 73,559, tree gum 28. This must be fully provided for the punch upgrade. The rest will be evenly distributed. Banana leaves 149, banana sap 81, banana fibers 75, soil 39, iron or 120, a level 1 thatch 20, gophers, sharp teeth 18, steel blade feathers 6. Advanced ant feet 2, a defective advanced ant feet 13, advanced explosive abdomen 1. Intermediate ant feet 5, intermediate defective ant feet 7, intermediate explosive abdomen 4. Common ant whiskers 118, common explosive abdomen 18, oi, and firestones 330, uses consumed some when selling torches yesterday, waterstones 2, letter paper 1. Stamina potion 19, fog erosion zone 24-hour entry card 1, 1-hour entry card 59, map fragments 2. She couldn't believe she had left the explosive ant whiskers, which were in short supply throughout the area, sitting here neglected. How could she endure this? Without hesitation, she started advertising in the chat channel. This was the players' last push to upgrade their vehicles. Missing this opportunity would be a huge loss. Soon the 118 explosive ant whiskers were snatched up by players who heard the news. In exchange, she received tree bark 31, iron or 82, banana leaves 12, banana sap 21, and banana fibers 11. She replenished the materials for making a small fan and a green sun hat. Many players in the chat channel were Shamrock Woo, I just need 2 explosive ant whiskers. Thank you, Big Shot, for helping me upgrade my vehicle before the 7th day. Meow, same gratitude. I also got explosive ant whiskers and my vehicle is currently upgrading to level 2 photo. I can see hope for tomorrow. Soup tastes good. I was ready to bear through it, but suddenly I saw a light at the end of the tunnel. My vehicle will upgrade tonight. Thank you so much. In no time, Lu Tao received many good person cards 1. Helping others also helped herself. A Lu Tao hummed a tune happily when a long-lost combat player sent good news. I don't want to practice martial arts. The machine hub is in hand. Lu Tao jumped up, nearly hitting the roof of the vehicle, and hurriedly replied, making money is my destiny. How many do you have? I can exchange cooling items and vehicle storage items. If you need other materials, I can show you the list. I don't want to practice martial arts, I'll give one. Ooh, I want large-faced mango dried. If you have other enhancement type food, that works too. Lu Tao pulled out the details of the dried banana and ant eggs to send over. Making money is my destiny. I still have these two. Do you want them? The big shot decisively wanted them all. After a straightforward agreement, they exchanged 10 dried bananas, 10 dried mangoes, and 2 ant eggs for the machine hub. Lu Tao sent over the enhancement food, and a heavy machine hub was instantly in her hands. Machine hub details a small machine core hub developed by the mechanical center compatible with multiple small machines. The mechanical hub was in her hands. Lu Tao couldn't wait a single second and immediately retrieved the materials, clicking to craft. After consuming 10 stamina points, a white mist enveloped the materials, and a 2359 countdown timer appeared beside them. This was the longest crafting time among her items aside from the lucky bronze cauldron. But who could argue with it? Anticipating liberation from a repetitive manual task, Lu Tao put away the small handmade items she had crafted tonight, opened the supply group chat, and sent 3 sticky little fans to the group. Money is my destiny group members, early purchase event, 1 per person, hurry up. Extra taro, I want. Sis, what do you need? I just got a decent blueprint. Take a look photo. Dizzying incense. Details, want to feel like you're spinning after drinking. Use this. All first tier monsters within 10 meters will enter a dizzy state for 10 minutes. Money is my destiny, I want it. The two happily exchanged small items and agreed to trade more. Both items were perfect for road survival. They had to stock up. Fist to fist, can I trade with meat? Rabbit meat that restores 10 stamina points upon consumption. I've been hunting rabbits all day. This damn place is full of rabbit holes. After a while, I even triggered a quest to kill the pest monsters of the grassland. Haha, I'm going to settle down with these rabbits here. Money is my destiny, deal. After decisively trading for 10 fresh rabbit legs, Lu Tao's mouth watered again. Money is my destiny, got any rabbit heads? Spicy rabbit head is super delicious. Fist to fist, a kindred spirit. But these damn rabbits don't drop heads, just 2 rabbit teeth. Extra taro, I just saw you have this good stuff. I want to buy some too to deal with those jumping rabbits. Extra taro, I also have sleeping incense worth having photo. Want it? Fist to fist, I'll take it. Do you want rabbit meat? I also have bark gloves and an axe. See if you need any. Why would I need both kinds of incense too? Money is my destiny, I want 10 more sticky little fans. We can negotiate the price. Fist to fist, I'll buy rabbit meat, bark gloves, and the axe. Whitewood initiated a trade with you, tire cooling sticker 1 in exchange for sticky little fan 1, tire cooling sticker. Details, stick it on the tire to slow down the melting of rubber tires by 20. Lu Tao happily accepted the cooling sticker, graciously received the orders from group members, then took out the car double-layer storage rack to inquire. In the current cramped state of the carriage, this was a hot commodity. Everyone eagerly bought a second one. She obtained another tire cooling sticker 1, rabbit legs 10, and dizzying incense 1, then traded with white wood for 2 wheel cooling stickers. She wasn't one to play favorites, every tire had to be fitted. After a brief discussion about plans for the next day, everyone logged off to attend to their own affairs. Lu Tao put away the light screen and got out of the car to stick cooling stickers on the inside of each tire. It was almost 1130 p.m. She yawned and was about to sleep when she noticed her profile panel flickering erratically. She opened it cautiously. Name Lu Tao, health 810, stamina 81100, spirit 130135, strength 4. You can spar with a kangaroo. Agility 5, when fleeing your legs move faster than half the population. Luck 4, attribute none, class, current cumulative value 7. 6 wood gold card exchange rate, calculating countdown 2:0, vision night vision 2, heat exposure 75100. When heat exposure reaches 30, you risk heatstroke, skill blood path, return 11s, stubbornness, title, trading pioneer. Her class value was jumping wildly, sometimes soaring to a high of 100, then plummeting to a low of 0.001. Lu Tao held her breath looking at the exchange data for wood and gold cards, and suddenly, so trading wood with players yesterday didn't fail to increase class points. Rather, the exchange rate between wood and gold cards was imprecise. 24 hours to go. Lu Tao suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for what class change awaited her. Full of hope for the next day, she checked on the banana sprite one more time, yawned, and fell asleep instantly with her head resting against the car window. The hot wind blowing through the half-open window was diluted by the sticky little fan turning cool. Time ticked by, and Lu Tao slept soundly. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound drifted in through the window. Dense and continuous, it seeped into her ears. Lu Tao's eyelids twitched, and she woke instantly, grabbing the furious wolf fawn club. Ow! Why are you making noise in the middle of the night? What the? Something dared to ambush me. Lu Tao sat up, abruptly pressing against the window to look outside. In the pitch-black night, within the mist-eroded zone beyond the railing, pairs of crimson beady eyes stared fixedly at the vehicle. Oh. Ghosts. Whoa, hold me tight, I'm scared. Lu Tao calmed herself for 2 seconds, brushed away the goosebumps on her arms, swapped the green shade hat for the killer bee head shell, and opened the car door amidst the constant howling of the furious Wolf Fawn Club. Not ghost monsters. Just as the minute hand of 1159 p.m. struck 1:00 a.m., the quest survival of the 7th day. Night Raid are players who have been in the game for 6 days, ready to face the final day of the novice period and welcome the true game world that awaits. So come on, fight, and accept the trial. Don't be afraid. Take up your weapons, kill them, and protect your precious vehicle. If the vehicle is breached, you will log off early. During the quest, the protective barrier's effectiveness is reduced by 30. Successfully repel the monsters, and you will receive a generous reward for completing the novice period. The moment the light screen appeared, dozens of groundhogs, each the size of an adult cat, squeaked and charged at the vehicle. She immediately closed the windows and consumed wood to restore all durability. Raising the furious Wolf Fawn Club with both hands, she swung it at the groundhogs in front of her. Kill the groundhog. Obtain groundhog fangs too. Groundhog attack power is limited. Kill 10 groundhogs to obtain a Mr. Eroded Zone 2-hour entry card. Lu Tao's expression was grim as she chewed rapidly on a piece of dried banana surrounded by a sea of eerie red eyes. They squeaked, chaotically charging at her from the ground and from all directions in the air. Unflinchingly, she stomped on a groundhog's tail, crushed its skull with the club, then raised it to her chest and struck out at a leaping groundhog. With a sound like hitting a ball, groundhogs fell to the ground one after another. Killed groundhog 3. Obtained groundhog fangs 6, a Mr. Eroded Zone 2-hour entry card 1. Her eyes lit up slightly. She kicked away a groundhog, biting her shoe, and a prompt appeared. Your vehicle's durability 12. Lu Tao stomped a groundhog to death, turned around, and jumped onto the hood. Several groundhogs were clinging to the wooden windshield, gnawing furiously. Their fangs were quickly chewing a hole in the lower right corner. Expressionless, she kicked them all off and smashed them one by one, only to hear a rustling sound on the roof. Lu Tao swung her club from left to right, knocking the groundhog that pounced at her to the ground, then jumped out of the car and rushed towards the back door. She dealt with the groundhogs that gnawed at the car's exterior and tires along the way, and when she reached the back door, she saw several groundhogs climbing up the ladder. Like a vertical one, Lu Tao raised her Wolf Fawn Club, aiming the poisonous spikes at them, and with a fierce slash from top to bottom, the monsters fell to the ground, confused and squeaking as they crawled. Taking the opportunity, she climbed the ladder and grabbed a groundhog, diving from the roof, smashing it to the ground, then flipped over to the top of the car. With the night vision enhancement from her equipment, she saw groundhogs gnawing on the wood she had painstakingly acquired, making crackling sounds. The wood continued to be destroyed and fall. Lu Tao clenched her jaw and stuffed the Wolf Fawn Club, which was incessantly shouting to kill the monsters, into her backpack, replacing it with a shovel more suitable for long-range attacks. She began to dig out and smash groundhogs from the gaps in the wood. A dozen groundhogs fell to the dark ground, and at the same time her mental energy began to deplete. The campfire had long since extinguished and the road could not be accessed due to the fog erosion zone. Lu Tao leaned against the wooden pile and took out a fire starter, bringing it close to one of the bundles. When the sparks ignited, she drew out a stick and thrust it toward the ladder. 2 groundhogs immediately recoiled, and Lu Tao seized the chance to throw the torch to the ground. A faint light emerged from the ground, and she drew out a second burning torch, continuing to toss it around the vehicle. The monsters had a natural fear of fire. Whenever a torch was thrown down, they would scatter to avoid it, only to regroup and rush through the fire to attack. Until the light from the torches completely surrounded the vehicle, her mental energy stopped depleting, and the area around the vehicle became clearer. Groundhogs continued to rush out from the fog erosion zone, gnawing at the vehicle with crackling sounds. Your vehicle durability 11 front, right will durability 7 rear, left will 12. Amidst the continuous drop in durability, Lu Tao took the chance to restore it to full, leaping off the roof of the car and stomping down on a groundhog gnawing at the observation window. Surrounded by glinting red eyes blinking toward her, Lu Tao switched back to her domineering Wolf Fawn Club. You change. I won't submit. Shut up. Lu Tao tightened her grip on the domineering Wolf Fawn Club, swinging it at the groundhogs charging from all directions. Soon a pile of monsters fell around her, and the prompts for loot appeared. Half an hour later, the drop prompts disappeared. Lu Tao sat down against the wheel, gasping heavily as she pulled out a stamina potion, then put it back, quickly munching on dried mango. After finishing 2 pieces of dried mango, her stamina recovered to 61. She wiped her sweat, poured honey water from her honey jar into a mineral water bottle, and gulped down a large mouthful. Just as she was about to rest for a while, movement came from the fog erosion zone again. A swarm of gigantic locusts like a black cloud rushed out from the grassland. Damn! Lu Tao's expression changed drastically as she quickly restored her vehicle's durability. Amidst the discontent of her furious Wolf Fawn Club, she stowed it away and took out her shovel again. With her right hand, she took out an explosive stomach and seized the chance to throw it into the swarm. With a loud bang, a flurry of kill prompts erupted. Killed grassland giant locust 31. Obtained breathing valve 31. Obtained 1-hour entry card for fog erosion zone 1. The attack power of the grassland giant locust is limited. Killing 20 grassland giant locusts grants a 2-hour entry card for the fog erosion zone. They are difficult to kill with drops even lower than the groundhogs. What a garbage monster. Lu Tao took the chance to grab wood from her backpack and ignited it again, throwing it around. Meanwhile, her left hand used the torch to scatter the approaching swarm, while her right hand stomped down on the falling locusts. But after all, they are monsters. Accumulating small gains in the blink of an eye, Lu Tao had obtained 3 1-hour entry cards for the fog erosion zone. It could also be profitable. Not daring to let the locust swarm approach the vehicle as they were smaller than the groundhogs, but their group attack power was even more terrifying. Lu Tao jumped onto the car's front and pulled out plastic sheeting to barely cover the cargo area. She could only check the attacks from other areas at any time. Adapting to the situation, she killed monsters around the vehicle, and a sweep of her eyes discovered a small group of locusts had abandoned their assault on her to lick the mineral water bottle she had forgotten to put away. Seeing the yellowish liquid inside Lu Tao's eyes suddenly lit up. Honey. She swatted away the locust swarm, grabbed the water bottle, and dashed toward the railing, spilling sweet water along the way. As the black cloud turned toward the railing drawn by the water, Lu Tao seized the opportunity to throw dozens of sticks into the scattered burning torches, then grabbed a few torches and charged forward. Just then she threw out some soil, directly crushing the locusts to the ground. She quickly followed with the torches. The rich aroma of roasting continued to crackle as she lit 5 or 6 piles in total, then used her shovel to stomp down on the remaining locusts. Killed grassland giant locust 51. Obtained breathing valve 51. 2 1-hour entry cards for fog erosion zone 2. Sweeping the wriggling locusts toward the bonfire with a broom, she finally welcomed her rest time and checked her information. She didn't know when, but she had unexpectedly activated the stubborn skill of level 11. She wondered why her strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Seizing the 5-minute countdown before it ended, she quickly downed a stamina potion and rapidly restored her vehicle's durability. Taking the opportunity to open the light screen just as she was about to ask her friends in the resource group about their situation, a series of urgent distress messages from Daydream popped up. Daydream, help. Sell me some wood, my vehicle's durability is about to run out. She even actively sent a trade request for tree bark 300, and the amount of which she wanted was so urgent that she told her to fill it in casually. Lu Tao was taken aback and quickly sent over 500 woods. Daydream, you're saving my life. Just a little more, my durability is only 115 left. I just upgraded to a level 2 vehicle, those damn monsters. But is this price really appropriate? Don't you know that wood has skyrocketed in price now, especially that group led by Niu Ge? Lu Tao narrowed her eyes, opened the chat channel, and saw Niu Ge flooding the chat with messages along with shouts from his lackeys. Niu Ge selling wood in the front row. How much you need? I have it all. Basic resources at a 120 exchange rate, for example 1 wood for 20 stones. Prioritizing the collection of item blueprints is more cost-effective than exchanging for basic resources. She despised Niu Ge deeply, but never had she wanted him to log off as quickly as now. She replied to Daydream. Making money is my destiny, just this price. Opening the group chat, she saw messages from Quan Dao 2 and Duo Jia Uni tagging her. Duo Jia Uni, making money is my destiny. Wood is really tight now. I am preparing to sell a batch. Duo Jia Uni, quickly look at the chat channel. Niu Ge is asking too high. How do we set the price? Quan Dao 2, I don't know how to price it. Making money is my destiny. 8 basic resources for 1 wood, and let's take down that group, led by Niu Ge. In the pitch black night, several weary players suddenly perked up. The price set for making money is just right. We can profit while players can buy, and it also helps to consume a batch of excess wood. Making money is like a stabilizing force. With it, everything feels reliable. Let's first list the wood on the trading platform and directly set it as basic supplies for auction. Lu Tao quickly put up 10,000 wood on the trading platform, then hurriedly clicked into the chat channel, where amidst a flood of advertisements and urgent proclamations of players who don't seek his wood will go offline tonight, a life is at stake, she made her dazzling entrance. Basic supplies at 8, 1 wood for direct auction on the trading platform, exchanging for item blueprints and other materials. The latter will contact privately at a lower price than the exchange for basic supplies. Lu Tao blinked. It seems there are quite a number of hidden elite players in the server, and they share a mutual disdain for Niu Ge. Her private messages soon popped up with requests for trades. She seized the moment and initiated wood trades whenever she saw suitable materials. You initiated a trade of 180 wood for 100 mud frog oil. You initiated a trade of 135 wood for 2 vehicle dragnets. You initiated a trade of 300 wood for a level 3 ground design blueprint. Lu Tao stared at the two identical blueprints, gasping in shock. This can actually provide a rebate. Her pre-activation skill is simply too useful. Lu Tao gained a lot of new materials while quickly consuming batches of wood. The level 2 vehicle, nearly overwhelmed, finally straightened its back. As she sold fervently on the other side in Yo guest group, 9 lower-level team leaders anxiously phone boss, what should we do? No one is buying wood from us, and the little brothers below are asking if we will incur losses. They're still waiting for rebates. Two same here, boss, what should we do? Jiao, boss, hurry and think of a solution. The lower ones are afraid of losses, all asking me to take back the wood, and they don't plan to participate in tonight's operation. Neo guest's face twitched. He could see the situation was getting out of control. Don't panic, I don't believe those few can truly sell so much wood cheaply. Most likely they want to challenge us. If we drop prices, we will suffer heavily. Don't forget we agreed to return 3 for 1 with the people below. Let's not rush. When they can't hold out anymore, our wood will rise again, and there will be buyers. Phone exactly, listen to the boss, let's wait a bit longer. Yet they waited left and right, and after a full hour saw no wood sold out. Instead, more and more players were coming back from the wood shortage. Lu Tao quickly sold a large batch of wood, when suddenly noises erupted in the night again. She completed the last trade with an opposing player, and sent a message in the chat channel. Making money is my destiny, stop selling for monster hunting. Neoga jumped up suddenly. What did I say? What monster hunting? Where are there that many monsters? Most likely they just don't want to sell cheaply. Brothers, our opportunity has come. This time instead of 120 we will pull it to 130, directly exchanging all their item blueprints, letting the brothers ascend together. A two boss, look, making money is my destiny has messaged again. Neogu hurriedly switched to the chat channel. Making money is my destiny by wood from Duo Jia Yu and I Quan Quan Dao 2 by Mu. The wood won't run out. She had already collected a lot of stones, and seeing that fewer people were exchanging on the trading platform, she simply exchanged for banana tree leaves. They'll exchange again when there's a chance. At the same time, she asked her group friends to help sell a batch of wood, and after trading, she paid them for the selling fee. However, she wondered if this roundabout way would still grant her a rebate. But without letting group friends help, she couldn't sell anymore. She looked ahead, a flock of over a dozen giant turkeys squawking and flying over. Each giant turkey was nearly as tall as her, with beaks resembling steel pincers and the edges of their flapping wings faintly glimmering with sharp silver light, and those claws sharp enough to tear away a large chunk of flesh. The group of monsters posed an even greater danger than the giant locusts. I hope my group friends can help me clear a wave of wood. Lu Tao grabbed the domineering wolf tooth stick and smashed it hard against the neck of the current giant turkey amidst its loud charge. Taking advantage of it flapping its long neck and falling, she stomped on its neck and forcefully smashed its head. You have killed a prairie giant turkey 1 and gained drumstick 2, chicken breast 2, blade feather 2, missed erosion zone 2, our entry card 1. Lu Tao's eyes lit up, and before she could express her surprise, she noticed the drop in stamina. Stamina 16. The gains are high, but the consumption is equally high. Wouldn't she need to use 2 or 3 stamina potions on these turkeys? Lu Tao's nerves felt as if they were about to snap under the pressure of the broken wolf fawn club. Was this something that could be remedied later? Gasping for breath, Lu Tao kicked at the giant turkey, raising the wolf fawn club to confront the monster heathen. The turkey's neck was long and agile, its beak strong enough to pierce through her palm. After spending some time to kill it, Lu Tao noticed her stamina had dropped to 48, while 11 other giant turkeys were flapping their wings nearby, preparing to launch a group attack to avenge their fallen comrade. It's fine, the poison will be back in an hour. Even without it, I'm still incredibly powerful, let's go. Lu Tao suppressed her urge to strike and wisely chose her next tactic. She picked up a torch and quickly lit it with the dizzying incense, placing it under the vehicle where the monster couldn't reach. Holding her breath, she rushed back to the car and immediately started repairing the leaks around the vehicle. Just a wall away, the 11 giant turkeys honked as they charged over their wings, slicing through the vehicle like blades, creating sharp gashes and pecking out egg-sized holes. The domineering wolf fawn club howled in protest, unwilling to be silent until it could go out and kill. Lu Tao finally quieted it down with a punch to its grip. Ignoring the incessant sounds of durability loss, she calmly continued to increase its durability, taking the opportunity to consume an ant egg and some dried banana, replenishing 40 stamina and 20 spirit. After waiting for 5 minutes, the durability loss of the vehicle suddenly stopped. She held her breath and rushed out. 5 or 6 giant turkeys were drunkenly circling the vehicle, dancing a solitary waltz. She aimed for the turkey's sharp, large head, striking it repeatedly without caring about the drops. Then she swiftly switched to a shovel to lure the monsters away from the dizzying incense. Until she led them within 10 meters of the vehicle, she felt as if she was about to explode from holding her breath. She rushed back to the vehicle, slammed the door shut, and embraced the vehicle's incense, taking a few deep breaths of its passive buff. Why did she hold her breath? Her head still felt dizzy as if she had drunk 10 bottles of liquor. The sister's dizzying incense was indeed effective, but it was hard to distinguish friend from foe. The vehicle's incense seemed like an antidote. Lu Tao felt a bit better, fearing that 10 minutes would pass, and rushed out of the car again. After going back and forth 3 times, she finally dealt with the flock of giant turkeys before the effect of the dizzying incense wore off. Her eyes spun, and it felt like her feet were spinning too. Without caring about the drops, she hurriedly crawled back into the car, clutching the vehicle's incense, to continue inhaling deeply, while repairing durability and multitasking to her group members. Making money is my destiny. I just took down the 3rd batch of monsters, and am struggling. I probably can't join the upcoming Bull Brother ambush. Can someone help me sell a wave? As she spoke, she quickly rushed to the trading platform to restock, while changing her trading items to tree bark. Returning to the group, Duo Jiayu and I had already heard. Duo Jiayu and I send it to me. I just killed 2 sparrows, and am resting in the gap. But do the monsters on the road count as batches? Shouldn't it be a specific number of them? Cat is confused. JPG, right, half an hour ago Quan Dao 2 also mentioned encountering a new monster swarm attack, and has yet to appear. It wouldn't also be batches, right? Lu Tao was already exhausted, wishing she could just lie down, holding onto the vehicle's incense to stay awake. Hearing this, she too wanted to pound her chest and shout. She wanted to know. Shaking, she hoped to exchange a few more words with UNI, but the squeaking sounds of gophers came from both sides of the road. Lu Tao numbly stared at the car's roof. Was there really a road that loved her this much? There was no need for that. Taking a deep breath, she stood up again to play the gopher game. As soon as Lu Tao logged off, Bai Mu appeared in the group. Bai Mu, I asked some people, and this monster ambush is calculated based on each person's combat power. Quan Dao 2 and Making Money took down a monster nest a few nights ago, which likely led to the sudden increase in monster numbers, ranking among the top in the entire area. Duo Jiayu and I alarmed. JPG, how can we kill so many? Bai Mu, trust them, provide logistical support when necessary. At 650 am, Lu Tao struggled to crawl up from the road. She swept the dropped items together with a broom, categorizing them into her small waste bag, before finally placing them in the car. This was a new function she developed for the broom in the midst of her busy schedule. After repairing durability again, Lu Tao returned to the driver's seat, clutching the vehicle's incense, to inhale deeply. Grateful for her sister's incense. Without the vehicle's incense to clear her mind, she would have likely fallen asleep. This was the human instinct of fatigue that could not dissipate even when stamina and spirit were maxed out. Feeling a bit better, she mechanically chewed on dried mango. After last night's 3 batches of monster group attacks, a small but continuous stream of raids began. Her energy was consumed again, and now she felt as if she couldn't lift a single finger. But it should be ending soon, right? She glanced at the time, only a few minutes left until 7. After closing her eyes for a brief rest, she opened them to see the darkness completely replaced by daylight. The task completion prompt finally appeared. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for successfully killing 215 level 1 monsters, earning a silver treasure, chest 1, agility 1. Your outstanding performance ranks in the top 10 in the entire area. Do you accept the follow-up task, challenge the impossible? Accept the follow-up task to challenge the impossible, and your road will continue to refresh monsters. The longer you survive against the attacking monsters, the more rewards you will receive. Lu Tao exclaimed. What? Her nearly collapsing body somehow held itself up. She grabbed a ceramic cup and drank water, forcing down the mango that was stuck in her throat. But those eyes, filled with the fatigue of a corporate worker who had been working overtime for 48 hours just a minute ago, now shone like bright bulbs in the night. Challenge the impossible. What is Lu Tao best at? Of course it's challenging the impossible. She accepted. She directly clicked on the accept option and immediately contacted her support team. Making money is my destiny. Hurry, do you have extra stamina potions? I urgently need them. But before she could send the message, she saw a giant exclamation mark on the screen. During the challenge, the impossible task to prevent players from cheating by receiving logistical resources social functions will be temporarily blocked, including trading platforms, chat channels, group chats, and any contact with friends or strangers. Lu Tao's face darkened as she hurriedly checked her backpack. Most importantly, she had stamina potions 11, dizzying incense 1, sleep incense 1, explosive belly 13, intermediate belly 4, and advanced belly 1. Dried banana 1, dried mango 99, and eggs 5, and delicious mountain fruits 1. Plus, she had also gained agility 1. But she also had to account for today's arrival rewards. Lu Tao closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Let's do this. She stuffed the vehicle's incense into her left pocket and the peace talisman into her right pocket. Directly consuming stamina to activate the managed driving mode, the windows and windshield remained fully sealed. First, she watered the mint, and then picked up her weapons as she stepped out of the vehicle, only to see a few swift birds shooting across the barrier like arrows. They were incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye they had rushed onto the vehicle, prompting a durability loss alert. With a resounding smack, the spiked club swung fiercely and accurately struck the swift flying bird. Immediately, it changed position, rapidly grabbing the second swift flying bird as it pecked towards it, the spiked club piercing into its body. 2 swift flying birds killed, obtaining 4 swift flying bird eye orbs. Accompanied by the notification sound, the 2 swift flying birds transformed into 4 eyeballs. A third bird dove from above, precisely pecking at her cheek. Lu Tao leaned back in the driver's seat, switching to a shovel to knock it into the cabin, crushing it with a stomp. Not bothering with the fallen items, she climbed onto the roof of the car through the open door, avoiding the pecking monster, to eliminate 3 swift flying birds in the scorching sunlight and the hot wind generated by the vehicle before returning to the driver's seat. Lu Tao rested one leg on the open car door, unsure if it was an illusion. She noticed her dynamic vision seemed better than yesterday. Yesterday she had been chased by swift flying birds, but today she could vaguely catch their movement trajectories. Was it her newly acquired agility or the effect of the swift flying bird eye orbs she had consumed? She didn't know, but agility couldn't be tested while the eye orbs could. Looking at the 12 eye orbs before her, Lu Tao tossed them into a ceramic cup filled with water, swished them around, and then grabbed them to shove into her mouth. Not sensing any taste, how wonderful. Eagerly she opened her stats. Night vision increased by 6 again. Before she could test it, a thud from outside the left compartment sounded. Durability 2. Durability 3. The continuous thudding was relentless. She immediately closed the driver's seat and rolled to the rear compartment, opening the long window. She had meticulously designed the window, snapping outward as 2 swift flying birds rushed in. In the dark environment, within a second, they accurately pecked at her eyes. The spiked club slammed out, smashing the swift flying bird into 2 falling eye orbs. She crouched down quickly as the swift flying bird flew over the vehicle. The durability drop notification sounded again. She stepped forward quickly, surprisingly catching the swift flying bird with precise and fierce accuracy as it turned, using the spiked club to poison it. In that fleeting moment, it seemed her power had not only improved in the pitch-black cabin, but she also truly grasped the swift flying bird's midair body twist. As Lu Tao pondered, durability continued to drop, and the shell was assaulted with aggressive pecking sounds. She kicked out of the window, and upon looking down, she could see the speeding vehicle and the rapidly retreating road. One hand gripping the window, the other smashing towards the incoming monster, she quickly placed the auxiliary rope of the vehicle into her needs list. Had she known she would encounter such a thrill ride, she would have definitely hung countless ropes on the roof. Who on earth fights monsters hanging on their vehicles? This isn't a movie. Just then another monster charged in front of her, and Lu Tao quickly ducked her head into the cabin. In the instant she turned her head, a small hole was pecked into the head shell of the killer bee. Seizing the opportunity, she tossed it inside the car. 1 spiked club took it down. The scorching sunlight and wind blew in through the window as 1 swift flying bird after another flapped their wings, approaching. These monsters seemed to have utterly lost their animal instincts, their minds now filled solely with the trigger format of a desire to kill players. Lu Tao seized the chance to jump into the car as 2 swift flying birds dashed into the window. She swung her club and received kill notifications. 2 swift flying birds killed, obtaining 4 swift flying bird eye orbs. Not daring to delay, Lu Tao immediately closed the window to repair durability while rushing to the driver's seat, snatching a piece of dried mango to shove into her mouth. She quickly covered the front windshield with a transparent plastic sheet, and in the next moment, pulled down the wooden windscreen. The blinding sunlight surged into the cabin, the wind pushing against the plastic sheet, causing it to flap and collapse inward. Lu Tao touched the weighting management, stepping on the accelerator to max out the speed. Don't forget, today wasn't just about challenging the impossible. There was also the final day's arrival reward. She was competing against other players in more than one aspect. The vehicle sped forward like a bolt of lightning, debuffs constantly inducing fatigue. Lu Tao gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other dug out a car air freshener, hanging it around her neck to take a deep breath. Ahead, a dozen swift flying birds came flying. They thudded against the plastic sheet, pecking small holes into it. Lu Tao paid no attention, flooring the accelerator with all her might to drive forward. Vehicle durability 2. Vehicle durability 11. The aggressive pecking and scratching sounds grew more intense, and Lu Tao seized the chance to open the management mode again. The tires screeched as they suddenly lost more than half their speed. She grabbed the spiked club and turned towards the car door, taking out the vehicle's drag net to cover the door, pulling out iron nails from the toolbox to secure the net on both sides of the door, stepping on the drag net beneath her feet, and with the continuous crashing sounds, she forcefully pulled the car door open. With the scorching sunlight pouring in and the sudden spike in temperature inside the car, over a dozen black swift flying birds larger than pigeons slammed into the drag net, continuously coming in their beaks, poking through the net holes, desperately pecking at her. The drag net was torn by sharp beaks, several rips appeared, and the fixed iron nails above began to rattle. She pressed one foot down on the lower part of the car door and the other on the upper part, holding down the struggling drag net while hurriedly slapping a cooling patch onto herself. The cooling temperature of 3 made her breathe a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment, she climbed up to grab the bulging drag net, taking a deep breath and yanking the net opening tightly, causing 2 iron nails that were already on the verge of being pulled out to clatter down. Lu Tao tugged the net opening and threw the drag net onto the highway. Amid the rustling sound of the drag net scraping against the ground, she grabbed the spiked club, hooked her legs around the driver's seat, and bent down to smash down repeatedly. Her stamina was rapidly depleting, and the drop notifications were incessantly sounding. When the notifications finally vanished, Lu Tao hooked the already torn drag net, gathering all the eye orbs into her hand, rinsing them in water before tossing them into her mouth. Not even daring to lick them, she simply swallowed them down with water. While swallowing, she numbed herself. These were taro bubbles, crispy black sugar pearls. In any case, they were definitely not real eyeballs. Finally swallowing them down, Lu Tao felt a sense of relief from having climbed up from the cliff, switching back to driving mode once more. The vehicle accelerated forward, and Lu Tao glanced at the mileage. In half an hour, she had already traveled 12 kilometers, which was not enough. She needed to go faster. Just then, a large turkey glided out from over the railing, crashing heavily into the windshield. With a tearing sound, the plastic sheet broke open, blocking her view as the turkey's wings tore through the membrane, desperately pecking at her. Lu Tao switched back to management mode, grabbing the spiked club to pierce through the torn membrane, thrusting it towards the turkey's beak. The turkey poison rolled off the front of the vehicle, the wheels ran over it, and the drop notification appeared. Killed. The prairie turkey obtained 2 chicken legs, 2 chicken breasts, and 2 steel blade feathers. Not minding the drops left behind by the speeding vehicle, Lu Tao heard a gobbling sound. With a loud bang, the vehicle spun the right side. It leaned against, creating a massive dent as several machines rolled onto the ground, flashing urgent red lights. Vehicle durability 51. The tires screeched against the ground as the vehicle sped towards the railing at an alarming rate. Lu Tao took control of the steering immediately, urgently adjusting the wheel and pressing down on the brake. Just as the vehicle was about to make close contact with the railing, it tilted and came to a stop one side while dropping heavily to the ground, causing the entire car to jolt. Without time to feel apprehensive, the large turkey had already pecked its way over. She kicked it in the neck, striking it repeatedly on the head until the monster was utterly smashed. It took her a good 10 seconds to calm down, picking up the fallen objects and rushing back to the driver's seat, swiftly repairing the durability, and with the torn plastic, she slammed the accelerator and charged forward. No one can stop her from claiming the reward. Lu Tao fought her way through monsters, her weary and murderous gaze staring ahead at an unseen destination. In the chat channel, Lu Tao was unaware that a competition live broadcast was intensively underway. The first competition live broadcast for the survival game in Area 3 is currently ongoing. The challenge of impossible tasks is in progress, where the top 10 players with the highest kill rates in the entire server will compete for a full day. Will they fall on the road, or will they drive their vehicles to the finish line? All players will be watching closely. The nicknames of the top 10 players with the highest kill rates in the server were displayed at the top, with players constantly surpassing or being surpassed. No one doesn't want to practice martial arts. So tired. Kills 311 no 2. Monster killer kills 287 no 3. Every punch hits the head. Kills 251 no 7. Money making is destiny. Kills 218 no 10. Cool blowing wind kills 157. Meow. Is this the difference between me and the big shots? I took down over 20 monsters and exhausted my stamina, while the big shots took down hundreds and can still fight for a day. Duo tower. All the big shots must have a tired debuff. Scary. They can still fight again. Cat ball. The money-making big shot has charged forward. Nyogo opened a post saying the money-making big shot doesn't want to sell, would cheaply come out and get slapped in the face. Just wait for those woods to lose value. Sure, Nyogo and all the little brothers signed a 1-3 rebate contract. He's going to lose so badly this time that he'll be left with no pants. Let's celebrate together. Game veteran. Damn. The 10th place cool big shots avatar has turned black. Originally stimulated by the race with the big shots, the players were shocked like a bucket of cold water splashed on their heads, suddenly realizing that everyone was in a dangerous road game. If the big shots could suddenly disappear, what about? Players looked at the number of users who could go offline in the upper right corner, then at the blacked out avatar of the cool big shot. A silent fear surged in everyone's hearts. The chat channel suddenly fell silent, and Duo Jayumi immediately opened a private message to Lu Tao, sending her items. The player you are sending to is currently in an unreceivable state. She frowned and switched to private messaging. Every punch hits the head, initiating the sending again. A similar prompt popped up. So they cannot accept help now and can only rely on themselves to sprint. She returned to the chat channel and saw the fearful silence of all players in the region alongside the blacked-out avatar of the 10th player. On the road, a vehicle loaded with several large bundles of wood was surrounded by giant locusts. A small cloud of insects gathered on the windshield, not letting any gaps go unexploited even with the wooden shield already lowered. Lu Tao held a burning torch against the swarm outside the driver's window. The sizzling of roasting and the sound of falling echoed continuously. The buzzing of flapping wings was always accompanying her. Seeing the torch about to burn out, she tossed it aside and quickly closed the car window. Amidst the sound of collisions, she took out 3 banana leaves and stitched them together with straw, making one large enough to cover the windshield secured with iron nails on the inside. She quickly took out 3 pieces of wood, tied them together, tore the previously unthrown torn bedsheet, soaked in mud frog oil, and wrapped it around the wood. Putting the mint-potted plant and banana sprite into the trunk, Lu Tao took a deep breath and opened the front windshield. In an instant, a swarm of locusts flew through the net and struck the leaves. Lu Tao immediately ignited the torch, just putting away the flint, and the torch, now soaked in animal fat, blazed fiercely. Taking advantage of this, Lu Tao opened a corner of the tree bark, extending the torch outward. The sizzling sound of burning was like boiling flames, and Lu Tao even saw the burning locusts falling onto the car hood, causing durability loss. Counting silently in her heart for 30 seconds, she pulled the zipper of her clothing to the highest, lifted the leaves to step out, blocking the car hood, and threw the torch at all the locusts charging towards her. Kill giant locusts 25, gain breathing valves 25, vehicle durability 21, kill giant locusts 32, gain breathing valves 32, vehicle durability 38. Lu Tao had already taken out more wood, igniting it on her right hand, torch waving both hands around. The sound of drops continued, and as the drops decreased, she inserted one torch diagonally into the drag net, holding another torch to climb onto the car roof, finding and smashing the giant locusts hiding in the wood and on the roof. When everything was over, she almost lay down to pinch herself. Sigh, being a driver and a fighter, was truly inhumane. She was indeed more suited for a leisurely life, just guarding the screen and trading with players to earn rebates. Who wants to fight monsters? But who made the game set this up? She consumed a stamina potion, numbly crawled back to the driver's seat, tore off the tree bark in front of the driver's seat, and took control of the vehicle again through the half-open window. Only 25 kilometers left. After another 5 kilometers, a squeaking sound accompanied by fast-flying birds came attacking. Switching driving modes once again, Lu Tao hoisted the spiked club and climbed to the front of the car, closing the wooden shield. Now I allow you to attack freely with my left hand, but you must stay within my defense range, understood? Howl it. Understood. The spiked club in her left hand excitedly tapped twice, striking at the fast-flying birds that came rushing in. Wu taking off. Lu Tao held the shovel in her right hand, using the wide blade to hit the gophers. Left tap, right tap, and occasionally stepping on one to death. Now, and then she would shout at the domineering spiked club. Left hand, pull back. Don't go past the front of the car. One by one the gophers were squashed to the ground, and thanks to that speedy bird's eyeball skill, her speed of hitting the gophers became faster, hitting one after another accurately. But she wasn't happy. Who wants to hit gophers at the front of the car? And she was about to faint from the heat. Finally resolving this wave of monsters, Lu Tao hurriedly opened the windshield and climbed inside, tearing off the cooling stickers to replace them with a second one. After finishing one ant egg, Lu Tao went to feel the banana dried fruit, only to find that the banana dried fruit was already empty. She then hugged a large piece of After finishing one ant egg, Lu Tao went to feel the banana dried fruit, only to find that the banana dried fruit was already empty. She then hugged a large piece of mango dried fruit and chewed it, trying hard to swallow it down, unable to help but let out a satisfied burp. Gripping the steering wheel, wiping the bloodstains from the side of her face, she drove the vehicle forward. At 35 kilometers, Lu Tao encountered 5 prairie fire turkeys. She hurled 2 explosive abdominal bombs and accelerated forward amidst the rumbling explosions. At 40 kilometers, teams of locust ground rats and swift-flying birds began to appear. Truly a gathering of venomous insects and vile serpents. She chugged a stamina potion and kept tossing oil-soaked torches outward. As their speed slowed, she grabbed the berserk spiked club and climbed onto the vehicle's roof, drawing the monster's attention to reduce obstruction. At 45 kilometers, the venomous insect and serpent squad launched a main attack on the great fire turkeys. Without a second thought, she retrieved items, hung a sleeping incense from the front of the vehicle, closed all windows, and switched to autonomous driving. Timing it precisely, she extinguished the burning incense and crushed the monsters that had collapsed on the ground. At 46 kilometers, blocking squads appeared incessantly. Not many in number, but more troublesome than a single swarm. Using items would be too wasteful, yet she couldn't afford to keep slowing down. Lu Tao glanced at today's mileage, guessing how many players were sprinting for the day's end reward. She set aside the berserk spiked club, topped up the vehicle's durability, and sped toward the finish line. Chat channel Fork, the martial arts boss, is so fierce, instantly knocking the top-ranked killer back to second place. No pain, no gain. The third-place contender is hot on the heels of the second. Duo tower, huh? The kill rate of the money-making boss suddenly dropped. Brother Nyo, what did I say? Ran out of items, can't keep up due to poor ability. Brother Nyo's malice was palpable. Last night, he paid a heavy price. Most of his underlings fled, and a forced agreement traded his resources to a large group of them. He wanted to renege, but there were too many people. He couldn't bear the consequences. He gnashed his teeth in hatred toward money, his destiny, wishing her avatar would go dark, like relaxing in the breezes. Duo tower, your bleeding resources. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Baimu, fool, is it possible that money is destiny's goal, is beyond your IQ? She's not only aiming for the challenge impossible reward, but also sprinting for the final finish line to claim today's arrival prize. Brother Nyo's twisted smile froze. Before he could type impossible, he saw the next message. Baimu, let's wait and see if the kill count surges in half an hour. Furious, Brother Nyo quit the chat channel, but the forced leaderboard was unclosable. Damn it. That cursed money is destiny. You named yourself money, why not just plunder the entire server together? Meanwhile, Lu Tao, silently cursed by Brother Nyo, had reached 49 kilometers, the finish line in sight. Her eyes gleamed as she floored the accelerator, continuously tossing oil-soaked torches at the monster squad behind. Just wait. Once I reach the finish line, I'll make you pay. Under the scorching sun, the vehicle felt like a steamer. The wheels nearly sparked, and 500 li passed in an instant. Lu Tao bit into a stamina potion and took deep breaths of the vehicle's incense. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping arose. A massive prairie fire turkey glided from beyond the railing onto the road, abruptly turning and slashing its sharp wings across the front, carving a 10-centimeter gash. Its claws hooked onto the windshield, scratching several holes, and its beak, thicker and sharper than ordinary fire turkeys, pierced the netting. With a thud, it tore the netting to shreds. Its two wings spread wide, completely blocking the windshield, its cold eyes reflecting her face as it shredded the net and forced its body through the windshield. Lu Tao floored the accelerator, grabbed the spiked club, and smashed its beak. The monster's neck twisted sharply, pecking at her neck from an odd angle. Lu Tao leaned back, abruptly kicked its abdomen with her left foot, and thrust a lit torch into its spread wing. The black feathers ignited instantly. The great fire turkey flapped its wings violently, causing the vehicle to sway left and right. She discarded the torch, gripping the steering wheel with one hand, and quickly adjusted direction, using the suddenly exposed command, continuing to sprint forward. The monster shoved its head into the driver's seat again, amidst the tremendous flapping. Its beak pecked fiercely at the steering wheel. The wheel suddenly went out of control. Lu Tao quickly repaired its durability and hammered the spiked club into the base of its wing. Die! The spikes of the club dug deep into the monster's flesh, piercing through its wing, then yanked back, coated in blood and feathers. One of the monster's wings was shredded into a boneless chicken wing, and its poison resistance seemed superior to other fire turkeys. Half its body covered the vehicle's front, its beak pecked repeatedly at her head. Amidst the relentless pecking, Lu Tao dodged wildly left and right. With a crack, the killer bee's head shell split in two. She quickly put on a green sun hat. Panting, she thrust the spiked club into its neck again. The moment its neck was pierced like a skinned chicken bone, its claws as large as her hands swiped at her eyeballs. She leaned toward the vehicle's double-layer storage rack on the passenger side, tilted back, and raised the spiked club to stab its claws. With a snap, half a claw fell onto the steering wheel. Lu Tao picked it up and shoved it into the great fire turkey's open beak. Taste your own stinky claws. At the same time, she snatched back the steering wheel, watching the odometer hit 49.9 and then instantly cross 50. Lu Tao's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. Without even checking the reward, she raised the spiked club, stabbed the great fire turkey's neck, and forcibly shoved it out of the vehicle. Kicking it to the ground, Lu Tao jumped off the front of the vehicle, raised the spiked club, and stabbed its wingtip. You damaged my vehicle. She stabbed its desperately outstretched neck. You pecked me. She smashed down on its hooked single claw, then rolled the club over its chicken leg, ensuring every spot was pricked. If marinated, it would definitely be flavorful. You tore my driver's seat. Finally, she jumped back onto the vehicle's front, raised the spiked club, and leaped down, driving it into the monster's head. You blocked me from getting the treasure chest. The great fire turkey's blood splattered onto her face. Lu Tao wiped it off coldly and pulled out the spiked club. Congratulations, player, on killing a first-tier high-grade prairie fire turkey. You received high-grade drumsticks X2, high-grade breast meat X2, high-grade steel-edged feathers X2. The spiked club, held downward, suddenly went limp, wobbling like rubber. Lu Tao was relentless. What's with the softness? Get your spikes up. Keep him a bit scared, you might stab me too. Lu Tao looked up to the sky in exasperation. How would I use your spikes to stab you? Have you been infected by the great fire turkey's intelligence? Ah, right, hee my spikes, yeah. Then it'll be good from now on, okay? Please don't hit me. Lu Tao glanced at the monsters chasing from behind on the road and flicked its handle. That depends on your performance. I understand. Rarai, my toxicity is boiling now, though every spike can kill monsters. After dealing with the pursuing monster group, Lu Tao leaned against the vehicle's front exhausted. Panting, she opened the finish line pop-up she had closed earlier. She wondered what her rank was today, hoping for the top 3, at least securing a silver. Lu Tao's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at the light screen. Congratulations, player Lu Tao, for being the first to reach the finish line. You received a golden treasure. The treasure chest awaiting extraction gleamed with a golden luster, the surrounding light seeming to differ from other levels. Lu Tao felt mesmerized, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling several times before suppressing the impulse to open the chest. What are you opening for? I haven't even washed my hands after touching the little mint and banana sprite, and I need to bestow the skill of the divine hand upon myself. I absolutely cannot use my little black hand to touch it. Moreover, Lu Tao glanced towards the fog-infested area behind the railing where the sounds of monsters echoed once more. The task was still ongoing. Wouldn't it be even more exhilarating to open the second treasure chest together? Fully restoring the durability of her vehicle, she glanced at the time. 8:48 a.m. Just wait, I will turn you all into materials and rewards. Taking advantage of the last moments, Lu Tao hopped into the driver's seat, embracing the car air freshener to inhale its aroma. The air freshener was also incredibly useful, but had a limitation. It could only be used while in the driver's seat, thwarting her earlier plans to carry it. After a few invigorating breaths, Lu Tao gripped her Wolf Fang club and jumped out of the car. A swift flying bird darted in front of her, and Lu Tao locked onto its trajectory, smashing it with a single strike. With a thud, the bird fell to the ground, splattering into a meat pancake, which immediately transformed into loot. She picked up the eyeball and stuffed it into her mouth, silently hypnotizing herself. Reframing the arduous monster hunting as extreme resource acquisition time was quite acceptable. What is necessary for business? Of course, it's having abundant goods and diverse varieties. Who aren't these all good things delivered to her? Especially the eyeballs. She would eat one pair and keep another. With a fierce grind of her teeth, she forcefully swallowed the eyeball and once again hypnotized herself into a state of alertness. Then she stepped forward towards the incoming swift bird, smashing it down with her club. Pick it up, eat it. Pick it up again and eat it. Unsure how many she had eaten, she couldn't help but burp, feeling her stomach filled with eyeball and crisp flavors. Surprisingly, she managed to grasp a 70 success rate with the swift bird's extraordinary flying speed, and a prompt appeared before her. Player Lu Tao, the eyeballs of the swift bird you have consumed have reached the limit. She opened her status and saw that her night vision had already increased to 100. From that moment on, she could see clearly in the dark, like an owl accurately spotting anyone. The side effect was a slight urge to vomit. Lu Tao, timing the effectiveness of her cool patch, consumed an ice crystal fruit, and the icy flavor instantly spread in her mouth, making her feel cooler and less nauseated. Before she could finish her self-hypnosis, a loud crash came from the railing as a new level 1 advanced fire turkey appeared. Before Lu Tao could react, the right railing also cracked with a loud noise, and a second level 1 advanced fire turkey flapped its massive wings and lunged at her. Lu Tao closed her eyes momentarily, fully accelerating her speed to run past it, first stabbing through its wing and then stabbing its claws in an inverted manner. As the sounds of flapping erupted behind her, she let her powerful Wolf Fang club attack, while using her right hand to grab a shovel to sever the injured fire turkey's claws. With a fierce glare at the two fire turkeys, she automatically imagined them as high-level delivery men. Eliminate the delivery men and take their loot. Chat channel. Catball, look, the rankings have changed again. Luo Xiao, making money is my destiny. Ooh, I've reached 5th place. XXY is the scissor hands of 4th place, dropping down. As soon as the words were spoken, the 4th place avatar instantly turned pitch black. The chat channel fell into a moment of silence. This was already the 3rd black avatar among the top 10 players. At 11 a.m., the highest temperature had already reached 41°C. Lu Tao was surrounded by a small group of gophers. They swarmed in groups, constantly biting her under the command of a level 1 advanced gopher, causing her stamina to deplete, while the chirping sounds also lowered her mental state. Just as that level 1 advanced gopher squeaked, new gophers crawled out of the fog-infested area to replace those that had just been killed. Lu Tao wiped the blood off her hands and strolled with the group of gophers. When the larger group finally gathered, she poured down 20 portions of mud frog oil onto them, tossing a firestone onto the oil. In an instant, a surge of flames erupted. This firestone, which had only one more use left, was completely consumed. Lu Tao got up, smashing the remaining gophers, finally spotting the hidden level 1 advanced gopher among the chaotic swarm. Just watch me turn you into a gopher pancake. At noon, the temperature soared to 42 degrees. Lu Tao ate another ice crystal fruit, turning all the locusts in her net into loot. Hastily stowing away the remaining net, she stepped into the vehicle, taking out the steel feather in the pitch-black environment, tying it to the net one by one. With a shake, she opened the driver's door that had been pecked nearly bald and aimed at the dozens of swift birds outside. The more the swift birds struggled, the more they were cut deeper by the steel feathers, and within minutes they transformed into a string of loot. Swift bird killed 13, acquired swift bird eyeballs 26. Lu Tao stowed away the eyeballs, packed the steel feather net into her backpack, and raised the torch wrapped in cloth and oil towards the belly of the rushing turkey. She took a breath. The real turkey was engulfed in flames that spread from the feathers. Lu Tao gathered the few gophers and turkeys underneath the vehicle, lighting another torch. She looked at her status. Name: Lu Tao, health 6, 10, stamina 5, 1100. You haven't rested for 7 hours and are under the fatigue buff, losing 1 mental value every 10 minutes. Mental 7, 8. 135, strength 4. Wow. You can PK with a kangaroo. Agility 6. Your 2 flying legs move like 2 little tires. Luck 4. Attributes none. Occupation current accumulated value 7. 6. Wood golden card calculation in progress. Countdown 1130. Sun exposure value 6. 2100. When the sun exposure value reaches 30, you will be at risk of heatstroke. Skill blood path return 11's stubbornness. Title trading pioneer. Lu Tao glanced at her stamina and mental state. Her taut nerves finally relaxing. The method works. She had only 6 stamina potions left, 3 ant eggs remaining, and had nearly overdosed on dried mango, which only added 15. Thus, with limited logistics, she had to outsmart and outmaneuver the deliveryman, wasting not a single bit of excess stamina. She began crafting and using various items, and now the method indeed seemed quite effective. At 2 p.m., Lu Tao's woven grass bracelet fell off her wrist, the attached tin defense being depleted under the attack of 3 level 1 advanced fire turkeys. Gasping, she crawled into the driver's seat, the vehicle's air freshener buff continuously releasing passively towards her. Checking the usage count, 100100 had dropped to 31,100. With trembling hands, she picked up a stamina potion and consumed it before pushing open the car door. How much longer must player Lu Tao endure? I feel like the needles are numb. As soon as she spoke, a barrage of comments appeared. Player: making money is my destiny. Your outstanding performance has entered the top 5. Would you like to end the challenge here? Yes, no. Lu Tao bit her cheek, her mouth and oral cavity filled with the metallic taste of blood, but her bloodshot eyes heavily fixed on no. She pressed down fiercely. Lu Tao was not someone who would give up halfway. The other 4 were still persevering, so she could too. Whoever falls first is a dog. Anyway, she would never be the first to collapse. Wolf, the 5th-ranked beer chugger, pressed down, and the monsters that pounced over disappeared one after another, thudding to the ground as he checked his stamina. 10,100 stamina potions were all used up. I can't go on anymore. Are those few in front really human? Are they all covered in livers? Did the beer disappear? Could it be gone too? The avatar isn't black, so they must have exited the competition. Lu Tao had no idea about this question. Since the end notification hadn't popped up, it meant the task was still ongoing. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. She used the remaining half of the soothing incense. At 4:30, she managed to sleep for 10 minutes in the gaps, but a small swarm of insects buzzed and flew over. She grabbed her homemade steel net and jumped down from the driver's seat again. At 7 in the evening, when the night suddenly fell, Lu Tao blinked and surprisingly saw the swift flying birds clearly in the pitch-black night. Torches were continuously thrown out to stabilize the diminishing mental energy. The net once again covered the swift flying birds, but this time it tore a large hole in the struggle and the birds fluttered out. She killed them with a shovel. At 9:30, a swarm of grassland giant locusts buzzed onto the vehicle. She raised the broken net and jumped onto the roof of the car, attracting the locusts, then stuffed the torch into the net and threw it ahead on the road. The homemade net disappeared along with the grassland giant locusts. At 10:30 at night, Lu Tao blinked numbly, dazedly took out the ice crystal fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. The 6 from her sun protection suit and the 4 from her green sun hat made her feel a chill in the 30-degree night. Only realizing it later, she stuffed the last ant egg into her mouth. Her taste buds could no longer perceive flavor. Everything tasted like eyeballs. At 11:30 at night, she faced her greatest crisis, a level 2 grassland giant turkey. Under its powerful attack, the peace talisman in her pocket turned to ashes. She consumed her last stamina potion and took out the dizziness incense. The dizziness effect was halved on level 2 monsters. Even after using 3 bombs on its abdomen, it didn't die. Her stamina continued to drop, stuck stubbornly at 11, when suddenly a 2 stamina burst forth. She pierced its neck with her wolf fawn club and smashed its wings. Congratulations on killing 1 level 2 grassland giant turkey, earning 1 grassland giant turkey egg. What the heck? Dazed, she chewed on the dried mango, staring at the ostrich egg-sized turkey egg in front of her. She began to wonder if she had eaten too many swift flying bird's eyeballs and had blurred vision. She was almost suffering from PTSD from the giant turkey. Why give her an egg? It would have been better to give her 2 level 2 steel feather fangs. Exhausted, she crawled back into the driver's seat, holding the deflated incense and inhaling, deeply trembling, as she pulled a piece of dried mango from her backpack and stuffed it into her mouth. She told herself she could eat, that she would surely be able to swallow it down. Not a bit too much. She could still grind. Time leaped to 0001, and the light screen automatically popped up. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for completing the impossible challenge of 24 hours, earning 1 golden treasure chest. You persevered until the end with your willpower and endurance, killing 567 monsters. All the native residents deeply appreciate your contributions to the safety of the scorching summer. Highway 1 recognition from the Summer Highway, 10 favorability from the Summer Highway natives. Lu Tao was still chewing on half a dried mango, dazedly staring at the back. The highway actually has a recognition level. In the next moment, she jumped up sluggishly. Was the task over? She swallowed the dried mango with force and opened the light screen to see the chat channel that had gone live again, with the right side friend page filled with dense, unread messages. She only had time to send a message in the group saying task completed, then turned to open a private chat with Kyozi, receiving the 10 stamina potions and 22 anti-inflammatory potions she had just sent. Obtained trading rebate stamina potion 3. Kyozi, you are so awesome. What rank are you? I can't see the live stream behind me. Zhaokai is my destiny. Thanks for the supplements, Cao Cao. I'll be busy for a while. Let's chat later. What live stream? Lu Tao didn't have time to think about this. She quickly drank a bottle of stamina potion and then downed an anti-inflammatory potion. Clearly exhausted to the point of closing her eyes and sleeping, yet her spirit was inexplicably high. She wanted to open the treasure chest right now. She scooped a cup of water from the ceramic jar behind the driver's seat and washed her hands outside the open car door until every nail crevice was cleaned before opening the extraction page. 2 golden treasure chests gleamed brightly, almost blinding her eyes. Holding a pious heart, Lu Tao gently touched the new leaves sprouting from the small mint plant, then patted the sleeping banana spirit. She raised the divine hand that nobody could touch at this moment and gently tapped on the silver treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 5 cool stickers, 1 sunscreen, and 50 iron ores. Lu Tao took a deep breath, silently comforting herself that the good stuff was still to come, holding her breath as she gently pressed down on the golden treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining a level 3 vehicle upgraded blueprint 1. Details the pulse version of the ordinary level 3 vehicle. If you have money, go for it. Materials: wood 1000, stone 1000, tree gum 1000, bark 1000, iron or 1000, glass 500, stability gem 1. Lu Tao's heart raced. Miracles happen with hard work. Grinding until the end brings surprises. She directly learned the blueprint, taking advantage of the divine hand's power to open the second golden treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the planting bed crafting blueprint in expansion stone 1. Planting bed details: a planting tool that allows precious seeds to grow on the vehicle. Materials: wood 100, planting soil 100, tree gum 100, pebbles 100. Stamina cost 10. Expansion stone details: can expand your backpack slots 1. Expansion 50,000, can only hold the same type of items. Lu Tao covered her wildly beating heart. She grabbed the expansion stone and directly expanded the 11th slot, stuffing all the wood inside, instantly clearing the roof. She picked up the long-awaited planting bed blueprint and clicked to learn. The banana spirit's home finally had progress. Looking at the materials, she had everything except for planting soil. Her low-quality soil was insufficient, but she could compost. Lu Tao poked the chat channel to initiate a buy. Zhaokai is my destiny, buying low-quality soil 61, a monster organic fertilizer 30, decomposed leaves 20, soil nutrient solution 10, rice husk carbon 30. If you have planting soil, just poke me for a quick buy. The players discussing the impossible task were stunned. Meow, is this the difference between me and the big shot? Even after grinding for 24 hours, AI can still push through. Dudu Tower, big shot, I have decomposed leaves, quick look at me. Zhaokai is my destiny, Dudu Tower, alright. She sent a confused question mark to those chatting about how many stamina potions she had and rushed to buy things. Decomposed leaves weren't expensive. Meow simply felt that since she entered the fog zone, she had to dig something out, or else it would be a loss, so she harvested dozens. Lu Tao exchanged 10 wood for 20 decomposed leaves, and then turned to buy 61 low-quality soil, consuming 25 wood. Obtained low-quality soil rebate 1. Someone had indeed dug up poop in a monster's nest, looking shocked and confused when selling it to her. He was digging holes in an earthworm pit, not knowing where to throw it, just casually putting it in his backpack. He was ready to throw it away, yet someone actually wanted it. As for the rice husk carbon, Lu Tao didn't receive it, but she did receive 30 coconut core. All are breathable and loose materials that can be used. Sure enough, players are a bunch of opportunists. No matter what it is, they just collect it. The hardest to find the soil nutrient solution unexpectedly gave her a miracle. Punching to the head, do you want soil nutrient solution? I have a bit dropped from the corrosive tree person earlier. Punching to the head is trading you 10 basic soil nutrient solutions. Thank you so much. Punching to the head, Sigmund. Can I also call you sister? Zhaokai is my destiny. We're all group friends, of course you can. Without caring about the reaction of the other party, I handed over a stamina potion 1 and an anti-inflammatory potion 1, successfully acquiring the last material. Acquired random rebate of basic soil nutrient solution 2. The rebate is truly useful. Lu Tao jumped out of the vehicle, lit a fire, cleaned the surroundings, and mixed all the materials for planting soil in a ratio of 4:2:2. After adding 6 portions of wood ash, she thought for a moment and took out a fragment of a first-level high-grade explosive black ant's leg, crushing it into powder. And when the eggshell organic fertilizer was sprinkled, and she finally poured in 10 portions of soil nutrient solution and gently stirred with a shovel. After everything was completed, she raised the torch to inspect. Under the orange-ered glow, the planting soil was loose, breathable, and nutrient-rich, clearly not inferior quality soil. She smiled and extended her hand. Nutrient planting soil, low level 100 details. Nutrient soil mixed by the player provides basic nutrition for plants, promotes growth 5 success. Lu Tao put her hands on her hips. Stupid PS, you have no idea how useful human knowledge can be. It's just planting soil, and I made it. Hurrying, she took out all the materials for making the planting bed, consuming 10 stamina, to click on production. A large pile of materials was enveloped in white light, with a 24-hour countdown appearing beside. By this time tomorrow, the banana spirit will have a home. Looking at the production page, a prominent extraction box caught her attention. Lu Tao suddenly realized she had forgotten about the small item production machine she had been thinking about. Hastily returning to the trunk, she clicked on extraction, and a machine appeared in the back compartment. Small item production machine details. Enter one type of life-related small item, can directly place materials for production. Lu Tao unhesitatingly chose the green sun hat. The green sun hat was the first blueprint she acquired, and is currently the small item with the highest cooling value she has. An absolute high-demand item on the scorching summer road. She placed 30 portions of banana leaves, banana tree fibers, and tree sap. Consuming 30 stamina, the small item production machine lit up a green light and began production. Finally escaping a repetitive consumption task, she looked forward to the countdown for the planting bed, which read 2355. Lu Tao yawned. Although she was quite tired, she had to deal with a large pile of tasks left from the previous day first. Open the group chat. Duo Jia Uni sister, you are really amazing. How can you be so awesome? And there's the almighty Quan Dao Sob. There are 4 of us in the group, 2 top fighters, 1 mechanical expert, and only I'm a small waste. I'm definitely clinging to this big leg. Duo Jia Uni Zhuan Qian Shi Ben Ming Quan Dao. So what place are you all in? The game live broadcast cut off at 11:50 and gave all players a crisis speech. I'm curious, and my obsessive-compulsive disorder is acting up. By Mu Zhuan Qian Shi Ben Ming Quan Dao. As long as it's safe. By Mu, congratulations on receiving the last day's reward. Quan Dao. What live broadcast? What place? I don't know. Anyway, suddenly told me that the task was over in the early morning. Quan Dao. I just saw the chat channel. The game actually live broadcasted our monster fighting rankings to put pressure on you. So clever. Lu Tao looked at the chat channel again and suddenly realized. The game not only assigned them tasks, but also live broadcasted the rankings before all players, allowing everyone to see the top fighters. Suddenly go black screen and cut off the broadcast at the last moment, leaving behind a message. In road survival, there is no retreat, only a vehicle moving forward to reach the destination. This sentence is very similar to what she saw when entering the game. No retreat, only moving forward in a vehicle. Lu Tao had long understood this point. Zhuan Qian Shi Ben Ming am here. I don't even know what place. Suddenly the task was successful in the early morning, and the task told me that the longer I persist, the more generous the rewards. There were no ranking rewards. Duo Jia Uni Zhuan Qian, you finally came. It's okay. Congratulations, congratulations. What kind of luck did I have to join this divine group? Haha, I want to have a sweet dream for a while. By the way, when will you and Quan Tudu take away the supplies? My vehicle is about to get crushed. Zhuan Qian Shi Ben Ming, of course, it's because you are also at the divine level. Uni, please give me 3 more portions of your incense. Your incense combination is a super weapon and has helped me. As for the supplies, I will collect them soon. I will take a look at the trunk and come right back. First, I collected the aromatic set 3 cent by Duo Jia Uni, and after consulting, I exchanged for 6 small fans. There are no stocks right now. I can only give them tomorrow. Taking a deep breath of the vehicle's incense to wake herself up, consuming 5 stamina to make a small fan, she rolled up her sleeves to lift the collapsed machines. She put away the previously made mango, dried fruit, and tree sap, dividing half to Quan Dao, and continuing to produce. There wasn't much tree sap material left, and she needed to find a way to obtain more. Next, she sorted the materials that she had listed for wood trading on the trading platform, and as soon as she opened the back end, a large number of stones, bark, and banana leaves surged in. She was startled, hurriedly jumping out of the vehicle to put the wood back on the roof, and chose to place the stones into the infinite storage compartment. Bark and banana leaves were placed on the road first. Looking at the quantity, stones 53335, bark 1991, banana leaves 321. She was shocked. She had thought there would be a lot of stones, but never expected this many. The quantity of bark and banana leaves fluctuated due to exchange ratios. Moreover, the platform trade also had rebates. Acquired random rebate of stones 582, acquired random rebate of bark 81, acquired random rebate of banana leaves 25. Lu Tao let out a breath, placing stones 50,000 into her backpack. Wood does not necessarily crush the vehicle, but stones definitely will. She stacked the remaining stones 3335 into the back compartment, wiped her sweat, and contacted by Mu and Duo Jiayu and I, if she could collect the goods. In an instant, the road was piled high with a small mountain plus a batch of materials she privately sold last night. Lu Tao truly felt the taste of sudden wealth. Taking another breath of the vehicle's incense, she rolled up her sleeves and plunged into the abundant materials. These were no longer basic materials. Mud frog oil 539, acquired random rebate of mud frog oil 21, including her own transaction, hence the rebate details. Multifunctional oil, acquired essence stone 31, details essence of stones that appear only in medium to large stone mines. Acquired banana tree fibers 91, banana tree leaves 225, banana tree sap 167, vehicle mounted small hanging lamp 2, details, place 1 portion of mud frog oil to provide 1 hour of brightness for the vehicle monster attraction 2, good stuff. The small hanging lamp is woven from vines. It has a handle, and the diamond-shaped gaps can let the light shine through. Just as the outside bonfire was about to extinguish, Lu Tao placed in 10 portions of mud frog oil, lit it, and hung it outside the driver's seat. Upon returning, she casually picked up a palm-sized item and suddenly got excited. Lucky hourglass, details, when the sand falls you will automatically gain 1 luck within 24 hours, a standby for 10 days. Lu Tao was so excited that she almost danced a jig on the road. With the lucky item she wanted, she got it. This was exchanged for her by Duo Jiayu and I, who specifically explained that it cost a lot of wood. Lu Tao exclaimed it was a great value. She adored her sisters. The luck was so useful. Just look at that foolish child of destiny. Last night, in a critical situation, many players took out their best items. Lu Tao became more spirited as she organized everything, her excitement building. Handwritten drawing board, details, can automatically erase handwriting. With this, she could write down the tasks for the next day in advance and delete them one by one. Waterstone small 1, plant nutrient solution, low level 7, details, plant 10, growth rate, vehicle drag, net 5, cooling spray, 10 cooling patches, 8 energy tablets, 7, details, fatigue debuff disappears within 5 hours. This was her perfect partner for staying up late. Lu Tao swallowed one and instantly felt like she could fight for another 24 hours. She poured the last bit of honey from her honey jar into water for a midnight snack and continued to browse. She was pleasantly surprised to discover a machine hub. Lu Tao clicked to craft, looking forward to creating her second small item-making machine. Finally, she gazed at the 2 items she exchanged for a high price from Bai Muhua. Tactical helmet blueprint, details, head defense 30, A shows red. When enemies appear within 100 meters, materials, spirit stone 20, glass 1, tree gum 1, elastic fish bladder 1, stamina, cost 10, level 3 drivers seat blueprint, details, special driver's seat for level 3 vehicles, impact 50, protection 50, materials, iron block 30, spirit stone 30, sponge pad 1. Protection gem 1, stamina, cost 10. Unlike the floor blueprint for level 3 vehicles, these 2 blueprints could directly enhance combat power and vehicle safety. Unless absolutely necessary, no player would choose to sell these. Although they were expensive, they were worth it. Lu Tao thanked her reliable group friends again. She really exchanged for many useful items. However, she confirmed that helping with trades did not yield any rebates. After organizing all her trading gains, Lu Tao looked at her remaining with 38,462. Next, she began to tally her gains from this battle. The most she obtained was 287 breathing valves from the giant locust. The rest included 156 groundhog fangs, 64 steel feather, 53 chicken legs, and 51 chicken breasts. Speedbird eyeballs 61, advanced steel feathers 6, advanced chicken legs 6, advanced chicken breasts 6, and an indescribable prairie fire turkey egg. Both the level 1 advanced chicken legs and level 1 advanced chicken breasts were classified as intermediate ingredients, with chicken breast providing 15 stamina when eaten directly and chicken legs 20 with even better effects when cooked. And that prairie fire turkey egg, which gave her PTSD, brought an unexpected surprise. Prairie fire turkey egg 90 viable, details, can hatch edible 1 life. Ignoring the hatching aspect, Lu Tao was eager for the 1 life turkey egg. I will eat you tomorrow. so that I won't have to see this egg and think of the turkey's beak. Of course, there's also the much-anticipated Mist Erosion Zone entry card. Last night was truly fruitful, with 133 one-hour entry cards and 25 two-hour entry cards for the Mist Erosion Zone. Lu Tao calculated that different monsters had different drop rates, and that monsters did not drop Mist Erosion Zone entry cards during the day, so these were already quite abundant. The discrepancies in the quantities of other materials were due to the rewards from chests obtained during the day, which resulted in a forced waste of some. Thinking back on it still made her heart ache. Even the golden chest couldn't compensate for that. Lu Tao silently comforted herself, telling herself it was okay. The items she reluctantly gave up would eventually be reclaimed. Once everything was organized, it was already 2:31 a.m. She yawned and opened the private chat with Bai Mu and Duo Jiayu and I. After a moment's thought, she decided to message her good sister first. Making money is my fate. Thank you, sister, for helping me gather so many good things. I'm super rich now. Feel free to ask me for anything. Image of a cat with a cloth on its head. Duo Jiayu and I was surprisingly online and replied instantly. Duo Jiayu and I, hahaha, thank you, sister. I won't be polite, though I exchanged for a machine hub last night. Can you help me turn it into a small item-making machine? Making money is my fate, sure, but actually I want to give you something else. Lu Tao sent the details of level 3 ground paving blueprint 1. Duo Jiayu and I want it. But thinking it over, I realized that the small item-making machine is more suitable for me. Duo Jiayu and I, the materials needed for the level 3 ground paving blueprint are something I currently have no access to. Rather than acquiring it and only being able to hope for it, I'd prefer to get the small item-making machine, which would relieve me of one task, allowing me to expend more stamina on other things, which is much more helpful for me now. Duo Jiayu and I, moreover, sister, your small item-making machine blueprint is unique across the entire region. One blueprint can only record 10 types of small items, which means I would be occupying one of your slots. Am I not getting a huge bargain? I also need to thank you for being so generous. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao felt her sister was truly rational. Noting that Yu and I had invested her skills in incense making, she realized she lacked direct attack items. So she took out her last 2 intermediate explosive chambers and 2 normal explosive chambers and sent them over. For bombs could play a significant role at crucial moments. Duo Jiayu and I, cat party. JPG cat excitedly rubbing hands. JPG, I love you. I really need this kind of area attack weapon. I'll gladly accept it. Lu Tao also received Duo Jiayu Ni's machine hub, preparing to follow up with her own once it was finished. She then turned to poke Bai Mu. Making money is my fate, boss. Are you there? Are you asleep? She thought Bai Mu had already fallen asleep, ready to greet the first day after the novice period ended. To her surprise, he was also online. Bai Mu, the boss says he can't take in goods today. Photo. I was thinking of ordering a few more dualier vehicle storage racks from you. Making money is my fate, haha. Don't worry, boss. I'm here to thank you for helping me sell supplies. I'm super grateful for the 2 blueprints you helped me get. Bai Mu, it's just that someone was trading and I picked them up conveniently. No need to thank me. But there's a big difference between casually picking up items and selecting good ones. Lu Tao didn't waste time and directly sent over the level 3 ground paving blueprint. The driver's seat. Bai Mu paused at the refusal, and after a moment of silence he replied. Bai Mu, I do need this. How about I trade you my upgraded level 3 energy design module? Making money is my fate. I promise to help you all sell gifts. Don't be polite. We are in the same group. I have 2 identical blueprints. Keeping one is useless. Hurry and take it, boss. Making money is my fate. Don't worry, I've long coveted your energy design module. The level 3 one must be arranged. Don't doubt my strength, cat bragging. JPG. Bai Mu, thank you. Lu Tao felt refreshed after thanking her group friends, humming a tune as she was about to turn off the screen to sleep when she suddenly noticed the red dot on the information page. Blinking a few times, her overworked brain suddenly perked up, realizing something extremely important. Her profession stats had been updated. Lu Tao eagerly opened the information and a brand new occupation column popped up. Occupation Road Grocer, level 1 distance to next level 127. 1000 trading points. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the exclusive Occupation Road Grocer, gaining qualifications to sell a variety of items on the road. Received level 1 merchant exclusive item, level 1 merchant flag 1, vehicle cargo rack 1. Received level up reward for level 1 merchant cross district trading qualification, official random rebate. Congratulations to the player for advancing from intern grocer to road grocer. Level 1, receiving a 1 reward for the district's product trading column. Instant Wealth Grocery Store entered the merchant leaderboard. Please continue to level up to gain greater privileges. Show off your products generously. The rack can hold 10 types of the same item for sale. 1000 PS. Take good care of your rack. It will be your important display platform with a chance to attract mysterious customers. No dialogue outside transactions is allowed. Only 3 private transactions are permitted daily. and the trading platform has permission to list one product trading column details, one display column for the trading platform for use only in this district official version. Random rebate details, random rebate within 10 of traded goods. Road grocer. She had speculated about her occupation, but never expected it to be this one. What is Lu Tao best at? Of course, making money. She sells whatever makes money. Grocery store, selling everything. There could not be a more suitable occupation for her than road grocer. At 2 or 3 in the morning, Lu Tao was so excited it felt like she hadn't stayed up all night. She picked up the red level 1 road flag with a small beast scattering gold coins on the front and the words Road Merchants Association on the back. Inserting the level 1 road flag at the front of the vehicle, Lu Tao admired it briefly before hastily going to the back of the vehicle to choose the placement of the rack. After looking around, she decisively chose the position against the wall in the right compartment, facing the wooden long window opposite. Finally, deciding to place it against the wall in the right compartment, directly facing the wooden long window opposite. The long window opened up to a very advantageous sales counter, allowing customers to see the display rack inside at a glance. A perfect golden location. After adjusting the positions of several machines, Lu Tao clicked to place them. With a bang, a silver high-tech rack appeared before her with a 10-inch display screen on the right side. The rack has 4 layers, with the first 3 layers each having 3 display slots, while the top 4th layer has an entire independent space. At a glance, Lu Tao already envisioned that important items that must dominate the scene should be placed here. She then looked at the display screen on the right where 2 options appeared: Merchant Leaderboard, Wish List. She first opened the Merchant Leaderboard, accompanied by a flash of golden light. The Merchant Leaderboard of the game world appeared before her. No. 1. Vast Merchants Association, no. 2. Eternal City, no. 3. Brutal Collective, no. 4. Frosty Trading Company, no. 5. Honest Team, no. 6. A Ball of Yarn Trading Company, no. 7. Wong Wuss Little Paw Print, no. 8. The Rescuer, no. 9. A Little Seedling Growing, no. 10. About a Merchants Association. Lu Tao instinctively glanced at number 10, surprised to find out that the association trading with Mango Village was so prominent. She silently memorized the top 10 associations and entered Instant Wealth in the search bar. The Instant Wealth Association has not entered the top 100 merchant rankings and cannot be viewed. Please keep pushing to challenge the leaderboard. Lu Tao was not surprised at her ranking. With only 127 points, it was indeed strange to make the list. However, she was shocked by the number of merchants on the list. Blinking, a burgeoning ambition gradually surfaced on her face. After taking one last look at the leaderboard, she clicked to exit and turned to the wish list. The wish list allows you to make long-distance trades. When a wish is strong enough, it will enter the wish list. You can choose whether or not to help others fulfill their wishes. Currently, a merchant can only trade once a day. Completing items on the wish list will earn trading points based on the value of the goods. Water, give me water. It's so hot this summer. I want to get my mom a good cooling device. Aside, the K's area is suffering from floods this year. Who can sell us a batch of food? I want to eat candy. Looking to buy Ace's Mermaid Blood. High price offered. Currently, merchant levels can refresh once a day. Lu Tao's commercial acumen was instantly ignited. Is the wish list generated randomly every day? Then if I select the refresh option and still don't encounter any tradable goods, wouldn't that waste the day's opportunity? Moreover, the wishes do not indicate what the buyers use for trading. It is completely like opening a blind box. In that case, Lu Tao took out a bottle of mineral water and clicked to trade. Let's try it out. The mineral water vanished before her, and moments later a firestone landed in her palm. Obtained Firestone Fragment. 34 remaining attempts. 25. Thank you for your use. This transaction has charged 14 of the Firestone. Buyer Buna express gratitude. Thank you so much. Oh, I am too poor here and can only trade with this. I hope this Firestone can be of some use to you. Today's selling attempts have been exhausted. Please visit again next time. Lu Tao instinctively glanced at the 34 fragment and then at the 14 tax charged. She noticed with annoyance that she had encountered a high tax rate. This wish list is a trading assassin. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, a smiley face displayed a message. Congratulations on completing your first transaction. You have earned 1 trading point. Lu Tao's expression changed once again. She had just calculated that her 127 trading points corresponded exactly to 1,000th of the total quantity of bulk trades in wood and stone, the same ratio as trading points exchanged for the profession value gold card ratio. In other words, she would need to trade 1,000 wood stone or gold card ratio to earn 1 trading point. On the wish list, a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water could earn her 1 point. No wonder this high tax rate could still survive, but has some skill. Lu Tao decided to refresh the wish list daily. Turning off the display, she looked at the reward that surprised her the most today. Detected cross-district trading qualification. Do you wish to use it? Lu Tao nodded affirmatively. The dense district numbers flashed on the screen before finally settling on a strange district. District A, Server 3. Did you want to switch to Server A, Zone 3? Lu Tao gently clicked yes. The screen flickered and transformed into the familiar yet unfamiliar player start game interface, with the top right corner displaying Server A Zone 3. Lu Tao's heart raced with excitement. More trading opportunities and resources from different zones to trade. She was here. She opened the chat channel, preparing to study what sold best in Server A Zone 3 and which materials were most suitable to bring back to her home zone for profit. Alright, there were also messages. Information from different zones was a significant resource as well. But the moment she saw the chat channel, her smile vanished. Current players 5433-110-0000. In just 7 days, nearly half the players in Server A Zone 3 had disconnected. What happened? She searched the chat channel and immediately spotted an exceptionally eye-catching message. Pian Pian, who can save me? I'm being chased by the natives. Lu Tao instinctively found it amusing, but Pian Pian's avatar was already darkened. In her understanding, the natives could trade valuable items, yet the natives in Server A Zone 3 turned out to be hostile. She felt a strong sense of unease and hurriedly scrolled through the chat channel. Fire egg, I was also driven away by the nearby native village. My profession requires interaction with the natives, but now it's all ruined. I don't know what to do. Those damn raiders are the ones killing, burning, and looting the natives, yet we bear the consequences. Fire egg, not only are the natives being raided, but players are suffering significant losses too. A player she had just met upgraded to a level 2 vehicle yesterday and couldn't help but express his joy in the chat channel, only to retract it immediately. But that evening he was found by those raiders on the highway, and before disconnecting, he desperately transferred some materials to me, saying he wouldn't let those raiders succeed, even in death. Fire egg, is the game really ignoring the actions of those raiders? If this continues, will our zone be wiped out? Lu Tao grew increasingly serious and entered raiders in the search box on the homepage. A flood of messages about raiders popped up. AOC, it seems that group of raiders appeared on my highway. What should I do? Xiao Yi, AOC, quickly stock up on attack items for self-defense. Be sure to protect your vehicle. If there's really no way out, surrender your materials and join them. At least you'll survive. Shui saw the profession of lockpicker is too inhumane. Most of the initial players were killed, unable to pass on messages, and some joined the raiding team after losing their vehicles. Lu Tao read through all this and finally understood what was happening. The profession of lockpicker is related to opening doors, allowing players to enter other players' highways to ambush and loot materials. Players who disconnect can't speak, while some players choose to collude with raiders after their vehicles are destroyed. The raiding groups were increasing, attacking native villages in packs. This provoked strong unease among the nearby natives. Some chose to distance themselves from the players, while others aggressively retaliated, viewing all players as enemies. All players in the zone were living in fear in such an atmosphere, tightly guarding their vehicles and afraid to wander. Losing access to exploration resources and native channels during the monster raid on the 7th day, players lacking resources and upgrades suffered devastating losses. Lu Tao searched for Lockpicker on the homepage. She saw a series of arrogant statements from him. Lockpicker, the lower class poor, will eventually disconnect before dying. It's their honor to give me their materials. Lockpicker, ha ha ha, fire egg, I remember you, I will kill you tonight. Lockpicker photo, look at my raider team, what can you use to stop me? In the photo, the number of players who joined the opposing faction was shockingly high at 334. There was even an emblem and interface for the raider faction different from ordinary players. The number of raiders and materials can be upgraded with titles like Squad Leader, Captain, Raiding Expert, and so on, as if the game had opened a promotion channel just for them. Lockpicker's profession led to the chat channel being as quiet as a ghost town. At a glance, all the messages were from days ago, and all avatars were dark. It gave her a thrilling sense of entering a ghost town. After understanding the full story, Lu Tao's expression turned sour. After working hard to earn a professional reward, she thought she was opening a new market, only to find out it was a ghost town. Unable to trade, lacking information, the great cross-server skills were blocked by raiders. A killing intent gradually emerged in Lu Tao's eyes. As a provider of wealth, she could never forgive. Lockpicker must be dealt with. But she only had trading privileges. How could she make him hang? Lu Tao couldn't think of a way for a moment and decided to take the initiative by posting a sales message in the Ghost Town chat channel. Making money is my destiny, selling a large batch of stones with tree sap, mango, dried fruits for replenishing stamina, and small items for lowering temperature, all available. Private message for direct trade. Rabbit 8 sister. Before Lu Tao could reply, the message was immediately retracted, and her private messages began to pop up with red notifications. Rabbit 8 sister, are you crazy? Quickly retract the message. Selling wood in the front row, are you really selling stones? How do you calculate the price? I want to buy. Xiao Qiu, are you really selling stones? Rabbit 8 sister, are you crazy? Quickly retract the message. Selling wood in the front row, are you really selling stones? How do you calculate the price? I want to buy. Shout, making money is my destiny. Yes, selling stones. We have as many as you want at market price. After sending, she looked for Rabbit 8 sister again. Making money is my destiny. Thanks for the reminder. Do you want to buy stones? Selling in bulk at market price. Let him see. Rabbit 8 sister was full of question marks. She kindly reminded her and then asked if she wanted to buy stones. Looking back at that last sentence, let him see, she had never seen such a confident player before. If Lu Tao knew her thoughts, she would definitely send a crying cat emoji, as the game rules only required sending messages containing trades. Without those two intermediate sentences, it couldn't be sent out at all. As for Lockpicker, she wasn't overly confident, but deeply skeptical about the range of his door-opening skills. If he were truly capable of crossing zones, him first send a high-level explosive device over, then drop a pile of stones from above to smash him. No need to say more, she just had a surplus of stones. After sending the message, she immediately went to the chat platform to search stones precisely. Past messages were pulled up, and she was shocked to discover that this zone had an excess of wood, but a shortage of stones, exactly the opposite of her own zone. Oh no, the game didn't match her with a ghost town. This was clearly her best stone sales zone. But there was a lockpicker. Lu Tao's killing intent increased again. Returning to private messages, she saw several players offering a trading price of stones and wood at 19. Making money is my destiny. I'll sell at that price. I'll post the link on the trading platform and trade using wood. She quickly listed 100 stones and immediately rushed back to the chat channel to advertise. Making money is my destiny. 100 stones listed on the trading platform. No purchase limit. Buy as much as you want. If there are any other items or blueprints you want to trade, feel free to private message me. The wealthy grocery store looks forward to everyone's patronage. The chat channel received no replies. Only Rabbit 8 sister sent another string of question marks, yet the stones on the trading platform were quickly sold off hundreds at a time. After laughing, Lu Tao replied to Tu Ba Mei. Making money is the essence. Not afraid, not afraid. Do you want stones? You can buy directly on the trading platform. Other materials can be traded privately. Advertising at this time. Do you really think you can take on 100 by yourself? Before she could send her final warning, her expression changed. In the chat channel above Lu Tao's two advertisements, a message appeared crimson like blood. Just prying the door. It seems you have plenty of supplies. You're my target tomorrow night. Lu Tao quickly replied. Making money is the essence. Feel free to come. Welcome to buy things. I have everything you want at the wealth shop. Daring to provoke a robber. Who is making money is the essence. So bold. Just prying the door. Head, just wait and see if you can still act tough then. Making money is the essence. In waiting, the wealth shop is well stocked. Remember to come trade with me. I have many channels, many supplies, and asking me privately won't cost you anything. Tu Ba Mei was deeply impressed. Where did this shop owner come from? Truly living up to her nickname, treating making money as a life mission. She clicked to add as a friend. Tu Ba Mei, don't be fooled by just prying the door's arrogance. His followers can enter the highway and have snatched many materials. Players are at a disadvantage when acting solo. Tu Ba Mei, it's too late to retract messages. Now you better prepare some defense and attack items in advance. Making money is the essence. Thank you. Don't you really want stones? Trade with me for great value. I have other supplies too. How about mango slices that restore 15 stamina? Interested in details about the green sun hat? Very useful. An essential item for the hot summer highway. Two material details came through, and Tu Ba Mei's eyes lit up, instinctively replying. Tu Ba Mei, how much for the mango slices? What's the price for the green sun hat? Only after sending the message did she suddenly realize she had been led astray by making money is the essence. But making money is the essence was indeed very proactive about making a profit, immediately replying. Making money is the essence. One mango slice for 20 pieces of wood. The green sun hat is only exchanged for item blueprints or materials. Tu Ba Mei hesitated for a moment before sending one item detail. Tu Ba Mei, do you want this? Photo flexible rabbit fur vest. Details a small vest woven from the belly fur of a steel-toothed rabbit. Grants 20 overall defense when worn. Lu Tao's eyes lit up. She knew that players who could survive in the Ghost server must have their own skills. Hadn't she found something good? Making money is the essence. I'll trade. Do you have more? I can trade several with you. Tu Ba Mei, I have one that I just finished, but I want to exchange it for another item. Making money is the essence. Car-mounted double-layer storage rack. Sticky little fan. Do you need these two items? Tu Ba Mei was dazzled, unsure of what to do. In the end, she decisively took a screenshot of the car-mounted double-layer storage rack. Tu Ba Mei, I want this, and I'll trade 15 mango slices plus wood. The two quickly agreed on the trade using the green sun hat car-mounted double-layer storage rack, 15 mango slices, to exchange for 300 pieces of wood and 2 flexible rabbit fur vests. Tu Ba Mei, if you have any area attack items, contact me. I'll take as many as you have. Making money is the essence, alright. After the trade, Lu Tao picked up the soft knitted vest, eagerly changing out of the filthy t-shirt, enjoying the soft touch of rabbit fur against her skin, and looked at it happily. As for the items Tu Ba Mei wanted, Lu Tao already had some ideas. but that would have to wait until tomorrow. Yawning, she fought off her drowsiness, wanting to use up the remaining 2 private trades all at once. Just as she reached an agreement with a player and was preparing to trade, a notification popped up. You have used up your 3 trades for today. I'll please come back tomorrow. Lu Tao then realized that the 3 trades referred not to 3 players, but to 3 opportunities for exchanging different materials. Feeling exhausted, she had no love left. After discussing the next trading time with the player, she looked at the stones listed on the trading platform. In such a short time, over 1,000 had already been sold, earning over 9,000 in wood. After replenishing her stock to 1,000, Lu Tao returned to D server area 3, placing 1,000 wood on the trading platform for 1,800 exchange for stones. Both areas had just experienced a monster raid, greatly increasing the demand for wood and stones. The prices would drop in a couple of days. Taking advantage of the current prices, she aimed to make a profit first. Everything settled, she yawned and fell asleep in an instant. 6:45 a.m. Lu Tao, who hadn't slept long, woke up with a debuff, splashed cold water on her face to force herself awake, and ate an energy pill. The high temperature season is approaching. 2 months of survival time. Lu Tao's lips gradually tightened. What does a 40°C heat wave mean for the next 2 days? Is this just an appetizer? How severe will the real heat be? Lu Tao's heart sank with unease. Hastily, she took down her drawing board and began to list the cooling supplies and equipment she would need: ice cubes, water, air conditioning, more car tires, car coolant, and plenty of durability. The most important thing is the thermal insulation equipment for large vehicles. High temperatures can cause the interior of the vehicle to heat up rapidly. Without heat-blocking equipment, it would be nearly impossible to travel on the road. Having simply listed what she needed, Lu Tao started checking her available cooling supplies. Cooling patches 10, a refreshing cooling spray 11, tire cooling patches 4, a rattan mat 1, a green sun hat 1, small clip-in fans 4, a sun protective clothing 1, a, and 2 water stones. Not enough. These supplies won't last through 2 months of high temperatures. She opened the chat channel and found, ha, I must be going crazy. A 40°C heat isn't even considered high. Are they trying to roast us all? No pain, no gain. Who has cooling supplies or cooling tools? I'll buy. Meow, it's 38°C now. How could we possibly survive after this? Making money is my destiny. Selling green sun hats 3 to perceived temperature priority for trade with similar cooling or heat relief items. Old dog gamer, don't be so stingy. Even those of us without cooling tools need them. Lu Tao didn't see these messages, and even if she did, she wouldn't pay them much mind. At this moment, no one felt confident enough to say they could endure 60 days of high temperatures. Given this, her needs naturally took priority. Turning off the screen, Lu Tao climbed into the driver's seat, first assembling the clip-in fan and the car's double-layer storage rack, then opened the summer road map provided by the game. Most of the map was shrouded in thick fog, with the road winding like a small earthworm struggling through the fog-affected area. At first glance, Lu Tao felt a sense of helplessness, as if there was no way to escape in any direction. The only option was to drive the vehicle forward and seek survival. She zoomed in on the area of the map within the last 100 kilometers, marking areas with particularly dense fog with a feather pen, then switched to the custody mode. The vehicle roared to life, slowly moving forward in the 38°C morning. During this time, Lu Tao switched the server on her screen, and soon a ghost-like chat channel popped up with the latest messages, still reflecting her witty exchanges with just a door prior from last night. Making money is my destiny. Selling green sun hats in the front row can provide 3 to perceived temperature, looking to trade for cooling or heat relief items. The chat channel was eerily quiet, but Lu Tao's private messages popped up one after another. Front row selling, what would you trade? A cooling shower. It can spray water to provide an instant 2 cooling effect for the vehicle. Cooling shower details can hold up to 100 liters of water, can provide a 2 cooling effect for the vehicle. Making money is my destiny. I'll trade, but my green sun hat doesn't need water, and its values are higher than yours. I need extra supplies. Front row selling, what how about this premium wooden block? Premium wooden block details a high-grade processing material synthesized through a wood processing machine. Making money is my destiny. I'll take it. The two reached an agreement: the green sun hat for the cooling shower and 10 premium wooden blocks. Although Lu Tao had already exhausted her trading quota for the day in Area 3 of Server A, she had ways to gather supplies. Making money is my destiny. I'll first take down the stone block from the trading channel listing the green sun hat to trade for your cooling shower and premium wooden blocks. Front row selling would found it odd. Wouldn't a private trade be more convenient? Yet the person on the other end was someone brave enough to face off against just a door prior, and since it was just a different way of trading, he easily agreed. Lu Tao took down the stone blocks and promptly listed the green sun hat. Front row selling would did the same, waiting for the item slot to clear before putting the stone blocks back up. Players currently bidding on stone blocks. What just happened? Soon Lu Tao repeated her trades twice, acquiring liquid ice patches 10 and a bottle of ice water. Liquid ice patches and cooling patches serve similar purposes, but last longer than cooling patches. One patch can last 3 hours, but provides a 2-temperature effect. A bottle of ice water details who can resist a bottle of refreshing water in the scorching summer. Fill the bottle with 500 milliliters of potable water, and after 10 minutes you will get a random cold drink surprise. Note no guarantee of taste or drinkability, but certainly won't kill you. The player trading a bottle of ice water with her was very similar to a punch to the head with a low luck index. According to him, after 3 days he opened it to find a sour yellow-green liquid, a cup of half-frozen vomit like 8 treasure porridge, and a cup of iced bitter gall. Without hesitation between the green sun hat and the drink, he chose to give it to Lu Tao. As he put it was probably drinkable, but would infuriate you. Lu Tao was curious about what kind of water she could produce. She poured 500 milliliters into a cup with a pinkish color and set it aside to wait for 10 minutes. Lu Tao was advertising in the ghost server once again. Making money is my destiny. I'm buying glass crafting blueprints in the front row. If you have any, hit me up. I guarantee a high price. In the midst of the silence, Lu Tao was about to switch back to her own server, but she was completely ignored by just a door prior and couldn't help but speak up. Just a door prior, get ready to die tonight. Just a door prior, look at this. Glass crafting blueprint, how want it? But you're doomed. The glass crafting blueprint that had been so hard to find was unexpectedly with him. Lu Tao squinted her eyes, her killing intent rising too. Making money is my destiny. First find me, then we'll see. How much are you selling your blueprint for? Not selling. No worries. Your blueprint is definitely mine. After sending this, Lu Tao switched servers, directly too lazy to even give him a glance. As for whether he could find her, from the analysis of her profession, if she hadn't sold wood for a high price twice, she would probably still be an intern road merchant unable to have cross-server selling privileges. Gaining profession points is so difficult, just a door prior is likely still an intern. Interns shouldn't be making a fuss here. If it comes down to it, just wait and see my biological bomb combined with tens of thousands of stone and wood blocks crushing you flat. In a good mood, returning to her own server, Lu Tao opened a few unread messages to see if there were any suitable material trades. Soon she really saw something good. Private Chef Shaoqing banana shaved ice. How about I trade you for 5 days worth of desserts? Banana shaved ice details consuming it within 3 hours will provide a 3-degree effect along with a banana-like flexibility for 10 minutes. Lu Tao was first shocked, then intrigued. Isn't this the private chef recommended by you and I? Lu Tao curiously inquired. Private Chef Shaoqing, that's right. Since I've been waiting for the boss to visit for so long, I'll just shamelessly recommend myself. Boss, look at me, my dishes are super delicious, and I always give a little dessert after the meal. Wanna try? Lu Tao suddenly jumped up. Previously the windbreak had crossed to the front of the vehicle with the railings on both sides damaged and rusty. Clusters of dry reeds stretched into the fog-affected area, and thick, gray-white mist billowed out from the rusty railings, completely obscuring the road ahead. She furrowed her brows and quickly replied to the private chef Shaoqing. Making money is a priority changing, but I have something to attend to now. We'll talk later, private chef Shaoqing. Okay, I'm also running into some trouble. Let's talk later. Cutting off the private chat, the vehicle had already entered the damaged railing area, and the reeds brushed against her face recklessly. She couldn't help but sneeze, and a reminder popped up in front of her. The vehicle has entered the fog-affected area. Player's mental state will drop by 1 mental point per minute. The familiar dizziness returned, and suddenly the wooden windbreak made a cracking sound, bulging out in an instant and beginning to layer. Visibly, all wooden areas inside and outside the vehicle were undergoing such changes, while the stone and iron structures were corroding, shrinking, and rusting. Your vehicle is being harmed by the fog-affected area. Please exit this section as soon as possible. Lu Tao lit 2 small hanging lamps. Under the light, her mental state dropped instantly, but it hardly helped the vehicle. Recalling the introduction of the small hanging lamps, which brought light and attracted 2 monsters, Lu Tao decisively took out 2 mist candles and placed them into the small hanging lamps to light them. In an instant, the windbreak, which had already bulged and exploded, stopped deteriorating, and the stone and iron structures finally ceased corroding and rusting. She sighed in relief and opened the vehicle status. Vehicle durability 398,500, tire durability 421,500. Almost the next second, the vehicle jolted violently, and she steadied herself at the front only to see the front tires sinking into a 1-meter-wide corrosion pit, causing the tire durability to drop by 20 in an instant. As if the plot was beginning, the surrounding fog thickened, and the vehicle struggled to move forward amidst the bump. Clank, clank. Lu Tao felt as if she was treading in the middle of waves rising and falling with the vehicle, while the tire durability she was fixated on dropped at an alarming rate. Suddenly, after a turn, the road ahead became clear again. The fog had dissipated, the railings were intact, and the tire durability no longer plummeted. She gently exhaled, yet before she could extinguish the mist candles, a damaged railing area struck again a few dozen meters ahead. The right front tire suddenly collapsed, causing the entire vehicle to tilt to the right. She hurriedly jumped out of the vehicle, propping herself against the right side, and looking down to see a large pit enough to bury the tire halfway. With her extraordinary vision from the speedbird's eyeball, she saw that ahead were numerous deadly pits visible to the naked eye. Lu Tao cursed under her breath, throwing a pile of stones into the pit to fill it, then laying a few wooden planks over it, allowing the vehicle to struggle across the big pit with a creaking noise. Before she could catch her breath, Lu Tao hurriedly disabled the autopilot. She rushed into the fog-affected area, filling in the pits one by one and covering them with wood. Unknowingly, the temperature had risen to 39. The sunlight couldn't penetrate the fog, yet it left the temperature to continue rising within the fog. Lu Tao felt as if she had entered a sauna drenched in sticky sweat, and her breathing became uncomfortable. She wiped her sweat and rushed back to the vehicle. Every time the tires passed over the filled pits, they would bump slightly, but fortunately, there was no major rollover. Finally, having crossed this segment of the fog-affected area, Lu Tao sighed in relief and dashed back to collect the stones and wood. Once everything was done, she was already exhausted, her clothes soaked in sweat. Grabbing a ceramic cup, she gulped down 2 cups of water, still feeling hot and restless. Just then, a damaged road section appeared ahead. Lu Tao slowly exhaled just as she was about to disable the autopilot mode. The front of the vehicle suddenly lurched, tipping forward. In the blink of an eye, the front had already plunged down halfway. Her face changed dramatically as she immediately shut off the autopilot, jumped out, and rushed to the back of the vehicle, tying the hitch at the rear to herself. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out a large pile of stones. With a clattering sound, she pulled back forcefully. The vehicle, which was about to drop headfirst, shook and halted. Taking advantage of the moment, she pulled out more stones to weigh down the hitch and rope, ignoring the stones that rolled. In the air, the vehicle creaked a few times before thudding back onto the ground. Lu Tao's heart finally relaxed, and she lay amidst the stones, gasping for air. However, she found herself pinned down, unable to catch her breath. Hurriedly, she put away the wood in front, and behind her jumped up and rushed towards the driver's seat, piling more stones onto the hitch. The front of the vehicle was covered in mud, with a crack appearing in front of the driver's seat, creating a depression deeper than a person, and the wooden pile on the roof had collapsed. Warning: the vehicle has sustained severe damage. Please repair immediately. Do you want to use 28 with 28 stones and 15 iron ores to repair the front? Lu Tao nodded heavily, staring at the front shrouded in white mist, licking her dry lips. Is this what the road is like after leaving the newbie phase? Unbearable heat, bumpy roads, and the risk of overturning at any moment. She opened the chat channel. My vehicle flipped. It flipped. I can't lift it. I'm still on the damaged road. Help me. My mental state can't hold up what to do if the vehicle completely deteriorates. Xing lantern. I drove for over an hour for just over 100 meters. My vehicle seems to have been exposed to the wind for 10 years. And it's so hot. The damaged road section is at least 5 degrees hotter than the normal road. Xiao Ting, is this the real road game? Such a big surprise on the first day. Lu Tao opened the trading platform again, discovering that the prices of wood and stones were gradually approaching, and the price of iron ore was higher than an hour ago. She changed the wood to stones and swapped it for tree bark, sitting on the road with her shaking, scraped hands, waiting for the vehicle to recover. Half an hour later, the vehicle reappeared. The beautiful original wood color was dull, the iron sheets were rusty, and the stone had corroded into numerous tiny holes. Even her precious machines showed signs of corrosion, except for the newly acquired shelf. Looking at the time again. From entering the damaged road to filling pits, driving, picking up materials, and cautiously checking the road ahead, a few hundred meters of road took almost an hour. How many more pits lie ahead? Is this really moving a mountain with just a fool's effort? How long can 8 mist candles last? 3 questions slapped her in the face, and without much thought, Lu Tao pulled out the map. Change routes. The road does not display damaged areas, but she just needs to steer as far away from this damaged area as possible. Soon she discovered that nearly 200 kilometers of road resembled a W. She was at the starting point 13 on the left side of the W, needing only to cross to the middle tip, and then reach the end point on the right side. The premise was to enter the fog-affected area, to pass through the road with pit filling, reducing speed and high temperature damage, or to take the risk of entering the fog-affected area that might save time by over half, but comes with unknown risks. Without hesitation, Lu Tao made her choice. Climbing into the driver's seat, she reversed out of the pit area, picked up the wood, and retied it to the roof, while also collecting the stone pile at the back of the vehicle. She pulled out the 1-hour entry card for the fog-affected area and drove through the separated railings into the fog-affected area. The vehicle sank, landing in the soft reed field. The dense fog clung to the vehicle as the reeds swayed in front of her. The reed field still brought a stifling heat, but compared to the occasional pits on the road, Lu Tao found it much more acceptable. After driving forward for half an hour, she finally sighed in relief, switched to autopilot mode, and reduced the speed to 2 kilometers per hour. Zipping up her jacket and putting on her hat, she plunged into the dense reed field. Time to harvest. With so much reed, if she didn't take the opportunity to gather some first-grade reeds to bring back, wouldn't that be a huge loss? She followed closely behind the vehicle, specifically cutting the reeds that the vehicle had crushed. It seemed that due to delving deeper into the reed field, the probability of encountering first-grade reeds increased, and Lu Tao harvested as she chopped, surprisingly obtaining 21 first-grade reeds. She planned to take the opportunity to cut down the windbreak curtains and the reeds covering the car roof. Suddenly, the vehicle waiting for autopilot ahead came to a sudden halt, its four tires spinning in place, yet unable to move forward. Lu Tao put away the reeds and quickly rushed forward with her wolf-tooth club, only to see a patch of reeds pressed flat against the ground, surrounded by a large pit made up of piled-up stones with a radius of 10 meters. She climbed up the half-meter-high stones, her eyes suddenly brightening. Congratulations on encountering the prairie great fire chicken's egg-laying nest. In a pit surrounded by stones, a large chicken nest made of straw is set up with a pile of plump and glossy eggs nestled in the center, utterly enticing. Lu Tao. Her breathing quickened. Without a moment's delay, she jumped off the stone and switched her vehicle to standby mode, tapping the screen to find the last player who sold disposable adventure detection stones and placed a large order of 10. Miley, no problem, I'll deliver the goods right away. Big boss, are you going for something big? Do you need new items? The best auxiliary item for disposable adventure detection stones is the follow-up explosive ball. Follow-up explosive ball details: throw it immediately after activating the disposable adventure detection stone to give enraged hostile monsters a frontal explosion, dealing 1/3 of their health. Side effect: it will put the monster into a continuous rage state. Miley, awkward rubbing hands JPG. Didn't a customer complain that the side effects of the disposable adventure detection stone were a bit too strong? I've racked my brains to research a new matching product, and their combination will definitely double the power. Do you want to give it a try? This is my first time selling it, so I'll give you a discount. Making money is my destiny. Buy 5 pieces, I'll exchange them for wood. Lu Tao exchanged 40 pieces of wood for 10 disposable adventure detection stones and 30 pieces of wood for 5 follow-up explosive balls. Received random rebate: disposable adventure detection stone 1, a follow-up explosive ball 1. Yes, the rebate skill is really super useful. She stored the unused follow-up explosive ball and rushed back to the stone chicken nest. Along the edge of the nest, she threw out the disposable adventure detection stone, only to find the surroundings silent, not even a feather in sight. Taking this opportunity, she tossed the last disposable adventure detection stone at the edge of the nest. 5 seconds passed, and nothing happened inside. Lu Tao put her hands on the eggs in the nest, grabbing one that was slightly smaller than the fire turkey egg she had dropped while battling. Fire turkey egg details: eating it restores 30 stamina and increases agility by 25. What a good find. Lu Tao stuffed it into her backpack and frantically shoved eggs into the nest. 1-2, she filled the specially cleared backpack slots with a total of 32 eggs. After collecting such a large pile of eggs and wiping off the sweat, she went to check under the straw to see if there were any overlooked treasures. To her surprise, she found quite a few steel blade feathers under the straw. Adhering to her principle of not wasting a single one, Lu Tao, under the 40-degree heat, lay in the chicken nest and meticulously picked through the gaps in the straw for steel blade feathers. She turned over the straw beneath the chicken nest until the mud was exposed, then switched directions to check the other side. Obtain steel blade feather 1, steel blade feather 2, level 2 straw 1. Huh. Lu Tao suddenly stopped, raising a seemingly insignificant green thread in her hand. Level 2 straw details: soft, high-grade plant fiber, waterproof and fireproof, an excellent choice for the prairie fire turkey to line their nests for their young. Comfort 40. This level 2 straw is as thin as a hair, but its fibers stretch a meter long. Lu Tao held her breath, carefully placing it into her backpack, afraid that a single breath would blow it away. She had decided that level 2 straw was the best material for her driving seat cushion, without a doubt. Lu Tao drank half a bottle of water and then took out a refreshing cooling spray to mist herself. Within 2 hours, the temperature would drop by 1. Lying in the large chicken nest, she meticulously searched for every fine strand of level 2 straw that was about to be blown away. Lu Tao checked each strand of straw again, obtaining 2 more level 2 straws. After finishing the first round of searching the chicken nest, she began her second round. She noticed that the closer she got to the center of the nest, the more level 2 straws there were. She quickly obtained level 2 straw 20 and began her third round of searching, but this time, she found absolutely nothing. Lu Tao wiped her sweat and crawled out of the chicken nest, touching the stones that built the nest. She felt a twinge of greed, but her vehicle and backpack simply couldn't hold any more. Moreover, the trading center only allowed her to list a maximum of 10,000, and she always filled it to the brim with 10,000. But it was okay, there would always be a way. She opened the screen and switched directly to Area 3 of Server A, advertising in the Ghost server. Making money is my destiny. Extra. Selling stones on the trading platform. Don't miss out as you walk by. Players who didn't see it last night hurry to the trading platform to grab them. My inventory is full, bringing you the best prices for stones. The price of wood for stones on platform area 3 of server A also dropped, so she adjusted her price to 1. Exhausted players worn out by today's road usage quickly snatched up over 300 stones. Lu Tao looked around the chicken nest feeling satisfied. She lifted her shovel and began to dig stones one after another, filling the gaps on the trading platform. The speed impressed the quietly watching Tu Ba Mei, who couldn't help but initiate a private chat. Tu Ba Mei, how do you have so many stones? Did you move into a super large stone mine? Making money is my destiny. Business secrets cannot be disclosed. Serious cat face JPG, but my supply is abundant. Do you want to buy some? Take advantage of the rising wood prices and falling stone prices to stock up quickly. It would be good to replenish vehicle expenses later. Tu Ba Mei's interest was piqued. It seemed to make some sense. So she went to the trading platform and bought 100 stones, and Lu Tao received 700 pieces of wood. After finishing the entire chicken nest, Lu Tao's stamina dropped to 15. She ate a piece of dried mango and went to bundle the traded wood to place it on the roof of her vehicle. Just as she exhaled, 2 pop-up windows appeared. Current vehicle is affected by high temperatures. Please cool down immediately. The temperature inside the vehicle is too high. There is a risk of machine damage. Please handle it as soon as possible. Lu Tao dashed into the driver's seat. The heat wave hit her face. Looking at the temperature inside the vehicle, it had already soared to 45. Several machines lit up warning red lights, and the vehicle was hot enough to fry an egg. The mint-potted plant's leaves drooped, and the little banana spirit in the green sun hat curled up. Lu Tao reached out to touch it. Life points 20. She turned pale, stuffing the sun hat into her sun protection clothing and cramming the mint pod into her sleeve. She quickly turned off the machines and opened all the windows. But it wasn't enough. The outside temperature was 42, the inside temperature was 45, and both were experiencing high temperatures. Lu Tao was never the type to wait idly. She quickly devised a new plan, placing the mint-potted plant and the banana spirit in the shaded area beneath the tire, filling a stone pot with chilled cola, and setting a small fan beside it, allowing the cool, misty breeze to blow towards the mint and banana spirit. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tao took out a stack of green banana leaves and fashioned a green sunshade on the spot using spider silk, dragging it onto the roof of the vehicle to block the harsh sunlight. She poured another 500 milliliters of clean water into the cooling spray, carefully sprinkling it around the banana sunshade. Then she jumped down from the vehicle, which had cooled off a bit more. Taking this chance, Lu Tao quickly opened the light screen, where she saw tips for cooling down vehicles to avoid sun exposure. Avoid sun exposure, leave the road, and enter the fog-affected area to find a shaded spot. If there are leaves around, pick some to cover the vehicle. Fresh grass leaves. Old clothes soaked in water can also be hung in ventilated windows to cool down. If there are none, then mix mud with water and apply it to the roof and exterior of the vehicle. These are desperate measures. Let's hope everyone can endure the first day. Using old clothes soaked in water to continuously wipe the floor and walls of the vehicle, using brute force to push the vehicle into a road pit, covering it with mixed mud. Making simple windmills from wooden shavings, sprinkling water to direct a row of windmills towards the interior of the vehicle to cool it down. Truly, there are only solutions to be found, not merely ideas. Players were truly fighting for survival. Lu Tao learned from another player's method, sewing several more banana leaves to the 4 corners of the banana sunshade, securing the ends with wood, and inserting them into the ground, instantly expanding the shaded area and significantly reducing the glaring light. Using banana leaves as curtains to further lower the hot wind blowing in. She also chopped down nearby dense dry grass, which allowed the airflow to speed up after expanding the space. With all preparations made, Lu Tao opened the chat channel again, repeatedly searching for effective vehicle cooling items, but immediately switching to Area 3 of Server A. The chat channel, resembling a ghost town, made it hard to tell what players were experiencing. Lu Tao directly searched for vehicle cooling, and her gaze landed hotly on a name. Heat-resistant coating. It can be applied to the exterior of the vehicle, effectively cooling it down. Unfortunately, the player possessing the coating had already gone dark, so the method for making the coating was in the hands of Xiao Min Eri. Lu Tao initially intended to drag it out, but now she wanted to speed things up. Squinting her eyes, Lu Tao privately messaged Tu Ba Mei. Making money is destiny. Hi, do you want to buy something? Are you thinking of dealing with Xiao Min Eri? Add me to your... He will come to find you tonight, and you only just realized you need to deal with him. No, what are you selling this time? He has an 80% chance of not finding me. You are so confident. Help. If you put half the effort you use in business into resisting Xiao Min Eri, you wouldn't just be preparing now. There's only 4 hours until dark, and he always acts at night. Tu Ba Mei. Show me the eye beads. After sending, she couldn't help but clap her hands hard. You can't help it, can you? You're tempted by her. Where did this reckless player who is desperate to make money come from? Speeding bird eye beads, 2 pieces, a bit of night vision in exchange for heat-resistant coating. I just knew that good things require better items for exchange, but there are none. A few days ago someone was selling, but due to reasons you know his avatar has long gone dark. I still want the heat. Making money is destiny, isn't this just a coincidence? The method for making heat-resistant coating is likely in Xiao Min Er's hands. As long as we take him out we can get it. It's easier said than done, who wouldn't want to take him out? But Xiao Min Er, he has so many subordinates collecting a large number of items and resources in just a few days. Other players can only resist passively. How could they possibly fight back against them? Making money is destiny, not necessarily. You said they attacked the road, wouldn't a bunch of stones falling down crush a few? Or poison them unconscious? Moreover, you said they act at night. Could that just be a restriction? We can all try it out. Tu Ba Mei was very tempted, but the facts from the last 2 days told her it was useless. Tu Ba Mei, let's talk again after you survive tonight. Lu Tao understood she needed to show some real skills. Lu Tao sent an okay, and then returned to Area 3 of Server D, sending a large order to you and I. Making money is destiny, sister. I have a way to get the heat-resistant coating, but I need your strong help. More you and I help. You see my vehicle is about to melt. I need heat-resistant coating too. Making money is destiny. I need your stun incense and sleep incense, as many as you have. It would be best to have it done within 2 to 3 days. If you lack any materials, I'll help you collect them. More you and I okay. I exchanged a lot of materials a few days ago. I just can't keep up. Lu Tao immediately restored her small item-making machine to its initial state and sent it over. Making money is destiny. I'll lend you the machine first. The second one will be ready by tonight, and you'll After contacting Lu Tao, quickly posted in the chat channel to buy poison or hidden weapons. At the front of the vehicle, the merchant flag flutters on its own, forming a shimmering golden arrow pointing in the direction of the flag. Does this indicate the presence of other merchants within 100 kilometers? I must find him. Without hesitation, Lu Tao made a quick judgment, swiftly gathering all supplies and racing towards the direction of the arrow at lightning speed. The vehicle carved a winding path through the grassland, deviating from its original course. An hour later, hints of green emerged from the withered roots of the grass surrounding her. The vehicle bounced along the grassland, the previous heat transforming into a sticky humidity. Lu Tao gripped the steering wheel, puzzled and frowning, when the front wheels suddenly sank without warning. Her expression changed, and she grabbed her weapon before jumping out of the vehicle. Before she could steady herself, she felt a pulling force from beneath her feet. She held her breath and looked at the front wheels. She saw that the 2 front wheels were pressing down on the thick grass, leaning towards a sunken muddy pit below. Lu Tao felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. It's a swamp. Almost instantly she stopped her movements and put away her weapon, slowly lying down above the muddy pit, and only then was she able to pull her feet out of the muck. Don't rush. Take it slow. Lu Tao began to gather wood, laying one piece after another underneath her body until she finally managed to pull herself out of the mud pit, letting out a sigh of relief before quickly checking the vehicle. In just over 10 minutes, the front of the vehicle had already sunk by a quarter. The good news was that her brakes were effective, only the front was stuck. But if she looked away for a moment, the entire vehicle might tip over into the mud. She clenched her jaw and quickly started placing wooden planks under the front wheels. Once the sinking speed was alleviated, she hurriedly looked inside the vehicle. Her small mint green hat and cap were still obediently in place. Lu Tao breathed a sigh of relief and hastened to lay wooden boards under the wheels until she could step on it. Without stopping, she rushed to the back of the vehicle, tied 2 drag nets together onto the hitch, and pulled back with all her might until the drag rope tightened, then quickly piled a large stack of wood on top of the drag net. Testing the strength, she spat out the mud in her mouth and crawled toward the driver's seat. While crawling, she thought about the possibility that the merchants she encountered might be poorer than her. If that's the case, she would just drive away. She could easily predict that the merchant she was about to encounter probably wasn't a rare opportunity. They were both just a couple of unlucky souls waiting for one another to rescue. She had to charge a rescue fee. Lu Tao slammed the door shut, gripping the steering wheel with a serious expression, and stepped on the gas to reverse. The tires emitted a buzzing sound as mud splashed against the vehicle. The front wheels slowly landed on the wooden boards, and with a pop they pulled out of the mud, causing Lu Tao's tense heart to suddenly relax. After driving out of the muddy pit, Lu Tao leaned back against her seat, drenched in sweat. The merchant flag ahead continued to flash its arrow, urging her to reunite with her companions. This was merely a reunion. It didn't care whether the reunion would mean life or death. Lu Tao bit her lip, gazing at the dense grass ahead, contemplating a serious question. Should she move forward or not? Greed and reason tugged at her once more. This time, reason gradually gained the upper hand, only to be pushed down again by Lu Tao. This was the first merchant she encountered. If she missed this chance, who knew when she would meet another? Moreover, she needed to enter the indigenous gathering and required an identification document from a large merchant association. Lu Tao licked her dry lips, looking at the flickering golden arrow. She was determined. But instead of following the arrow directly, she gathered the wood and stones she had previously set down and laid them out in front of her to check for any mud pits. If she could make it through, she would drive a little further and then get out to find the road again, continuing to lay down wood. She continued back and forth, but after only 200 or 300 meters, she was already exhausted, her head spinning. The worst news was that there was still over an hour until nightfall. While searching for a path, she set herself a timeline. Continue forward, but if it gets dark and she hasn't encountered any merchants, she would return. She hadn't slept well for 2 days, relying solely on energy pills to combat the debuffs. She needed rest and had to prepare for tonight's opening to pry open doors. After continuing for another 300 meters, she was so worn out that she couldn't speak, picking up her stone axe to strike at the rocks. The sound of clanging echoed, and a hoarse voice filled with surprise came from not far away. "Is there a merchant from the Alliance? I'm here to help me." Finally found someone. Lu Tao let out a sigh of relief, but did not rush forward. Instead, she pulled out her spiked club and cautiously pushed aside the grass ahead, mindful of the indigenous attack incidents in Area 3 of A server, needing to be more cautious. A few dozen meters ahead, Lu Tao brushed aside the last patch of grass and saw a medium-sized double-decker vehicle more than 10 meters long. It was deeply trapped in a muddy pit, half of the vehicle already submerged with the upper half exposed to the air, revealing bright glass windows, smooth wooden exterior stairs, and a shaded area on the top level. A large colorful painting adorned the side of the vehicle, depicting a majestic griffin soaring high, with a middle-aged man in the hot air balloon below, waving his hands enthusiastically, holding a golden egg in his left hand and an orange flag in his right, alongside a line of short colorful text. "Wang Wu, little paw prince, your live's little companion." At that moment, the chubby middle-aged man in the painting was struggling in the driver's seat, while another character was flapping its wings in distress, trying to lift the driver's seat. After failing once, it tried again with great perseverance. "Stop trying to grab it, William. If you keep this up, I really won't be able to get up. I told you to stop. Stop trying." The griffin, covered in mud, had its sharp, steady eyes emanating a foolish clarity, repeatedly flapping its wings in an effort to pull at the front of the vehicle. With each tug, the front of the vehicle sank a little further. Lu Tao thought to herself, "It's still just an advertisement fooling people." But this was one of the top 10 businesses on the leaderboard. Lu Tao lowered her guard and walked to the edge. "Do you need help, eh?" Tatafu immediately spotted Lu Tao, excitedly raising both hands towards her. Yes. You're the merchant guided by the road flag, right? My name is Tatafu, a secondary merchant of Wang Wu, little paw prince. Please save me. I will pay the rescue fee and compensate you for the friendship of taking the risk to come here. This is a fundamental rule we road merchants always abide by. Help comes with a return, Lu Tao realized. So one of the functions of the merchant flag was to rescue fellow merchants. No wonder it kept flashing and guiding the way. But it was also too insensitive. What if the rescue team had an accident? While Lu Tao pondered these thoughts and took a few steps forward, Tatafu immediately stopped her. "Don't go forward, it's all sludge ahead." Lu Tao quickly halted, accepting the other party's kindness, and began to introduce herself from a distance. "I am Lu Tao, a first-level merchant. Let's talk about the rest once you and your vehicle are pulled up." Tatafu nodded vigorously, opening the driver's seat and gesturing for Lu Tao to look at his feet. "I'm stuck." His left ankle was caught on a protruding horizontal bar, a head swollen and completely immovable. The space was extremely narrow, and the griffin's large beak could not fit inside. Lu Tao suddenly realized. No wonder the griffin didn't pick anyone up, but rather grabbed the front of the vehicle. Lu Tao decisively said, "They'll come over and see how to handle this first." Tatafu let out a sigh of relief, also observing Lu Tao. This first-level merchant was very young, but daring to conduct business on the scorching summer road alone must mean he had his skills and strength. So after thanking him and reminding him to pay attention to safety, he eagerly awaited Lu Tao's rescue. The young first-level merchant skillfully laid down wooden planks, even placing blocks under the 4 tires to slow down the sinking speed before moving towards the driver's seat. He felt even more relieved. Lu Tao the merchant seemed to truly have experience. If she knew his thoughts, she would undoubtedly be proud to tears. Envious after hours of laying planks, her arms aching, back sore, and legs numb. All the way to the driver's seat, Lu Tao quickly went to check on Tatafu's trapped left foot. Tatafu explained with frustration, there was originally a safe route here, but perhaps due to this year's weather the fog erosion area has also changed. By the time I realized, the vehicle had already reached here, and the vehicle's front sank, causing the horizontal bar to pop up, but my right foot could still press the accelerator. A large merchant association has a safe passage route through the fog erosion area. Lu Tao was both shocked and eager to possess it. But trading was a matter for later, saving a person was the priority. She took out her toolbox, wielding pliers, a stone axe, and a shovel to pry, cut, and chop. Above, the griffin's large head mismatched with the vehicle's paint swayed left and right following Lu Tao's movements, and soon its eyes were spinning like incense coils. With a sound it dumbly lowered its big head. Lu Tao tightened her lips as morality and humor battled fiercely within her. Tatafu struggled to salvage his dignity. William is actually quite majestic, well, at least in appearance. It seemed to know it was being talked about, and the griffin let out another sound, lying flat to look down its big head, coming into intimate contact with her. Who understands the shock brought by a large, fierce, cute creature? Lu Tao was filled with expressions of cuteness, her expression barely holding together. Tatafu patted William's big head. This is enough. When I'm in danger, although it adds a sweet burden at the front of the vehicle, it never thought of running away. That's the best partner. However, at that moment, I was hoping it would hurry to find someone to rescue me. William's hard beak cautiously brushed against the hand raised by Tatafu. Ah, she was not envious. Once the banana sprite recovered, she would also have the best partner in the universe. Just as she was reflecting on this deep bond, Tatafu suddenly changed the topic. So Lu Tao the merchant, have you ever thought about having a partner? Our Wangwu paw print animal partners are exceptionally excellent, and William is one of the outstanding representatives. Lu Tao was prying the horizontal bar under his foot when she heard this, her lips twitching as she met his gaze, then glanced at William. Tatafu awkwardly coughed and hurriedly urged William to fly far away from the top of the vehicle. Sorry, my occupational habit kicked in. Let's first solve the safety issue, and we'll talk about the rest later, haha. What a businessman. Lu Tao was very familiar with this taste, the flavor of prioritizing money over life. Under Lu Tao's hard work and William's flapping wings providing her with a breeze, the horizontal bar cracked with a snap, and Tatafu finally escaped. He excitedly moved his ankle, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank you, I'm really grateful. The main act is just beginning, Lu Tao said, hands on her hips, looking at the vehicle that was more than twice the size of her own. Pulling the vehicle out was simple. She would use her vehicle to tow Tatafu's. But Tatafu's vehicle was too big and heavy. Tatafu also realized this point. He'll go get the things from inside the vehicle immediately. William can also fly to lighten the weight. The rest will trouble you. Taking advantage of the daylight, the two hurriedly split up to act. Tatafu rushed into the vehicle to gather supplies, while Lu Tao returned the same way to drive. The two of them and the griffin worked hard to lay down wooden planks, finally connecting to the hitch at the back of the vehicle. Everything was ready. William flew into the air, and Tatafu returned to the driver's seat to start the vehicle. Lu Tao on the shore stepped on the accelerator to reverse. For safety's sake, she also hung a full net of stones at the front of the vehicle to increase the weight. Her previous decision to trade for wood and stones was absolutely correct. Planks and stones were the most fundamental, yet crucial materials. Half an hour later, the vehicle finally detached from the swamp and drove out of the mire along the wooden planks. Tatafu let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, I'm really very grateful. If it weren't for you, I would have been done for today. This is the rescue fee. Please don't refuse. Tatafu handed over a golden card, and Lu Tao looked down. It turned out to be a limit of 1,000 gold cards. All her fatigue vanished in an instant. A dangerous thought popped up, but was immediately dismissed. This kind of rescue was too risky, it was better to come less often. But now was the time for harvest, and being happy was only natural. Her golden card limit had exceeded 4 digits. Lu Tao took the golden card, her smile radiant. Then I want. Tatafu naturally smiled knowingly. You worked hard to save me, so you should definitely accept the fee you deserve. There is gain only with sacrifice. This is the rule of our merchant guild. The two merchants exchanged glances and smirked in tacit agreement. Next is the gift to thank you for the rescue, Tatafu said, taking out a hand-drawn map from his spatial tool. When I first became a road merchant, I encountered too many dangers and desperately wanted a safe path and map from a large merchant association. However, the maps of each association are confidential and bound by contracts, so I couldn't give them to you. But this is a part of the summer road map I drew myself before joining Wangwu Paw Print. It is not under contract restrictions. It might not be accurate due to how long it's been, but it should still hold some residual value. Tatafu's private map details a hand-drawn map by second-level merchant Tatafu, documenting a fog erosion area that Tatafu passed through but never entered. Do you want to use Tatafu's map to enter the 24-hour limited secret realm? Yes, no. Lu Tao's eyes suddenly brightened as she suppressed her excitement and took the map. Thank you, I really need it, and I will make good use of it. A 24-hour limited secret realm map. That card for entering the fog erosion area within 24 hours will come in handy. Tatafu sighed in relief and took out a list of goods from his pocket. Now we come to the most important moment, the mutual trade. Come on, it's time to showcase the richness of our shelves. The two exchanged glances and eagerly rushed towards their vehicles. They had to make a profit from each other. They absolutely couldn't return empty-handed. Lu Tao also had a plan to obtain information about the road assembly from Tatafu, this cunning and crafty peer. She utilized all her professional acuity to meticulously search the shelves and her backpack for the heartwarming supplies that would entice Tatafu. These are all exquisite items I've carefully selected, perfect for the scorching summer road, and absolutely in line with your needs. Feel free to look and choose. Today's purchase quota is completely filled, and with every 1,000 gold cards spent there's an additional lottery event. As she downloaded the gear, she saw Tatafu confidently handing over a list with the same intention of making a... In that moment 2 words occupied her mind. I want it. I usually don't show these to ordinary people. Merchant Lu Tao. Her heart raced. She felt that today's adventure was incredibly worthwhile. The ice basin, the exhaust fan, the lights. She wanted them all. She opened the list, her eyes shining once more. Nutritional supplements purchase quota 3 priced at 50 gold cards. Disinfectant and hemostatic gel purchase quota 3 priced at 120 gold cards. Removable self-cleaning toilet purchase quota 1 priced at 500 gold cards. Crested dog puppy 1 priced at 5,000 gold cards. Return yen eggs purchase quota 1 priced at 2,000 gold cards. Shadow cat puppy 1 priced at 10,000 gold cards. Lu Tao held her breath, her face written with a determined desire. Nutritional supplements could replenish the trace elements she lacked due to a single diet, while the disinfectant and hemostatic gel were essential medical supplies. As for the removable toilet, Lu Tao expressed that she truly needed it. Even the 3 types of animal pups precisely struck her heart. Crested dogs are loyal and vigilant. Shadow cat puppies can blend into shadows, and the unique nesting behavior of the return yen allows them to find the right path when lost. Unfortunately, she herself has been living on the edge of hunger. It would be unwise to harm small animals. Moreover, she couldn't afford them. Reluctantly pulling back her gaze, Lu Tao immediately placed an order: nutritional supplements, disinfectant, and hemostatic gel, removable toilet. I want them all, please fill my quota. Coincidentally, she had just spent the rescue funds, and even had to pay an additional 10 gold cards. But encountering a merchant was already extremely fortunate. She had to buy everything she could. However, Tatafu's products seemed a bit limited. A moment of doubt flashed through Lu Tao's mind. Tatafu also expressed his confusion. Thank you for your patronage, a total of 1,010 gold cards. But Merchant Lu Tao, it seems you don't have animal companions, right? What do you need these for? Don't you want to take a look at our Wangwu small paw print animal companions? To thank you for your help, I've brought out my best resources. Missing this opportunity would be truly regrettable. Lu Tao suddenly looked down at the list, then quickly glanced at Tatafu and the Griffin William perched on the car roof. Finally realizing where the misunderstanding lay, both she and Tatafu had a cognitive disparity. Merchant Grocer. So these 3 products are all meant for animal companions. But who said only animals could use these? Lu Tao remained exceptionally calm. I'm using them myself. Could the Wangwu small paws animal supplies not meet human usage standards? Tatafu immediately denied. Of course not, if our animal supplies definitely comply with human product requirements. She smiled radiantly. Then that's settled. Humans are also animals, of course I can use them too. Tatafu remained silent for 2 seconds, his face filled with the shock of I can't believe you're this ruthless, and solemnly handed over the items Lu Tao needed. Merchant Lu Tao, with such determination, you will succeed at anything. Lu Tao nodded in agreement. As money exchanged hands for goods, she received her supplies, revealing a perfect smile with 8 shining teeth. Now it's my turn. The supplies I've prepared are also meticulously chosen, perfectly suited to your current needs, and are also the summer road's hottest items. With every 1,000 gold cards spent, I'll also give you a small gift. Wasn't this his promotional line? Tatafu's eyes sparkled. I'm very much looking forward to it. Merchant Lu Tao, you are selling basic supplies, a very wise choice for newcomers. I need a batch of stones and wood to repair my vehicle, and I also need tree resin, and, before he could finish, he saw what Lu Tao had produced, and his breath became shaky, a magical tool. Indigenous items also belong to precious and scarce supplies. Lu Tao suddenly realized this from Tatafu's attitude, and promptly revised her promotional language. The Green Sun hat can reduce body temperature by 3 degrees in any high temperature, an absolute summer road bestseller, perfectly meeting your need for outdoor business, and reducing your risk of heat stroke. If it weren't for our lives being intertwined, I wouldn't be willing to part with it. I want it. How many gold cards? I'll buy it. Tatafu's eyes were already glued to it. Only exchanging for similar cooling supplies. The exchange value depends on the worth of the item you offer, and I'll cover the price difference. Lu Tao nearly blurted out ice basin. She had inspected it carefully. The ice blocks in the basin had remained solid without melting at all. What she lacked was a continuous cooling item for the vehicle. Tatafu lamented, I don't have the selling qualifications. As expected, Lu Tao once again confirmed her suspicions. The road merchant's supplies were very accurately categorized. But this opportunity must not be missed, as she had to seize it from Tatafu. Lu Tao shrugged, displaying a regretful expression as she put away the Green Sun hat and brought out the next item. Tire cooling stickers can reduce the high temperatures generated by your tires in contact with the road, decreasing the risk of tire melting by 20. I can sell you 2 since I don't have many left. The quota is already filled. If you want to exchange for a light source for the vehicle, you'll also need to cover the price difference according to the supply price. She had observed earlier that Tatafus' tire outer layer had signs of melting. He definitely couldn't resist. Tatafus' eyes were already glued to the items, his expression torn and hesitant. She knew that claims of having no qualifications were just excuses. The shrewd merchant Tatafus certainly had his own trading channels. Lu Tao pressed on car incense, an extremely useful tool. Whenever you drive and feel fatigued, it will passively grant you a 2-hour buff of clarity, reducing the risks we encounter on the road. Tatafu became even more obsessed. For someone who just flipped their vehicle, what could be more important than reducing risk? He breathed heavily. I really don't have selling qualifications. Lu Tao put away the item, gesturing her palms to him. Tatafu resolved, but I have a private exchange quota. We must sign a private transaction contract, and I'll need to report it to the Road Merchants Union to prove I'm not selling privately. This is all the quota I've saved for a year, prepared for consumption when I encounter the Eternal City. Lu Tao struck a mystical pose, but it's worth it. This time it was Tatafu who felt the pain. What do you want from me? Just say it. This is the sentence I've been waiting for. Lu Tao gasped, saying, I need as many ice basins, vehicle lights, and exhaust fans as you have. And I also need the entry proof for the summer road gathering. She wanted everything. Especially the gathering proof. She wanted it desperately. Tatafu frowned at her words. The first 3 are not a problem. I can trade them with my quota. However, I don't have the authority to give the entry proof, as that is reserved for level 3 merchants. But, Lu Tao held her breath, eagerly asking, but you must have a way, right? Tatafu said proudly, though I can't let you directly obtain the entry proof, I have an entry ticket for the basement of the rotating city in 5 days. There will be a small event where level 1 merchants sell items, and the reward for that event is the entry proof for the indigenous gathering of the road in question. If you manage to obtain it, you can just in time make it to this month's road gathering. Lu Tao's eyes brightened. There was actually a pleasant surprise. She decisively said, I want the entry ticket. The selling event in the rotating city sounded lively. She had to go. Whether it's the entry ticket for the rotating city or the gathering proof, she was incredibly greedy and wanted to get them. Tatafu hinted, I spent a lot to acquire this. I was originally planning to enjoy it that day. Since you Lu Tao need it, I will trade it to you. Lu Tao said, he'll trade the entry ticket for 1 tire cooling sticker. Her props were precious too. Tatafu thought for a moment. It was neither a loss nor a profit. Deal? My ice basin has only 1 spare that I can give you. But the light is electric, and I think it's not suitable for you, so I prepared a solar lamp for you. The downside is that it's not very durable. It can only be used for 4 hours after being exposed to the sun for a day. As for the exhaust fan, I really don't have any extra, but I can dismantle my exhaust fan for you. This is proof of our life and death partnership. Lu Tao was not fooled. A solar lamp is not as good as your electric lamp, so wanting 3 is not too much, right? It would be best to dismantle 2 exhaust fans, 1 for the top of the car and 1 for the rear. That would be just right. Do you lack tools? Just in time, the toolbox hasn't been put away yet. Let's dismantle it together before it gets dark and complete the trade. But these are still not enough for my 3 props. I need an additional payment of 100 gold coins. The two looked at each other. They realized they were both tough negotiators and rolled up their sleeves for another round of negotiation. In the end, Lu Tao obtained 1 ice basin, 2 solar lamps, 2 exhaust fans, 1 entry ticket for the basement of the rotating city, and an additional payment of 100 gold coins, plus an extra purchase of 500 wood and stone. As for the rubber and iron, Lu Tao didn't have enough, so naturally there would be no trade. After signing the agreement, the payment and delivery were done simultaneously. Tatafu put on a green sun hat, feeling cool, yet pained, saying, I've lost half of my profit on you this time. Lu Tao joyfully counted her supplies and countered, but you can't find these items elsewhere. These are all unique supplies of mine. Don't you think they're worth it? Tatafu agreed, super valuable. Lu Tao said, that's right, nothing is more important than one's life. Investing in life is the most worthwhile. After Lu Tao finished speaking, she handed Tatafu a piece of dried mango, saying, thank you for your patronage. Please accept this small gift. Consuming it will grant 15 stamina. Before Tatafu could express his gratitude, Lu Tao swiftly changed the subject, saying, since my spending limit has reached 1,000, isn't there a lottery event? Tatafu's lips twitched, and he nodded. Yes, do you want to draw now? Lu Tao replied, wait a moment. She ran back to the vehicle, took out the lucky hourglass, and flipped it over. The beautiful sand quickly fell. She washed her hands and petted the little mint and banana sprites in a series of actions, ensuring that when she got off the vehicle, the hourglass would just finish dropping its sand. Lu Tao looked at her information. Name Lu Tao. Health 610. Stamina 61100. Fatigue debuff is being offset by energy pills. Spirit 91,135. Strength 4. Hey, you can PK with a kangaroo. Agility 5. When you run for your life, your legs move faster than half the people. Luck 41 limited time until 2358. Your current luck in the scratch-off can win you $100. Attributes none. Occupation level 1 road grocer. Current accumulated value 1521000. Sun exposure value 52100. When the sun exposure value reaches 30, you will be at risk of heat stroke. Skill blood road return 11 stubbornness. Title trading pioneer. Summer road recognition 1. Tadafu was already waiting at the spot next to a lottery machine with colorful lights flashing. Inside the transparent 1-meter sphere, it was filled with small white balls rolling and turning inside the sphere. Tadafu said, "Is there a metaphysical blessing?" Useless. This lottery machine isolates all metaphysics and other external aids, relying solely on luck. Come on, it's time to show your luck. How coincidental. Her luck was one enough to potentially win $100 from a scratch-off. Lu Tao reached out with great anticipation. Clearly the transparent sphere was 1 meter in size, yet it felt like she was reaching into an ocean without boundaries. The small balls curiously touched her hand and quickly dodged away. Some of the small balls playfully spun in her palm and then turned into a stream of water sliding away. What an unusual lottery. Lu Tao earnestly tried to scoop the small balls, but each one slipped out of her palm. Just when she thought it was hopeless, a small ball lazily rolled into her palm and lay still. "It's you." Lu Tao grasped it and pulled it out. The small ball burst open, revealing a palm-sized capsule in her hand. Lazy bug hatchling capsule. Details: a lazy bug that doesn't want to move regardless of wind or rain, cold or sunny weather. Sleeping with it will double your sleeping experience. P.S. Yes, if you sleep for 4 hours, it's equivalent to sleeping for 8 hours. A super item that makes the liver players cry and the roll kings feel energized. It is your ultimate partner after staying up for 42 hours and still rolling. The capsule cracked open, and a plump lazy bug glanced at Lu Tao, blinked, and then plopped down in her palm, its body changing from a tender yellow to a shining golden color. Lu Tao was shocked, surprised, and dumbfounded. "Why did it change color?" Tadafu said quietly. "It can sense the changes in its owner's emotions and color its skin." "Are you thinking about profiting from me with those 100 gold coins?" Lu Tao quickly denied. "No." Tadafu clutched his chest, saying, "You actually drew an animal partner. Its diet is quite diverse, that likes to eat tender leaves and fruits, and meat is also acceptable. That's it, Lu Tao merchant. Our trade is complete. See you in summer next time. I hope next time I can make some money from you. I really lost a lot today." Tadafu showed a pained expression and unhesitatingly closed the door and got into the vehicle. The sound of the vehicle starting came, and William spun around nearby, following the vehicle as it flew towards the dense thicket of reeds. Lu Tao gently poked the lazy bug. It looked somewhat like a silkworm, but rounder, with pairs of slender legs, a head with a pair of antennae and black eyes. Now it had turned completely golden. Even its antennae were golden. It looked like a big chunk of soft gold. At her gentle poke, the lazy bug just flicked its tail and continued to sleep. Carefully placing it on her hat, it seemed to sense the coolness and happily wriggled a couple of times, turning the same color as the green sun hat, and went back to sleep. Tadafu's vehicle had already vanished, and only then did Lu Tao look at the random trade reward in front of her. Random reward obtained: entry ticket for the basement of the rotating city, 1, no expiration date. Thinking of today's gains, Lu Tao jumped with excitement, eager to return to the car to organize her haul. 3 bottles of nutritional supplements with 100 tablets each would last her a long time. 3 bottles of disinfectant hemostatic gel, each capable of 30 sprays. A detachable toilet animal version made of waterproof fabric, supported by a frame and folds up without taking much space. 2 solar lamps, perfect for recharging on the scorching summer roads, though 8 hours is sufficient for her use. 2 car exhaust fans can help expel the stagnant hot air within the vehicle, accelerating circulation. As for the ice basin, Lu Tao put it to use immediately. She poured water into the double-layered metal ice basin, and soon the water crystallized into a small iceberg, continuously emitting coolness. Coupled with the cool air blown by the small fan, Lu Tao felt so comfortable that she wanted to sigh. Then came the 2 biggest gains. A 24-hour limited-time secret realm entry ticket 2, and one of them has no time limit. Next are the gains from today's chicken coop search: 21 second-grade straw, 51 first-grade straw, 32 steel feathers, and 357 stones. What a busy and happy day it has been. Lu Tao hugged the lazy bug on her hat and gave it a kiss. She then rushed over to give a peck to the little mint and banana sprite. The banana sprite still had 20 health points, and Lu Tao felt relieved for the moment. She glanced at the planting pot that would take another 5.5 hours to complete, and took the opportunity to install the 2 exhaust fans. Everything set, she leaned back against the driver's seat. There was a solar lamp on the roof, and the ice basin beside it continued to release coolness as the exhaust fan whirred. Lu Tao sighed in comfort, then remembered the unopened bottle of ice water blind box. Unscrewing the cup, she saw a whole cup of Americano coffee, emitting a strong aroma of milk and beef. Lu Tao First there was the double sleep brought by the lazy bug, then the caffeine stimulation of the Americano. Is she going to directly purify her sleep from now on? Please no. She loves sleeping and cherishes the enjoyment of it. But just when she prepared a large high-end RV to indulge, the RV was gone, and she entered the game with nothing. What else can she do? Of course she has to work again. Otherwise she would wake up in the middle of the night counting her fingers to realize how poor she was, and how could she sleep? After resting for a few minutes, Lu Tao struggled to get up from the driver's seat. Tatafu had left nearly 20 minutes ago, and should be far away by now. Oh, it was time for her to get down to business for the night. With the lazy bug around, her plans also changed. While it was still light, she stepped back onto the wooden board towards the mud pit, keen to confirm the land and mud pit areas before dark. She drove the car onto the designated safe land, noted the safe route, and collected all the wood. The venom of the colorful poison snake was squeezed into a small box made of banana leaves, beginning to decorate her beloved vehicle. After the gopher's sharp teeth touched the venom, it was smeared on the car that had been coated with tree glue. The doors, windows, back door, stairs, tires, and the underside of the car were all marked. Not a single key position was missed. After consuming all the gopher's sharp teeth, Lu Tao clapped her hands in satisfaction. Although she didn't know how to make the vehicle's outer shell spikes, it was still possible to use materials to create some simple defense methods. Once everything was done, Lu Tao opened the long unopened light screen, privately messaging about buried mines. Making money is the essence. Can your bombs be used separately? Give me 100 of them. Buried mines gasped. Sister, who offended you? Why are you so harsh? Of course they can be used directly. Making money is the essence. Are you selling? Buried mines, yes. Wait for me to give you 50 first. Oh, I can definitely finish the other 50 tonight. Making money is the essence. Okay, collecting wood. You initiated a trade with 300, followed closely by bomb balls 50. You received a random rebate. Bomb balls 3. Collecting bomb balls, Lu Tao climbed onto the roof of the car to check the best spots to throw the bombs, confirming it before returning to the car to open the light screen. Just then night fell. Lu Tao hurriedly took out the cooling shower, tied it with a sturdy rope, and threw it into the nearby mud pit. There is water in the mud. Who knows, it might absorb some. Trying it wouldn't hurt. With this thought, she lit a small hanging lamp, climbed onto the vehicle, chewed on a steamed bun for dinner, and opened A Suit Zone 3. The conversation with just prying the door was still hanging on the chat channel's homepage, and Lu Tao chewed on the dry steamed bun, leisurely sending a thrilling greeting. Making money is the essence. Good evening, everyone. Just doing my daily advertisement. If you need any trading materials, remember to message me privately. Just prying the door. Why haven't you come yet? That's right. These traps she set up were all prepared for just prying the door team. Although she felt the other party couldn't cross servers, she wouldn't just wait idly and would ensure everything was ready for peace of mind. Moreover, this is the fog erosion zone. She must remain vigilant while spending the night here. Just prying the door. Ha, still daring to me. Just wait, within an hour, I will hang your miserable state on the chat channel. Making money is the essence. Oh, come quickly, otherwise I might fall asleep. The trading platform stone inventory is already full, so don't hesitate to get what you want. Just prying the door. Just wait for me. Making money is the essence. Cat yawning. JPG, you have said that many times. I am waiting. Hurry up. Does anyone have materials they want? You can ask me privately. After all, private messages are free, and what if I have it? Just prying the door. You triple X. Making money is the essence. Cursing, ignoring. Let me advertise again. I am collecting blueprints and props. The players peeking from all around gasped. Who is this player that just appeared a day ago? So arrogant, so bold, so carefree. They had long wanted to mock. Just prying the door. A thief entered the game and unexpectedly gained such an outrageous profession, causing significant losses to the server's players. The pent-up anger of the players was accumulating like a volcano about to erupt. And now someone came forward to counter. Just prying the door. Will this player survive the night? Are her preparations enough? The players silently watched tonight. Lu Tao struggled to finish a steamed bun, feeling that the stimulation she gave to just prying the door was enough, then opened the group chat. Dwajia Yumi, ha ha ha, that old brother's little brother has already run away. Half. Making money is the essence. Sister, you are amazing. With fewer people supplying him, let's see how he earns blood-steamed buns. Fist to the head. Ha, this idiot. If we could meet, I would definitely kill him. By Mu, good news, he lost badly. This time 5 players in the squad leaders group ran away. Making money is the essence. Boss, your news is a bit too well informed. Do you have any more good news to share? Making money is the essence. I have a bit of a surprise today. Do you need nutritional supplements? Just a reminder, these are animal supplies. Since we are in the game, don't say nutritional supplements. I would even eat dog food. After all, dog food is much more nutritious than steamed buns. Fist to the head. Good stuff. Let's trade. Don't say I have eaten dog food. It's crispy fish meat flavor better than steamed buns. By Mu, same here. Let's trade. I knew it would be like this. Tatafu still doesn't understand the player community. Don't mention animal nutritional supplements. Even mud would be tasted when hungry. She opened a bottle of nutritional supplement ready to divide it into 3 portions, when suddenly she heard a strange and muffled sound of a door opening. Lu Tao halted her movements, picking up the domineering wolf's tooth club as she approached the car door. The faint yet clear sound of door prying could be heard from outside, and Lu Tao held her breath, focusing intently. Until an impatient voice exclaimed, "Damn it, why can't I pry it open?" Lu Tao grasped the door handle and yanked the driver's door open. The night was pitch black, and the humid air of the mist-eroded area hit her face. A few meters away, a semi-transparent door lock appeared in the air, being pried incessantly by a drill bit, producing a clanging noise. Damn, this money-making is my destiny. I must have a prop to counter his skills. Let's go, there's no time to waste. They'll come back tomorrow. Well, I refuse to believe there's a door I can't pry open. Boss, our team didn't get anything tonight. Will you still take us tomorrow? That's none of my business. The semi-transparent door lock vanished completely, accompanied by increasingly indistinct voices. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lu Tao's eyes as she opened the light screen. Mortaro, what's wrong with you suddenly disappearing? Do you need help? Fist to the head, hang on, I have a prop that's incredibly useful in fights. Bai Mu encountered trouble. Lu Tao felt warmth in her heart and hurriedly replied. Money is my fate. No, just had something come up suddenly. Give me half an hour and I can resolve it. After sending it, she quickly clicked to switch channels. Money is my fate. No, everything is fine. Just had a little issue come up. Give me half an hour. She swiftly switched to the chat channel of Area 3 on Server A. Money is my fate. I'm advertising again. If anyone wants to trade, feel free to message me privately. Just pranking, didn't you say you would bring the glass crafting blueprint to find me? Why haven't you come yet? Money is my fate, collecting banana tree leaves, banana tree fibers, and banana tree sap. Just pranking, why aren't you speaking? Do you not like to talk? If you don't come soon, I'm going to sleep. Money is my fate, collecting pine tree sap, pine flowers, and rosin stones, collecting in large quantities. Still been here, pried open, and left in disgrace. Just pranking, you wait for me, you'll definitely die tomorrow. Money is my fate, need vine grass, is anyone on it? Little brother returned empty-handed tonight. How can the boss not take responsibility? Remember to compensate me. The chat channel fell silent again, entering a ghostly state. Lu Tao waited for a while. Her private messages exploded like crazy since the day she sold wood. Some unfamiliar players sent shocked messages, while others asked if she knew some secret. Some even wanted her to share how to block just pranking for free. Lu Tao ignored them all until Rabbit 8 sent a shocked emoji. Rabbit 8, you actually blocked him? No way, he really came and failed. Money is my fate, exclusive news not given away for free. Rabbit 8, wait for me a few minutes. In almost 10 seconds, a group invitation pop-up appeared. Rabbit 8 invites you to join the Kill the Robber group. Do you accept? Lu Tao clicked accept, and a new group chat popped up. Without chapter, welcome. Chen CC, welcome. Money is my fate, you are amazing. I still can't believe it. Apart from players who betrayed, you are the first one to survive in the entire server. Audita can't think. Money is my fate, welcome to the group. Let me quit. 3 exclamation marks sent to show respect. Windmill, it's the first time I've seen that idiot scared speechless. It feels great. Money is my fate. If there's something you'll run first, super satisfying. Welcome new members to the group. Let's strengthen our killing team. Rabbit 8, money is my fate. Everyone in the group is among the top players on this server, and we've only just contacted each other through many players' friends over the past few days. We do want to take down just pranking and have even prepared to concentrate all resources on one player to give it a try. Rabbit 8, we indeed want to know your information. How do you want to exchange it? Or is it about what we didn't finish discussing today? Money is my fate. Good evening, everyone. Rabbit 8, cooperation. I will exchange several important messages from personal experiments for the glass crafting blueprint and thermal insulation coating, and I can also provide logistical support like these sleep-inducing incense stone axe follow-up bomb ball, of course not for free. Finally, resources dropped by just pranking will be exchanged based on contribution. Finally, if anyone wants to make private trades, feel free to find me. There are still more good items I haven't shared. Windmill, as expected, it's all about making money. Your style is indeed unique. Without chapter, are you so sure? You can definitely kill him. Money is my fate, of course, it's my exclusive news. As long as we plan, well, we can definitely take him down. Windmill, I have a prop that suits your name, the stick fan, a summer essential. Do you want one? Windmill, I want it. I'll add you as a friend. Let's talk privately. Without chapter, Windmill, you shut up first. Windmill, awkward JPG, haha. Money is my fate. We'll discuss privately later. Without chapter, money is my fate. Yes, you can take the glass blueprint and thermal insulation coating. For the others, we will calculate based on contribution, but the premise is that we have to kill him first. After without chapter's reply, other players nodded in agreement. Lu Tao breathed a sigh of relief. She came to Area 3 on Server A to improve herself through trading and killing. Just pranking was also for her own benefit. There was no need for unnecessary words. Directly discussing profit sharing could lead to better cooperation. Money is my fate. Then I'll start with my news. 1. Just pranking skill does not directly open vehicle doors, but but uses skills to pry locks onto the road before attacking the vehicle. 2. He should not be able to bring hundreds of people to open doors. There are small team groupings. 3. Through their conversations I analyze that there may be disputes over uneven profit sharing among different groups. 4. Similarly, based on my analysis, his door prying skill has a time limit. If he doesn't pry it open within about 3 minutes, he will fail and must retreat. Finally, my blocking him from entering my road is a personal reason and is not a skill or prop that. Also, does anyone need Green Sun Hat? You can pre-order, it's in high demand right now. Without chapter, he'll pre-order, but let's discuss this later. Are you saying he will open the road first? Rabbit 8, then we can set traps on the road in advance. Audie de can't think money is my fate. Can you roughly tell how many people are in the team? Money is my fate. No, there was only the sound of just pranking in another person's conversation from start to finish. It'll directly show you the conversation transcript. Without chapter, okay, tomorrow's Green Sun Hat is reserved for you. Lu Tao sent the 4 sentences. Damn it, why can't I pry it open? Damn, this money making is my destiny. Oh, I must have a prop to counter his skills. Let's go, there's no time to waste. He'll come back tomorrow. Oh, I refuse to believe there's a door I can't pry open. Boss, our team didn't get anything tonight. Oh, will you still take us tomorrow? That's none of my business. Windmill. Amazing sister, being able to hear such important conversations means that just pranking isn't in a recruiting state for the little brothers below. They are directly bound by skills and vehicles. Without these 2 points. Windmill, there's potential. These messages are too important. Money is my fate, thank you. Money is my fate, so I think we can first use poison like sleep-inducing incense, dizziness incense, then throw bombs. If that doesn't work, we can run away by car. I also have tire acceleration props. By the way, let's use everything like web-dragging monster, drop poison sacks, and poisonous thorns. The first time, just escaping will be fine, and after obtaining more information, the second player can continuously wear down the robber. By the way, does anyone have props for collecting water sources? Money is my fate, just pranking looks like a suddenly rich thief. Oh, as long as we slightly provoke him in the chat channel, he won't be able to resist coming to pry doors and kill to prove his power. We can use this to continuously wear him down. How about it? Who has weaving skills? Urgently needed. Everyone. The group members fell silent. The group members were confused. What does it mean to rush into an adventure to gather resources and items, preparing to confront those who would pry open the door? Is fortune-telling reliable? It can clearly be sustained for consumption. Unwritten, just follow the method of making money. How everyone can provide more ideas. Making money is life. I plan to convert your contributions into points, so you can choose one item first. Unwritten, let's agree we'll start stimulating the door tonight and kill him as soon as possible. Rabbit 8, sister, okay, Windmill agreed. Let me quit, let's do it. Lu Tao looked at the row of replies, a joyful smile appearing on her face. She enjoyed collaborating with such straightforward players. Making money is life. You all discuss. I'll contact for supplies and items. I will provide them to you by tomorrow night, and those who want to buy separately can message me privately. Windmill, let's trade the small fan tomorrow. After sending that, she immediately switched outfits and opened the resource-rich group to initiate a trade. Making money is life initiated a trade for nutritional supplements. 33 Duo Jia Uni initiated a trade with you for excitement incense to exchange nutritional supplements. 33 Bai Mu initiated a trade with you for carrying small trailer to exchange nutritional supplements. 33 Quan Dao 2 initiated a trade with you for tri-folding axe to exchange nutritional supplements. 33 Excitement incense detail. After use, you will gain an excitement buff within a 5-meter range, increasing strength by 1 for 5 minutes. Side effect: after use, experience the softness of a noodle man for half an hour. Carrying small trailer detail can be installed on a mounting buckle carrying up to 300 kilograms of supplies. Tri-folding stone axe detail: what to do if one axe isn't enough for fighting. Trifold the axe you desire. This time no random trade rebates popped up. But Lu Tao was shocked. Lu Tao was delighted. Lu Tao went on a praise spree. Making money is life. Haven't seen you all for a day. Ooh, did everyone eat spinach from the mighty sailor? Why is everyone so overpowered? So amazing. Thank you all for the new items. Luckily she also had a boost today, or she wouldn't keep up with her teammates. Lu Tao collected 3 items in a row, then messaged everyone individually. Making money is life. Duo Jia Uni, add the excitement incense to the order. Sister, this item is too useful, please. Making money is life. By Mu, how many can the small trailer carry at maximum? I need your tire cooling patches. 6. Why 6? Cough, don't ask. Making money is life. Quan Dao 2, you've actually developed the trifold axe. Bring me another one, I really need it. Making money is life. Everyone, my profession is related to trading, so can I have more resource orders from 3 big bosses? Cat expectation JPG, Duo Jia Uni, my sister, I'll spoil you getting to work now. Quan Dao 2, is my trifold really that good? So satisfying after all. Strength is everything. A luck is not important. Bring on the orders, I'll take as many as there are. By Mu, I'll give you the tire cooling patches later. The small trailer can only carry 1. Change to nutritional supplements. That's quite cost effective. Making money is life. He encountered a super good opportunity, noticed the other party's needs, and reluctantly sold too. But it's only because of the big boss that I dared to sell. I won't say more. I'll show you my greatest harvest today, lazy worm. Duo Jia Uni a pet. Ah, it's so cute. Woo woo woo. I want to pinch it and touch it. Quan Quan Dao 2. Does it eat vegetarian or meat? I have plenty of rabbit legs. By Moo, it's super cute. Looking at her amazing friends, Lu Tao felt moved and sniffled, then turned to find Chef Xiaocheng. Making money is life. Are you still accepting orders now? I want 4 servings of banana shaved ice, and please help me process an egg. I will provide the materials and production fee. Chef Xiaocheng. Sure. 1 serving of banana shaved ice costs 25. What do you want to order 5 servings directly? We have a promotion: buy 5 get 1 free. Materials are currently scarce. The egg can only be steamed or fried, and the labor fee is 2 wood. Lu Tao immediately initiated a trade agreement for wood 130 to trade for banana shaved ice 5 and the production fee for the big fire egg. Chef Xiaocheng quickly signed. Chef Xiaocheng, how many servings of banana shaved ice do you want now? I can store them here and ship them daily. Making money is life. Please give me 4 servings first. Thank you. I want the egg fried. Chef Xiaocheng, banana shaved ice 4. Alright, I'll make the fried egg right away. This time, there was also no rebate. It seems that the larger the transaction amount, the more likely it is to happen. Lu Tao collected banana shaved ice 1, sending the other 3 servings to the group. Making money is life. Thank you all for your enthusiastic support. Woo woo, I'm so touched. Here's a bowl as a toast. Duo Jia Uni. Wow, I was just thinking of having dessert. My sister is so thoughtful. Quan Quan Dao 2. Ha ha, just fought a monster and got a bowl so refreshing. Bai Mu, delicious. Thank you, boss. Bai Mu privately sent her tire cooling patches 6. Bai Mu, use my small fan order to offset. Making money is life. Okay, I'll give you the fan tomorrow. Lu Tao also slapped her forehead in frustration. There had been too much going on these past 2 days, and she almost forgot. First, she sent the small fans 3, which she had rushed to make today, to Duo Jia Uni, settling the incense fee. She quickly wrote down Bai Mu's and Windmill's orders in her sketchbook. The reason she lost her memory today must be due to lack of sleep. It's definitely not that she forgot. First, she consumed 15 stamina to manually make small fans 1 and green sun hats 1. Lu Tao hurried to flip through her previous transaction records and saw the extra rabbit fur vest. Only then did she remember there was still something left to do. Among the 4 members in the group, Duo Jia Uni had the weakest combat power, so as soon as she saw that Rabbit 8's sister had increased defense vest, she immediately bought another one for Duo Jia Uni. She almost forgot. No, it's not forgetting, but it's the result of lack of sleep. Making money is life. Sister, I bought you a good thing, rabbit fur vest. Making money is life. Initiated a gift for you, rabbit fur vest 1. Duo Jia Uni. Cat excitedly spinning in circles. JPG, I really need this. Oh wait, I have something for you too. Duo Jia Uni initiated a gift for you, Peace Charm 1. Lu Tao couldn't help but feel excited. Her peace charm had already turned to ashes. She wanted to buy 1, but the other party didn't have time to deal with her. To her surprise, her sister actually helped her buy 1. The 2 smiled knowingly, sending each other a sticker, and immediately returned to seriousness. Duo Jia Uni. Sister, if your career is related to trading, do you have any thoughts on increasing the number of players in the group? Making money is life. Yes, but I was too busy today. If you have suitable candidates, you can recommend them. As long as 2 people in our group agree, we can bring in newcomers. Although the current private group is not as scarce as it was at the beginning, it remains a privilege for a portion of players. Moreover, the 4 players in the group have very decent and complementary professions, so Lu Tao doesn't want to casually add a few players. Duo Jia Uni. Chef Xiaocheng's profession is quite good, but I'm not familiar with her yet. Let's see. Making money is life. Okay. Just then Chef Xiaocheng sent a private message. Chef Xiaocheng, the fried egg is ready. Are you eating now? Making money is life now. Chef Xiaocheng sent you a dish fried big fire egg 1. Lu Tao immediately accepted. A serving of fried egg wrapped in banana leaves appeared before her. The aroma wafted, the color was golden, and because the egg was large, the serving was quite generous. Moved by heaven and earth. On the 8th day of entering the game, she finally had a good meal. After finishing a satisfying scrambled egg, the information also changed. Name Lu Tao. Health 1111. Stamina 61110. Insufficient sleep for 7 hours. Fatigue buff in effect. Mental 91,145. Strength 4. Hey, you can challenge a kangaroo. Aggressiveness 5. When you're escaping, your 2 legs can move faster than half of the people. Luck 41. Limited time until 1737. Your current luck in the scratch-off lottery could win you $100. Attributes none. Occupation level 1. Roadside grocer. Current accumulated value 1521000. Sun exposure 52100. When sun exposure reaches 30, you will be at risk of heatstroke. Skill blood route return 11. Stubbornness. Title transaction pioneer. Although still under the influence of fatigue, she felt that she could still go out and chop straw for an hour. But there was no need to be so overzealous now. On a scorching summer day, road recognition 1. She felt as if she were completely rejuvenated, with her strength and mental state increased by 10. After enjoying a banana snow cone, Lu Tao, feeling full and satisfied, couldn't help but yawn and decided to let herself sleep for 2 more hours. The lazy bug crawled onto her shoulder, its skin turning golden, replaced by a deep blue shade of sleepiness. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lu Tao woke up feeling refreshed. Although she had only slept for 2 hours, she felt incredibly energetic. Lu Tao kissed the lazy bug on her shoulder, and it opened one eye for a moment before immediately closing it again to sleep. She placed it next to the banana sprite and cut a little fresh mango, dried mango, and chicken leg for its dinner. Lu Tao jumped up and opened the light screen. Chenani has gifted you 58 variegated poison snake venoms. Chenani, those damned variegated poison snakes blocked my road and kept attacking me in the heat, ruining my items, and tonight I've finally killed them all. Chenani, here's the poison, ha ha ha, enjoy the trade. Lu Tao received 58 variegated poison snake venoms and used 2 of them that night, leaving her with a total of 59. To be safe, she also listed wooden poison sacks for trade at the trading center with an exchange rate of 10 woods for 1 poison sack, and temporarily set another empty trading slot to exchange wood for explosive belly with a purchase price of 20 woods for 1 explosive belly. Duo Jia Uni has gifted you 3 sleep-inducing incense, 2 dizziness-inducing incense, and 2 excitement-inducing incense. Duo Jia Uni, use these first. I'll give you another batch tomorrow. No need to reply, I'm going to sleep now, good night. Lu Tao sent over the small prop-making machine she had just made and started creating another one. Then she used up her stamina to manually craft a vehicle-mounted double-layer storage rack 1, a sticky fan 1, and a green sun hat 1. Everything completed, she finally arrived at the most anticipated moment of the day, preparing a new home for the banana sprite. Lu Tao excitedly rubbed her hands together and opened the crafting page, where the already completed planting bed was clearly visible. She instinctively wanted to extract it, but realized there wasn't enough space in the vehicle, so she picked up the small hanging lamp and ran outside. With a clang, a square planting bed appeared. Planting bed. Details: comes with temperature control function, can plant rare seeds. Lu Tao eagerly planted the sweet banana seeds, covering them with soil and watering them. Soon a status bar appeared. Sweet banana seed, germinating 0. She took out the prepared nutrient solution and poured it in. After using 7 low-level nutrient solutions, the status changed to sweet banana seed, germinating 70. Then she poured in a high-level nutrient solution, and the status jumped from germinating to sweet banana seed, growing 20. The planting bed sprouted tender shoots like grains of rice, slowly growing. Not enough. Lu Tao quickly opened the light screen to search for plant nutrient solutions, and finally found 5 low-level nutrient solutions and 7 medium-level nutrient solutions in Area 3 of Server A. Medium plant nutrient solution. Details: increases plant growth speed by 20, limited to 10 uses per day. After trading the vehicle-mounted double-layer storage rack and 200 woods, Lu Tao immediately watered the planting pot. When the 4th low-level nutrient solution was poured, a prompt appeared. Low-level nutrient solution used 1010, a daily limit reached. She immediately switched to medium-level nutrient solutions and poured them in one by one. Soon the banana tree's status changed to sweet banana tree, growing 0. Visibly, the banana tree trunk grew taller and sturdier, while the banana leaves expanded and turned greener, forming a small natural shade. When all the plant nutrient solutions were used up, Lu Tao looked at the status. Sweet banana tree, growing 40. Lu Tao let out a breath, her heart racing with anxiety. Whether it would succeed depended on now. Carefully holding the banana sprite, she placed it on a banana leaf. Detected sweet banana tree, do you want to use it as the companion tree for the banana sprite? Yes, no. Yes. Lu Tao eagerly clicked yes. Before her eyes, the already tall sweet banana tree sprouted a slender flower branch from between the leaves, unfolding a purpler flower bud. As 3 petals opened, Lu Tao carefully placed the banana sprite inside and hurriedly checked the status of the banana sprite. Health 21, awakening in progress. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for completing the task. Help the banana sprite find a new home. Reward map fragment 1, friendship of the banana sprite. Lu Tao exhaled a long breath and broke into a joyful smile. Finally succeeded. Excitedly jumping twice, Lu Tao put away the map fragment and looked at the 1.5-meter tall sweet banana tree, which along with the planting bed had already reached a height of 1.8 meters. Now she was worried about where to plant it. Placing it on the roof of the car, her already overloaded car, might not. The sweet banana tree needs sunlight and cannot be planted inside the car. After much thought, she could only anxiously load the planting bed into the small trailer and secure it to the back of the car. Worried that the banana sprite would be hot and that the sweet banana tree might also be hot, Lu Tao frequently jumped out of the car to check the status of the banana sprite. As a result, she came to a shocking conclusion. Banana Sprite Health 22 Awakening in progress, and the sweet banana tree was lush and showed no signs of wilting. Is it like this for banana sprites with companion trees? Lu Tao completely relaxed, giving the lazy bug's tentacles pressed against her palm, indicating refusal. But it didn't hold out for even a second, turning into a soft, plump bug again, and resumed its sweet dreams. Lu Tao couldn't help but laugh. She gently patted the soft, plump, lazy bug and placed it beside her. After enduring more than 40 hours intermittently, she could no longer resist closing her eyes. Sleep. On the 9th day of the game at 7:00 a.m., the weather was clear, and the temperature reached 38 degrees Celsius. Lu Tao stretched lazily, feeling better than ever. Full of energy and vitality, she kissed her lazy bug affectionately and jumped off the vehicle. The first thing she did was rush to the back of the car. The sweet banana tree she planted last night was lush and vibrant, and the life of the banana sprite had already recovered to 24. It seemed that awakening was just around the corner. Go for it. Lu Tao silently cheered it on, watering the planting bed with 500 milliliters of clean water before hurriedly returning to the vehicle. First, she opened the wish list for today on the shelf. Sigh, the Cass area has suffered from flooding this year. Who can sell us a batch of food for our village? Looking to buy a Say's mermaid blood, high price offered. Looking to buy a batch of insect repellent, may a rain of golden cabbie fall from the sky. I've heard that the highway can bring hope. When will it appear here? Today's luck was average, and none of the 5 wishes were something Lu Tao could fulfill. She clicked refresh, and 5 new wishes appeared. Purchasing ice silkworm silk. Looking to buy a large quantity of plant growth liquid. I urgently need fine gold. I need more stones. Damn it, I want to quit this broken game. Lu Tao noticed the last one. Could this be a player's wish? I want to quit the game too. She silently complained and chose the 3rd wish. Please enter the quantity of stones for the transaction. After thinking for a moment, she inputted 3,000, holding onto the hope of trying it out. Instantly, some of the stones piled up in the rear compartment vanished, and a rolled-up blueprint landed in her palm. Acquired the crafting blueprint for a wind resistance cloak. Details: can withstand winds below level 8. Materials: water leopard skin, 1 mud frog oil, 5 bark, 100. What a good item. Lu Tao instinctively grasped her palm, but found it empty. The current blueprint cannot be divided. Please pay a tax of stones 750 to acquire the blueprint. Lu Tao. She stared at this outrageous tax for several seconds before pressing to pay. Thank you for your use. This transaction has tax stones 750. Buyer Ada expresses gratitude. Thank you for your stones. With them, I can definitely withstand this year's wind disaster. I hope this blueprint helps you. Current profession points 162, 1000. Today's selling attempts are exhausted. Please visit again next time. The blueprint fell into her hand with a thud, and Lu Tao looked at her profession points, her eyes suddenly brightening. Last night her profession points were 152, so one transaction raised them by 20. Learning the blueprint in a second, Lu Tao silently noted wind disaster in her mind and closed the wish list. She then busily opened her unread messages from friends, where a row of messages from acquaintances and strangers popped up with red dots. Duo Jia Uni gifted you sleep fragrance 2, dizziness fragrance 3, excitement fragrance 2. Mai Lei Hongjia initiated a transaction offering bombballs 50 for wood 300. Lu Tao sent over 300 wood. Acquired random rebate bombballs 5. My Lei Hongjia. Sorry, I was chased by monsters last night, so the delivery was delayed. I truly apologize. Making money is my destiny, just this once. If you're late again, next time it's considered a breach of contract. Lu Tao replied quite unpolitely, this was combat material. If the delay in transaction caused a critical situation, it could be deadly. My Lei Hongjia, next time I'll be struck by lightning. This is definitely a super scary curse for me. Here's a little apology gift. My Lei Hongjia gifted you a torpedo 1. My Lei Hongjia, this is my latest model. If it works well, order from me next time, and I'll give you a huge discount as a formal apology. He's quite the businessman, seizing every opportunity to advertise. Torpedo details: throw it into the water to blow up a group of fish within 10 meters. Oh, mud can also be blown up. Lu Tao stored it in her backpack and turned to reply to Duo Jia Uni. Making money is my destiny. Thank you, sisters. Opening the A server area 3A, the chat channel, which was chaotic like a ghost, underwent a delightful change with several new chats appearing. Wu Zhang, even the people under me can't be controlled. Useless. Wu Zhang, after being a rat in the sewer for so long, do you really think you can see the light in the game? Wu Zhang, rats should bury themselves in the ground. They are nothing but little thieves. Xiao Min Air, I'm going to kill you. Xiao Min Air, if you have guts, don't delete your message. Tomorrow night, I'm going to chop you into meat paste to feed the monsters. Making money is my destiny. Just wait for the day after tomorrow to die. Wu Zhang, if you have the guts, come. This was posted last night. It seems the teammates are quite fast in their actions. Wu Zhang seemed quite serious, and their provocative words struck a nerve. However, this Chow Min Air, he really has issues that has nothing to do with her. Why does he her when trying to pry open doors? If she doesn't retort, it would be disrespectful to the good sleep she had last night. Making money is my destiny. Good morning, everyone. Looking to buy iron, or, if you have any, message me. A certain failed thief stopped me. I waited so long for your glass blueprint last night, but I didn't even see a person. I suspect you can't come at all, just spouting nonsense about being unable to do it. After sending that, she ran off, quickly opening the group chat to send supplies. Lu Tao quickly browsed through their chat and the needed supplies from last night. She simply sent all the available supplies in the group. Making money is my destiny initiated a group giveaway. Tire cooling stickers 4, sleep fragrance 1, dizziness fragrance 2, excitement fragrance 1, trifolding stone axe 1, colorful poisonous snake venom sac 20. Lu Tao finished sending and withdrew, adding materials to a few machines to collect items, and once everything was done, she headed towards the resilient rope grass outside the vehicle. She dragged out the cooling shower that had soaked in mud all night. The cooling shower was covered in a layer of mud, and even the shower holes were bubbling out. But after a night, it surprisingly stored 27 liters of muddy water. Lu Tao was elated and tried it out. A stream of muddy water sprayed out from the shower, and although it looked muddy, it was useful for cooling. She had finally preserved her drinking water. Lu Tao let out a sigh of relief and began to consider whether the water filter could purify it for drinking. Secretly noting this, just as she was about to toss it back, a round object on the resilient rope grass caught her attention, and she reached out to pull it down. Fresh mud snail details, a very precious and expensive ingredient, with a low yield, a favorite among the rich. If out of water for 15 minutes it dies, if not processed within 2 hours it will be completely inedible. A precious ingredient. Lu Tao hurriedly cleaned it with water. The shell looked inconspicuous with a bluish-brown hue, but the snail meat at the opening was plump and was about to ooze out. It looked extremely delicious. In a flash, Lu Tao suddenly thought of the hurriedly escaping Tatafu from that cunning second-level merchant was clearly here to collect mud snails. Afraid she would discover that there were mud snails here, he hurried off to process them, which is why he ran off in such a haste. No wonder. But who would have thought that she would return here? Huh. Lu Tao looked at the vast mud pit obscured by the thatch. Now all the mud snails here belonged to her. Moreover, she knew exactly what to bring to the first level of the road. The muddy pit is as large as a basketball court. The area is quite expansive. I must devise a good plan and contact someone to help handle the mud snails. Lu Tao quickly planned her strategy, laying down wooden planks along the safe route she noted yesterday, dividing the muddy pit into several sections. She opened the light screen, searched the trading platform and chat channel for drag nets, and purchased 3 drag nets. With the ones in her hands, she now has a total of 8 drag nets. That's enough. She lifted the sharp tip of the shovel to cut the binding rope on one side of the drag net, tied 2 drag nets together with sturdy grass ropes, and hung stones on all 4 corners. A simple catching net was successfully made. She ran to the edge of the muddy pit, took a deep breath while holding the drag net, and then threw it with all her might. The drag net splashed down over the muddy pit, spreading out as it fell, while the stones on the edges kept pulling it deeper into the mud. Lu Tao stared for a few seconds, excitedly jumped up, and threw out the other 3 drag nets into the 4 sections divided by the wooden planks. With those taken care of, she bit into a piece of mango dried fruit and privately messaged Chef Xiaocheng. Making money is my life. Do you have time? I need to urgently process a batch of ingredients, preferably before they die. Details of fresh mud snails. Chef Xiaocheng: sure, whether it's quick freezing or low temperature cooking, I'm skilled at both, and I have a backpack. I can handle it within a minute, ensuring the taste reaches its peak. Chef Xiaocheng: I can provide frozen ice cubes and tools for free. Oh, my only requirement is that these mud snails can give me some, as these precious ingredients will inspire me greatly. Making money is my life, okay, but I'm not sure about the yield of the mud snails. If you want to share, I can only promise 14 for now. These mud snails are also very important to me. Chef Xiaocheng: that's enough. Wait for me for half an hour. I will prepare the ice cubes and the quick freezer. Making money is my life. Great. It seems Chef Xiaocheng has developed quite well, even capable of mass-producing ice cubes and quick freezers. I can buy shaved ice from her in the future. Thinking of the taste of mango shaved ice, Lu Tao couldn't help but slurp. I want to eat it. I love it. Let's order this for lunch. Just as half an hour passed, Chef Xiaocheng sent a message. Chef Xiaocheng: ready, you can scoop it up. Just throw it into the backpack and send it to me. I'll handle the other steps. Chef Xiaocheng: I noticed that the layer of mud outside is a protective layer. Removing it will accelerate death, and the shell is very thin and fragile, so care is needed. Making money is my life. Got it, leave it to me. Working with a professional is so refreshing. She only needs to focus on her part. She ran to the back of the vehicle, temporarily detaching the small trailer from the hitch and replacing it with the dragnet. She rushed back to the driver's seat, slammed the accelerator, and drove forward, dragging the net wrapped in mud slowly to the shore. Lu Tao jumped out of the car in an instant, rushing into the already open drag net, scooping up a pile of mud with both hands and quickly stirring her hands inside. Fresh mud snail 1, mud 2, mud 3, a fresh mud snail 2. Utilizing the exclusivity of the backpack, she differentiated the fresh mud snails and mud as soon as her fingers touched them. When the mud was full, she poured it aside, and the mud snails were sent to Chef Xiaocheng immediately. While scooping and collecting, Lu Tao was almost covered in mud. She wiped her sweat and continued to dig in the muddy pit until she was sure there were no fish that slipped through the net, sending the last batch. Just as she was gasping for breath, she got up and sent a private message after resting for a while. Making money is my life. How is it? Can you handle it? Chef Xiaocheng photo quick freezing on the assembly line, processing the last batch, and all the others have been cleaned and sent to the quick freezer. In the photo, one side of the vehicle is a workspace, digging out mud snails, low temperature washing, and laying them in quick freezing trays in the box for urgent freezing. It looks very professional and efficient. Finding Chef Xiaocheng was indeed the right choice. After resting for a while, Lu Tao threw the drag net back into the muddy pit. Just then, Chef Xiaocheng sent the first batch of quickly frozen mud snails. Chef Xiaocheng gifts you frozen fresh mud snails 31. Chef Xiaocheng, you should check the details of the fresh mud snails. This is my first time getting 3-star ingredients. It's amazing. Lu Tao accepted the mud snails, a plate of mud snails processed to perfection, the flesh fresh and plump, retaining its tender quality before death. At a glance, it's clear that they are delicious. Frozen fresh mud snails details mud snails that were processed while still wrapped in mud, maintaining the best flavor. Ingredient rating 3 stars. Cooking dishes will yield even more enhancements. Chef Xiaocheng, I already thought of how to prepare them: steamed, blanched, and salt-baked to best showcase their freshness, then paired with scallion oil mud snails. It would be super delicious, and I could even simmer a rich mud snail soup. Lu Tao made a loud gulp looking at the 4 drag nets and exclaimed, "Making money is my life. Let's eat this tonight. Moreover, we won't eat the frozen ones, we'll have the freshly caught ones." Chef Xiaocheng, really? I'll let me handle the ingredients. I'll make it delicious. Please give me this opportunity. It looks like everyone is very passionate about their profession. Making money is my life. No problem, I'll leave everything to you. After all, she doesn't know how to cook. Using such rare ingredients would truly be a waste. Chef Xiaocheng, sound of affection JPG, thank you for the opportunity to make money. I will bring out my best skills and ingredients to prepare this grand meal. Lu Tao couldn't help but feel excited. But right now the most important thing is to pull the drag net. After confirming with Chef Xiaocheng that the last batch of mud snails is also processed, she quickly pulled the second drag net onto the shore. In a race against time, she dove into the mud again. Fresh mud snail 1, fresh mud snail 2, fresh mud snail 3, when all the mud that filled her backpack was poured aside as she continued to dig and search. Once she had a sufficient quantity, she sent them to Chef Xiaocheng. One net after another, the mud snails flowed like an assembly line from Lu Tao's hands to Chef Xiaocheng, transforming into fresh snail meat packed into Lu Tao's backpack. She worked tirelessly until she could hardly get up, and after glancing at the high temperature of 44 degrees, she finally pressed the pause button. Chef Xiaocheng, I need to rest for a while too. It's really too hot. By the way, for lunch today we'll just have a little, and we'll have a feast at night. Chef Xiaocheng gifts you a steamed bun chicken burger 1. Working with a chef even includes meals. Lu Tao was pleasantly surprised as she accepted it, realizing she had underestimated the significance of the steamed bun chicken burger. The 2 buns were split in half, filled with palm-sized chicken breast marinated in sour fruits. The buns were pan-fried to a golden brown on both sides, and the chicken breast was tenderized, coated with a sauce that was refreshing yet had a complex aroma. Lu Tao then realized how extravagant it was to have Chef Xiaocheng make scrambled eggs last night. She slurped a bite and sent Chef Xiaocheng a fresh big-faced mango as a post-meal fruit. Exhausted to the point of almost not being able to get up, the 2 of them exchanged a food emoji, then fell into a mutual silence. The outer layer of the bun was crispy while the inside was soft. The moment she bit into the chicken chunk, it felt like encountering her soul. Lu Tao continued to eat, feeling immensely satisfied, until something lightly tapped her hat. Lu Tao looked up to see a lazy worm peering at her from her hat. The head and tail had turned into a golden brown color from frying, while the round belly was wrapped in saucy chicken, just staring at the chicken burger in her hand. So cute. Lu Tao held up a chicken burger and took a comparison photo of it. She sent it to Chef Xiaocheng. Oh my, it's just too adorable. Does it want to eat the chicken burger? I immediately got up to make it a huge portion. A chicken burger, even larger than hers, was sent over. He'll cover however much it eats. On the banana leaf, the lazy bug hugged the chicken burger and eagerly munched away, its body transformed into the shape of a stuffed chicken burger. Punch punch, it's flaunting itself as the spokesperson for the chicken burger. I must go buy a few to try. Chef Xiaocheng quickly sent a screaming emoji. After a break, Lu Tao resumed her rhythm of catching mud snails. But as soon as she pulled up the net, she had to plunge it back down. The mud snails were roasted by the high temperature and made it impossible for her to put them in her backpack. The mud snail catching was forced to stop. They agreed to continue after cooling down. Lu Tao simply ran back to the car to cool off, lazily lying beside the ice basin. Lu Tao casually pinched the ice, took a big gulp of water to cool off, sat cross-legged, and started handling player transactions. She first sent 5 handmade mini-fans to buy Mu and would make 5 more in the afternoon. She saved 1 green sun hat for Feng Che, selling the other 3 to players in private messages. She obtained 80 iron ores, 5 explosive belly bombs, and traded the last hat along with 50 subsequent explosive balls. The high temperature posed a severe challenge for players, and the prices of cooling items rose higher each day. Her 2 types of cooling items were selling like hotcakes, yet she couldn't keep up with the production speed. Having completed the transactions in her server, Lu Tao switched to server A Zone 3. Upon seeing it, the one she had countered earlier was already throwing a fit. Just a warning, don't think I've let you off. Tomorrow, I'll take you down, and all your supplies will become my spoils along with my little brothers. Hee. Lu Tao's expression turned cold as she opened the kill group. Everyone's plan is coming together, but let's see how it goes. This is a bomb, use it freely. If it doesn't kill me, I still have more. Rabbit 8 thumbs up, impressed. JPG, an expert in bombing. No chapter, almost planned it all out, just waiting for the door prior to show up. Thanks to you for providing the supplies, they are all very useful. Feng Che, making money is life. It's so hot today. Is my green sun hat done yet? Looking forward. JP, making money is life. I'll send it now. Feng Che, I initially wanted to trade items with you, but I saw you were collecting this kind of supply water filter. Water filter can filter various impurities and microorganisms, providing drinkable water sources. Durability will degrade automatically after 30 days of use. Lu Tao jumped up excitedly, while the lazy bug moved slightly before lying back down to continue sleeping. Making money is life. Let's trade for this. Do you have more? I want them all. The scorching summer will last for 2 months, and the water resources from the 2 water stones are too few. She must stock up and buy more. One of her goals in the rotating city is to obtain a sustainable water source. Feng Che, I can share another one with you privately, trading 25 subsequent explosive balls. How about that? Lu Tao quickly calculated in her mind. Making money is life deal. She traded 1 green sun hat and 25 explosive balls for 2 water filters and a pop-up. You have received a random trading rebate water filter 1. Profit. After the trade ended, Lu Tao hurriedly stored the clear water and the water stones from the jar. She placed the jar under the broad leaves of the sweet banana tree with 3 water filters stuck at the jar's mouth. Finally, the cooling shower that had been diligently filtering water in the mud pit saw the sun again. She hung it above the 3 water filters and turned it on. What kind of flaw is this? She could easily have a dozen of such flaws. Making money is my destiny. Give me 20 servings of salt-baked mud snails. Private Chef Xiaocheng, although I'm happy someone recognizes me, are you sure you want so many? Other dishes are quite delicious as well. Making money is my destiny. Can other dishes attract monsters too? Private Chef Xiaocheng understood, as expected from a combat expert of the challenge, the impossible task. I admire you greatly. He'll get started right away. Private Chef Xiaocheng, by the way, this dish consumes a lot of salt, so the production cost is 5 wood per serving. Is that acceptable? Making money is my destiny. It must be acceptable. They both devoured all the delicious mud snails and entered a friendly division of loot. Lu Tao obtained 200 delicious mud snails, while Private Chef Xiaocheng received 67. Both were very satisfied with this collaboration and agreed to continue next time. Lu Tao privately traded 20 delicious mud snails to Private Chef Xiaocheng, unable to contain her excitement for her monster-attracting delicacies. Then she couldn't help but check her skin. After eating the salt-baked mud snails, a thin layer of salt crust formed on her skin, adhering like glutinous rice paper. The sweat on her forehead was instantly absorbed, proving to be incredibly effective. To confirm another monster-attracting function, Lu Tao boldly sat next to a banana tree waiting for monsters to come. Strangely, despite spending so much time in the mist-eroded area from yesterday to today, she had yet to encounter a single monster. She suspected whether she had killed all the monsters in the thatched grassland, but the persistent steel-toothed rabbit still eagerly offered rabbit legs. Thus she began to suspect something was off. She immediately thought of Tatafu, whose cunning nature would surely have him prepare for entering the mist-eroded area to collect delicious mud snails, such as diverting monsters in advance. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Lu Tao silently ground her teeth. Not only did she want to monopolize the delicious mud snails, but she also wanted to drive away his entry card to the mist-eroded area. Next time they met, she would definitely have to make a huge profit from him. Lu Tao finished the coffee in her glass of ice water and poured in another 500 milliliters of clean water, looking forward to what kind of drink would appear next. Mem. Her knee was suddenly nudged, and a lazy bug slowly crawled onto her leg. Perhaps thinking it was moving too slowly, it poked her to remind her. Lu Tao picked it up, noticing that the lazy bug still had remnants of mud snail near its mouth, and its entire body had turned a bright red just like the flesh of the mud snail. As soon as it lay in her palm, it sprawled out flat on its belly, dozing off. Truly, it seemed to do nothing but eat and sleep. Lu Tao envied it, gently rubbing its antennae before placing it on the brim of her hat. She began organizing the harvest from the past 2 days. 180 delicious mud snails were placed into her backpack. Since yesterday, she had traded 3435 wood, receiving 8331 stones, 329 tree bark, and 13 venom sacs from the colorful poisonous snakes. Rebate 753 stones. Trade in Zone A Area 3, 3297 stones, gaining 2508 wood. Rebate 1113 wood. However, today the exchange rate for wood and stones in both zones had changed. In her zone, wood 1, stone 5, while in Zone A Area 3, wood 6, stone 1. Though she somewhat anticipated this, Lu Tao still felt a bit regretful. The good days of exchanging one basic resource for 9 had disappeared in less than 2 days. However, she had still made quite a bit in the past 2 days. Now she had 61149 with 59079 stones and 2432 tree bark. Not only had she over-collected the 3 materials needed for upgrading her vehicle, but she also had more than enough materials for the level 3 vehicle upgrade. She planned to set the exchange for wood and stone at 10,000 and adjust the exchange rate accordingly. Finally, she looked at the second trading column of the system rewards trading platform, thought for a moment, and still decided to post a trade for wood in exchange for iron ore. She could produce rubber through a rubber melting machine, and the news about glass was good, but iron ore relied solely on trading. She could only post this link and collect it slowly. Moreover, she noted in the details that she was purchasing large quantities of iron ore. She didn't plan to touch the other 3 trading columns for now. Thinking of her stripping blueprint, Lu Tao quickly switched zones. With that thought, she felt a stir in her heart and directly switched zones. Zone A Area 3 was as eerie as ever, but compared to this morning, a few messages had popped up. Lu Tao focused and noticed they were posted an hour ago, just as it was getting dark. Just wait for me. I'm coming to kill you. Just wait, I will chop you into meat paste, and I will do as I say. Haha, weren't you the one who liked to provoke? If you have the guts, say it to my face. Lu Tao furrowed her brows as she scrolled down and saw a calm and sarcastic reply from Wu Zhang. Wu Zhang, come at me, remember to extend your claws for drilling holes, so I can cut them off. Wow, how bold. Lu Tao opened the kill group and several players were holding their breath in anticipation. The group was excessively quiet as she scrolled through the messages. Everyone spent the day determining tactics and how to maximize the obstruction of the robbery gang. By 7 p.m., Wu Zhang sent the last message in the chat. Wu Zhang, he's here. Just like a horror movie's preview before the monster appears, the atmosphere in the group instantly peaked. Lu Tao couldn't help but feel nervous, reflecting on her plans' inadequacies. She should have asked Quan Dao Tu to buy a pair of tree bark gloves, but she had always been curious as to why the gloves only covered the right hand. Where did the left one go? For instance, she should have asked for a few more bomb balls. Furthermore, she should have inquired whether Wu Zhang had suitable attack weapons. Lu Tao thought of it and acted immediately. Before she could even open a private chat with Wu Zhang, a photo was sent. Wu Zhang photo. In the photo, the road was in disarray from a bird's eye view, with a dozen people scrambling towards a transparent door lock not far away. Leading the pack was a yellow-haired, sharp-nosed punk. Lu Tao stared at him, just a petty street thug. After gaining game abilities that could overturn everything, he had caused such a ruckus. If only she had the ability to open doors. She would drive her car to do business on different players' roads every day. Rabbit 8 sister success. It's me who ran first. Damn, that petty thief turns out to be just a punk. Tomorrow I'll burn that yellow hair off him. Windmill Wu Zhang, how's the situation? Are you injured? How many people can his ability bring? Amidst the rising inquiries, Wu Zhang's message popped up. Wu Zhang, the ability of that petty thief is just like what Making Money said. By prying open the door lock to enter the road, he can bring 20 people at once. Moreover, he is very cautious. As soon as the bomb ball detonated, he attempted to escape back through the door lock, but was affected by the dizzying fragrance, allowing me to seize the opportunity to kill a few. However, the petty thief had a substitute item and a lot of good stuff on him, so he managed to escape. His tone was quite regretful. Windmill. As expected of a top player on the kill list, simply exhilarating. Adidas no can't finally diminished that punk's momentum. He had me furious for days, and it turns out he only had 20 people. Let me quit the game, haha, watch me stir him up in the chat channel. Lu Tao chuckled just as her ears perked up. She looked towards the mud pit she had turned upside down today, where a tunterlong creature was crawling in the mud, slowly approaching her. Lu Tao gripped the domineering wolf fawn club tightly. Oh wolf, finally it's my turn to shine, let the music, watch me take it down. With a loud splash, the monster surged onto the shore with lightning speed, its powerful jaw closing in rapidly. Lu Tao caught sight of its mud-covered exterior, its elongated snout, bulging eyes, and finally the long tail that came out of the mud pit measuring over a meter. It was actually a giant crocodile over 3 meters long. In less than a second, Lu Tao decisively sprinted away from the vehicle, the crocodile hot on her heels, its speed astonishing as it rustled through the reeds. Once she was 50 meters away from the vehicle, she threw back 2 explosive balls that followed closely behind her. The thunderous explosion knocked her to the ground, and as she got up, she swung her wolf fawn club. With a dull thud, the wolf fawn club pierced the side of the crocodile's head, blood oozing from its eye sockets as its powerful jaws took the opportunity to snap at her hand. The wolf fawn club fiercely tore into the crocodile's mouth, ripping into its tender flesh. As the crocodile thrashed about, she quickly removed the rubber band she had brought into the game, pulled out the wolf fawn club, and secured its mouth with the rubber band. Rushing to its tail, she used a shovel to sever its massive tail, then returned to decapitate it. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for successfully killing the level 2 mud pit crocodile, earning crocodile skin 1 crocodile, meat 2 fog erosion, zone 1 hour entry cards 3. Lu Tao tied her hair back with the rubber band, gazing at the supplies falling from the white mist. Crocodile skin, a premium material for crafting leather armor and furniture, it has a built-in cooling effect. Lu Tao was overjoyed. Picking up the crocodile skin and inspecting it, she found the inside soft, while the outer skin still had the protrusions of bones, and it felt wonderfully cool to the touch. This would make the perfect seat cushion. Moreover, she also wanted to get a crocodile skin steering wheel cover. It would definitely feel amazing to the touch. And she planned to get herself a set of leather armor. She could ask Kun Kun if they could make her some gloves. Quickly cleaning up the dinner mess, she sent Mint and Ladybug into the vehicle to rest, and immediately contacted Kun Kun. Money is my destiny, I need a dozen stamina potions. No, make it 20. Sure thing. Are you going to hunt monsters again? I'll support your logistics right away. If you come across any herbs, you must think of me. Oh, by the way, I have a new potion formula that requires any water creature's bone powder, but where can I find water on this road? I've searched everywhere and haven't encountered a water creature. I can only ask monster hunters like you. If you find anything, remember to contact me. Oh, we had such a great collaboration last time. Money is my destiny. Money is my destiny, delicious mud snail shell Kun Kun, that's it. I want it all. I knew you were my lucky goddess, love you lots. After digging up the mud snail, chef Xiao Chung returned all the mud snail shells to her. These mud snail shells piled up into a small mountain. She initially intended to crush them into nutrient powder for the sweet banana tree, but now. Money is my destiny, let's collaborate, but this time I want 23. Kun Kun. That's not fair, I've practically worked for free. Money is my destiny, let me finish. First, the scarcity of the main material, otherwise you wouldn't be looking for me. Second, your potion crafting success will enhance your profession. The faster you succeed, the better it is for you. Third, I went through a lot of trouble to get these mud snails, I can't lose out. Photo. Lu Tao sent a picture of the vehicle parked by the side of the muddy area alongside a few nets transformed into fishing nets. She had really put in a lot for this batch of mud snails, and she had already consumed 45 one-hour entry cards to enter the fog erosion zone, she had to make up for this opportunity. Anyway, she didn't believe that an alchemist would lose money crafting potions. Kun Kun, pitiful JPG, gritting teeth, JPG witch, crazy brewing potion JPG, Kun Kun, you've really hit my soft spot deal. Money is my destiny, okay, I'll send it to you right away. The two had collaborated twice before, and signing the agreement and sending resources went particularly smoothly. She just sent over delicious mud snail, shell 287, and with 300 for stamina potions. Seeing the eye of the fast-flying bird in her backpack, she wondered if the eyeball that grants night vision could be used to make potions or food. Before she could ask, a commotion erupted in the mud pit. Lu Tao's eyes lit up, her crocodile skin sofa. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for successfully killing the level 2 mud pit crocodile, earning crocodile skin 1 crocodile, meat 2 fog erosion, zone 1 hour entry cards 3. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for successfully killing the level 2 mud pit crocodile 2, earning crocodile skin 2 crocodile, meat 2 fog erosion, zone 1 hour entry cards 6. The successive pop-ups reminded Lu Tao of the joy of entering the explosive black ant's lair, stuffing the dropped loot into her backpack, and then she saw 2 more crocodiles swimming over. With one hand on the wolf fawn club and the other on the rubber band, she charged forward once more. Who would have thought that even though crocodiles have tremendous biting power, a single rubber band can restrain their jaws? Indeed, fighting relies on brains. After obtaining crocodile skin 7 in one go, Lu Tao had already arranged all the crocodile skin furniture and an entire set of battle armor in her home. Woo, who said there was nothing good in the Reed Plains? Here it is. Rare water sources, high-quality ingredients, and super comfortable crocodile skin, all in one. She decided to gather as much as possible while still in this fog erosion zone map. Especially the water sources. She had collected 30 liters of clean water in one day, and had to let the cooling sprinkler absorb as much as possible. As she thought of this, she picked up the rope covered in mud to check tonight's harvest. But as soon as she lifted it, her brows furrowed. The sturdy rope holding the cooling sprinkler was empty, with a clear bite mark where it had been severed. Suddenly, a loud splashing sound erupted from the mud pit, and a gigantic crocodile over 5 meters long swallowed the cooling sprinkler that had been tossed into the air. It swallowed it. It swallowed it. Lu Tao's eyelids twitched, her lashes quivered, and veins throbbed in her hands. There was only one thought in her mind. Spit it out. Spit it out. Her eyes were filled with anger as she threw 10 explosive balls into the crocodile's gaping mouth. A series of explosions and pained roars erupted as Lu Tao raised her shovel and tore into the side of its mouth. Just as she was about to strike the killing blow amidst the splattering blood, she caught a glimpse of cold cunning in the icy eyes that were so close to her. Does this crocodile have a brain? Lu Tao quickly retreated, and the next second the giant crocodile whipped her shovel away and lunged at her waist with its massive jaws. She calmly raised the wolf fang club, jamming it into its open mouth, and with the threefold stone axe, she hacked away at its teeth, striking deep into its mouth. With a painful low growl, Lu Tao seized the chance to shove a mid-level explosive into its belly. With a thundering sound, the damned crocodile's mouth was drenched in blood, several meat pits exploded, and with a flick of its tail it dove back into the mud pit, disappearing. Lu Tao picked up the stone axe, and the domineering wolf fang club roared with anger. Charge and take it down. Oh, it's stealing our stuff, kill it. Lu Tao had never felt so supportive of the domineering wolf fang club. She was also very angry. This crocodile was as good as dead. She gathered all the supplies into the vehicle, driving away from the muddy pit. A few minutes later, she rushed back to the mud pit, holding a lantern. Her body, freshly washed, was now covered in a thick layer of mud. A simple shake could make it fall off. Lu Tao's anger level increased by 10-20, stacking up to 200. Thinking of the cunning in the eyes of the mud crocodile, she quickly overturned several plans and made a new list. The mud pit below was interconnected, and as long as the crocodile was in the pit, it could escape to anywhere. Finding it was impossible, so she could only lure it out. Glancing at the crocodile's skin and meat in her backpack, Lu Tao sneered. It's you, crocodile feast. She opened the trading platform, found a player selling outdoor lounge chairs, and paid a high price of 120 wood to cut in line for the outdoor lounge chair. Outdoor lounge chair details: the best companion for rest, comfort 1 is stamina, recovery 5. This outdoor lounge chair was very popular in the chat channel, but her vehicle could no longer hold anything, and she was too busy to consider resting outside. So after much consideration, she reluctantly decided not to buy it. But now it was different. She rushed into the chat channel and posted a screenshot of the outdoor lounge chair. Making money is my destiny. Are there any players who can make crocodile skin cushions for the outdoor lounge chair? Outdoor lounge chair size, make it according to this size. High price, wanted urgent. Making money is my destiny. The cushion must retain the shape of the crocodile, preferably with the crocodile's head under my feet. The key is to be fast. It would be best if it could be delivered tonight. Meow, what's wrong with you, boss? Did the crocodile offend you? Lu Tao soon received many private messages. I am 180, boss, pick me. I may not be able to make the cushion, but I will definitely be cool. Good, a graduated designer, boss, give me a chance, just need 2 green sun hats. Making money is my destiny. Aren't you afraid of being drowned while fishing? How can you use this nickname? Making money is my destiny. What nonsense, I want, give it to you. Lu Tao filtered through the messages and saw one. Shenhua, boss, look at me, I'm not a professional designer. My profession is exaggerating for you. This is the appearance of the vehicle I made myself. I found your requirements fit my profession very well. Can you give me a chance? Photo. In the photo, the secondary vehicle transformed into a Transformers stone giant, with a 2-meter giant sword on the roof, exuding an intimidating presence, and the front of the vehicle was made of a block of stone, kneeling on one knee, flanked by 2 stone cannon barrels made of iron ore and stone, opening upwards like a wind, instantly enhancing its intimidation. Lu Tao sat up straight. Making money is my destiny. I will provide crocodile skin. I need to design a type of outdoor chair that makes the crocodile want to bite and jump out at the sight of it. Shenhua, I understand. Boss, you want to provoke the monster? Absolutely possible. Shenhua, I am bursting with inspiration and will definitely design a super cool rocking chair that guarantees to be imposing, making the crocodile want to jump out and then be beaten back by you. Lu Tao imagined for a moment. It felt a bit embarrassing. Making money is my destiny, that's it. The production cost is 1 small fan. The faster the delivery, the better. If possible, let's sign the agreement now, and I will give you the crocodile skin. Shenhua, no problem. Lu Tao contacted the private chef Xiaoqing again. Making money is my destiny. Help me prepare a crocodile meat feast, preferably a live barbecue. The stronger the smell, the better, and the meat should still be dripping with blood. Private chef Xiaoqing, I saw the chat channel. Did you encounter a crocodile? No, did the crocodile offend you? Making money is my destiny. Cats in different face, sharpening knife. JPG, it snatched my item. Private chef Xiaoqing, shocked. JPG, Okay, no problem, I guarantee it will be bloody and thrilling. How about I carve the crocodile meat into the shape of a crocodile? You can cut it however you like. Making money is my destiny, thumbs up, JPG awesome. She also reserved 100 explosive balls to follow up with bombarding the fishing pond, searching back and forth on 2 trading platforms in exchange for 7 explosive bellies. At this moment, she realized she had accumulated a lot of gaming connections. Truly, I am amazing. Once everything was settled, she replied to Dwejayuna's concern in the group and reminded them that the monster might have some intelligence and asked Quan Quan to help make crocodile skin gloves. Making money is my destiny. I don't know if it's a special case, but it did intentionally bite the rope to attract my attention and then ate the item right in front of me, wanting to provoke me to approach the mud pit. Making money is my destiny. I'm fine just thinking of a way to get my item back. Dwejayuni, be careful, let me know if you need anything. Quan Quan, it can actually use tactics. Serious face JPG, the gloves are no problem, just change the bark to crocodile skin and I'll send it to you in an hour. I'll design it for you to make sure it stands out. But it is still only for the left hand, haha. By the way, do you still want the threefold stone axe? I find this monster hunting really super handy. When you finish, take a picture and show me, and when I encounter it next time I will also send it to you. Lu Tao, I am reminding you, not telling you to go and fight. Lu Tao felt exhausted and finally sensed the helplessness of encountering a battle maniac. She turned and opened the 4th district of a server. The players in the kill group had already finished provoking in the chat channel. She only needed to post the items they needed in the group the next morning. And now her most important task was to focus on retrieving the item and defeating that 5-meter-long crocodile. What level is it? Intermediate, level 2. Advanced. Or level 3. You'll know when I kill it. Turning off the screen, Lu Tao picked up the lantern and rushed back to the vehicle, following the safe path she had mapped out, searching for the level 2 crocodiles in the nearby mud pit. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for killing a level 2 mud crocodile. 1. Gaining crocodile skin. 1. Crocodile meat. 2. Fog zone entry card for 1 hour. 3. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for killing a level 2 mud crocodile. 3. Gaining crocodile skin. 3. Crocodile meat. 6. A fog zone entry card for 1 hour. 9. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for gaining fog zone entry card. 6. All night, Lu Tao circled around the nearby mud pit, going where there was movement, marking the mud pit on the map, while killing mud crocodiles. One by one, the fog zone entry cards gradually filled her 2 days' expenses, but no matter how much she provoked, that mud crocodile did not appear. As if that large crocodile that wanted to bite her was an illusion. Until 3 a.m. Lu Tao's vehicle suddenly encountered a collision. One side of the car body dented and half of the durability was quickly lost, but the suspect crocodile vanished without a trace, leaving only a gigantic crocodile print in the reeds beside her, twice the size of her vehicle. Is this a threat to her? Lu Tao painfully repaired the vehicle, tidied up the mess, and marked heavily on the map. She wiped her face and continued to kill monsters. As if enraged and deliberately provoking her, that crocodile played a game of you kill monsters while I destroy your vehicle. How does this crocodile know the importance of the vehicle? Lu Tao consumed wood and stone to repair the vehicle, marking all the places it appeared on the map until they formed a surrounding circle. Looking at the curtain of a new day about to be drawn, she clenched her jaw. Found you. On the 10th day of the game, 38C. Today's wish list: Sigh, the K's area is flooded this year. Who can sell us a batch of food? Looking to buy Ace's mermaid blood, high price offered. Looking to purchase a large quantity of plant growth liquid fine gold. I urgently need fine gold. Acquiring 600 units of fish pattern grass. Looking to buy the map of the 3rd highway in this scorching summer. All villages along the highway urgently need cooling supplies. Acquiring 1,000 wooden planks, drinkable water sources. A large request. Let me out game, brother. I've even called you brother. The luck from yesterday's one effect has faded, and today there isn't a single task she can complete. However, it brought a lot of extra messages. The 3rd highway map and the urgent cooling supplies for villages along the scorching summer highway. Someone is acquiring wooden planks. Lu Tao silently noted these 3 key points, gnawing on a tough steamed bun as she entered the busy. She stuffed the 73 units of processed resin from the resin melting machine and 100 dried mangoes onto the shelf, putting the last 50 large mangoes into the machine, leaving only 20 fresh mangoes for herself. To obtain a large quantity of fruit, she would have to wait until she encountered the indigenous people or entered an indigenous gathering. Thinking of collecting cooling supplies from villages along the scorching summer highway, she must remember to bring more. As for the pine flowers used to make resin, the pine sap, and rosin, she casually posted an ad in the chat channel to acquire them. Then she opened her friend list. Duo Jiayu and I offered you 2 dizziness incense, 2 sleep incense, and 2 excitement incense, berry bomb, followed by 100 explosive balls, trading 600, wood punching to the head, offered you 1 crocodile leather gloves, right, quickly received the materials, and traded the supplies. She sent over the 5 small fans owed to Bai Mu, and only after settling the accounts did she let out a sigh of relief, quickly switching to the A3 server. Casually posted an ad in the Ghost server chat channel for trading resin production materials and iron or sending today's logistics supplies to the kill group. Making money is the main goal. Players in the group receive 2 dizziness incense, 2 sleep incense, and 2 excitement incense, followed by 80 explosive balls, 1 trifold stone axe, 1 tree bark gloves right hand, and 3 stamina potions. Making money is the main goal. If you need anything, feel free to message me. If you want to buy something, you can poke me. After reviewing the killing provocation plan for today from Rabbit Ba Mei and the others, Lu Tao silently calculated the materials and time she had spent just to pry open the door. Just prying open the door must be done. After swallowing the last bite of steamed bun, she angrily chewed and swallowed the energy pills, grabbing her particularly excited dominant wolf tooth club to push open the door. Prying open the door doesn't require her to worry, but another bastard crocodile that must be dealt with was waiting for her to take care of it personally. How much water can her cooling shower absorb in a day? How much edible water can it bring her? To retrieve the shower, she had stayed up all night last night, wandering hundreds of kilometers in the thatched plains. Calculating her expenditures made Lu Tao even more heartbroken. Gripping an explosive ball, she threw it into a nearby mud pit. With a thunderous sound, 2 3-meter-long crocodiles slowly surfaced from the muddy bottom, crashing. A modified net fell on the 2 crocodiles, and as they bit, Lu Tao jumped onto the net and stuffed a piece of wood into one crocodile's mouth, taking the opportunity to pierce the other crocodile's mouth. Congratulations to the player. Making money is the main goal for successfully killing 2 level 2 muddy crocodiles, obtaining 2 crocodile skins and 4 crocodile meats. Lu Tao stored the crocodile meat, holding 2 crocodile skins cold and ruthless like a seasoned employee of a fish market, dragging the long crocodile skins up onto the vehicle's roof and hanging them up. On the roof filled with the 10 or so crocodile skins swayed slowly with the hot wind of the thatched plains almost surrounding the vehicle. It gave off a sort of silent horror aesthetic, but Lu Tao felt ecstatic. Provocation 1. After hanging them up, she admired them for a while, before jumping down, turning off a marked point on the map, and continuing down the road from last night. The crocodile skins hanging on the vehicle steadily increased. The muddy pit she had passed over several times gradually disappeared from the map, and when Lu Tao's distance for today almost reached the number 250, the marked crocodile activity area finally left only one. A large swamp the size of 7 or 8 football fields where several level 2 muddy crocodiles lay comfortably in the mud, and the surrounding reeds bore the marks of having been flattened by the muddy crocodiles. At the edge of the swamp, Lu Tao looked and quietly covered her heart. The hatred value towards the muddy crocodiles increased by 50 times. In the mess caused by the muddy crocodiles, shriveled and delicious mud snails emitted a rotten stench, and the mud rolled up the corpses of fish from deeper places. Delicious mud snails, fish meat. The most important thing is that where there are fish, there must be water. Thinking of how such a large lake had turned into a muddy wasteland, she hadn't even received her cooling shower. Lu Tao felt a pang of heartache and wanted to pinch someone. But it was okay, the fish and delicious mud snails were gone, but the bones and shells remained. Selling them to Chow Chow Z would still bring returns. But the prerequisite is to kill these muddy crocodiles. She looked at the muddy crocodiles that had already locked onto her, tossing several explosive balls in a fan shape towards the swamp. The thunderous explosions resonated one after another, and the muddy crocodiles surfaced from the dead, with their massive bodies quickly climbing ashore. Lu Tao jumped onto the vehicle, which entered the thatched plains along a safe route, throwing explosive balls one after another behind her. With the roaring explosions, Lu Tao suddenly slammed on the brakes. From the windshield to the roof, 2 fishing nets spread outwards, trapping 3 crocodiles, and taking the opportunity, she jumped down from the roof, facing the sharp teeth of the 4th crocodile as it lunged at her. Lu Tao switched to a shovel, jabbing it into its mouth, while simultaneously bracing a piece of wood against its snout as the shovel was pulled out. Congratulations to the player Lu Tao for successfully killing a level 2 muddy crocodile, obtaining 1 crocodile skin and 2 crocodile meat. The roaring explosions and the sounds of the muddy crocodiles biting echoed in succession. When the last kill notification popped up, Lu Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She stored the dropped items and drove back to the swamp. Upon arriving at the swamp, she hung 5 crocodile skins on her vehicle and took out the crocodile skin gloves specially made for her by punching to the head. Crocodile skin gloves, right details, soft and skin-friendly, 30 hand defense, 25 hand attack. Just lacking the left hand, a single glove feels truly lonely. PS, want to know the secret of a single glove? Feel free to ask. Punching to the head. When Lu Tao received this glove, her expression was 3. It seems that the tactical glove for the right hand indeed has a secret unknown to the big boss with a fist. The glove fits snugly on the palm, the natural crocodile skin texture filled with an elegant combat style, with individual attack finger sleeves tightly gripping each finger, each sleeve armed with steel teeth from rabbit teeth, exuding a violent aesthetic. Probably violent, lacking in aesthetics. But the dominant wolf tooth club loves it. This is the glove that look how well its spikes match me charge. My blood is already boiling, each spike filled with eager venom. Lu Tao wanted to shout at it to shut up, but before she could, a sudden loud crash and the sound of heavy impact came from behind. Lu Tao turned her head. A 5-meter-long crocodile crashed into the vehicle, its massive snout biting onto the front of the car. The vehicle durability decreased by 35. The vehicle was instantly damaged, but quickly repaired. Lu Tao dashed over, thrusting a shovel into its snout and throwing explosives into its mouth. Amidst the thunderous explosion, its right snout was blown to bits, yet it ignored her attacks, swinging its tail and striking the vehicle before swiftly sinking into the swamp. This damned crocodile was deliberately destroying her vehicle. Lu Tao stood beside the rapidly repairing instant wealth vehicle, her expression extremely grim. But you probably don't know I have an abundance of basic resources. And what players lack even less is the ability to replenish at any moment. She opened the light screen and sent out advertisements for purchasing tree sap and crafting materials in 2 chat channels. Just as she was about to close it, a private message from the A3 server suddenly lit up with unread messages. Windmill, do you need tree sap and crafting materials? Windmill, how much do you need? Windmill, today, I ventured into a new fog-affected area, and aside from a pine forest and a large group of corrupted trents, there's nothing else. The problem is the pine forest is a game-restricted logging species. Photo. A lush pine forest caught Lu Tao's eye, and she was momentarily stunned. How could it be so rich? The A3 server boasts an abundance of wood and forest resources, while that server's resources are classified as stone and iron ore. Could there really be such large deposits of stone and iron? She held her breath, the thought of killing the crocodile becoming increasingly urgent. If she killed it and retrieved the cooling shower to acquire enough water, she could explore the new map. She couldn't afford to delay any longer. She was already falling behind a group of players. Making money is my fate. I need tree sap, 500 now. I'm buying tree sap crafting materials. Can I trade them for stone? Windmill, sure, I'll climb a tree to gather resources. Windmill has initiated a trade for tree sap, 500 for 1,500 stones. Lu Tao clicked to accept, and the pile of stones in the back compartment reduced by another batch. She stuffed 500 tree sap into the shelf, quickly rushing to the car to pick up the lazy worm. The lazy worm lay in the green sun hat, where the banana sprite had previously slept, looking at her lazily. Lu Tao let out a sigh of relief and checked the mint-potted plant. Confirming there were no issues, she ran to the back of the car in one breath. The sweet banana tree was lush and unaffected, and the banana sprite continued to maintain its state of health recovery. Only then did she feel at ease. However, due to this crocodile, new worries arose. She had to upgrade to a level 3 vehicle, as the level 2 vehicle was simply too fragile. Returning the lazy worm to the hat to sleep, Lu Tao rolled up her sleeves and charged into the swamp, tossing out a follow-up bomb to lure the mud swamp crocodile before speeding off. Dragging the crocodile skin back, she faced the swamp hanging from the vehicle. It seemed to be enraged by her actions as the 5-meter crocodile began to ram into her vehicle randomly. It lunged at the vehicle, biting the body and collapsing the ground. Until nightfall, the level 2 crocodile in the swamp disappeared completely, and Lu Tao consumed a stamina potion and energy pills. Sitting in front of the vehicle covered in crocodile skins, she took out the outdoor lounge chair under the illumination of a small hanging lamp. The chair cover, made by the exaggerating player, fit the lounge chair perfectly. The tail rested atop the back of the chair, gently curling into a lamp hanging from the back. 2 hind paws crawled on the armrests, and a palm-sized crocodile doll, made of crocodile skin, covered the entire chair. With a gentle tap on the left paw, these little crocodiles would raise their tiny hammers, scratch their itches, or give him a massage using a crocodile skin fan. The crocodile head under her feet opened wide, and its powerful biting snout became a footrest. Placing the chair cover on the chair, an item information column even appeared. Crocodile skin lounge chair details: a true luxury item, comfort 50, breathable, and cool 30. Lying on it for an afternoon nap restores 20 stamina every hour. Lu Tao was momentarily shocked. She hadn't expected that provoking that crocodile would bring her such an unexpected surprise. Now lying on this super comfortable lounge chair, she took out the crocodile skewer made by her private chef Xiao Chung and began to slowly roast it over the campfire. Under the careful carving of the chef, the crocodile's scales, snout, and tail were vividly colored, leaving Lu Tao momentarily stunned. Truly, the players were full of talent. She stared at the swamp, grinding her teeth. I don't believe you won't take the bait. The rotting smell from the swamp grew stronger, and the flames occasionally erupted. Just as the crocodile meat was about to burn, she was prepared to take a photo and ask her private chef Xiao Chung if this steak was still edible. Suddenly the sound of mud splattering from above a 5-meter-long crocodile landed heavily on her vehicle, which was less than 2 meters high and 3 meters long, producing a fragile cracking sound. Lu Tao jumped up in an instant, stowing away her precious lounge chair and thrusting the shovel towards its paw that was coming down while frantically repairing the vehicle. Your vehicle's current durability is 161. Vehicle durability 133. Current vehicle durability is insufficient at 200. Vehicle durability 180. Amidst the frenzied destruction and repair, a flicker of emotion flashed in the monster's cold-blooded eyes. Then it bit down and crushed a bundle of wood on the roof of the car before turning to flee. 2 torn drag nets fell from the sky, followed by 20 follow-up bombs and 5 explosive belly bombs thrown into the nets. Lu Tao jumped onto the car, quickly repairing the vehicle while stepping on the gas to rush toward a safe area. Amidst the thunderous explosions and the crocodile rolling in pain, she charged back, the spiked club heavily piercing its mouth, puncturing its lower jaw, and pulling out a gash. The crocodile's paw slapped her in the face, causing her to lose 20 health in the blink of an eye. But as she looked at the crocodile's mouth, she recalled its deliberately provoking demeanor when it swallowed her shower. Fuming with anger, she gritted her teeth, raising the shovel to block its bite, while diving into its mouth, using one leg to brace against its throat, and thrusting the spiked club through its mouth, tossing in one follow-up bomb after another along with the explosive belly bombs. The follow-up bombs lost their aggro effect on it, but under the power of dozens of them combined, its belly exploded. Lu Tao replenished a stamina potion and raised the domineering spiked club to smash its soft abdomen. Once, twice. No matter how its massive tail thrashed and rolled, she held onto its abdomen tightly. Her health continued to drop, nearing 20, when suddenly the monster became still. Congratulations, player Lu Tao has killed the level 3 mud swamp crocodile, obtaining crocodile skin 1, crocodile meat 2, crocodile blood 10, and swamp crocodile gastric debris 1. Exhausted, Lu Tao collapsed to the ground, but quickly got back up. Wait, where's my shower? She hurriedly got up, wanting to search, only to see several undigested debris next to the dropped items. Her cooling shower lay there pitifully, waiting for her to rescue it. Woe is me. Lu Tao picked up the shower and instinctively checked its internal water source. Then she froze suddenly. Internally stored muddy water, 100 liters. The water absorbed by this crocodile was all inside, so that means she didn't waste an opportunity to collect water that day. Without time to be excited, Lu Tao saw more gastric debris. Iron or fragments, vehicle front parts, and a half-digested level 1 tire. Lu Tao's smile vanished. She recalled her previous doubts about why this crocodile had repeatedly destroyed her vehicle. Because it had attempted the destruction of the vehicle would lead to the player's death. Once it had successfully killed a player on another highway. Is this crocodile special? Or is the fog erosion zone inherently moving randomly on every player's path? Either answer is quite unfriendly to the players. Lu Tao's expression grew serious as she crouched down to sift through the remains ejected from the crocodile's stomach, hoping to find some identification of this unfortunate player. Suddenly, several reward notifications popped up. Congratulations. Player earns a successful kill of a level 3 swamp crocodile. Reward: silver treasure, chest 1, swamp breathing ring 1. Player earns a reward for killing 34 swamp crocodiles within 24 hours, dealing devastating damage to the destructive creature in the Qingqing swamp, gaining skills house rating, and keep going until you can't. Player earns an exclusive vehicle instant wealth, which despite multiple devastating destructions still stands firm, gaining extreme reassembly buff time remaining in. Qingqing Swamp 2400, please return to the road moving forward. Lu Tao suddenly jumped up. Can the fog erosion zone actually push people? But what about her water collection plan? Glancing at her health bar stuck at 20, she hurriedly dashed into the vehicle to move the pottery jars and filters while quickly recovering in the resource-rich group. Earning his life kill it safe, everyone rest assured. Turning off the group chat, she began her water collection operation. The shower filter and pottery jars were moved outside the vehicle, and she immediately entered emergency work mode. But it was still too slow. With only 24 hours, every second the shower spent in the mud collecting water was a significant waste. She quickly decided to empty one backpack slot and pour the 100 liters of muddy water from the shower into it. As a result, the backpack slots calculated 500 milliliters of muddy water as 1 unit. She quickly stopped her actions, perplexed by this measurement. Why does a stone as big as that count as 1 unit, but muddy water is counted as 500 milliliters per unit? Suddenly, she had a brainwave and opened the trading platform to find a 10-liter wooden barrel for storing water. She poured the water into the wooden barrel with a lid, then placed it into the backpack slot. The backpack successfully showed 199 units. Lu Tao, you are truly clever. After giving herself a big compliment, she found the link and ordered 30 wooden barrels listed on the platform in one breath, then privately messaged the seller. Earning his life, I still need at least 30 wooden barrels. Can you make them now? Wood processor, yes. I'll get right on it. Earning big bucks, you're still busy this late. No wonder your ranking is so high. Earning is life, okay? Just send them to me when you're done. I'm busy, so I want chat for now. Turning off the screen, she poured the 100 liters of muddy water into the wooden barrel, and the filtered clean water was stored into the backpack slot. This significantly increased the utilization of one backpack slot. The cooling shower, which had just escaped from the crocodile's stomach, was once again tied with a sturdy rope and thrown into the mud pit. But the shower collected water too slowly. 24 hours wouldn't yield much at all. Once this village was passed, there would be no more stores, and who knows how long it would be until she encountered another water source. Thinking quickly, she took out wooden planks and laid them into the swamp. The further she went in, the more water-saturated the mud became. Lu Tao dug a pit on the spot, filled it with wood and stones, held her breath, and waited for a while, and gradually murky water filtered out from the mud in the pit. This works. Lu Tao felt invigorated and laid wooden planks around to dig more pits. After digging for a while, she added muddy water to the filter from the shore, transferring the clean water in the pottery jar into the wooden barrel to put in her backpack. After several trips back and forth, her stamina was consumed quickly, and she could barely move as she leaned against the wood. Lu Tao decisively pressed the pause button and opened the trading platform. Successfully found a basic small water pump in this server, and found a 1-meter rubber hose in the A3 zone. She bought 2 of both items, connected the pump to the hose, one going into the muddy barrel connected to the filter, the other into the water tank, with the hose connecting to the clean wooden barrel. The murky, muddy water was pumped out, slowly flowing into the filter, turning into clean water that flowed into the water tank, and the clean water was then pumped out into the wooden barrel. Her workload was instantly reduced by more than half. Indeed, tools change humanity. However, she still needed someone to help change the barrels. Lu Tao hesitated for a second, then ran into the vehicle to hug Lazy Bug and rushed out. Little Lazy, we are severely short on water. We finally found a place with water. We must stock up as much as we can, right? Lazy Bug yawned and looked at Lu Tao sleepily. But sister is going to find water. Can you take care of the filtering work for me? It's very simple. If the dirty hose on the left stops producing water, just carry it to the dirty water barrel next to it. When the right barrel filled with clean water is full, carry the hose to the empty barrel next to it, okay? Sister will leave the recliner here for you, and I'll leave you some meat and mangoes. You can take a nap and then help your sister. Lazy Bug was stunned for a moment, looking at Lu Tao and then at itself, then sighed in resignation. Ignoring Lazy Bug's sigh, Lu Tao hurriedly placed it at the edge of the water barrel. Lazy Bug rubbed its face with its front feet, trying hard to open its eyes wide, wrapping its little claws around the hose, and crawling to the other wooden barrel to throw it in, then yawned casually at Lu Tao. Lu Tao continued to pretend she didn't see it, showering it with praise. Lazy Bug is amazing. Really super impressive. You are the best little helper for sister. Lazy Bug's skin flickered between bright yellow and deep blue. Seeing Lu Tao not changing her mind, it resignedly crawled onto the dirty water barrel to transfer the hose. Family, who would believe it? Lazy Bug had to get up in the middle of the night to work. Lu Tao set down the recliner and food, took an energy pill, and dashed toward the swamp. She had no choice. They were all part of the family, and everyone needed water. Putting in some effort wasn't too much to ask, right? Lu Tao gave up thinking about how tiny Lazy Bug was, that the hose was thicker than it, and how she might be suspected of child labor. Wooden planks were laid over the swamp, and pits were dug in the mud. At 12:30, the area within 100 meters was filled with wooden paths and dugout pits. Finally, catching her breath, she climbed onto the shore and lay down to rest. Lazy Bug also lay beside her, exhausted to the point that its 2 rows of little claws went soft. Lu Tao rubbed the soft Lazy Bug, instinctively yawned, and then forced herself to open her eyes wide. No sleeping. The 24 hours are too precious. How could she sleep? She placed the tempting Lazy Bug back at the edge of the wooden barrel, chewed on some dried mango, and suddenly remembered she hadn't checked today's kill rewards. It's all because the 24-hour limit is too strict. She had only thought of stocking up on water. Looking at her dirty hands, she decided to ignore the treasure chest for now and picked up the Swamp Breathing Ring 1. Swamp Breathing Ring details allows you to enjoy swimming in the swamp without drowning. PS. After using for 1 hour, let it rest on land for 1 hour, otherwise the ring will become unusable. Lu Tao's eyes sparkled. So does that mean she can also enter this swamp? Lu Tao eagerly put on the crooked, childlike clay ring looking at the 2 skills she had obtained today. House rating details. After you kill most of a certain monster group, you will activate the house rating skill, allowing you to see the treasures hidden by the monsters. Keep going until you can't. Details. Your perseverance and determination allow you to get back up, even if you only have 1 breath left. Extreme reassembly buff details. When your vehicle suffers catastrophic damage, you get 1 chance for extreme reassembly. PS. Can only be passively used once a month. Please don't let your vehicle collapse. Everyday instant wealth is begging you, Lu Tao. It's all the damned crocodiles doing. She felt a pang of heartache. That was her precious vehicle. Lu Tao secretly resolved to quickly upgrade her vehicle to level 3 and arm the instant wealth ship. House rating details. After you kill most of a certain monster group, you will activate the house rating skill, allowing you to see the treasures hidden by the monsters. Keep going until you can't. Details. Your perseverance and determination allow you to. Adding to that, the looting. Lu Tao immediately got up from the ground. She was no longer satisfied with digging in the mud pit. Now she wanted to venture into the swamp in search of treasure. She took out everything she could from her backpack, gave a loving encouragement to the lazy worm yawning, and eagerly stepped into the swamp. The mud beneath her feet was wet and slippery, and she slowly sank down, which made her feel extremely insecure. A sense of unknown panic surrounded her. Touching the ring, she took a deep breath, and before surrendering to fear, submerged herself into the mire. As if wrapped in glue, Lu Tao momentarily found it hard to breathe, but in the next second, a human-shaped protective shield formed around her body, allowing her to breathe clean air as she saw the mud surrounding her. There was yellow layered mud, as well as deep gray or black deep mud. She tentatively moved her arms forward, and surprisingly found that she could actually navigate through the sludge. Thinking of the 1-hour countdown, she did not delay, gripping her shovel and continuing to sink down. After sinking about 3 meters, the surrounding mud finally began to change. She stepped on a stone wrapped in mud beneath her feet, and not far away a delicious mud snail crawled out, leaving a muddy trail. Lu Tao kicked off and accurately grabbed it, stuffing it into her backpack. Delicious mud snail X1. What a great start. She picked up her shovel and began to dig through the mud in front of her while moving forward. Soon she obtained delicious mud snail X2. Stepping on something, Lu Tao bent down to clear the mud and was startled to see a palm-sized fish with a mouth full of teeth emerging from the mud to bite her finger. Fortunately, she was wearing crocodile skin gloves, preventing injury. Black-scaled fish details. A fish living in the depths of the swamp. It enjoys eating lotus roots, typically found in areas with lotus root rhizomes. Edible fish. 10 stamina. Lu Tao's eyes lit up. Lotus root. She raised her shovel and began to dig, throwing clumps of mud behind her as she dug around her. She hurriedly stopped, reached forward, and pulled out a lotus root as thick as her arm. Unfortunately, it was broken in the middle, but that was all right. There was more below. She tucked away the lotus root and continued to feel around, pulling out a fresh lotus root wrapped in mud measuring nearly half a meter long. Crispy, fresh lotus root details, crunchy and sweet, rich in juice, can be eaten raw or used to make food. After stowing away the lotus root, she dug around to the side. She discovered a lotus root that had been gnawed on by the black-scaled fish. It was completely chewed up and could not be eaten. Disappointed, she stowed away her shovel and continued to dig forward. She also obtained delicious mud snail X2 and black-scaled fish X1. After moving forward several meters, she suddenly touched something familiar. She focused her gaze. Waterstone. Small details can provide 100 milliliters of edible fresh water per. If the filter and cooling shower provided a storable water source, then the waterstone brought a continuous, albeit small, life-giving water. Lu Tao felt invigorated. She never expected to find such good things in the swamp. She continued to feel forward, discovering delicious mud snail X2 and river clams X3, each larger than her face. River clam details, meaty and plump with a chance to obtain pearls. Lu Tao was thoroughly moved. She dug around with her shovel and obtained river clams X7. She continued to dig forward, and the looting skill automatically activated. She saw dozens of bright red dots all around her and grabbed her shovel to dig towards the nearest one. The shovel dug away the top layer of mud, revealing a hollow mud shell over 3 meters deep. Nearby, a small pile of thatch scattered, and Lu Tao touched it. Level 1 thatch, level 1 thatch, level 2 thatch. This small handful turned out to be mostly level 1 thatch, mixed with a few pieces of level 2 thatch. Lu Tao decided to gather it all. Obtained level 1 thatch X31, level 2 thatch X3. After turning around, she found nothing else and cautiously shoveled down twice. With a clang, Lu Tao quickly dug out a hole and unearthed a fine stone. She continued to dig down and found fine stones X3. Lu Tao suddenly felt excited and crawled towards the second red dot. This swamp crocodile had hoarded quite a few stones for scratching, mixed with 3 fine stones. Lu Tao collected the stones and continued to paddle through the mud. All the delicious mud snails and lotus roots she encountered along the way were stowed away in her backpack. With only 20 stamina left and an hour almost up, she reluctantly swam up and collapsed onto a lounge chair, exhausted. The lazy worm was startled by her and stared wide-eyed at this dark, muddy humanoid creature lying on the chair, sleeping motionlessly before slowly crawling over to sleep beside Lu Tao. An hour later, after the lazy worm granted Lu Tao an extra hour of sleep, she got up, quickly consumed a stamina potion, hurriedly filtered the water, and rushed back into the swamp. Soon she arrived at the 5th red, discovering level 2 thatch X1, level 1 thatch X25, and even a few clumps of crocodile droppings. She continued to crawl towards the 6th red, it discovering delicious mud snail X3, black-scaled fish X1A, and the crispy fresh lotus root that appeared almost simultaneously with the black-scaled fish. At the 6th red dot she obtained iron ore X10 and fine stone X1. Lu Tao spent 1 hour sinking and searching for supplies, another hour surfacing to stuff clean water into her backpack, and rested. By the time she finished searching the 20 or so red dots, the sky was already bright. She consumed a stamina potion and submerged herself into the mire again, paddling towards the largest red. This red dot was almost in the center of the swamp, deeper than the other red dots. After delving 10 meters, Lu Tao unexpectedly discovered aquatic plants in the mud. Crystal crispy fruit details, crunchy and sweet. Eating it can increase spirit by 30. Between 2 round leaves, the half-transparent green fruits the size of grapes were particularly beautiful. Lu Tao excitedly collected 3 crystal crispy fruits, and while digging forward, she found 2 more, gaining crystal crispy fruits X6 once again. She continued to paddle forward, but the crystal crispy fruit plants she encountered clearly bore signs of being gnawed. Either only one was left, or they were completely empty. Lu Tao guessed who was responsible for the gnawing, feeling both pained and scolding it for wasting the treasure. Did you gain anything useful from eating this? Just swallowing it whole. Lu Tao suddenly realized that if players eat this, it will replenish their spirit. Could it be that monsters eating this might gain some cognitive ability? Her expression changed, increasingly convinced that her guess was correct. Looking at the surrounding crystal crispy fruit plants, she quickened her pace through the mud. When her feet hit a hard shell, her entire body crashed into a mud shell space over 10 meters deep. As her palm touched the ground, and she was about to get up. Changing mind details comes with a refreshing effect. Wearing it can slowly enhance spirit. Suddenly Lu Tao sprang up swiftly, prying open the mud shell beneath her. After removing several clumps of dried mud, she discovered a large black stone occupying the entire space under the shell. The spot she had touched earlier revealed a hint of crystalline green. Ah, a vein. She picked up a shovel and pried along the green spot. With a couple of loud clinks, the ore cracked open with a thin fissure, but remained untouched by the green stone. I need a new tool. Lu Tao took out a stone axe, aimed the tip at the surrounding green crystal ore, and struck vigorously. Amidst the flying stone shards, she managed to carve out more than half, only to hear a crack. The tip of the stone axe, capable of withstanding the prairie fire chicken, actually broke. Though she faced setbacks, Lu Tao grew increasingly determined. She opened the trading platform to search for a pickaxe, and soon a product listing popped up. Pickaxe details: a professional mining tool crafted from fine iron, durability 10001 price 300 wood. Lu Tao completed the transaction of 300 wood without haggling, and a prompt appeared. Received random trade rebate pickaxe 1. Lu Tao held 2 pickaxes, and after a moment of surprise, she began to mine the green crystal ore energetically. From the pile of broken stones, a green crystal fell out with a clink. Green crystal details: wearing restores 5 points of mental energy per hour, boosts mental energy 0. 110 days. Lu Tao was so excited she nearly jumped up. Jackpot. Players rely on game rewards to enhance their mental energy, but now there was a direct way to increase it. Lu Tao stored the green crystal and immediately began to mine with the pickaxe. She checked her stamina. For every 10 strikes, her stamina would decrease slightly, and it took at least 25 strikes to unearth a green crystal, equating to 5 points of stamina. The pickaxe also lost 1 durability every 5 minutes. While hurriedly mining, she contacted Chow Caozi. Making money is my life. 20 stamina potions. I need them now. Chow Caozi, huh? I remember I just exchanged a batch with you. Have you finished already? Shocked JPG, I can't keep up with how fast you consume them. Making money is my life. Initiated trade with 300 for stamina potion 20. Chow Caozi quickly sent over 20 potions, and Lu Tao received a trade rebate stamina potion 3. With 23 potions in hand, it was enough for now. Chow Caozi, do you still have any aquatic animal bones? If so, trade me a batch at the same price as before. Making money is my life. Okay. After sending the message, she bit into a stamina potion and continued. A few minutes later, she spotted the second green crystal inside the black stone. She kept chipping away and soon dug out a downward hole. Received green crystal 1, you received green crystal 2, received green crystal 3. However, after digging 2 meters inward, the ore completely disappeared, revealing a deep muck below. She squatted in the pit, digging in all directions. As an hour was about to pass, Lu Tao was eager to dig out 1 more crystal before leaving when a stone richer in color than the others fell out. Green crystal gem details: wearing restores 15 points of mental energy per hour, boosts mental energy 120 days. Ah, a premium one. Lu Tao grabbed the stone, realizing there were only a few minutes left before the hour was up. She quickly swung the pickaxe upward, collecting 2 delicious mud snails and 3 river clams along the way. By the time she finally climbed onto the wooden board she had laid out, her lungs felt like they were about to burst. Gasping for breath, she excitedly wiped the green crystal gem and stuffed it into her clothing pocket. Used it. After climbing back to shore, she collected some water again and pulled out the cooling sprinkler from the mud pit to spray off the muddy water before putting it back. In one night, she had gathered 50 liters of potable water. Taking a breath, she stood up and ate a bun and a piece of mango dried fruit for breakfast, hurriedly watering the mint and banana fairies. Banana fairy life, 33. Awakening this morning, the temperature reached 39 degrees. Lu Tao took the opportunity to drape banana leaves over the vehicle as a sunshade and quickly collected the aromatic package sent by Duo Jia Yu and I this morning. She quickly slapped her forehead, remembering she had forgotten about the A3 server. Switching screens, Lu Tao first posted today's logistical supplies in the kill group, only to realize that her partners had also been busy last night while she was hunting monsters. Wu Zhang just prying the door, I was injured last night. The little brothers below started to rebel after suffering losses, all saying in the chat channel they want to withdraw from the rating group. Results should come tonight. Making money is my life. Okay, I knew the big guys were reliable. Do you need any more supplies? I can send them over too. She then sent 50 bomb balls, 1 triple folding stone axe, and even gritted her teeth to send 1 crystal crunchy fruit. Encouraging her group friends to keep it up, hoping to resolve the A3 server issue tonight, Lu Tao quickly switched back to her original server and privately messaged Duo Jia Yu and I. Making money is my life, sister. No need to rush. We should receive good news tonight. Duo Jia Yu and I. Cat excited JPG. Okay, I'll return the 2 small item production machines to you right away. Duo Jia Yu and I gifted you small item production machine too. Lu Tao received them in a second, barely squeezing the 2 machines into the crowded rear compartment along with a green sun hat and a dual-layer storage rack. Her rear compartment and the roof were nearly filled with wooden blocks and stones, urgently needing the dual-layer storage rack to alleviate the situation. Everything sorted out. Noticing her ring still had 30 minutes to recover, she didn't take a break, getting up to search for the remains of aquatic animals around the swamp. Chao Caozi reminded her that these things were rare outside this area, and she needed to make the most of her time to gather as much as she could. Since she was collecting bones, she didn't waste the rotting meat hanging nearby. She found a wooden barrel and stuffed it inside. This stuff is also great compost material, perfect for the little mint and sweet banana trees. Just as the hour was up, Lu Tao timed it perfectly and dove back into the mud pit, starting to mine. Clang, clang, clang. She began to chip away at the ore. Her arms ached from the chipping, and she was exhausted, relying solely on stamina potions to keep going. She no longer paid attention to the debuff on her stamina. If she collapsed, so be it. Later she would snuggle with her lazy worm and sleep it off. After an unknown amount of time, her hands were sore and her eyes were glazed over. Suddenly, there was a clink. The second pickaxe in her hands had broken, and the entire mud shell space was left in shambles. Storing the last green crystal, Lu Tao forced down a stamina potion and made a vigorous effort to push herself upward. By the time she finally climbed up to the shore, she was completely drained of energy. Time was too tight. Lu Tao got up and poured the muddy water from the cooling shower one last time into the swamp, bought another water pump and hose, and began to collect the water from the pit she had dug yesterday. At this point, it didn't matter whether it was muddy water or not. As she first took out the more than 10 double-decker shelves she made today, stuffed a pile of stones inside, and neatly arranged the double-decker shelves in the trunk, stacking them one on top of the other, then stuffed buckets of muddy water into the outermost shelf. Each layer could hold 99 units of space, which was completely enough for her to fill the buckets and still have plenty left. But the pit she dug was too effective, so she hurriedly bought another 30 from the wood processing vendor. When all the muddy water was stuffed into the storage shelves and the wooden boards laid across the swamp were collected, Lu Tao was already so exhausted that her head was spinning. With only half an hour left, she carried the wooden bucket and turned around, flipping over some animal carcasses. There was no time to separate the bones and rotten flesh, so she stuffed them all together into the storage shelves. Having secured various items outside the vehicle, Lu Tao dashed into the driver's seat, gulped down a stamina potion, and pressed the accelerator. There was only a minute left until the expulsion time. The instant wealth vehicle, filled with a mountain of wood on top, roared twice, shaking and creaking as it struggled to move forward. Lu Tao opened the road map and adjusted her direction towards the original endpoint. Just as the instant wealth vehicle barely changed direction, the 24-hour countdown ended completely, and the entire vehicle was suddenly empty beneath her. Lu Tao felt as if she had been thrown into the air, surrounded by thick, suffocating fog erosion. You have entered an area with 70 fog erosion concentration. Please leave quickly. Please leave quickly. Vehicle durability 30. Vehicle durability 30. Mentality 10. Lu Tao struggled to shove a crystal crunchy fruit into her mouth. Her mental strength instantly boosted. In the next moment, the vehicle suddenly fell from the air again. With a loud crash, Lu Tao and the vehicle landed on a section of the road, and she quickly opened her information. Name Lu Tao Life, 310 Stamina 31100. A fatigue debuff is being countered by Stamina Pills Mentality, 45135 Strength 40. You can PK with a Kangaroo Agility 5. When you escape, your legs are faster than half the people. Luck 4 attributes none. Occupation, level 1 Road Merchant. Current accumulated value 158. 1000. Sun exposure 81,100. When sun exposure reaches 30, you will be at risk of heatstroke. Skills Blood Road, return stubbornness of 11. Home rating, keep going until you drop title. Trading Pioneer. On a scorching summer day, road recognition 1. Lu Tao felt a lingering fear. Did being thrown out after exceeding the time mean passing through a high fog erosion zone? Just like that, her spirit dropped so much in such a short time. Lu Tao felt a lingering fear and couldn't help but wonder. If there is a 70 fog erosion concentration area, what is the concentration of the scorching summer road? The survival pressure brought by the game suddenly increased. Lu Tao hurriedly took a sip of water to calm herself down and checked her pitiful instant wealth vehicle. Vehicle Level 2 Classic 4-wheel multifunctional vehicle upgradable, wood 1000, rubber 1000, stones 1000, bark 1000, or iron, or 1000. Glass 500. Current protection value. Structure wood iron stone mix. Speed 30 km/h. Current battery, total 200. Consumption 1 hour, 20 power. Consumption 50 power per hour. Tire durability 258,500. She hurriedly maxed out the durability and then looked at the map for her current location. She realized she had landed 300 kilometers from the previous damaged section of the road, and she had actually exceeded the endpoint she had previously set for herself. Having perfectly completed the mileage, she also managed to gather so many supplies in the fog erosion area. A great profit. But thinking about the experience of entering the high-concentration fog erosion area, just now she felt that next time she should avoid timing issues when leaving. It was just too dangerous. After nearly 2 days of endurance, she was exhausted to the extreme, but the abundant harvest made her inexplicably excited. She applied mud frog grease to the small hanging lights in front and back of the vehicle, jumped off the road, quickly took out the clay jar filter bucket set, and took advantage of the night to filter clean water without driving. Everything settled, she took out her supplies and finally had time to organize her extreme 24-hour harvest. Level 1 Reed 81, Level 2 Reed 18. Delicious mud snails 33. Black scale fish 11. Fresh and crisp lotus root 42. River clams 18. Crystal crunchy fruit 42. Green crystal 21. Green crystal gem 2. Iron or 21. Refined stone 15. Water stone 2. There was also stored water with 120 liters of drinkable water and 80 liters of unfiltered muddy water, and there were still 11 liters of muddy water left in the cooling shower that she used to cool down. She calculated that 5 water stones would bring her 12 liters of drinkable water each day. The water shortage alert that had been hanging in her mind was finally temporarily lifted. But looking at the vehicle stuffed to the brim, leaving not a single gap, even on the roof, Lu Tao started to work. In order to stuff the wood and stones, focusing on the stones as they were heavier, she even temporarily moved out some non-perishable goods from the shelves, filling the shelf compartments with 1,000 stones. Even with this, her trunk was still neatly filled with wood, and she began to doubt whether the extreme reorganization buff would be used up immediately. Because the instant wealth vehicle really felt like a balloon that could explode at any moment. Nervously touching the vehicle's exterior, Lu Tao silently promised to upgrade it quickly, hoping it could hold on for a few more days. Once she got the glass blueprints, she would immediately start making glass. After comforting the instant wealth, Lu Tao, struggling against her overwhelming drowsiness, boldly washed herself again with 3 liters of water. Then she hurried to the back of the vehicle to touch the flower buds of the banana fairy and ran inside to touch the mint leaves, casting spells before she solemnly opened the extraction page of the light screen. In her backpack, there was a shimmering silver treasure chest from 24 hours. Since the end of the novice period, this was the first treasure chest she had obtained. The drop rate was significantly lower than during the novice period. Lu Tao gently poked it, and the silver treasure chest suddenly opened. Congratulations, player, you have obtained an item blueprint upgrade card, low level 1. What? Lu Tao's drowsy eyes instantly widened as she hurriedly examined the reward. Item upgrade card details can be used on owned blueprints to upgrade them, allowing the crafting of upgraded items. Lu Tao's gaze fixed on the prop upgrade card, holding her breath. A flash of all the blueprints she possessed coursed through her mind, and then it momentarily settled on the blueprint for the level 3 vehicle upgrade. Without hesitation, she attempted the upgrade, only for a prompt to appear. Current upgrade card level is too low to upgrade to level 3 blueprint. Lu Tao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, only to rebound instantly. Since she had a low-level upgrade card, the next step was to find a way to obtain a higher level 1. But where could this upgrade card be used? With the level 3 blueprint unusable, her options were limited to the green sun hat, the small clip and fan, and the dualier vehicle storage rack, 3 items that were bestsellers on the scorching summer roads. She scanned her options, and then clicked to use the Dualier vehicle storage rack. Her cooling items were sufficient for now, but what she truly needed was a storage rack that could swiftly resolve the excess stones and wood. The upgrade card was successfully used in an instant, and the next moment a new prompt appeared. 3-layer vehicle storage rack details has 3 layers of space. Each layer can hold 1000 different types of supplies. Does not preserve food details. Each layer can hold different types of supplies. 1000 no preservation materials. Wood 8, tree gum 2, vines 4 3 layers. Each layer could hold 1000 supplies. Lu Tao leapt up, opened the small prop-making machine, and quickly cancelled the previous Dualier vehicle storage rack production, re-entering the command for the 3-layer vehicle storage rack. Watching the small prop-making machine in operation, Lu Tao was filled with anticipation. One storage rack would be ready in an hour, and by morning, she would have 7 or 8 racks. Each could hold 3,000 stones or wood, and the loading issue of the instant wealth vehicle would be alleviated, giving her enough time to upgrade the vehicle. With the crisis resolved, Lu Tao could finally get some sleep. She was about to fall asleep with the lazy worm in her arms when she suddenly opened her eyes and placed the tempting lazy worm in the green sun hat's nest. The door cracking event would soon reach a historic conclusion. Her glass blueprint and heat-insulating coating. She had almost forgotten such an important matter. She quickly opened the A3 server only to see the ghost server suddenly come to life. Messages flooded the chat channel as if celebrating and venting simultaneously. One message was barely visible before it was covered by the latest. Song warm congratulations on the door cracking event's black icon. We finally pulled out the claws thanks to all the big shots. Sob, I'm so excited I might run naked. Xinxia upstairs, you must be hot enough to run naked. Don't use celebration to numb yourself. It's 36 degrees at night. I understand your feelings about running naked. But the door cracking event finally died. That damned little thief. I've been suffocating for days without daring to say a word. Where's my phone? Who understands? Before entering the game, my phone was always in hand, and once in the game the chat channel became my spiritual sustenance. The feeling of being choked by that murderer from the door cracking event was unbearable. It's so nice to chat freely again. Shuang Weiwei and its little brothers without the door cracking event, as the raider leader, the organization disbanded instantly, and everyone went back to black icons. Laughing to death, they killed so many players, still thinking they could return to the player community. The vehicle is gone, a dream on. Lu Tao immediately searched for the door cracking event in the chat channel and opened his past chats. The once arrogant icon was now pitch black. Lu Tao eagerly opened the kill group and saw many messages. Windmill making money is my destiny. The door cracking event is resolved. I was bombed in a chain reaction by your follow-up explosion. Rabbit 8 sister super excited. That damn disaster is finally offline. Still me first. Making money is my destiny. Come choose something. This guy has so many good things. You want the glass crafting blueprint, right? He'll find one for you. Wuzhong still me first posted in the group. Let everyone choose based on contribution. Shin CC coming making money is my destiny. You choose first. Adidas cannot be thought of. Finally time to reap the rewards. Let me quit. Still me first is clever. Seeing he intends to run, I directly entered his road through the pride open door lock to successfully kill and obtain supplies. You guys are amazing. Still me first. Yes, I want the glass crafting blueprint and the heat insulating coating. He'll take those too. I want choose anything in the first 2 rounds. Anyone in the group who needs or wants to sell supplies can contact me for a trade. The group echoed. Truly deserving of the making money style, even at this moment, they don't forget to do business. The 8 members of the group sacrificed their resources and abilities to kill the door cracking event, and according to contribution values, everyone took turns selecting one item. Lu Tao directly locked onto the 2 most needed items, and everything else could wait. Still me first. Thumbs up. Admiration. JPG, you still remember to do business at this time. You're this one. Making money is my destiny. I'll give you these 2 items first, then we can start taking turns. Still me first. Gifts you glass crafting blueprint 1, heat insulating coating 2, glass crafting blueprint materials, sand 1, clay 1, stone 1, heat insulating coating details. Brush it on the exterior of the vehicle, reducing interior high temperature by 10. Lu Tao felt a wave of relief. Finally got my hands on them. While the other players began selecting items from the first 2 rounds, Lu Tao started a message in the chat channel looking to buy sand and clay. After sending several messages and returning to the A3 kill group with the same purchase message, she found that the first 2 rounds had just finished selecting. The remaining supplies were sent to the group, and the 3rd round of selection began. The door cracking event truly deserved to be the chief culprit, causing tens of thousands of players' losses in the A3 server, possessing many good items. There were even parts of the level 3 vehicle blueprints along with some precious props. Lu Tao glanced over and spotted something that completely froze her gaze. Stabilizing gem. Details after use vehicle balance 50 is stability 50, reduces bumps, and the impact of external overturning the door cracking event had too many good items, and yet everyone lacked the level 3 vehicle upgrade blueprints. So the stabilizing gem was left for the third round. Lu Tao chose it without hesitation. The deep brown stabilizing gem made Lu Tao's heart race with excitement. The most crucial stabilizing gem for the upgraded blueprints was now in hand. As long as she could acquire the upgrading iron ore and tree gum, she could upgrade the vehicle to level 3 all at once, and then immediately pull it up to the upgraded version. Lu Tao held her breath watching the group as the fourth round of selection began. The good items were dwindling, and the remaining were mostly ordinary materials. Lu Tao followed the crowd and selected iron ore 100, then chose banana leaves 25 and bananas 50, bringing her share for the night to a complete end. Wu Zhang, the task of killing the door-cracking event has ended. Should this group exit or remain? Leave the group. She could never leave the group. After all, it was hard-earned to get into the top player group of the A3 server. Withdrawing would be a significant loss. Just as Lu Tao was about to stop Wu Zhang from this terrifying thought, she saw messages from other players. Feng Che, don't delete the group. It's hard to find a place for communication. We can't leave. Rabbit 8 sister Wu Zhang, I applied to keep the kill group. Everyone's game progress is about the same, making it perfect for exchanging information and resources, which would benefit everyone. Don't delete the group. Lu Tao immediately chimed in. Making money is life, strongly agree. Don't delete it. I really want to join this group. Selling green sun hats in the front row. Anyone who needs them can let me know. My various supplies are available for priority trading. Chen Cici. Truly you are making money even thinking about advertising at this time. But can I have one of your green sun hats? Can I trade it for heat-resistant coating? I've already used my vehicle, and this bottle just got distributed. What a good deal. Making money is life. Yes. He'll trade with you right away. Haha, just look at my nickname, you'll know how important making money is. Lu Tao quickly reached a deal with Chen Cici and obtained another bottle of heat-resistant coating. Good things are never too much. She hastily completed the transaction and added the heat-resistant coating to her inventory. The messages about deleting the group chat were naturally drowned out as players began discussing the recent road temperatures. After a brief chat, Lu Tao was too sleepy, just as she yawned, and was about to sleep. Wu Zhang's private message suddenly popped up. Wu Zhang, I need to tell you something. Making money is life. Is the big shot going to trade something with me? If you have heat-resistant coating, I'd be interested. Wu Zhang, I have 2 extra bottles that I can trade you, but that's not the point. Wu Zhang running away doesn't mean entering the opponent's road through an unlocked door, it's just using a pry tool to enter after dying and dropping the professional attachment item. Wu Zhang killing players will yield items related to their profession. This is just a pry tool drop universal crowbar. Universal crowbar details input the opponent's nickname, and you will be able to pry open their door 100. Durability 23. The night wind blew, making Lu Tao shiver involuntarily and sit up straight. Players can obtain professional items from killing each other. Doesn't that mean prying the door is just the beginning, not the end? No way. This is a single-player road game. Prying the door is a special profession that allows entry into other players wanting to kill to obtain professional attachment items can only do so if. Wu Zhang, you should have guessed it. I suspect that there will be a convergence between my road and the hot summer road tasks. Wu Zhang, thanks to the supplies you provided, otherwise prying the door would not have gone offline so quickly. I hope this information is useful to you. Lu Tao took a deep breath. She bit her lips, shocked by the convergence of roads, yet felt it was to be expected. Making money is life. Thank you. This information is very important to me. By the way, do you need to interact with the natives? What can I trade for heat-resistant coating? Wu Zhang. Making money is life. I recently found out a little rumor that the natives are eager to acquire cooling supplies. If you want to restore relations with the natives, this should be useful, right? By the way, can heat-resistant coating be traded for green sun hats? Making money is life. I also have small fans. Should I trade a bit more? The natives also need. Wu Zhang silence. JPG admiration. JPG, thank you for sharing the information. Heat-resistant coating can be traded for green sun hats. I also need 3 small fans. Can we trade random chessboard? Random chessboard details: when in danger, throw the chessboard in your hand, and it can appear anywhere within 100 meters. P.S. Those with bad luck should not use it. It depends on luck. Lu Tao's eyes widened, filled with surprise and joy. A life-saving item. She knew that the top players in the A3 server must have some good stuff. Everyone's attention these past few days has been on killing and prying, and they actually missed this. Making money is life. I want this. Let's trade right away. Although she had been busy these days, she still found time to craft some small items. Making money is life initiated a trade of 3 green sun hats and 3 small fans for 2 heat-resistant coatings and 1 random chessboard. The 2 quickly reached a deal and simultaneously decided to cut off the chat. Lu Tao looked at her gains, excitedly clenching her fist. She knew that sharing 2 server spaces would definitely yield extra rewards. Isn't it just coming? She quickly stuffed the palm-sized black and white chessboard into her backpack, setting aside the 5 heat-resistant coatings and tearing open the glass blueprint to study. Lu Tao was completely exhausted today, leaning against the driver's seat and falling asleep in an instant. Road survival day 12, 39 degrees. Lu Tao was awakened by the heat. Today's sun seemed particularly scorching and sultry, and the temperature inside the car was 4 to 5 degrees higher than outside. Even the cooling basin's heat dissipation seemed insufficient. The lazy bug had already dragged its sun hat nest to the cooling basin to take a nap. The small mint leaves on the shelf drooped, and the lush canopy of the sweet banana tree at the back of the car also looked a bit worn out. Lu Tao slapped her forehead, fully waking up from her dream. After watering the mint-potted plant, she got out of the car, only to be blinded by the sun today, instinctively lowering the brim of her hat, blocking the overly scorching and glaring sunlight. Sunglasses must be acquired quickly, otherwise driving will be difficult, and even walking on the road could cause blindness. In a hurry, Lu Tao poured enough water for the sweet banana tree, then climbed to the roof of the car, took the cooling sprinkler, and began spraying mud water. The murky water covered the vehicle, and seeing the temperature of the vehicle drop, Lu Tao opened the chat channel. Be sure it's scorching hot. It's 39 degrees early in the morning. Ooh, it's killing me. I can't even drive my car. Chen Xiaojin, at least my car is a level 2 vehicle. My tricycle can't move at all. Every day the resources I get are used on vehicle repairs. I'm thirsty, tired, and hungry. Could someone give me some supplies? I'm begging kind-hearted people. Duo Tower, everyone is struggling in the game. Risking entering the fog-ruined area will always yield some resources. Don't waste time here. Starlamp, my tires are starting to melt right now. What should I do? The weather is getting hotter and hotter with heat stroke, heat illnesses, and other serious impacts. The atmosphere in the chat channel has suddenly changed. Anxious emotions spread through the chat channel, and the total number of players in the upper right corner seemed to change at any moment. Lu Tao looked at the current players and saw that the total number had slightly decreased by 2. Lu Tao's expression was grave. She felt danger approaching gradually. She had to upgrade her vehicle as soon as possible and gather enough supplies to survive the next 2 months. She also needed to enter the indigenous gathering to acquire more supplies and gather more information about the scorching summer road in the coming months. To enter the indigenous gathering, she must go to the rotating city. But before going there, she had to take a trip to the 24-hour secret realm. She should have gone earlier. It was just a matter of prying open the door, but it required daily attention. Then she encountered a mud pit crocodile, which delayed her until today. There was no time to delay. Licking her dry lips, Lu Tao jumped down from the roof of the vehicle. She collected the water that had heated up in the sun into the storage rack along with all the muddy water. The daytime temperature was too high, it was not worth it to let the muddy water evaporate here. With everything sorted out, Lu Tao climbed back onto the vehicle and sent the heat insulation layer to Duo Jia Yuanai. Duo Jia Yuanai replied immediately. Duo Jia Yuanai, this is a lifesaver. My machine stopped working the moment the sun rose this morning, and I was in a dilemma. Duo Jia Yuanai, by the way, I remember you were looking for a player who can weave right. I saw a player selling handmade straw mats and straw hats. You can ask him. His nickname is Zhou Xinghua. Lu Tao's eyes lit up. Making money is my destiny. Thank you for the good news. I'm on my way. Lu Tao searched for Zhou Xinghua and clicked to add him as a friend, but he seemed busy. She left a message saying she needed woven cushions and windbreak curtains. Then she privately messaged Quan Dao too. Making money is my destiny. Do you need heat insulation layer? Quan Dao too, yes. Urgently needed. Quan Dao 2 initiated a trade energy block 1 for heat insulation layer 1. Quan Dao 2, I traded for something good with a merchant yesterday. He'll share one with you. Damn it, no more chit chat. That cursed steel-tooth rabbit has dug up my road again. Photo. A level 2 vehicle battered by monster attacks was surrounded by numerous rabbit holes, almost like a whack-a-mole game. Moreover, the holes were deeper than the bumpy road before. One careless move could trap half a tire. Lu Tao expressed her confusion. Making money is my destiny. I remember I was fighting rabbits right before I killed the crocodile. Why are they still at it now? Could it be that there are countless rabbits on Quan Dao 2 road, to the point of attacking even during the day? Quan Dao 2 stayed silent for 3 full seconds before sending a message. Quan Dao 2, hahaha, something unexpected happened, but I can kill them. Do you want rabbit meat? Don't be polite. Right now I don't have much, just a lot of rabbit legs and fur. Come take a few to eat. Quan Dao 2 gifts you rabbit legs 5. This familiar topic shifting pattern. Lu Tao twisted her lips. Making money is my destiny. I know a player who can make bombs. Although there are some side effects, they're still quite useful. If you need them, you can look for him. His nickname is my Lei Hong Hongjia. Quan Dao 2, you can make bombs in the game. Damn, I'm going to buy a bunch and blow those rabbits up. Lu Tao originally wanted to remind him that bombs have the side effect of attracting monsters. But thinking it over with Quan Dao 2 luck, he probably wouldn't have any side effects, and would still attract monsters. Asking about the countless holes on his road was very convincing. She turned to contact Bai Mu. Making money is my destiny, boss. I got something good. Take a look. Heat insulation layer. Bai Mu, yes. Bai Mu, shall we trade this? Engine heat insulation plate details reduces engine overload from high temperatures by 30 a combustion by 30 Lu Tao's eyes lit up. She knew Bai Mu had good stuff. Without hesitation, she sent over the heat insulation layer to exchange for the engine heat insulation plate. She immediately crawled under the vehicle to install it on the engine. The weather was getting hotter, and the engine was a super huge hidden danger. She originally thought that the engine's heat resistance would increase after upgrading the vehicle to level 3. But Bai Mu gave her a huge surprise. Indeed, for items related to vehicles, finding the expert Bai Mu was absolutely the right choice. Lu Tao planned to chat more with Boss Bai later and acquire some supplies, because with the weather so hot, everyone needed helpful items for their vehicles. Taking it to the A3 server would definitely fetch a good price. Feeling delighted, Lu Tao picked up the energy block that Quan Dao 2 had traded to her. Energy block details a mobile power supply energy block that can be used to provide electricity within a vehicle and can also be used for machine energy supply. When used for overall vehicle power supply, it can only last for 1 hour. When used for machine power supply, it can last for 20 days durability. Current rechargeable times 1515 Lu Tao gasped. Can provide energy for both the vehicle and machines. Wouldn't that mean the vehicle could run on electricity? No more constant physical input for the machines. Oh. Why did her road refresh with a pet merchant while it was that cunning Tatafu who refreshed with a merchant selling energy? Jealous. She would have to ask Quan Dao 2 which merchant he encountered next time. After carefully checking several machines, Lu Tao found there was an energy block slot at the bottom of the machine, which could be filled and used instead of physical energy. Not rushing to use it, she placed the heat insulation plate under the engine of the vehicle. After resolving the safety hazard, Lu Tao opened the trading platform and put in trade bar 1, wood to 10,000, then retrieved the iron ore she had exchanged for in the past 2 days from trade bar 2. In the past 2 days, she had collected a total of 322 iron ores with a rebate of 21. Along with the iron blocks in her backpack, she had a total of iron ore 726. To upgrade to the level 3 vehicle upgrade version in one go, she still needed more than 1,200 pieces. Lu Tao frowned, but currently had no better plan. She could only continue to post acquisition messages and found a player who had come to trade sand and clay after yesterday's advertisement in her unread messages. She spent 50 wood to exchange for 100 sand and 100 clay, and they agreed to continue providing materials in the future. Lu Tao let out a begrudging sigh of relief. At least the glass materials were collected. She deleted the green sun hat blueprint from the small gadget maker input, the glass-making blueprint, and inserted the energy block. In an instant, the machine lit up with a green light and started operating. It did not require her to replenish physical energy from time to time, and even one block could last for 20 days. Lu Tao once again shouted out her desire for energy blocks, hoping to encounter a merchant who could trade energy blocks. After spending a whole morning, Lu Tao successfully replaced the vehicle's dual-layer storage rack with a triple-layer one. The nearly explosive vehicle roof and interior finally got to breathe, but it resulted in a back trunk filled with more than 10 triple-layer storage racks. She traded away all the replaced dual-layer storage racks, provided enough food for Ladybug, and reminded it to sprinkle some water on the small mint. As for the sweet banana tree at the rear of the vehicle, she simply poked a hole in the bottom of a wooden bucket, hung it on the vehicle ladder, and allowed it to drip water onto the planting bed slowly. This conserves water resources and ensures that the sweet banana tree does not lack water. Clever. Praising herself, Lu Tao hugged Ladybug and took a long, satisfying nap, watching the scorching sunlight outside the window. After thinking it over, she still did not use the heat insulation layer immediately. She had an ice basin and a small fan. The temperature inside the vehicle was temporarily manageable. A can of heat insulation layer could only be used on one vehicle, and it would be best saved for when the vehicle reached level 3. She checked her backpack again and traded a batch of materials ruined by the crocodile. Lu Tao took out the rescue gift that Tatafu had given her. Tatafu's private map details a hand-drawn map by level 2 merchant Tatafu, recording a fog-infested area that Tatafu passed through but never entered. Do you want to use Tatafu's map to enter the 24-hour limited secret realm? Yes, no. Lu Tao clicked yes. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from inside the vehicle. Lu Tao fell to the ground with a thud. Surrounded by darkness, just as she was about to get up, her hands touched the uneven stones on either side. The secret realm generated by the Tatafu map seemed to be a cave. The moment this thought crossed her mind, a light screen silently popped up. Dark Erosion Mine. Details one of the top 10 mines in the highway continent abandoned by humans due to fog erosion invasion, now occupied by underground monsters. PS1 a mine. Be prepared to play hide and seek with the monsters. Countdown 2359. The current secret realm has been isolated from the outside world. A mine. Lu Tao gasped. What she needed most was iron, or what could be more enticing than a mine. Dig. She had to dig more, dig big. As for playing hide and seek with monsters, she would deal with that if it happened. Lu Tao sprang up, her night vision fully activated, clearly seeing the surroundings. She stood in a blocked mine with abandoned mining lamps overhead and mining company plaques nailed to the uneven stones. Hope Limited Company undertaking. The iron plate was already rusty, and the glass cover of the mining lamp above had shattered, long lost its original illuminating ability. Lu Tao felt quite sorry, as she wanted to collect a few lamps to use later on her vehicle. It seemed hopeless. However, she soon had a new discovery: the shattered glass lamps could actually be synthesized into glass. Using her shovel, she knocked down a few discarded glass covers and successfully obtained 3 pieces of glass. She synthesized the remaining metal from the glass and obtained 1 iron block, not even sparing the plaque on the wall. After synthesizing the iron blocks, she clapped her hands and moved forward. She had already made gains. As soon as she entered the mine, Lu Tao was in a good mood as she walked 100 meters, collecting every mining lamp spaced 5 meters apart. Another turn revealed an abandoned mine. The mine was sealed with wood, and a sign reading "No entry" was posted. Lu Tao took the opportunity to remove the wooden seal, cautiously stepping in with her Wolf Fang club. The ground was littered with piles of scrap iron. It was evident that this place had been dug out. But her night vision enhanced eyes were extremely sharp at this moment, spotting a rotting table in the corner. With a gentle sweep of the shovel, the table completely collapsed, having no value for collection. However, a flyer and 3 golden cards fell out of the drawer above the work table. She could still pick up money. Lu Tao happily stuffed it into her backpack, picking up the dusty flyer. The wish list feature of the rotating city is now open for public trial. Speak your wish. As long as it is strong enough, you will receive surprises that fall from the sky. This is the beginning of an era breaking the barriers of long-distance transactions. Let us raise our hands to greet this great moment. You deserve it. Could the wish list on the shelf be related to the rotating city? Thinking of the massive tax revenue that accounts for 14, Lu Tao immediately raised her vigilance. Going to the rotating city required caution. After collecting the flyer, Lu Tao found another 3 pieces of iron, or aside from that there was nothing else here. Thinking that this was a limited-time, 24-hour secret realm, she quickened her pace, tossing all the mining lamps along the way into her drag net. Hanging on her back, she hurried forward. The narrow passage gradually sloped down, and she quickly passed 2 abandoned mines, until about 150 meters down, she saw 3 unsealed mine openings. She took out her pickaxe and rushed into the left mine. This kind of multiple-choice question was not applicable to her. As long as there was an opportunity, she would go into all 3 tunnels to dig. The mine was not deep, and Lu Tao soon saw iron or filled with excavation marks. She raised her pickaxe and struck a few times, causing a piece of iron ore to fall with a clatter. There's cargo. Lu Tao felt excited, hammering away at the mine pieces of iron ore falling to the ground amidst the clanging sounds. Iron ore 1, iron ore 2, iron ore 3. In just half an hour she had harvested 21 pieces of iron ore. That was already very fast. However, Lu Tao shook her hands, looking at the mine vein that had only produced a small pit, while outside there were still 2 entire veins waiting for her to explore. Greed filled her mind in an instant. Besides, this was one of the top 10 mines in the game world. If she didn't search it, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? No way. She had to find a way to speed up her digging. Lu Tao set to work, opening her backpack to search for her tools. Soon her gaze lingered back and forth on the following explosion ball and the explosive abdomen. Finally, she decisively pulled out a following explosion ball. After all, the noise of the explosion was quite loud, so there was no need to worry about its monster-tracking ability. Quickly retreating to a safe spot, she accurately threw a bomb at the place she had been digging for half an hour. With a boom, the sound of thunder erupted, and the scattered ore fell to the ground. In that instant, she saw a dozen pieces of iron ore. Indeed, mindlessly digging wasn't effective. She still had to rely on high technology. Lu Tao dashed in, the sound of her pickaxe ringing loudly as she tossed 1 piece of iron ore after another into the drag net. In just a short while, she had gathered 35 pieces of iron ore. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she returned to a safe position and threw out another bomb. With a rumbling sound, chunks of rubble and dust floated out of the cave. Lu Tao was forced to stop and wait for the dust to settle, but after just 2 seconds, she could no longer wait. Time is iron ore. Where does all this waste come from? Her gaze scanned the 2 nearby mines in just a second, and she threw in 2 following explosion balls. 1 mine couldn't match the speed of 3 mines. Since they were already exploded, then let's blow them all. With 2 consecutive explosions ringing out, the dust from the left mine cleared just in time, and she rushed in with her dragnet. By the time she emerged from the drag net loaded with, or the 2 adjacent mines were already waiting for her visit. Before leaving, she threw another bomb at the left mine, then dashed into mine 2, came out, and threw a bomb at mine 2, and then headed towards mine 3. In an instant, the three mines were shrouded in smoke. The rumbling explosion sounds echoed one after another. Pieces of iron ore were mined from the veins, making crisp clanging sounds as they were tossed into the dragnet. She reached out to check her dragnet. Iron ore 381. Indeed, the following explosion ball was not a monster tracking tool. It was clearly a mining artifact, with a 100 compatibility for mining. Once she returned, she would stock up on more. Lu Tao leaned against a net full of iron ore, thoroughly enjoying the digging. Suddenly, she heard the scratching sound of claws scraping against the wall. She quickly stowed away the iron ore and pulled out her domineering wolf fawn club. Aha, it's finally my turn to shine. Watch me defeat all enemies. What is this? The wind is strong. Run first, Lu Tao. Lu Tao's eyelids twitched as she looked up and saw spiders crawling in from outside the cave. They were the size of a palm, densely clinging to the walls, making a rustling sound as they crawled. So many. Lu Tao immediately changed her plans, swinging her wolf fawn club at the 10 or so spiders that were approaching and dashed towards the cave entrance. She then threw a following explosion ball inside, not caring whether it attracted monsters or not. Since the monsters were already here, she dashed out of the mine, accompanied by the explosion sounds behind her. Several clear notifications appeared before her eyes. Kill 10 white-eyed spiders, receive 1-hour entry card for the fog erosion zone. Low-level white-eyed spiders have limited attack power. Killing 10 white-eyed spiders grants 1-hour entry card for the fog erosion zone 1. Kill 56 white-eyed spiders, receive 5 entry cards for the fog erosion zone for 1 hour. The continuous sounds of kills and drops caused Lu Tao's steps to suddenly halt. In a flash, she instinctively glanced at the time. It was 1:01 p.m. Why can killing the white-eyed spider during the day grant an entry card to the fog erosion zone? Is it because the mine is pitch black, or is it due to the map's characteristics? Regardless of the reason, Lu Tao knew that the opportunity to replenish her lost entry cards for the fog erosion zone had come. She changed her mind and threw 2 bombs at the stone ceiling of the corridor, following them with explosions. Amidst the booming sound, some spiders were killed while others were lured by the monster's skills. The wolf fawn club repelled several spiders, and Lu Tao was pleasantly surprised to discover that these spiders' attack power was not even comparable to that of the prairie giant locust. The kill notifications in front of her never ceased. As she collected entry cards to the fog erosion zone one after another, Lu Tao was calculating how to make the most of this opportunity when she looked up and saw a larger spider suddenly appear behind the small spider swarm. Moreover, behind that larger spider, it seemed that there were even thicker spider legs. Lu Tao lit an incense for sleep and placed it in the corner before turning to run down the corridor. A dense swarm of spiders chased behind her, crawling on the walls like a tide, with webs hanging down from above ready to drop onto her. Lu Tao ran wildly in the dark, narrow corridor, tossing out a few explosive bombs. After a turn, the path ahead branched into 3. She ran down for about a couple of 100 meters, and as the corridor branched again, the monsters behind her were fewer each time. Lu Tao panted, preparing to eliminate the last few dozen spiders. To her shock, she discovered that when she made no noise, the monsters aimlessly searched for threads. An idea struck Lu Tao, and she gently tapped her wolf fawn club against the stone wall. Several spiders hanging in the air quickly turned towards her, drawing closer, yet they completely failed to notice that she had shifted to the other side. Even the white-eyed spider above her, the size of a human head, did not see her. Had these monsters devolved their vision in the darkness? In an instant, Lu Tao suddenly recalled the hint from the secret realm. "One of mine." Then be prepared to play hide and seek with the monsters. Watching the aimlessly climbing white-eyed spider, her eyes lit up. So this is the kind of hide and seek it is. There are many monsters, but they are blind, while there are few players, but with exceptional night vision. This is clearly her home ground. She liked it, and regardless of the white-eyed spider climbing above her, she began to organize her backpack. A few minutes later, she was ready for hide and seek and quietly exited the mine, throwing an explosive bomb down the corridor. Amidst the boom of the explosion, Lu Tao hid behind a pile of iron or peeking out quietly. The sound of scuttling came from all directions, and within seconds she saw a sight that made her scalp tingle. Swarming white-eyed spiders surged like a rising tide from every tunnel and mine, racing towards the direction of the explosive bomb. The human head-sized white-eyed spider and the basin-sized giant spider quickly climbed atop the small spiders, trampling them, or suddenly shot webs from high above. 2 small white-eyed spiders crawled past her, seemingly attracted by her breathing, quickly changing direction. But the next second, she ruthlessly grabbed them and stabbed them twice with the wolf fawn club. "I'll poison you, and poison you too, oh yeah." The 2 white-eyed spiders immediately turned over and showed their whites, although she could not see where their eyes were. Perhaps they had already devolved to the point of disappearing. Lost in thought, the tide of spiders had already passed over her head. Seizing the chance, she gathered the iron ore and sprinted up the corridor. Killing a few slow-running white-eyed spiders and avoiding the giant white-eyed spider, she successfully returned to the explosion zone to collect the dropped Fog Erosion Zone entry card 7. Continuing forward, she reached the area where she had blown up the mine with countless Fog Erosion Zone entry cards waiting for her collection. The mine was littered with scattered ore. Stuffing all the broken ore into the dragnet to send back to the abandoned mine above, she dove back into the depths of the mine. Since time was of the essence, she needed to hurry and blow up the mine. Since mining would attract monsters, she decided to gather without mining. Stuffing everything into the dragnet, she planned to take it back and sort it out slowly. After all, she had brought more than a dozen dragnets this time. Lu Tao really wanted to praise herself. How could she be so clever? She continued to run down, throwing explosive bombs into the mine, and the white-eyed spiders crawled back up like dogs' noses. Lu Tao poured out a pile of stones to block herself, holding her breath and remaining completely still. If she encountered a scattered group of white-eyed spiders, she would attract their attention, luring them into the mine, then explode them along with the ore and come back to collect both the ore and the Fog Erosion Zone entry cards. The booming explosions echoed one after another as the dense white-eyed spiders ran left and right with webs covering the entire mine. She stealthily hid behind the swarm of white-eyed spiders, constantly collecting ore and Fog Erosion Zone entry cards. When the ore in the abandoned mine filled up 3 large dragnets, Lu Tao felt satisfied enough to stop. She had enough iron ore. Now she could go look for other good stuff. One of the top 10 ore veins in the game world, how could she just leave after collecting only a bit of iron ore? Upholding the game's hide-and-seek philosophy, she continued throwing explosive bombs. While the tide of white-eyed spiders climbed up, she took the chance to run down. The bombs she threw were not wasted. She would collect the ore and Fog Erosion Zone entry cards upon returning. After running down over 200 meters, Lu Tao began to feel her breath becoming labored, and the uneven feeling under her feet suddenly changed. To her astonishment, she discovered that from here there was a straight track leading down, and beside it were 2 rusty or transport carts. There are tracks and transport carts. There is electricity here. Lu Tao felt excited, carefully exploring along the stone wall, and with a clank, she touched an iron box. She pried open the latch, and inside was a power block. She quickly reached in to feel it. Power block, current power, energy 0, remaining recharge times 1115. She quickly collected it. Looking at the iron box, her eyes sparkled. The presence of a power block indicated that there must be a power source connected. Using her wolf fang club, she pried open the iron box and saw 3 wires wrapped in tree glue. Her heart leaped with joy. She was not far from having power inside the vehicle. Picking up her pickaxe, she hammered against the wall, rolling up the buried wires and stowing them in her backpack. She soon discovered a second power block inside another iron box. Power block decommissioned. Though it was scrapped, she tossed it into her backpack. Continuing to roll up wires as she went down, she collected a total of 4 power blocks. One of them had a full recharge count, while the other 3 power blocks had no less than 10 recharges each. Truly, the mineral company with deep pockets provided brand new power blocks for the mine. As she rolled up the wires, Lu Tao again collected a power block with 10 recharge times left. Suddenly, her pupils constricted as she saw the enormous mine ahead, filled with the eggs waiting to be hatched, woven with thick webs. A giant white-eyed spider comparable in size to her vehicle was resting atop the web-like threads, slowly moving towards her. Behind it, surprisingly, was a shipping container. At the door, covered in webs, hung a sign. Hope Mineral Company Temporary Station. The base. Lu Tao heard the sound of her own swallowing. The greedy snake surged wildly, only to be suppressed again by rationality. She held her breath to the utmost, not daring to move, looking at the giant spider suspended in midair by thick strands of web. If she guessed correctly, this is the place where the white-eyed spider hatches its young. Such an important place with such a large spider. Lu Tao tightened her breath and looked towards the container. She bit her cheek. She's done it. But first she needs to figure out how to escape this giant spider. The giant spider lying on the web stretched its legs and slowly approached her on the thick web. Lu Tao blinked once, then again. A bomb appeared in her hand, then she retracted it. It would attract more monsters if she couldn't use it now. She took out an explosive capsule, then put it back. The noise was too loud, she still couldn't use it. Finally, she took out a few stones, looking at the giant spider that was already within 30 meters. She threw stones around and turned to run out of the mine tunnel amid the sound of thuds from the falling stones. With a bang, a sudden sound of heavy objects hitting the ground erupted behind her. The sound of the giant spider's body scraping against the mine tunnel was extremely clear as it quickly climbed towards her along the wall. Closer and closer. When it was so close that she could almost hear the spider's breathing, she threw a net behind her to cover the spider and ran forward at full speed. The sound of the net being torn apart came from behind her, and the spider's legs thudded against the wall, quickly approaching her from above. Lu Tao buried her head and fled. The domineering Wolf Fang Club was no longer domineering, acting as her eyes to report the giant spider's location at all times. 50 meters. its spinning silk jumping to the left. Lu Tao crashed into the left wall, and a sticky strand of spider silk fell where she had just stood. Running to the right, Lu Tao turned right and entered another tunnel. Drawn by the noise, the swarm of white-eyed spiders scattered throughout the mine began to approach here. Lu Tao ran with a speed that felt as if she were flying, truly sensing the speed of a flying leg, as she was pursued by the giant spider, along with a long line of white-eyed spiders behind her, like an unshakable tail that only grew longer, the rustling sound of their climbing, making the domineering wolf fawn club tremble. I'm not afraid. In the best I can stab them to death. Lu Tao quickly think of a way. Is it many? Super many. That's good. The tips of the domineering wolf fawn club bent into question marks as Lu Tao threw a net behind her. The sound of the net colliding echoed repeatedly. It's useless, the big one is about to tear it apart. Lu Tao ignited a torch and threw it onto the net. Amidst the crackling sounds of burning, the white-eyed spiders that had never seen light were scurrying away. A series of drop notifications flashed before her eyes. However, the larger spiders crossed the net, and the largest giant spider was at the front, so big that it could fill the entire passage. Lu Tao panted as she walked, dropping mud frog oil and wood along the way. When she reached the end of the path, she threw the torch behind her. With a whoosh, flames surged through the passage. Congratulations, player, you have killed one white-eyed spider. 114. Received a 1-hour entry card to the Fog Erosion Zone 11. Congratulations, player, you have killed white-eyed spider. 225. Received a 1-hour entry card to the Fog Erosion Zone 22. Congratulations. The continuous drop notifications dazzled her eyes. Lu Tao closed it, seeing the spiders crawling out of the flaming passage. She threw stones and subsequent explosive capsules into the surrounding tunnels, leading the white-eyed spiders away one by one. Lu Tao turned back to the lower tunnel as the pursuing giant white-eyed spider suddenly crashed into the stone wall, spewing silk everywhere. The giant spider rumbled back to pursue her, causing the domineering wolf fawn club to instruct her left hand to swat away the white-eyed spiders blocking the path. Lu Tao found a sufficiently narrow place, not too high at the top, and threw the long-preserved level 2 explosive capsule behind her. Amid the rumbling explosion, Lu Tao felt the ground shake. Crashing stones fell from above, burying the giant spider within. Even after being blown and crushed, it still hadn't died. The spider legs struggled to push aside the stones, and due to its massive size and many legs, it actually managed to push quite a bit away. But even using her treasured item, could it still escape? Lu Tao climbed up the pile of stones, and her shovel came out again with a crack, cutting off a spider leg. The giant spider let out a painful hiss, its body struggling with her movements. Amidst the falling stones, Lu Tao climbed to the top. Aiming for its mouth, she stabbed in hard with her shovel, and with a whoosh, green blood squirted out. Then she climbed atop the mound to chop off the other spider legs. But even so, after opening the drop notification, she still didn't hear the sound of the monster's death. Truly resilient. But let's see you stay trapped here for now. I'm going to your lair. She eagerly dashed down, using her left hand to swat away the approaching white-eyed spiders with the explosive ant foot, while her right hand threw explosive capsules along the way, all the way to the previously burned passage. She poured a bucket of water over herself and ran forward, throwing mud frog oil all the way, reaching the exit and lighting the torch, leaving the pursuing white-eyed spiders behind. Without caring about the drop notifications, she finally returned to the hatching room of the white-eyed spiders, rushing towards the temporary base she had longed for. The door lock had long rusted, and she easily pried it open with her shovel. With a creak, dust-filled air rushed at her. The lights inside the container turned on automatically, and suddenly she heard a voice. Huh. Lu Tao held her breath, wondering what it felt like to hear someone speaking hundreds of meters underground. The domineering wolf fawn club was already screaming in her head. Lu Tao has a ghost run. Holding the wolf fawn club in one hand and the shovel in the other, Lu Tao stepped forward with a strong sense of righteous intimidation. It was impossible to run. After sacrificing her cherished level 2 explosive capsule and running with this group of white-eyed spiders for so long, even if it was a haunted house, she would take something away. With a resolute gaze, she silently recited the 8-character declaration of civilized kindness and just law as she stepped into the container. Then she heard a sharp intake of breath. Is it really a person? Oh my God, I've been here for over 100 years, and I actually meet a person again. Boo-hoo, I am moved by heaven and earth. I can finally see a living person again. Not meeting a living one, are all the ones encountered dead? Lu Tao's hair stood on end as she raised her wolf fawn club in response to the voice, ready to strike, only to see nothing behind the door but an oil painting hanging there. In the painting was a vast mountain, and the speaker was actually a rusted pickaxe in the corner. The shabby pickaxe jumped continuously in the painting, attracting her attention. Look here. I'm here just a little lower. Yes, this is the handsome and charming me. Beautiful lady, may I ask your surname? My name is Old Heart, a precious member left behind by the Hope Mineral Company. I once traversed countless veins with the Hope Mineral Company, but I never expected to end up here. But my hope has come. Beautiful lady, can you take me back to the Hope Company? A brand new task prompt popped up in front of Lu Tao. Task: fulfill old heart's wish, reward last piece of a mysterious map fragment. Lu Tao's gaze was fixed. She stared unblinkingly at the task rewards. Since entering the game, she had been continuously acquiring fragments of a mysterious map, but no matter how she arranged the 3 maps, there were no relevant connecting lines. So do I need to obtain all the maps to see it? As Lu Tao pondered rapidly, her eyes flashed quickly. The talking pickaxe from the mineral company must have some special abilities, right? What benefits do I get from taking you out? The pickaxe hurriedly replied. I hope the mineral company possesses the most advanced mining technology and various rare minerals and gems. If you return me, you will surely receive a very generous reward. That's too far. Lu Tao shook her head. You said that was more than 100 years ago. Moreover, the mineral company must have suffered significant losses when they left here, or they wouldn't have left you behind. After so long, how do I know if the mineral company has gone bankrupt? And with so many highways, it would be too difficult to find a mineral company. If I end up not finding it, wouldn't that mean all my efforts were in vain and I gained nothing? The pickaxe was momentarily at a loss. What she said made too much sense, and it actually didn't know how to refute her. What to do now? Lu Tao's eyes sparkled as she elongated her voice to persuade this peculiar pickaxe, which seemed to be rusting along with its head. Let's not mention the mineral company for now. How about we reach a deal? For example, if you have any magical abilities or functions that could help me, even a little, I'd be more than happy to assist you. Aye aye. The pickaxe circled around the mountain in the painting, making clanging sounds, and a stone rolled down from the mountain. The pickaxe excitedly struck the ground and created a hole. I can detect minerals within 100 meters. Lu Tao's eyes lit up instantly. That's right. I stayed at the temporary station to provide mineral burial locations to the company's mining research experts. Originally, I could detect minerals within 1,000 meters, but I've been here for too long and forgotten part of my memory. Now I can only detect minerals within 100 meters. Is that useful to you? But my ability has never been wrong. I can find where the most minerals are within 100 meters and what minerals are the most precious. I am the most valuable tool of the mineral company. If you return me, the company will definitely reward you very handsomely. Deal. Lu Tao immediately accepted the task. The words of the old heart were stuck. Lu Tao suddenly revealed a bright and enthusiastic smile. He'll take you down right now. Can your frame be stored in a storage item? Is it prone to damage? Do you need any protective measures? Old Heart's rusty brain finally regained a bit of its functionality, shaking the pickaxe head. It can't be stored in a storage item. The world is going downhill. How have young people changed so much? Lu Tao took down the painting and kindly patted the dust off it. Hearing that it couldn't be stored, she ran outside and tore off a piece of exceptionally tough spider silk, tying the painting on her back. The pickaxe jumped onto the top of the painting. Cunning young person, you actually tricked a poor, old, rusty pickaxe. Lu Tao retorted confidently. It's not bullying. This is clearly a fair trade. Moreover, if someone came and took you away without asking a word, would you not worry about being sold? I only agreed after discussing it with you. That's what a truly upright, kind-hearted person with principles would do. Lu Tao was already spinning around in the office as she spoke. 2 towels hung behind the door, but they could no longer be used. However, on the right wall hung a headlamp. Headlamp details a specialized mining lamp with high-intensity rays providing 30 head defense. Lu Tao brushed off the dust and immediately put it on her head. She tried the button by her ear, and with a click a strong white beam shot out. Lu Tao was delighted. Although her night vision ensured she could see in the dark, it still received light and distance influence, just like during the day. This spotlight perfectly compensated for that in the mine. She continued searching forward, and on the wall hung a row of hooks. The headlamp was found on one of the hooks, and on the first 2 hooks lay a work uniform bearing the logo of the mineral company. But after so long, when she picked it up, the clothes ripped into frayed fibers. She could only regretfully give up. On the 3rd hook was a rusty key, which she first held in her hand, while the previous hooks had nothing. Lu Tao removed the hook and stuffed it into her small waist bag. It would come in handy in the car. In the corner was a bookshelf with books long since eaten away by insects, only allowing her to vaguely see a few words on the cover wrapped in oiled paper, like company guidelines. Turning the bookshelf into wood, Lu Tao looked towards the place she had been most looking forward to since entering the desk. The marble desk, after 100 years, still looked very new. She reached out to touch it. Eternal Marble Desk Details automatically generates the most suitable desk for the user based on their habit's durability. Eternal. Lu Tao was astonished. This was her first time seeing something with eternal durability. Previous items either showed usage counts or didn't have a durability line at all. However, they would show wear and tear with daily use, and then automatically become unusable. With this alone, Lu Tao decided to take it with her. But first she wanted to search for any good items. On the desk lay a blue stone sculpture carved into a mountain. Skystone sculpture details ordinary craftsmanship and aesthetics, but Skystone itself is the most precious treasure. When integrated during vehicle upgrades, the vehicle will possess unlimited carrying capacity as long as it can fit inside. Lu Tao immediately picked up this Skystone sculpture. It felt as light as a feather. If it weren't for the cold touch of the stone, she would almost think she was holding nothing. Such a precious Skystone, yet the mineral company actually used it to carve a decoration. No wonder Old Heart spoke of a company with many rare minerals and gems. She felt this deeply. Eagerly she stored the Skystone sculpture and also took the pen holder from the desk. She even took a half-full bottle of dried ink, as adding water would make it usable. Lu Tao suddenly remembered she still had a piece of wandering stationery that she hadn't used. She could write to her pen pal when she returned. Opening the upper left drawer, she found a stack of paper inside. They were in perfect condition. Lu Tao joyfully stuffed them into her backpack. She only had one hand-drawn sketch pad, and sometimes writing other things was simply insufficient. Now she had finally made up for that. Indeed, young people lack experience. Besides the Skystone sculpture being somewhat impressive, all these random things need to be collected. Just as Lu Tao was about to retort, her eyes turned. Do you know if there's anything good here? Of course. Old Heart had been waiting for Lu Tao to speak, who, after years of talking to himself, he was bursting to give orders. Do you see the cabinet under the table? Open it. Lu Tao was extremely obedient, this time squatting down to open the cabinet. Inside lay a brand new dark gray backpack. The Explorer Series backpack. Before Lu Tao could examine it in detail, Old Heart could no longer contain his excitement. Look, a brand new Explorer backpack equipped with a rescue rope, rain shield, distress signal flare, and climbing hooks. Of course, after so many years, the road signal flares might have been updated. Did you see the straw on the backpack? It can hold 10 liters of water, ensuring a plentiful water supply during adventures. Additionally, the straps have built-in massage pads to relieve shoulder fatigue at any time. These are just minor features. The most impressive part is its capacity. Old Heart finally found his opportunity to boast. The entire backpack can hold 300 units of any supplies. Carrying it while mining underground means you won't need to surface for a long time. Lu Tao's eyes could hold nothing but the backpack, and Old Heart, burdened by it, couldn't see her. She deliberately said, I thought it was something great. My storage tool can hold 5,000 units of supplies and has a time-stopping feature, so nothing inside will spoil. But her 5,000 unit backpack could only hold one type of item, and now that it was filled with stones, it had become useless. This backpack, however, could hold anything. There were no restrictions on types or varieties. Even without the time feature, she adored it immensely. Kindness truly begets rewards. Having saved Old Heart, she was immediately rewarded with such a wonderful find. Old Heart coughed, saying, if you reach further inside, you can pull out that watch. Lu Tao obediently reached inside and pulled out a pure black watch. Explorer Series watch details superior functions suitable for adventure survival. Lu Tao's heart raced. As she discovered that the watch had built-in location tracking, a compass, and an alarm clock, it also provided weather forecasts and would automatically announce the weather for today and tomorrow. This was practically a divine artifact for players. Lu Tao put it on her wrist and eagerly asked, is there more? This Explorer Series was too useful since there was a backpack and a watch. What about other products? Do you think Explorer Series items are everywhere? The manager was incredibly lucky to buy these too. They were snatched up at Spin City. Spin City again. Lu Tao couldn't help but ask, are there many good things in Spin City? Of course, it's one of the most luxurious malls in the road world. As long as you can get an invitation, it's like paradise inside. Lu Tao frowned. What's the difference between an invitation and an entry ticket? A huge difference, Old Heart boasted proudly. An invitation allows you to enter any floor, marking you as the most distinguished guest. An entry ticket is for small vendors to join the fun. They can only operate on the floor indicated by the ticket and must pay a stall fee plus a tax to Spin City. Every time Spin City opens its doors, only 1,000 invitations are sent out, while entry tickets become cheaper the lower the floor. Lu Tao. She knew there was no free lunch in the world. Tadafu couldn't possibly trade something truly precious with her, but the thought of that unscrupulous merchant still left her speechless. However, what she needed was the qualification to enter Spin City, no matter if it was an entry ticket or an invitation. The rest could be addressed later. Lu Tao rummaged through the table while inquiring, so where is Spin City? Where is it? Old Heart's previously enthusiastic voice now hesitated. I forgot. I lost many memories. I probably forgot this too. There's nothing left on this table. We can take it. Do you see that box beside it? There are some gold cards the manager left inside. Take a look. The box Old Heart mentioned was a safe. Lu Tao tried to open it, but found it impossible. The previously rusty key was useless, so she stuffed it into the backpack hanging on her chest. Following Old Heart's instructions, she found a blue gem in another box. Old Heart's tone was emotional. This is a precious gem that the headquarters collects regularly. If it hadn't been so rushed back, then it wouldn't have been left here. Now it's yours. Blue gem details the core gem for crafting rare items. Although she didn't know what it could be used for, Lu Tao accepted it without hesitation. Having swept the entire office clean, Lu Tao shook her backpack, enjoying the comfortable feeling on her shoulder, and walked out feeling immensely satisfied. Then she paused. Old Heart, puzzled, asked, "Why aren't you leaving? You've searched everything here, there's nothing useful left. I'll take you to mine." Lu Tao replied, "Wait a moment." She reached out to touch a container, and Old Heart gaped in astonishment as the entire container vanished, transforming into a pile of iron blocks and separated refined iron. Lu Tao quickly stuffed them into her backpack and took out a shovel to cut through the thick cotton-like spider silk hanging. This spider silk was exceptionally tough and could bear the weight of numerous white-eyed spider eggs and a giant spider, indicating its incredible pressure resistance. Moreover, it felt soft and smooth to the touch, almost like cotton candy. She remembered that Rabbit 8 sister could make small vests from rabbit fur. Perhaps this could be made into clothing too. She rolled a piece of spider silk into a circle and stuffed it bundle by bundle into her backpack. This explorer backpack was simply too convenient. Though it appeared to have only a dozen pockets, it actually came with different sections to separate various types of. There was no danger of losing anything. After collecting over 100 rolls of spider silk, Lu Tao went to gather the piles of spider eggs. White-eyed spider eggs details edible 2 stamina. After the explosive black ants and the prairie turkey, these low stamina, but filling eggs were no longer her first choice. However, selling them to the private chef, Xiao Chung, for some profit wouldn't be bad either. Lu Tao stuffed the clumps of eggs into her backpack, and in the blink of an eye, she had collected 500 white-eyed spider eggs. On a normal day, she might have stuffed only a little over 100, but today, she had the explorer backpack. Lu Tao managed to fit in half, but ultimately had to give up the other half due to the urgency of mining. When she walked out, she also picked up the hour-long entry card that had dropped in the mist erosion zone. Old Heart remained silent, throughout his mouth agape, utterly astonished, and unable to describe his current mood. Seeing that Lu Tao didn't even spare the exploded, or he murmured, "Are young people today really this competitive?" Lu Tao, having collected the last piece of, or her eyes sparkling, exclaimed, "Where are we going to mine?" Speaking of mining, Old Heart immediately perked up. "Of course, we should mine wherever there are abundant ores. Go left and down. There's a huge pile of iron ore there with a much higher content than the ores you collected." Lu Tao raised her pickaxe, donned her mining lamp, and with the explorer backpack on her back, followed Old Heart's directions towards the veins below. The left passage leads downwards. This is the spot, blow it up. Amidst the thunderous explosion, Lu Tao rushed into the cave, stuffing piles of iron ore into her backpack. Old Heart puffed up with pride. "What kind of iron ore did you mine before? Look at this high-grade iron ore. It's worth mining, while that other stuff is just garbage." Even garbage is something Lu Tao wants. But her words were sweet as honey. Thank you, Old Heart, for your guidance. You truly are the most formidable pickaxe I've ever seen. No wonder Hope Minerals Limited treasures you so much. Young people really know how to talk. After searching this area, we'll head down. I just detected some fine iron ore below. Let's go for a look. Coming. Lu Tao quickly got up and, taking advantage of the fact that a horde of monsters hadn't yet been attracted, swiftly departed. Right here we should be able to extract at least several dozen pieces of fine iron ore. No worries, I don't mind. I want as much as I can get. Lu Tao tossed a bomb followed by a loud explosion and collected 42 pieces of fine iron ore. Fine iron ore details a premium iron ore that only appears in medium to large iron mines. Following Old Heart was like trailing behind a bee into a hive, where she could find veins of ore and gather quickly before the monsters arrived. She understood it clearly. With Old Heart, Lu Tao realized that her previous efforts of hiding and blasting for ore above were nothing compared to this. It had only been a minor task. But now it was different. She had a mining cheat, able to mine wherever she went. Not only was it enough iron ore for her to upgrade her level 3 vehicle, but it far exceeded her needs. Lu Tao shook her shoulders. Her obsession with gathering resources was being satisfied beyond her expectation. After mining another dozen pieces of fine iron ore, Old Heart lazily yawned. "Sigh, I've mined enough iron ore. Adventurer, are you interested in mining some other rare ores?" Lu Tao was very interested. She gripped her pickaxe. "Let's go right now. We'll head down." Old Heart led her through deeper veins than their temporary base, descending over 200 meters, and Lu Tao clearly felt the surrounding temperature drop. Looking at her watch, the temperature had reached 15 degrees. When she entered the secret realm, the temperature felt no different from the outside. Lu Tao took off her sun protection jacket, finally feeling her body warm up, but after a while down, the dew began to form on the rock walls, and the temperature dropped to 3 degrees. Her arms were covered in goosebumps as she lit a torch to warm herself. Even though her lips were turning purple from the cold, she stubbornly pulled out a cooling shower to stick to the rock wall and absorb some water. Every bit counts. It couldn't be wasted. When the temperature dropped below zero, Lu Tao's thin rabbit fur vest could no longer withstand it, so she dug out a bundle of spider silk to wrap around herself. "How much longer? What are you panicking for? Do you think rare ores are as plentiful as the iron ores above? Well, let's go a bit further. Yes, to the left. Stop. Quick, pull out your bombs and blast it here. There are good things inside. Lu Tao exhaled cold air and threw a bomb forward. With a loud boom, a pit deep enough for a person opened up. Not yet, hurry, we need to blast another one. After blasting twice, Lu Tao could hear the sound of white-eyed spiders crawling up the walls. Old Heart finally said, quick, dig at that exposed spot on the lower left. Lu Tao's hands were already frozen stiff as she swung the pickaxe, striking several times. As the sound of the spiders crawling grew denser, and the dark tunnel seemed to be filled with waves of white-eyed spiders, a golden stone rolled out. Fine gold. Details, a high-energy mineral essential for upgrading advanced vehicles. Lu Tao stuffed it into her backpack and dashed to the other side. Throwing several bombs into other tunnel directions, she unearthed a pile of ore that buried her. Holding her breath, Lu Tao listened to the rustling sounds above. These white-eyed spiders seemed better suited for survival here than in the higher temperatures. Their speed had notably increased, and their sensitivity heightened. Moreover, she saw the giant white-eyed spider she had previously struggled to hold back. She dared not breathe too quickly as she watched the tide of white-eyed spiders flow past, finally letting out a breath. Quick, let's go down while we can. I sense there are more good things ahead. Wrapped in thick spider silk, Lu Tao poked holes in the fabric for her arms and followed Old Heart's instructions to collect ore and charge deeper into the mine. Secret silver mine. Details infused with magical sources essential for upgrading advanced vehicles. Lu Tao collected it again. Another frantic escape through a game of hide and seek. Lu Tao rubbed her arms frantically, hoping to warm herself. But it was still freezing. It felt like frost was forming on her eyelashes. Yet her desire to mine remained unquenched. Which way now? Down. It's right there. Dig quickly. This time we don't need an explosion, just a few strikes will do. Lu Tao struck vigorously, and with a plop, a blue gem fell to the ground. Lu Tao didn't even have time to look. She collected it and ran. The swarming white-eyed spiders felt like an ocean, and she was a small boat trembling in it, frantically running around to catch fish, fearing that her fishing would cause too much noise and anger the ocean. But as she mined 8 rare ores, the surrounding dark tide of white-eyed spiders became impossible to ignore. She couldn't stay any longer. Lu Tao checked the time. Unbeknownst to her, it had been 22 hours since she entered the secret realm, with only 2 hours left before she would be forced to exit. She had to climb back up to retrieve her dragnet and the still uncollected fog erosion area card. But just leaving like this felt so unsatisfactory. Lu Tao bit her purple lips. Just one last wave. Point out the most valuable ore to me, and then we'll make a run for it. Old Heart seemed a bit anxious too. Previously, it had just pointed at places for mining, and the company would send professionals and mining machines. Never did it expect that there would be so many monsters in the veins enough to rip its oil painting into gravel. So it gulped loudly and said, you keep going down, I'll take a look. Lu Tao collected the ore and slowly descended the passage, passing several open caverns where white-eyed spiders laid their eggs. She ignored them completely. 50 meters, 100 meters, as she didn't know how long she had been going underneath. As she saw that there was only an hour left before leaving the secret realm, Old Heart suddenly spoke up. This is the spot. Throw 5 of your bombs, be precise, and blow it up quickly. Lu Tao deeply exhaled white air, stepping back from the rock wall before tossing 5 bombs. The sequential explosions rang out, and Lu Tao heard the rapid approaching sounds of white-eyed spiders. Quick, Russian. Crouch down 2 meters ahead, feel to the left. Do you see that small stone? Grab it and run. Lu Tao grasped the stone. A warmth emanated from it. Orvane crystal core. Details the core of a large Orvane nurtured, indicating the birthplace of a new Orvane. Lu Tao's breath became instantly heated. Behind her, the sound of the white-eyed spiders scuttling echoed as she stuffed the core of the mineral vein into her backpack and once again entered a new round of the undead Hidiancy competition to become rich. Swarming white-eyed spiders gathered from all directions, and Lu Tao hid among the piles of ore, watching as the 8-legged monsters crawled over the rocks above her. The rustling sounds of their movements drilled into her mind, and she wondered if she was hallucinating from the cold. For just a second, she assured herself it truly lasted only a second. The white-eyed spiders in the crevices of the ore transformed into tempting entry cards for the fog-ruined area. 10 small white-eyed spiders equate to a 1-hour entry card for the fog-ruined area. 5 basketball-sized ones equal a 1-hour entry card, and 1 large one equals a 2-hour entry card. The tide of white-eyed spiders likely represented countless entry cards for the fog-ruined area. It's only natural for her to be tempted by how quickly the entry cards are consumed. With so many good things in the fog-ruined area, it is understandable that she wants to rush inside. The fog-ruined area. Lu Tao hadn't even listed more reasons for herself when the greedy snake already hissed online. She wasn't greedy. Oh, just a little bit would be fine. Just a little. Until the spider tide disappeared, she poked Old Heart lightly. What are you doing? Quickly put away your ore and run. But the young adventurer who had been quick in the game of hide and seek asked him in a trembling but remarkably resilient voice, "Old heart, you must know where this mineral vein is weakest, right? Within 100 meters it should be passable. What do you want to do?" Old heart, who had begun to understand Lu Tao, instantly became alert, raising his pickaxe. Lu Tao's voice was soft and sweet. "Just help me with a small favor. It's incredibly easy for you." Old heart's pickaxe inexplicably began to drop iron shavings. "Help with what?" Lu Tao's shivering voice carried anticipation. "Help me find the place nearby that is most susceptible to collapse." The shovel from the oil painting clanged as it fell onto the mine, rolling down. Omega to Omega. To persuade Old Heart, Lu Tao pulled out all the explosive chambers and subsequent explosive balls from her backpack, placing 2/3 of the subsequent explosive balls and all explosive chambers at the detonation point. Altogether there were as many as 135 pieces. Spider silk was twisted into long threads soaked in mud frog oil, wrapped around the bombs, and then covered with a layer of stones above. The oil-soaked spider silk serving as the fuse slowly pulled forward along the tunnel, occasionally pressing down a stone, a torch soaked in mud frog oil, and a subsequent explosive ball to ensure that if the fuse failed, the subsequent explosive ball would still ignite the torch and fuse. She had tried. The subsequent explosive balls and explosive chambers operated on a similar principle to the falling bomb, both utilizing external forces to cause explosions. Embracing the thought of turning a bicycle into a motorcycle, she clutched a roll of spider silk and rushed forward. Along the way, encountering white-eyed spiders, she hurriedly hid among the ore piles. Running while placing explosives and hiding after using 7 or 8 rolls of spider silk, Lu Tao finally stopped. She readjusted her sun protective clothing, rolled up her sleeves, tied her shoelaces, and set Old Heart beside her. "He'll be back for you soon." She bit down on a stamina potion and returned to the lower nest. She threw stones in all directions of the tunnel, attracting groups of white-eyed spiders. The black tide of spiders gnawed at the mine behind her as the increasingly cold vapor from the mine brushed past Lu Tao's ears. Finally, she reached the depths below 0 degrees. She threw a subsequent explosive ball, and the booming explosion startled the white-eyed spiders awake. Large and small, they gathered in droves from various tunnels towards her. Lu Tao handed her left hand over to the domineering wolf-tooth club, while with her right hand, she threw one subsequent explosive ball after another along the way. Amid the thundering explosions, she knew it was almost time when the domineering wolf-tooth club went from howling with excitement to a more restrained state. Lighting a torch, she threw it behind her casually, adding an aromatic sleep incense. The torch flew through the air, creating a small path in the tunnel and covering the swarm of white-eyed spiders. Wrapping herself thickly in spider silk, Lu Tao raised the torch and turned back towards the tunnel she came from. The white-eyed spiders in the tunnel fell off her in droves as the domineering wolf-tooth club automatically swatted them off one by one. "You have encountered a monster attack. Stamina 7. Your spirit is being attacked by a wave of monsters, decreasing by 1 point per minute. You have encountered a monster attack. Stamina 15. Life 1. Bright red pop-ups appeared one after another, but Lu Tao ignored them all entirely, entrusting her left hand to the domineering wolf-tooth club, focusing solely on throwing torches and or piles behind her to block them, tossing out the lit aromatic sleep incense and dizziness incense. With her mouth stuffed like a bulging bag, she desperately swallowed crystal crispy fruit and turkey eggs, trying to pull herself back from the brink of exhaustion in stamina and spirit. "Run fast, Lu Tao. A big one is coming from behind. He'll stab you to death, poison you to death." In the best, feeling great. Lu Tao panted, clearly covered in so many white-eyed spiders, her hair standing on end from fear, yet she was exhilarated beyond reason. When she finally reached the place where the fuse began, she ignited it. With a poof, the flames swiftly spread backwards. The explosions came at regular intervals until a sudden enormous roar echoed. It felt like an earthquake. Stones tumbled down, and the mineral vein seemed to shake. Lu Tao's ears buzzed, and her stamina and spirit both dropped by 50. She hurriedly consumed stamina potions and turkey eggs, and amidst the rumble of falling debris, notifications of kills popped up before her. "Congratulations, player Lu Tao. You have killed White-Eyed Spider 37. Gained a 1-hour entry card for the fog-ruined area. 3. Killed White-Eyed Spider 115. Gained a 1-hour entry card for the fog-ruined area. 12. Killed White-Eyed Spider. Gained a fog-ruined area entry card 21. Lu Tao barely swallowed the slippery turkey egg, unable to stop a satisfying burp, and upon hearing the continuous sound of dropping items, she ran down again. Such a loud explosion would block most of the white-eyed spiders below, and those in the tunnel that were stunned and killed would be her spoils. Crushing the still-alive monsters beneath her feet, she extinguished the incense, and finally reached the underground cave that had been completely collapsed. This large cave and essential hub tunnel she had specifically chosen had been utterly destroyed. Most of the white-eyed spiders were blocked below, while the remaining few had turned into entry cards for the fog-ruined area, and some were blown apart, their legs broken, either poisoned and swaying. Blocking her nostrils with spider silk, Lu Tao swept up the densely packed entry cards for the fog-ruined area from the ground. 1 hour, another hour, still another hour. The next one surprisingly turned into a 6-hour entry card. But there was no time to count. Lu Tao swept them all together and tossed them into her backpack, collecting as she went, unable to recall how many fog-ruined area entry cards she had gathered. All she knew was that this time her secret realm experience was truly incredibly worthwhile. After sweeping all the way to where she had dropped the oil painting, Lu Tao collapsed on the ground, too exhausted. Suddenly she jumped back up. There were still 15 minutes left before being expelled from the secret realm. This is the last one. The stamina potion has been exhausted. She smashed the turkey eggshell and swallowed it, enduring the taste of a raw egg. She rummaged through her bag for a free spot and rushed into the temporary base. Just as Old Heart spoke, he saw Lu Tao pull out her climbing hook from her backpack, attach it to the wall, and start climbing up, collecting the white-eyed spider eggs and silk along the way. Time was tight. There was no time to wrap the spider silk into a bundle. She stuffed it directly into her backpack while frantically tugging at the nearby white-eyed spider eggs with her right hand. After 5 minutes of relentless effort, she reluctantly jumped down, stowed her climbing hook, and dashed upwards with her backpack. Why are you going up? There's nothing good there. Just wait here to leave. Lu Tao continued to climb upwards, her agility truly put to the test. Midway, she supplemented herself with another turkey egg, causing her to burp involuntarily. Ugh, it's really disgusting. But it works. Ignoring Old Heart's nonsense, who said there was nothing good, there are plenty of good things in the West. Along the way, she used a broom to pick up the hour card she had dropped in the miasma zone. Even mosquitoes are sustenance. None could be spared. Passing through the passage, she finally spotted the very obvious pile of rubble. She climbed up where a giant white-eyed spider was weakly struggling inside. Stones rolled down with it. Lu Tao quickly pushed aside the upper layer of stones and saw its broad black carapace. Sensing her approach, its mouth slowly wriggled, revealing its sharp mandibles. Lu Tao raised her shovel and thrust it into its mouth. With a squelch, the giant white-eyed spider's struggle intensified, causing Lu Tao to slide down. She rushed back up the pile of stones and forcefully stuffed the shovel into its mandibles. But this monster was too large. The shovel got stuck in its mouth and could not be pushed further. To her surprise, her stamina was rapidly depleting. After swallowing another turkey egg, she pressed down hard on the shovel while frantically searching her backpack for something useful. The folding stone axe was of no use now. The Wolf Fawn Club was too short. Following that, both the explosive ball and the explosive belly were used up. Lu Tao's gaze fixed on the apology gift from the buried mine explosion. She took out a torpedo and shoved it into the white-eyed spider's mandibles, stirring the torpedo with the shovel. With a bang, thick blood sprayed onto her, and a pit was blasted into the giant white-eyed spider's abdomen. Finally, a kill notification appeared before her. Congratulations to player Lu Tao for killing the white-eyed spider mother 1, obtaining the white-eyed spider mother carapace 1, and the miasma zone 24-hour access card 2. Success! Gasping for breath, Lu Tao slid down the pile of stones, picked up the dropped items, and gathered the large pile of blasted stones. With her stamina at 19, she ran towards the direction of the entrance to the secret realm. Old Heart was dumbfounded. You killed that monster and collected so many low-grade iron ores. Why are you still running? Just a little more to go. Her stamina was rapidly depleting. Even though she stuffed another turkey egg into her already full stomach, by the time she reached the abandoned mine, she only had 21 left. At this point, there was only 1 minute left before leaving the 24-hour secret realm. There was still time. She rushed into the abandoned mine and found the 3 nets of stones she had painstakingly collected, stuffing them all into her backpack. Just then the countdown hit 1 minute. As she was ejected, her peripheral vision caught sight of a piece of iron ore in the abandoned mine. She grabbed it and instantly disappeared from the secret realm. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous collapse echoed from the depths of the secret realm. A giant white-eyed spider, far exceeding Lu Tao's imagination, turned over deep within the ore vein. Its carapace exceeded 100 meters, and its legs stretched even up to 300 meters. As its legs lifted slowly, the entire ore vein collapsed with a rumble, causing the area Lu Tao had previously blasted to collapse even more severely, tearing a large fissure. A terrain fortress stationed outside this high-concentration miasma zone suddenly lit up its warning lights. Detected dark erosion or vein map. With a thud, Lu Tao fell into the driver's seat. The lazy bug was startled awake, wriggling its way onto her shoulder and rubbing against her neck while emitting affectionate sounds. Lu Tao awkwardly petted it, facing the afternoon's blinding light, checking that all was well with the vehicle, hung the inconvenient oil painting on the wall hook, and set down the heavy backpack pressed against her chest. Lying back in the driver's seat, she embraced the lazy bug and fell asleep in an instant. The lazy bug wriggled out of her palm, jumped down from the driver's seat, and pushed against the ice basin with its head, trying to roll it over beside the driver's seat. Then it crawled up Lu Tao's dirty pants onto her body, wriggling its way to her neck. Its skin turned a cheerful light yellow, but soon it was replaced by the gray of iron, or only to be replaced again by the shimmering white light of the miasma zone access card, finally settling into a tranquil deep blue. After sleeping for a full 5 hours, Lu Tao finally opened her eyes. Looking at the still glaring sunlight, she yawned and leaned back against the driver's seat for a well-deserved rest. She sliced a mango, shared a small portion with the lazy bug, and nibbled on the other half to hydrate the small mint plant. To her delight, she discovered that its growth had reached 87. The few original tender leaves had grown lush, and 2 new side branches had sprouted. She went to the back of the vehicle to check on the sweet banana tree. The water in the wooden barrel had leaked less than half, and the planting bed remained moist with the leaves in excellent condition. She touched the banana blossom. Banana Sprite Life 40, awakening the time until her little friend awakens. Lu Tao continued to cheer it on. There was only 1 hour left until dark, so she took out the 3-piece water filter set again, preparing to filter all the fresh water tonight. After finishing off most of the super sweet mango, Lu Tao finally felt completely revived. Leaning against the ice basin, she petted the lazy bug, then opened the light screen. The countless unread messages were nearly drowning the message bar, and a large number of items in her backpack awaited her categorization, but at this moment, all she wanted was to relax. First, she opened a private chat with Chef Xiao Chung, sent over a piece of chicken and 2 rabbit legs, reserving dinner for tonight. The dinner hadn't arrived yet, but she started enjoying the 2 portions of previously reserved steamed mud snails. Chef Xiao Cheng's skills were truly amazing. Later, she would send all the turkey eggs to her and pay for processing to make a turkey egg feast. Never again would she eat raw turkey eggs. Taste rating terrible. She added the stones and wood from both servers to reach 10,000, glancing at the messages in both group chats. In the resource-rich group, more taro and punch to the head had once again entered the miasma zone, preparing for the upcoming long summer. Bai Mu rarely spoke in the group unless him. In the kill group, several top players from server A3 were discussing the troubles they encountered. The suddenly scorching weather affected everyone, and even those in the group were no exception. Lu Tao scrolled up and saw the latest message from server A3. Rabbit 8 sister alarm. A player's vehicle spontaneously combusted. Lu Tao paused in her action of chewing on the mud snail and opened the A3 chat channel. Shin Song, this terrible weather is unbearable. It heats people to death while vehicles spontaneously combust. Haha, let's stop playing and just log off. Why do I see over a dozen people talking about vehicles spontaneously combusting? Windmill, don't create a panic. The vehicles that are spontaneously combusting are all level 1. Quickly prepare cooling items for inside the vehicles and keep all easily flammable materials like wood secured. Observe the vehicles closely. Some players have empty vehicle compartments, yet flames suddenly erupt. She returns to the kill group. Tuba May, although it's level 1 vehicles that are combusting as the temperature rises, it's only a matter of time before level 2 vehicles start to catch fire. Still, I run store water, reduce wooden items in the vehicle that could cause combustion, and most importantly, upgrade to level 3 vehicles. Wuzhong, exactly, vehicles made of a mix of wood, iron, and stone are at risk of spontaneous combustion at any time. We must upgrade to level 3 as soon as possible. Lu Tao shared the same judgment. She must upgrade to level 3 vehicles. The glass production blueprints are now scarce, and soon someone in the group, her, wanting to trade glass. Making money is my destiny. I can trade, but I need to produce the glass I need first before selling it. Tuba May, of course you produce yours first, and then we can queue up. We will bring our own materials and pay you for making money is my destiny. Okay, got it. Lu Tao replied, and quickly returned to her server. The chat channel was calm. There had been no reports of vehicles spontaneously combusting in her server, but she opened a group dedicated to abundant resources. Making money is my destiny. Everyone, I've received news that vehicles may spontaneously combust. Remember to prepare in advance. Bai Mu, the weather is indeed too hot, and there is a risk of spontaneous combustion in vehicles. I'm currently researching items to reduce the risk of combustion and explosions, but progress is slow. Bai Mu, to reduce the risk of combustion, first we cannot keep piling wood on the vehicle roof, and inside, it must be moved into backpacks. Making money is my destiny. How will you solve your wood issue? I can provide a cooling cover for the vehicle roof, but as the weather gets hotter, the risk of wood combusting will be significant. The best solution is to upgrade to level 3 vehicles. Duo Jia Uni, haha, sorry sister, I shouldn't be laughing at a time like this, but I couldn't help but think of your pile of wood on the roof. Lu Tao, no need to mention my pile of wood on the roof, and besides I have already upgraded. Making money is my destiny, don't underestimate me. I've already upgraded, alright. Check out my good stuff, 3-layer vehicle storage rack glass. My roof is already quite clear, and the level 3 upgrade is just around the corner. Fist ahead what? You have this good stuff? I want a 3-layer vehicle storage rack, give me 10. I've piled wood on the roof of my backpack is stuffed with rabbit meat. Does anyone want to eat rabbit meat? Queue me up for glass. Duo Jia Yu and I also want to queue up Cat pleading for a pat JPG. I was wrong I shouldn't have doubted the abilities of the money-making boss. I also need a 3-layer vehicle storage rack for survival. Woo, my roof is also filled with wood, and the insulation layer does not work on the outside. By Mu Admiration JPG1 need both items. Lu Tao instantly felt refreshed. Making money is my destiny boss hands on hips JPG, don't worry, I will arrange everything for you. I will input the glass production blueprint into another small production machine soon. It can produce 200 pieces a day. Everyone should gather enough sand, clay, and stone first. After that, materials will likely become more expensive and harder to collect. Duo Jia Yu and I'll lend you my small production machine. First, let's finish making the glass first. The spontaneous combustion of vehicles is truly terrifying, and now we are short on water and fire.